Hi friends, welcome back. You know that feeling when you finish a great novel and just wish someone could read the next part to you? That's exactly why we're here. We already have over 100 novels ready as audiobooks, and if you want your favorite fanfic, or even the next part of a story we've uploaded, I can make it for you. All you need to do is join my Patreon membership. The link is waiting for you in the description. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity. Chapter 1. Waking up wasn't just bad. It was frankly lousy, the kind that makes you regret the very fact of your existence. First came the hammer of pain, splitting my skull from the inside. Not sharp, cutting pain, but a dull, pulsing rhythm in the temples, as if some clumsy Satanist drummer had set up shop behind the bone and was beating out a devil's roll with every heartbeat. Second came the dry mouth. Not just thirst, but the sensation of someone having packed my throat with scorching Sahara sand and then polished it with sandpaper. My tongue, swollen and rough, shifted around in my mouth like a dead lizard baked dry in the sun. Consciousness came back reluctantly, in torn shreds, clinging to the merciful dark scraps of oblivion, but reality was persistent and merciless. Before I could fully come to my senses and piece together a coherent thought, a smell hit me. A nauseating, sour-sweet, unmistakably familiar stench. Vomit. Ironically, that stink cleared my head better than a bucket of ice water ever could have. I tried to grimace, but even that simple movement sent a fresh wave of nausea surging up my throat. Although, no. It was even worse than that. It wasn't just a smell. It was the vomit itself. A sticky, cooling puddle of my own body's foul output had soaked through my t-shirt and was chilling the skin on my back and shoulder in the most unpleasant way possible. That realization washed over me in an icy wave of disgust, making me shudder. And that alone would have been bad enough. Plenty worse happens in life, but this was categorically not what I remembered from my last moments before sleep. I clearly remembered going to bed. At my house. In my clean, freshly made bed. Completely sober and in a perfectly sound state of mind. And now. With great difficulty, pressing my trembling, unnervingly weak hands against the sticky, rough floor, I forced my poisoned body upright into a sitting position. The room swayed like a ship's deck in a Force 9 storm. I squeezed my eyes shut, gripped the floor with my fingers, and waited out the dizziness before finally looking around. What I saw, I categorically, to the point of grinding my teeth, did not like. This wasn't my bedroom. This wasn't even close to my house. A tiny one-room apartment, or more precisely, a studio. 25 square meters at a glance, maybe 30. One large room, if that word even applied here, doing the work of living room, bedroom, and God knows what else. A battered couch with springs poking through here and there, a piece of furniture that had seen better days back in Nixon's era. A clunky wardrobe of cheap particle board with peeling wood grain film at the edges. A writing desk buried under papers and empty instant noodle packages. A kitchen set huddled in the corner, a couple of cabinets, a sink buried under a mountain of dirty dishes, and a 2-burner electric hot plate. Everything looked not just shabby, but wretched and hopeless. Compared to my spacious private house, the one I had pulled from ruins with my own hands over the last 10 years, this place looked like a doghouse next to a palace. But the main question wasn't any of that. What was I doing here? Thoughts tangled, snagging on each other. Kidnapped, forcibly drunk into oblivion and dumped here. Absurd. Who would bother with me? Some idiotic prank from friends, way beyond the pale. No, not their style at all. Besides, practically all of them were in the city, hundreds of kilometers away. What, they had nothing better to do than drive through the night to pull off some elaborate and completely pointless operation. They would have had to somehow extract me from my house without waking me and pour liters of alcohol into me on top of that. No, it didn't add up. Not at all. And only now did it finally reach my still not entirely functioning brain. That very discrepancy that my subconscious had been stubbornly ignoring, yet kept pushing to the surface, feeding a dull, gnawing anxiety. My body. The proportions. My hands. What the hell was wrong with them? Why did they look so thin and delicate? These weren't my working, sinewy hands, covered in a dense network of old scars and calluses from a decade of working with wood and metal. Hands that could drive a 100mm nail into a pine board with one clean punch and not even feel it. These hands looked only good enough for pressing keyboard keys or turning pages. And in general, I felt somehow shorter. Lighter. Too much. Too many questions and not a single answer. I only knew that I knew nothing. But I needed to figure this out. With a firm intention to find at least some kind of clue, I staggered my way to the only separate room in the studio, the bathroom. Every step sent a dull throb through my skull, my body ached mercilessly, but somehow I made it inside. Dirty would be putting it mildly. A deep yellowing had set into the toilet's porcelain, a wide crack in the sink had been haphazardly patched with gray tape, a slippery, cheap bar of soap sat on the ledge in place of anything resembling a real toiletry. From the single bare bulb above came a dim, sickly light. Everything in that room screamed of poverty, indifference, and neglect. My gaze landed on the grimy mirror above the wash basin, covered in dried splashes. I looked into it. "Oh, what the fuck," burst out of me in a hoarse, alien, youthful voice. I recoiled from the mirror as if it were a leprous zombie with a live grenade strapped to its chest. Looking back at me from the mirror was, not me. That was the short version. The longer version, a young man of about 19. Disheveled dark brown hair. Large brown eyes swimming with a mixture of animal fear and confusion. A face that was perfectly ordinary and completely unremarkable. No familiar 3-day stubble. No web of fine lines around the eyes. No deep scar on the chin from a chisel that had slipped a couple of years back. Just smooth, pale skin with the faint ghost of teenage acne. A lean build, roughly 175 centimeters tall by rough estimation. A gray t-shirt soaked in vomit. Checkered cotton shorts. I stood there, thunderstruck, staring at the reflection without really seeing it. Behind my eyes rose another image entirely. My workshop in the garage. The smell of ozone from a running welder, laced with the warm sweetness of pine shavings. My hands, the ones I had so inopportunely thought about just moments ago. I remembered them down to the last detail. A wide, calloused palm capable of wrapping easily around the end of a 100mm beam. A network of small whitish scars, souvenirs from slipped drill bits, sharp metal edges, and splinters that had long since become part of the skin's landscape. Under the nails, an almost permanent dark stripe of machine oil and wood dust mixed together, something no solvent could fully remove. Those hands were a tool, an extension of my will. And what I was looking at now, both on my body and in that mirror, these pale, narrow palms with thin fingers better suited to a pianist or a painter, stirred in me not just rejection, but something deeper. A primal, animal sense of wrongness. As if they had replaced not just my body, but my very essence. I clenched my fists and felt the thin knuckles crack in an unfamiliar way. No. These were definitely not my fists. How? How had I ended up in this guy's body? Why me specifically? What had happened to my real body? Who even was this guy? What in the hell was I supposed to do now? Questions swarmed through my head like maddened bees, and the already stubborn hangover pain sharpened into a full-blown migraine. I stripped off the vomit-soaked clothes with difficulty and tossed them into the corner in disgust, then climbed under the cold shower. The icy jets brought me back to something resembling a functioning human being, washing away not just the grime but a layer of the initial shock along with it. Deciding not to torture my sluggishly working brain with 1,001 questions for now, I sidestepped the vomit stain on the floor and collapsed onto the couch. I sprawled out and stared at the cracked, finely wrinkled ceiling, trying not to think about anything. Surprisingly, I started feeling drowsy. Good. To hell with problems. Morning is wiser than evening. A weak, irrational hope still flickered somewhere inside me that all of this was just a dream. A bad, terrifyingly realistic, deeply unsettling dream, but a dream all the same. With those encouraging thoughts, I drifted back into Morpheus's realm, and even the headache finally retreated to the background. How long I slept like that, I had no idea. But when I woke up, a thick, velvety night had settled outside. The city was living its life, neon signs and streetlights threw strange, dancing shadows across the walls, and from somewhere below came the steady hum of traffic and a distant, mournful wail of a siren. Nighttime New York must be beautiful, but it was better not to be out on Hell's Kitchen streets after dark. You would count yourself lucky if they only took your wallet and your phone and left the rest of you intact. Though there was always a chance the devil of Hell's Kitchen might hear your call for help and deal with whoever came at you. But what would he ask in return? A simple vigilante didn't get called the devil for nothing. What the? I whispered into the empty room, suddenly realizing that those thoughts weren't quite mine. They surged in all at once, like a dam giving way. Someone else's memories. Feelings. Emotions. I was John Thompson. An orphan. A student at the New York College of Arts. And I was completely, hopelessly in love with a red-haired classmate. The very one I had caught just yesterday with someone else. A rich, spoiled kid who had pulled up for her in a shiny Audi worth several times the rent on this studio. The shock of it had hit John's brain so hard he couldn't hold himself together, and he had spent his last dollar on cheap whiskey. Decided to drown his grief. And, apparently, had drowned himself instead. No. 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 I was Alexander Cole. A 38-year-old bachelor and freelancer, a jack of all trades by my own humble assessment, who had spent the last 10 years living in his hometown, restoring the house his parents had left him from a ruin into something worth living in. No stupid teenage infatuation with some red-haired heartbreaker. No bohemian arts college. Certainly no act of senseless, suicidal drinking that had apparently brought this particular John Thompson story to its end. I am myself, even if I'm carrying the memories of some inexperienced idiot from the USA, I said, firmly and clearly, into the empty room, cementing that fact first and foremost for my own benefit. There is a difference between simply realizing something while still getting tangled in your own thoughts, struggling to separate wheat from chaff, and firmly knowing that your personality is the one in control. I was Alexander. Somehow, I had ended up in this guy's body. And for a moment it hit me. Not panic. Something worse. A dull, black, bottomless melancholy. Home. My home. 10 years of life pressed into every brick, every board. The sharp, tart smell of fresh pine shavings when I had planed boards for the veranda surfaced in my memory. The familiar weight of my favorite hammer in my hand, old and Soviet, passed down from my grandfather to my father and then to me. The view of a crimson sunset from the porch I had only finished a month ago. All my work. All my plans. Just gone. Erased. As if I had never existed. What had happened to my body? Was it lying there right now, cooling in that house, which without any air would simply revert to the state? The thought pushed a heavy lump up into my throat, and my eyes stung treacherously. All that was left for me was to accept it. Whatever stood behind my transmigration, some entity, some law of the universe, some cosmic joke, it was beyond my understanding. The options were not many. Either jump from a roof and close out this absurd story, or just live. Living was what I intended to do. The memories belonging to the body I was now in had finally settled into a more or less coherent picture, and I could now separate them from my own. They were dim, like an old, faded photograph. Running through John Thompson's biography in my mind, I understood that the guy whose skin I had inherited was about as ordinary, plain, and unremarkable as a person could be. He had lost his parents in a car accident at 7. An orphanage until 12, then a foster family that in practice differed little from the orphanage, since besides him there were 12 other kids in the same house. The enterprising guardians were obviously living off the generous social allocations from New York City Hall. John had no warm feelings for them and understood perfectly well that he was nothing more than a line item in their budget. The moment he turned 18, he left. Being an orphan, he had received a subsidized social loan for his education at the College of Arts, majoring in theater performance. For the past year he had been grinding through the miserable existence of a broke student, scraping together money from odd jobs, social benefits, and endless anxiety about the student loan he would somehow have to pay back after graduation. And, on the surface, fine. Life is life, especially by American standards. He had not gotten hooked on drugs. He had not ended up in prison. He had even tried to study. But the moment one specific name surfaced from the stream of memories, I understood exactly what kind of spectacular, universe-scale disaster fate had thrown me into. Mary Jane Watson. The red-haired honors student, campus beauty, activist, and the dream of every guy at college, the one John had been suffering over so hopelessly and one-sidedly. Coincidences like that do not happen. And then there was the devil of Hell's Kitchen. And Stark Industries tower knifing into the sky over central Manhattan. And the Daily Bugle with its infamous, New York famous editor-in-chief, J. Jonah Jameson. Not enough. How about news coverage of the mysterious state of Latveria? Or the upcoming space expedition that had been all over the news, an expedition led by a certain Reed Richards? The cherry on top of this particular cake was Spider-Woman, the masked heroine who had appeared in the city only recently but had already won over the public, much to the fury of that same mustachioed loudmouth at the Bugle. I was in the Marvel Universe. A world where mutants fought on equal footing with Asgardian gods. A world where a cosmic horror drifting past could, with a snap of its fingers, erase not just a planet but half a galaxy. A world where the multiverse was not a theoretical concept but a basic fact of existence, and there were, literally, infinite versions of it. The main thing was not to end up in one of those branches marked for destruction, whether by the whim of some conditional phoenix or by the ruling of the living tribunal. Yeah. Heavy is the burden of my uneasy life, my accursed existence, my bitter fate, I muttered my late mother's favorite saying, God rest her soul, staring blankly at the wall. Existential dread rolled over me in an icy wave, threatening to paralyze my will entirely. To shake it off, I got up and walked to the window. The view opened onto the blank brick wall of the neighboring building and a narrow alley piled with trash. From below came the echoes of a drunken argument, and somewhere in the distance a siren wailed. Hell's Kitchen in all its glory. So what was I supposed to do now? My gaze snagged on the drying puddle of vomit. Sleep was the last thing on my mind. Rather than loading my brain with heavy thoughts that would probably lead nowhere useful, I decided to do the one thing I actually could do right now: clean up. I found something resembling clean clothes in the wardrobe, filled a bucket with water in the bathroom, and got to work. I scrubbed the floor with focused intensity, going after the ingrained grime, and the simple physical labor helped order my thoughts. Along the way I wiped down the dust, worked through the mountain of dirty dishes in the sink, and bagged up all the trash, though I decided against taking it out to the street at night in New York's most dangerous neighborhood. Having arrived at no concrete conclusions, I sat down at the writing desk where an old, scratched laptop was waiting. I opened the lid, typed in the password from John's memory automatically, and was about to start looking up information about the current state of the world, when whatever higher power manages the logistics for people in my situation decided this was the perfect moment for a surprise. Without fanfare, without any flourish at all, a modest semi-transparent blue panel blinked into existence in front of my eyes. System, Celestial Forge, activated. Well then. That was a development. What exactly had I done to earn this particular honor? Maybe the full assimilation of memories triggered it. Or maybe I had taken in enough information about the world and the system had registered that I understood the hole I was in. Or maybe I was overcomplicating it and a simple 8-hour timer had just run out from the moment I first woke up. Honestly, what did it matter? The point was this: a system. And a system was a chance. A chance not just to survive, but maybe to actually build something in this insane world. // equals // Creator's thoughts. Larson 051. Like it. Add to library. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 2, System 2. Chapter 2. The rush of that first emotion, and it was, I won't pretend otherwise, an extremely positive emotion, faded and left behind cool calculation and an itching curiosity. Without hesitation, I mentally reached toward the system, willing myself to engage with it. Surprisingly, the transition was completely mundane, with no special effects, no fanfare. It felt as natural as reaching out a hand, as though I had been using this interface my whole life and it was simply an extension of my thoughts. But what I saw inside it left me, to put it mildly, at a loss. Floating weightlessly at the center of the semi-transparent interface was a hammer, or rather the sketch of one. Not a carpenter's or a machinist's hammer, but a true blacksmith's hammer. A massive head of some unknown metal, covered in intricate runic patterns that glowed with a soft, unearthly light. The handle was wrapped in something resembling reptile skin and decorated with complex engravings that seemed to constantly shift shape. It looked more like a priceless museum exhibit or an Asgardian war god's weapon than any working tool. My old, faithful metalworking hammer with its edge handle, perfectly fitted to my grip over years of use, would have looked like a pathetic beggar standing next to it. And yet, in that moment, I knew I would not trade my reliable tool for any divine weapon in existence. My hammer had been real. This one was still just a pretty picture. Beneath the hammer, a line of text in a clean, elegant font read, Forge Reality. Cost, 100 OP. I focused on it mentally, and a small information packet immediately flowed into my mind. Each forging attempt grants access to technologies from infinite variations of the multiverse. And that was it. I spent 100 OP, struck the virtual hammer, and received a technology. There were too many unknowns. How would I actually receive it? As a physical prototype that materialized in front of me. As a direct information download into my brain with full instructions on how to build it. Or just a stack of blueprints that I would still have to spend years working from without the necessary resources or equipment. And what kind of technologies, exactly? Cree bioengineering? The magic of this world, which seemed to operate by clearly defined laws, did that count as technology or not? The word itself could be interpreted so broadly that my head started to spin. Fine. I would figure it out in time. For now there were more questions than answers. Above the hammer were 3 tabs. The first, Forge Reality, was the one currently active. The second read, Technologies. Anticipating something, I switched to it, only to exhale in disappointment. Empty. Completely empty. They had not even bothered to include a single sample technology as an example. Cheapskates. The third tab read, Inventory. Now that was interesting. If it worked the way inventory systems did in classic lit RPG, this would not just be a help but a genuine cheat code in the real world. Holding my breath with a low flutter of excitement, I opened the inventory. Before me spread a grid of 5 by 5 cells, 25 in total. Not a lot, but enough for a start. I looked at the old laptop on the desk. I touched it, mentally pictured it moving into one of the cells, and focused on that intention. What happened before my eyes was pure, unambiguous magic. The laptop did not vanish in a flash of light. It simply dissolved, like a mirage, leaving behind nothing but a dusty rectangle on the desk's surface. Now I believe, I said quietly, staring at the empty spot, then at the laptop icon sitting forlornly in the inventory's first cell. I mentally clicked the icon and a brief description appeared. Laptop, brand Zone Electronics. Rarity, common. Condition, 73/100. The inventory also served as a kind of simplified catalog. Convenient. With another act of will, I returned the laptop to its place. It materialized on the desk with a quiet, barely audible click. Incredible. There was a difference between watching system quirks flicker in front of your eyes and watching something physically impossible happen in the real world. This changed everything. The possibilities a pocket warehouse like this opened up were genuinely limitless, from carrying heavy loads to, well, anything at all. The 3 main tabs were accounted for. The last visible element was a panel in the upper right corner of the interface, 0 OP. The local currency needed 4 rolls. The only remaining question was the most important one: how did I earn it? OP, points, the currency required for forging reality and unlocking technologies. Earned through the manifestation of the user's creator's spark in the process of making something. Well, nothing's clear, but it's very interesting, as the saying goes. Fine, I was being coy with myself. In broad terms it was obvious enough, I needed to make something with my own hands. The question was what exactly fell under this vague concept of something. I glanced at an old wooden chair in the corner, one of its legs noticeably wobbly. Old habit took over. I walked over and flipped it upside down. Just as I'd thought, the screw had come loose. No tools on hand, but the edge of a coin from my pocket worked well enough as an improvised screwdriver. A couple of minutes, and the leg sat perfectly flush. The familiar satisfaction of a job done right settled in my chest, and then, silence. I waited for a system notification, a pop-up, some kind of sign. Nothing came. Apparently, repairs did not count as creation. The system wanted something new, built from nothing. That was an important and fairly unwelcome clarification. My gaze drifted around the room in search of inspiration and landed on a student notebook sitting at the corner of the desk. Drawing, maybe, or origami. I grabbed the notebook and found a ballpoint pen in the desk drawer. I tried drawing first. I was no artist in any meaningful sense, and neither had John been. After a few crooked sketches and no response from the system, I irritably tore out a sheet. Paper. What could you actually make from paper? The answer came before I even finished asking the question. Origami. I began folding the classic everyone knows, the crane. Something a step more complex than a basic paper plane, but nowhere near the legendary dragon that only a handful of people in the world could actually assemble. After a couple of minutes of patient, careful work, the paper crane was finished. It stood a little crookedly on the desk, which pleased my eye, though what pleased my eye even more was the system notification that popped up. Created simple art piece, origami. Complexity, minimal. Received +1 OP. Let's go. I couldn't hold back the old gamer phrase. First point in the piggy bank of my future greatness. I just needed to fold 99 more of these and I could strike the hammer. The main thing was having enough pages left in the notebook. Motivated by that first success, I forgot entirely about researching the internet or making any kind of plan for the future. The goal was simple and clear: earn the first 100 OP. The whole world compressed down to my hands methodically folding paper and the brief flashes of system notifications. Received +1 OP. Received +1 OP. Received +1 OP. Warning. OP earning limit for the area of creating simple origami has been reached. That last message hit like a punch to the gut, instantly killing my enthusiasm. 10 OP from cranes. 10 total. And I had already settled into the idea of meditative grinding, like something out of that old tale about folding 1,000 cranes to earn a wish. Apparently, there were no easy roads for me. The word simple attached to the origami note made it clear enough: if I made something more complex, there was a chance to start earning again. I had to get on the internet after all, though for an entirely different reason than I had originally planned. After half an hour of browsing tutorials and video guides, I concluded with regret that my skills were nowhere near good enough for a full elephant, let alone a dragon, whose diagrams ran to 100 steps and required a working knowledge of terms like bird base with additional folds, reverse folds, rabbit ear, and wet folding. That was closer to higher mathematics than a craft hobby. But a solution presented itself. An elegant one, and what seemed to me an ideal approach for farming OP, modular origami. The obvious option was a kusudama, a paper ball. The Electra kusudama, according to the tutorials, required 30 identical modules. Each module was slightly more complex than a crane, but the assembled whole should be enough to qualify as a step up. I tore out another sheet from the notebook and got to work. And immediately ran into a problem. My fingers, accustomed to rough work and heavy tool handles, felt like clumsy sausages. I cursed under my breath when I failed yet again to make a clean, even fold. I, a person who could assemble a furniture panel with his eyes closed and turn a perfect table leg on a lathe, could not handle a single piece of paper without making a mess of it. Absurd. After ruining a couple of sheets and spending a fair amount of nerve endings, I eventually got the feel for it. By my estimate, one kusudama would take about half an hour. The only other problem was that the notebook pages were disappearing fast. I would need to go to the store. I dug through the shorts pockets and the desk drawers and scraped together a couple of crumpled dollars and a small handful of change. Not much. The nearest 24-hour shop greeted me with the smell of cheap coffee and disinfectant. Under the indifferent gaze of an Indian cashier, I picked out the simplest pack of office paper available. Walking back through the deserted, sparsely lit streets of the neighborhood, I felt like a complete idiot, because the risk of stepping out onto these streets at night was absolutely not worth a pack of paper. I had not risked going out to throw away the trash, but I had risked it for this. That would have been funny if it had actually cost me something. Hell's Kitchen at night was a completely different place from Hell's Kitchen in the day. It shed the mask of an ordinary, down-at-heel neighborhood and showed its true face. From a dark alley came the crash of an overturned trash can and the angry shriek of a cat. On the corner under the flickering neon of a Joe's Pizza sign stood a group of guys in baggy clothes. They were not doing anything illegal, just smoking and talking quietly, but something about them radiated a low, coiled threat. I picked up my pace and kept my eyes forward. In this world, one wrong glance could be enough to earn a knife between the ribs. The air was thick and humid, reeking of rotting garbage, cheap food from the late-night spots, and exhaust fumes. Somewhere in the distance a siren wailed again, the permanent soundtrack of this city, and of this neighborhood in particular. I suddenly felt my own vulnerability with sharp, physical clarity. In my old body I was no Hercules, but I had been able to handle myself. 10 years of physical labor had made sure of that. But now I was in the body of a skinny student who, according to the memories I had inherited, had last been in a fight back in middle school and had lost. Any one of the guys on that corner could have snapped me in half without breaking a sweat. And no devil of Hell's Kitchen was going to materialize to save me. Matt Murdock might be a hero in some sense of the word, but he was not all-seeing and he was not all-powerful. He went after gangs and killers. He did not rescue every idiot who decided to stroll through a rough neighborhood after midnight. That walk sobered me up better than any cold shower. I did not just need technology from the system. I needed strength. Or at least something that would let me protect this fragile new life. Back in the apartment, I threw myself into the work with fresh resolve. 40 minutes of concentration, teeth grinding, and quiet swearing later, the first kusudama was done. It came out slightly lopsided, but recognizable. Created art piece, origami. Complexity, medium. Received +3 OP. Good. Medium complexity counted, and the 3-point reward was a welcome bonus. Even if those same 40 minutes could theoretically have produced more cranes before the limit hit, that was no longer the point. OP farming was moving again. I glanced at the time on the laptop. 2 in the morning. I had a clear picture of how the next several hours were going to go. The thought of college flickered through my mind and faded. It was Thursday, a class day. As much as I considered that college a useless drain on time and energy, it was also a source of information. Mary Jane studied there, and Harry Osborn was likely to show up for her at some point. Neither of them were background noise anymore. They were key figures, even if secondary ones. Going was worth it. But first, grinding. The next several hours passed in a blur. My hands folded modules mechanically while I ran a news channel on the laptop to keep from going insane with the monotony. I got quick enough that one kusudama took no more than 20 minutes. By 5:30 in the morning I had assembled 10 of them. But the 11th ball was met with another unwelcome surprise. Created art piece, origami. Complexity, medium. Received +1 OP. Warning. OP earning limit for creating medium complexity origami has been partially reached. The next 9 items will award +1 OP each. So the running total was 10 plus open parenthesis 10 times 3 close parenthesis plus 1 is equal to 41 OP. With 9 more points left to squeeze out of these paper balls, that brought me to 50. Exactly halfway. Not bad at all. And I could keep folding modules during class. So grinding away here at this hour made no real sense, especially since an irresistible drowsiness was starting to pull at me. John's memory told me there were 3 classes tomorrow, starting at 10:15, with a half-hour walk to college. That gave me 3 to 4 hours of sleep. I collapsed onto the couch and lay there in the dark, staring up at the ceiling before drifting off. My life had not just been turned upside down. It had done a full somersault through my ears. The Marvel Universe. A strange, not particularly generous system. A new body. Thinking of my old, steady life sent a pang of melancholy through me. Back there, I had made things you could touch, things that served a purpose, even if mostly my own. A solid table. A reliable roof. Tangible, real results. And now? I was crafting fragile paper balls for ephemeral points in exchange for some unknown technology. There was an ugly irony in that. As if I had traded real craftsmanship for a video game with a dubious prize. What if this marvel was one of the darkest variants? What if Galactus was already on his way to Earth? Or, God forbid, this was the zombie apocalypse universe. Anything would be better than Marvel zombies. While I turned those cosmic horrors over in my mind, a drunk shout and the ring of a breaking bottle floated up from the street below. The thin walls did nothing to muffle it. A cold draft pushed through a gap in the window frame and hit my face. The chill of it pulled my thoughts back to the night's work, and specifically to the act of creation itself. My fingers still remembered the feel of the paper, those monotonous, precise folds. I had made hundreds of identical modules over the course of the night. And with every new fold, a low irritation had grown in me, sharpening gradually into something close to quiet rage. This felt wrong. Creation, in my understanding, had always been a deliberate process. You took a shapeless material, wood, metal, clay, and you invested in it your labor, your skill, a piece of yourself, and out of that you made something useful. Something that would serve someone. A chair you could actually sit on. A plate you could put food on. A tool you could work with. That was a conversation with your material. What I had been doing tonight was a profanation of that. Soulless, mechanical repetition in exchange for virtual points. These paper balls, these kusudamas, were empty inside and out. They carried no function beyond the vaguely aesthetic, and even that was debatable. They were fragile and meaningless. And the system was rewarding me for making them. I felt like a lab monkey pressing a lever to get a banana. Was this really my creator's spark? Folding paper according to someone else's diagrams. The thought stung. No. I needed to stack up these 100 points as quickly as possible and get the first technology. I needed to start making something real. Something with weight and strength and purpose. Something I could actually call my work. But before I could worry about great creations and the no less great dangers lurking in the form of world-devouring cosmic entities, I needed to survive tomorrow in this cardboard box of an apartment in the city's most dangerous neighborhood. That thought, here and now, was far more sobering than any Galactus. I said a quiet prayer to whatever gods existed in this world, and unlike in my old one, they were not empty words here, that this particular version of the Marvel Universe would turn out to be at least something other than the kind where everyone was already doomed. With those encouraging thoughts, I finally fell asleep. Chapter 3. I tucked myself away in the gallery, in the farthest, darkest corner of the enormous auditorium, turning my seat into a small island of self-imposed exile. Under the hum of the projector and the professor's monotonous drone, I methodically folded paper modules. My hands, already well acquainted with this strange craft, moved on autopilot while my mind desperately tried to build a wall between itself and everything else in the room. A lecture on theater history. Lord, what utterly useless, life-divorced, common-sense allergic, concentrated garbage. Me. A 38-year-old man whose hands knew the weight of a hammer, the roughness of wood, and the drag of a computer mouse, now trapped in the scrawny body of a snotty college kid. In a world where a Chitauri armada or a purple titan with a genocide obsession could descend on the city at any moment, I was being made to sit here and listen to someone talk about catharsis in ancient Greek tragedy. The absurdity was so thick and viscous you could have cut it with a knife and spread it on toast. Around me stretched a sleepy kingdom of student apathy. Everyone existed in their own private bubble, physically present but mentally miles away. The guy to my left, a textbook geek in glasses and a faded logo t-shirt, was hiding behind his laptop screen. Judging by the quiet periodic snorting and the way his shoulders shook, he was watching some sitcom and had completely tuned out the lecture. The girl beside him, acid pink hair and a nose ring, was deep in a furious texting war on her phone, her fingers flying across the screen at a pace that suggested she was tapping out a Morse code SOS about the end of the world. And the Hulk directly in front of me, whose bull neck took up half my field of vision, was shamelessly asleep with a thick textbook tented over his face, emitting the faintest trace of a snore. Against that backdrop, my quiet little hobby, which bothered no one, produced almost no sound, and gave off no smell, had somehow managed to attract unwanted attention. Mr. Thompson, would you be so kind as to tell us the key difference between Stanislavski's acting method and Strasberg's method? The professor's voice, dry and creaky as an ungreased door hinge, tore me ruthlessly from my paper-folding meditation. He stood at the lectern, a gray-haired man around 50, trim, in a severe tweed jacket. His sharp, intelligent eyes behind thin metal-framed glasses promised nothing good. He wasn't some doddering old man. You could feel the old school in him, the breeding, the absolute zero tolerance for sloppiness. And he had obviously clocked my quiet little module factory a long time ago. No idea, Professor, I answered in a flat, indifferent tone, purely on autopilot, not looking up from the fold I was working on. It was only when a barely audible ripple of laughter moved through the auditorium that I realized how bold and defiant that had sounded. I slowly raised my head, met his expectant, slightly narrowed gaze, and decided I needed to walk it back fast. Sorry. I've been sick the last few days and missed classes, so unfortunately I'm behind on this topic. Yeah. Sick. With alcoholism. And honestly, I wasn't lying. The World Health Organization officially recognizes alcoholism as a disease. The fact that for John Thompson this had been the first and, sadly, last bender of his short, unremarkable life, well, those were insignificant details the professor had no business knowing. I see. The professor did not look impressed by my excuse. His gaze dropped to my hands, where an almost finished module sat. And now, Mr. Thompson, you're folding origami so diligently in my lecture in order to, what, improve your fine motor skills as part of your therapeutic recovery? The skeptically raised eyebrow promised nothing good. I genuinely liked this man. Straight as a rail, no detours, no passive-aggressive games. He had laid out the problem plainly and was now waiting for an equally plain, coherent answer, not the usual student fumbling. I had to improvise. I'm making a gift for a nurse who basically pulled me back from the other side. I spun the story on the fly, letting real-sounding gratitude bleed into my voice. We talked a lot while I was laid up, and it turned out she's into origami. So I decided to make her a kusudama as a thank you. Apparently they work as vases for dried flowers. But I am listening to your lecture, Professor, don't doubt it. The last thing you covered was innovations in stage lighting introduced in European avant-garde theater in the late 20th century, specifically the work of Joseph Svoboda and his concept of living scenography. I can name his major productions if you'd like. Turns out John's memory wasn't as useless as I'd thought. But still. First real social outing, and I was already lying through my teeth. Although, come on, I was sitting quietly, not bothering a soul, and still managing to filter information with half an ear. How was I any worse than these slackers openly scrolling through their gadgets? To my relief, Professor Weekly seemed satisfied. He gave a low grunt, studied me for a long moment as though deciding whether to keep pressing, then finally nodded and returned to his lecture. For the remaining 2 classes I prudently buried myself in an even more remote corner, hidden behind a classmate's broad back, and kept a low profile. By the end of the school day, my worn backpack was packed tight with neat stacks of paper modules, exactly 270 of them, enough for 9 complete kusudamas. Stepping out of the stuffy college walls onto the sun-soaked street, I ran through the day's information as I walked. And I don't mean the coursework. What did I need film theory for when, at any given moment, a live-action Michael Bay movie could kick off right outside? What interested me was people. Specifically, one red-haired girl who had, in a sense, been the cause of my predecessor's untimely death. Mary Jane Watson. She stood near the entrance, surrounded by a crowd of friends, laughing. The life of the party, the unofficial ringleader, the alpha in her little pride. Moderately pretty, though a good chunk of her glow came from skillfully applied makeup covering pale skin and freckles. Moderately sociable, moderately curvy. Objectively, a solid 7.5 out of 10. I genuinely couldn't understand what John had been so hung up about. Then again, everything was relative. Against a sea of washed-out, frankly disheveled girls from our year, she really did look like a Hollywood transplant. But step onto any Manhattan street and within half an hour you'd pass a dozen women just as striking, if not more so. Alexander, the 38-year-old man living inside this borrowed body, looked at her and saw not a goddess but simply a girl who knew her worth too well and used her looks accordingly. I had no idea how closely this version of MJ matched her canonical portrayals, but in most of them she was an ambiguous character. Flighty, ricocheting between men, often manufacturing drama out of thin air. And here? I squinted, watching as she said goodbye to her friends and moved toward a black Audi polished to a mirror shine. Beside the car, a dark-haired young man in an expensive suit was waiting with barely contained impatience. Their embrace was somehow staged, performed for an invisible audience. Her smile was camera flash bright but gave off no warmth whatsoever. His hand on her waist was more possessive than tender. The kiss was quick, almost perfunctory, a peck on the cheek. And for one split second, as Mary Jane pulled back before snapping the mask of adoration back into place, I caught something unmistakable in her eyes. Boredom. Plain, all-consuming, soul-crushing boredom. Interesting. The guy, by contrast, looked tense, as though terrified she might vanish into thin air at any moment. Expensive car, boutique clothes, and yet his gaze was crammed full of insecurity and the fear of losing his shiny prize. MJ was already reaching for the car door, but I hadn't dragged myself to this damned college just to leave empty-handed. Mary Jane, wait, please. I called out, picking up my pace slightly and keeping my voice friendly and harmless. She turned, and polite bewilderment flickered across her face. She clearly had no idea who I was. Sorry, do we know each other? Thompson. John Thompson, we're in the same theater history group, I said. Could you tell me where to find a good acting tutor? You're the best in our year, so you probably know someone decent. Oh, right, Thompson. You're the one who was making origami for a nurse today, she said, her enthusiasm kicking up a notch in that slightly performed way. As for a tutor, I can recommend one, but he charges a lot. Here, take down the number. The number of some tutor could go straight to hell. My actual goal was standing a meter away from her and currently furrowing its brows. Thanks, and could you give me your number too, just in case? I added, keeping my tone casual. In case I can't afford him, I can at least consult with you as the resident expert. It's just that I won't be around for the next few days. I have things I can't put off. Ahem, MJ, we need to go. There it was. The ice cracked. Jealousy is a reliable catalyst. The guy stepped closer and placed a proprietary hand on her shoulder. Sorry, and you are? I turned to him with genuine-looking curiosity. Since he had inserted himself into our conversation, that gave me every right to redirect things his way. Her boyfriend, he said, teeth barely parted, a slight frown creasing his forehead. I watched his gaze slide over my worn hoodie and cheap jeans and then visibly relax. He saw no threat in the skinny, unremarkable student standing in front of him. The boyfriend has a name, right? I extended my hand with my most disarming smile. I'm John Thompson. Classmate. Though you already caught that. Harry Osborne, he answered, shaking my hand with obvious reluctance. His grip was weak and limp, like a wet fish. Osborne. You're probably sick of hearing this, but you wouldn't happen to be the son of that Norman Osborne, founder of Oscorp. You have absolutely no idea how sick of it I am, he said, and for a moment the weariness and bitterness in his voice were completely unguarded. I could go on about that all day, but MJ and I are genuinely in a hurry. Let her give you the tutor's number and we'll be on our way. Mission accomplished. I had my confirmation. This really was Harry Osborne. Mary Jane was, with 99% certainty, with him for the money and the name. And Harry himself was a classic golden boy drowning in complexes, desperately trying to crawl out from under the shadow of a powerful father. None of this information was going to waste. But as I walked back toward my apartment, the initial satisfaction of the successfully executed operation gave way to a cold, clammy feeling of dread. One thing to know you're living in the Marvel Universe. A completely different thing to personally shake hands with someone whose destiny was to become one of this city's most notorious supervillains. Harry Osborne. In some versions, the Green Goblin. In others, simply the Goblin. Fragments of comics and movies surfaced in my mind. The glider. Pumpkin bombs. The unhinged laughter and superhuman physical specs. And Norman Osborn, his father. The first and most dangerous goblin. A man who would stop at nothing. I had just stepped into their personal space, even briefly, even under the most innocent pretense. But what if that short exchange had been noticed? What if Norman was paranoid enough to track every contact his son made? Ridiculous, obviously. If anything, the paranoia was mine. I was nothing to them, a smear on a windshield. But the sheer reality of it, that I was no longer just an observer but now a minor participant in this much larger game, unsettled me in a way I hadn't expected. The players here operated on a completely different level. Suddenly the whole venture felt like the height of stupidity. Why had I gotten involved? To confirm what was already obvious. To make sure this really was that Harry. I should have been keeping as much distance as possible from all these people, all these characters with their tragic and dangerous arcs. I needed to keep my head down and keep crafting until I was strong enough that a rustling in a dark alley didn't make me flinch. But it was too late for that. Contact had been made. And somewhere in the back of my mind, a nasty little worm of fear had already started to stir. What if this contact had consequences? Returning home under the weight of those thoughts, I assembled the 9 remaining Kusudamas in about an hour, as if working on a conveyor belt, and brought my balance up to the long-awaited 50 OP, exactly half the journey. But what came next? I had no interest in tackling higher complexity origami, which meant I needed to create something else. Something real. Something my hands remembered how to make. But for that I needed materials and tools. And for them, money. I opened the laptop. Online banking greeted me with a brutal reality check, $17.35. $17. Plus a 10 and a handful of coins in my pocket. That was my entire net worth. It wasn't enough for craft supplies, let alone food for a few days. The realization of my own poverty hit below the belt. In my past life I'd been self-sufficient. Never rich, but always able to cover what I needed. And here? I was flat on the bottom. The very thought makes my skin crawl, but looks like I'll have to make a deal with the devil, I muttered, pulling on my only decent sneakers. The sign reading, New York Central Bank, on the facade of the Grand Manhattan building gleamed with false gold and pressed down on you with its sheer scale. Inside was even worse, cold echoing marble, the quiet whisper of air conditioners, and clerks in expensive suits wearing stretched shark smiles. In my past life I had hated loans. And John, going by his memories of a foster mother permanently buried in debt, shared that dislike. For both of us, the bank was a temple of usury, a place where people's dreams were taken hostage and handed back wrapped in beautiful words about opportunity. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I approached the counter. A young guy in a perfectly ironed suit, hairstyled strand by painstaking strand, heard my request for a credit card and lit up as if I'd offered him eternal life. He rattled through a pitch about incredible opportunities, interest-free periods, and flexible terms, barely registering my status as an unemployed orphan student. The latter detail did make him dial things back slightly, but he still offered a maximum monthly limit of $2,000. $2,000. Just like that. To a penniless student. What's the catch? Pounded through my head. Back home, that kind of generosity would have concealed draconian interest rates and a dozen pages of fine print loaded with traps. But here, the annual rate was only 7%. By American standards, highway robbery. By mine, ridiculously low. I nodded silently and signed the papers. A system that handed out money this easily felt dangerous and reckless to me. But right now I had no choice. Yes, I hated this. I was built to live within my means, to earn, save, and invest in what was genuinely necessary. Debt had always been synonymous with slavery to me. And now I was voluntarily slapping these shackles on myself. The hand holding the pen trembled slightly. Everything inside me protested. This was wrong, it went against every principle I had. But then I thought about the empty refrigerator, the lack of basic materials and tools, the helplessness. Principles are a luxury for people who have a choice. I didn't have one right now. And besides, this wasn't a loan for a new iPhone or designer clothes. This was an investment. An investment in my survival and my future. I pressed down hard on the pen and left my new, alien signature on the paper. Deal with the devil, concluded. Leaving the cold marble hell with a piece of plastic in my pocket, I felt a mixture of disgust and relief. I headed straight for a hardware superstore. The plan was simple: buy a little of everything. Wooden stock, PVC pipes for a makeshift potato gun, a basic set of hand tools. I needed to figure out what different types of craft were actually worth to the system. On the way I pulled out my phone and called Billy, the owner of the hot dog stand where John had worked part-time every other day, with a shift coming up tomorrow. Billy, hey, it's John. Listen, I got seriously sick. Doctor said I need a couple of weeks of bed rest. No idea when I'll be able to come in. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'll be back as soon as I can. I ended the call and put away my phone. Low-paying work and a pointless college lecture schedule could both wait. For the next few days, I was dedicating myself entirely to my own agenda, my new and strange power. My craft. Chapter 4. $550. The number burned on the receipt in my head like a brand. I stood in the middle of my miserable studio, surrounded by several heavy plastic bags that gave off a mingled smell of fresh wood, chemical adhesive, and treated leather. That smell, the smell of potential, was the only thing standing between me and a full panic attack. $550, blown on upcoming experiments. An enormous, unaffordable sum for John Thompson, and for me in my current position. I was sincerely, almost childishly hoping this gamble would pay off 100-fold. Because looking at everything I'd bought, I understood clearly, if nothing worked out, if the technology I got from the first roll turned out to be useless garbage and not even close to a golden goose, then I would have to work off this debt. For a long time. Painfully. Selling hot dogs on a street corner or scrubbing dishes in some dingy diner. But if I weighed the risks honestly, what was I really losing? Debt on a credit card I could restructure, or simply ignore by moving to another state. A reputation and a college education I couldn't care less about. All of that was dust compared to what I'd already lost, and what I stood to gain. As a last resort, I always had a trump card in reserve, the inventory. The temptation was real. I could vividly picture how easily it would solve every financial problem. Slip out at night, tuck a reinforced door into inventory, walk into some jewelry store, vacuum a couple of trays of diamonds into storage, and stroll right back out. But I chased those thoughts away. I genuinely didn't want to step onto that particular slope. Not out of some abstract moral code, but for purely practical reasons. This world was crawling with telepaths, sorcerers, genius detectives, street vigilantes with superhuman hearing, and all-seeing government agencies. Attracting unwanted attention in a place like this was dangerously easy, and the kinds of people that attention would bring, even under the best of circumstances, were better kept out of your life entirely. So for now I'd try to be an honest man. An ordinary working stiff with a magic pocket and a credit card. The real question was where to start. There were plenty of options. I carefully laid everything I'd bought out on the single table, and the sight of it, that craftsman's still life, settled my nerves a little. First, and most obvious, my somewhat native element, woodworking. I ran my fingers lovingly over the handles of the new chisel set and carving tools. Next to them lay sheets of sandpaper in various grits, a small sharp hacksaw, a can of varnish, and several blocks of linden and pine. The plan was simple: test different variations. Start with a basic decorative figurine, then move to something more functional, like a box, or at minimum a spoon. I needed to understand whether the system drew a distinction between things made for art and things made for use. What did it value more, beauty or utility? Second, mechanics and engineering. Since I'd mentioned a potato gun earlier, I had to follow through on that. Was I amen or not? The spud gun would happen, and that was non-negotiable. There were literally hundreds of variations online, from the most basic to nearly semi-professional. I'd settled on a classic, proven design. For it I'd bought several PVC pipes in different diameters, plastic bonding adhesive, a piezo igniter from an old lighter, fittings, and a canister of propane-butane mix. I was genuinely curious how the system would classify this build. Would it read it as a weapon? And how many OP would it hand out? I was fairly certain the answer would be in the tens. After all, a spud gun was a spud gun even in the Avengers world. Third, leatherworking. I'd initially wanted clay, but quickly realized that proper ceramics required a kiln, and all I had was a 2-burner mini stove. So I shelved the clay idea and picked up a starter leather kit instead, a few pieces of vegetable tanned hide, a sharp awl, a punch set, a spool of wax thread, and proper needles. The utility knife and metal ruler were versatile enough to cover everything else. The plan, following a few online guides, was to make myself a simple card wallet. Something practical and durable. Before starting, I gave myself a small ritual I'd carried over from my old life. I brewed strong black coffee in John's old Turkish coffee pot, which I'd polished until it gleamed. The smell filled the tiny studio and momentarily overpowered the stink of cheap wallpaper and poverty. Sitting at the table loaded with tools and materials, I looked at all of it and felt something almost forgotten: anticipation. This wasn't just starting a job. This was a declaration. In my old world, every new project started this way, with a cup of coffee and quiet planning. It was the time when I mentally walked through every stage, from first cut to final polish. Now, in this borrowed body in this borrowed apartment, the simple ritual became a bridge connecting who I used to be with who I was now. It reminded me that beneath all this Marvel chaos, at my core I was still the same. I was someone who took the disorder of raw materials and shaped them into the order of finished things. It didn't matter whether I was making a stool, a spud gun, or possibly, someday, something capable of saving lives. The process was sacred. After one more sweep of the improvised workbench and a quick mental rundown of the next steps, I decided not to overcomplicate it and to start in order. With wood. With what was familiar. If it earned me the remaining 50 OP, I'd be overjoyed. Everything else would go toward farming for the next roll. So what should I carve so the system clearly registers it as a wooden figurine? And at exactly what point does it mark the work complete? I asked aloud, picking up a small linden block roughly the size of my fist. The instant my fingers closed around it, I felt something like relief. Deep, almost physical. The soft, sweet scent of linden, its pliable, even-grained texture, all of it was painfully familiar. This was a piece of my old world, a tangible anchor in this ocean of madness. Not paper cranes, not student lectures. Real work. I picked up the carving tool, and its wooden handle settled into my palm perfectly. For a moment I closed my eyes, and a memory surfaced with startling clarity, sitting on the freshly planed porch of my house back home, the summer sun warm on my back, while the neighbor's 6-year-old, Lyoshka, squatted beside me watching in wide-eyed silence as a simple wooden horse emerged from a block just like this one. I remembered pressing it into his hands, and the way his whole face lit up with pure, uncomplicated joy. A small moment from a life I no longer had. The pain was sharp, like the blade in my hand. I held still for a second, staring at the block. This wasn't going to be just a figurine. It was a ghost from the past, a memory made solid. And then a thought surfaced: what if the system read more than complexity and materials? What if it registered emotional investment? Intent. After all, that horse for Lyoshka hadn't just been a craft project. There had been warmth in it, a genuine wish to delight a child, a sliver of soul. And what was I putting into this now? Cold calculation. A hunger for OP. I was a craftsman working a deal with the devil, and my output was just currency. I wondered whether the system would notice the difference. If I carved this figurine with the same warmth as that horse, would it reward me more? Or was a soulless mechanism only ever processing variables in a formula? I smirked. Trying to charm or guilt a universal artifact was foolishness. But I'd still try to put into those smooth curves not just skill, but that quiet joy of making something, for my own sake, if nothing else. All right. Enough sentimentality. There was a task. Wooden figurines. Despite never thinking of myself as a sculptor, Years of woodworking had left their mark, and rabbits had always come out particularly well for some reason. Simple, recognizable form. No point reinventing the wheel. I settled into the work, turned on a news channel in the background on the laptop, and got started. The shavings curled down onto the table in even, fragrant spirals, the carving tool sang its quiet, steady song, and I nearly forgot where I was and why I was doing any of this. I was just working. And it was wonderful. Meanwhile, representatives of damage control report that cleanup work from the recent incident in the Bronx is expected to be completed by Friday. City Hall is again urging residents not to approach the cordoned-off blocks. I chuckled without looking up. Incident. What a clean, sterile word for what had almost certainly been another brawl between some Hulk-class and Abomination-class heavy hitter that had flattened a few city blocks in the process. And in top science news, it has been announced that brilliant scientist Dr. Otto Octavius will be holding a closed investor presentation in 1 month, on October 14th. He is expected to unveil for the first time a prototype of his neurointerface manipulators, which, according to sources, could represent a genuine breakthrough in fields ranging from surgery to construction. My hand trembled, and the carving tool took too large a chip from the future rabbit's ear. Damn. Octavius. Another genius about to take a very wrong turn. The mental calendar clicked into place. Events were just beginning to unfold. I carefully corrected the shape, tilting the bunny's head slightly to hide the defect. Working under the weight of those thoughts about the world slowly but surely rolling downhill, I brought the piece to completion. One last pass with sandpaper, and there it was, a smooth, satisfying little creature that fit perfectly in the hand. It had taken about 30 minutes. Setting it on the table, I waited with held breath for the system notification. Created simple wooden figurine. Complexity, minimal. Received +5 OP. Yes. For 30 minutes of relaxed, almost meditative work, I'd earned 5 times more OP than for a single paper crane. The system valued real craftsmanship, even in its simplest form. This wasn't just encouraging. It was a foundation. I was beginning to understand the rules of this game. Taking another block, I set to carving a second rabbit, aiming to make it an exact copy of the first. But this time I broadcast a deliberate mental note to the system: the work isn't finished until I varnish it. The system said nothing. Even when the second figurine was fully carved and sanded, there was no notification. But the moment I laid a thin coat of varnish on it with a brush and set it out on a sheet of paper to dry, the result came in immediately. Created simple varnished wooden figurine. Complexity, minimal. Received +6 OP. 1 free OP, just for spending an extra minute on finishing. My theory was confirmed. The more multi-step and complete the work, even when the extra stages were minor, the higher the final reward. By that logic, the spud gun, which involved cutting, gluing, fitting, and installing a firing mechanism, was going to pay out a lot. A serious lot. I could barely wait to get to it, but discipline came first. I needed to close out the remaining 39 OP and finally put that first roll to rest. The next 3 hours turned into a small assembly line of varnished wooden rabbits. I could have stopped once I hit the quota, but something in me kept going, feeling out the ceiling. 10th rabbit. 11th. Created simple varnished wooden figurine. Complexity, minimal. Received +3 OP. Warning. OP earning limit in the area of creating wooden figurines of minimal complexity has been partially exhausted. For the next 9 figurines, +3 OP will be awarded. Even the varnish bonus had stopped applying. Disappointing. But my total now read 112 OP. More than enough. Without drawing it out, I opened the system interface, found the Forge Reality tab, took a slow breath, and pressed the hammer icon. No flashy special effects. No light show. No epileptic gotcha animation. My system was aggressively practical. Just a plain text notification. Received blueprint, simple. Project, Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. Technology unlock costs 50 OP. This small folder contains any one schematic of your choice from those available in Arcanum. You may select both standard technology such as the featherweight axe or the elephant gun, as well as prototype inventions not included in the standard technological disciplines, such as the wonder drug, the electro-armor, or the tranquilizer gun. So, what now? I switched to the Technologies tab and found a new, grayed out, inactive line carrying the project name. Locked. What in the hell? I already paid 100 points for the role. I had honestly ground out those OP, carving those ridiculous rabbits, all to earn the right to pay again. Are you freaking kidding me? The words came out before I could stop them. Going back to the Forge Reality tab, I noticed with a sinking feeling that the cost for the next activation had gone up. Forge Reality. Cost, 150 OP. 150 for the next one. Then 200. Then 250, and so on. Unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Hot, useless rage clawed up from somewhere deep. I wanted to throw something at the wall, to smash those stupid rabbits to pieces. I reined it in. Deep breath. Let it out. Anger was a lousy advisor. I needed to think. The system wasn't a slot machine. It hadn't handed me random junk. Right from the first attempt it had given me not one specific blueprint but an entire catalog, a folder full of projects, and it had given me a choice. But choice came with a price tag. That was, in its own way, logical. Deeply aggravating, but logical. The real snag, as always, was in the details. Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. The word magic put my practical mind on alert immediately. What if the blueprint I chose had ingredients I physically couldn't obtain? What if Wonder Drug required powdered griffin horn or phoenix tears? What if Electroarmor called for vibranium, which you couldn't source outside Wakanda? What if the alloy for the featherweight axe needed URU metal from the forges of Nidavellir? Where would that leave me? The only option was to keep farming. This Arcanum was either a long-term investment in a hazy future, or it was going to surprise me pleasantly the moment I unlocked it. I looked at the remaining wooden blocks. Enough rabbits. Time to make something functional. I'd also get to check how the system rated utility objects. Either way, I'd hit the 50 OP needed for the unlock by end of day. Taking a new block and sawing off the right-sized piece with the hacksaw, I settled back in and started carving a simple wooden spoon this time. 20 minutes of work, and there was the result. Created simple wooden utensil. Complexity, minimal. Received +5 OP. Same as for the rabbit. I wasn't about to risk varnishing a spoon, but I was satisfied. Spoons were simpler and faster. The next few hours passed in steady, quiet carving, pushing the OP counter up to the target. The room filled up with shavings. The table accumulated a film of varnish and wood dust. In the corner sat a small army of wooden rabbits and a growing pile of spoons. The wood smell was thick and good. I looked at my hands. John's hands. They had picked up small scratches and splinters over the course of the day, and the first rough patches of callus were forming on my fingers. They were becoming less foreign. They were turning into working hands, a craftsman's tools. There was a pleasant fatigue in my muscles, the kind that comes after a long, productive day. Today I had done more than John Thompson had probably managed in the entire last year of his life. I wasn't just surviving. I was moving. I had set goals and reached them. They were still small goals, earn enough points, unlock a blueprint, but they existed. They gave me direction in this insane world. I didn't yet know what waited for me inside that Arcanum, but for the first time in a long while, what I felt looking toward the future wasn't fear. It was a sharp, hungry curiosity. Created simple wooden utensil. Complexity, minimal. Received +3 OP. Warning. OP earning limit in the area of creating wooden utensils of minimal complexity has been partially exhausted. For the next 9 creations, +3 OP will be awarded. My total finally sat at 65 OP, 50 of those were about to go toward the first unlock. I was finally going to get something genuinely useful out of the system. Or more precisely, a blueprint for something useful. Do you really wish to unlock blueprint? Simple. Project, Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura, 450 OP. I answered with a firm mental yes and held my breath, not quite knowing what to expect. Something remarkable, maybe. Though calling my current life remarkable was generous. Chapter 5. The first thing I saw was a list of disciplines. 8 of them, arranged like skill trees in some RPG, except that instead of virtual abilities these were entirely real, potentially lethal areas of knowledge. They didn't simply float in empty space, they seemed engraved in light against the dark background of the interface, each one accompanied by a short but dense description. Herbology, power of nature, was a discipline centered on using plants to create healing and enhancing compounds. My first instinct was skepticism. Herbology? That sounded like a course name at a wizarding school, something for overachieving girls and dedicated nerds. I pictured endless hours grinding roots with a mortar and pestle. But then it clicked. This was the Marvel Universe. A world where Wakanda grew a heart-shaped herb that granted superhuman strength, and where sentient living trees wandered through deep space. We weren't talking about chamomile and plantain here. In all likelihood I'd be hunting down lunar chamomile that bloomed once a century on Himalayan peaks, or whispering moss from Asgardian caves. Genuinely promising, without question. Creating serums that enhanced strength or accelerated regeneration was a direct road into the major leagues. But logistics were going to be, to put it mildly, an issue. I was a broke student in Hell's Kitchen. I could barely scrape together subway fare, let alone fund an expedition to Tibet. Tempting, but this was a game for the wealthy and well-connected. Setting it aside for now. Chemistry, transformation of matter, was the science of combining substances to produce new, often dangerous compounds. Now that was more like it. No abstract alchemy with miracle herbs, philosopher's stones, or lead into gold transmutation. In theory, concrete formulas, reactions, and reagents. Chemistry was foundational to everything, from household cleaning agents all the way up to sophisticated poisons and explosives. It covered both the sticky web formula a spider-themed hero used to pin criminals to walls and the acid capable of burning through a bank vault door. Dangerous? Absolutely. I wasn't a chemist, and one mistake, one wrong drop or one extra degree of heat, could cost me this apartment or my life. I could vividly picture one accidental spark turning my studio into a small branch of hell, complete with toxic smoke and furniture scraps embedded in the drywall. But the potential was enormous, and more importantly, it was accessible. Many reagents, even in crude form, could be sourced from ordinary household products. Risky, messy, but doable. Mentally noted. Explosives, controlled chaos, was, as the name suggested, the art of creating and deploying explosive substances. Blunt and unvarnished. Not pyrotechnics, but explicitly explosives. I mentally drafted a Daily Bugle headline, "Mysterious Bomber from Hell's Kitchen Strikes Again." Hard pass. Drawing the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., the FBI, or any other alphabet soup organization was not on my to-do list. I was a builder by nature, not a destroyer. But then the cold, practical corner of my brain offered a counterpoint. Explosives weren't just bombs. Smoke grenades for retreat. Flashbangs to disorient opponents. Shaped charges for getting through armored doors. These were tools. Terrifying ones, but tools. Learning the recipes was worthwhile for general awareness alone, just to understand how the stuff worked and what to expect when someone else used it. Not creating anything from this category for now. Studying it, though. Mandatory. Smithing, art of metal, covered metal processing to create armor and weapons. Something lit up in me at that. Not just interest, something deeper, something the craftsman in me recognized from a long way off. The smell of red-hot steel and coal. The deafening, rhythmic crash of hammer on anvil. The sharp hiss of heated metal plunged into water. I could almost feel it physically. This was mine. Real, honest work. But reality promptly doused that feeling with cold water. A forge. In a studio apartment. Running a power drill in this building was already a neighbor complaint waiting to happen, let alone a furnace that would fry all the wiring and probably set the building on fire. This was a goal for the far, far future, when I had my own garage or workshop. A dream worth chasing, just not today. Gunsmithing, thunder and steel, covered the creation and modification of firearms. In the United States, where you could walk into a corner store and walk out with a gun if you had the right paperwork, and sometimes even without it, spending my limited time and resources building a flintlock steampunk pistol that was outclassed by anything off the rack seemed pointless. I wasn't a gunsmith, and a homemade firearm was more likely to blow up in my hands than in anyone else's. But what if the recipes offered something more exotic? A rifle-format railgun. A plasma cutter. An electromagnetic accelerator that fired ball bearings. Or even just serious modifications, precision silencers, non-lethal ammunition, smart optics. That changed the conversation entirely. This direction depended heavily on what the system actually had to offer. Filed under, investigate further, which I acknowledged with some amusement was exactly where every other discipline had ended up so far. Electrical, spark of life, covered harnessing electricity to create remarkable devices. In a world where Tony Stark existed, this was one of the most strategically important directions available. Electricity was the language of modern technology. It spanned weapons, defense systems, and power sources for future projects, from a simple taser all the way up to sophisticated microchips, arc reactor analogs, or EMP generators. The potential was essentially limitless. But I suspected the entry threshold was brutal. This wasn't just connecting positive to negative. This was physics, mathematics, and circuit engineering at a serious level. And given where the recipes were coming from, I could easily picture schematics that included steps like charge via Thor's lightning or connect to the Tesseract. Definitely worth studying in depth, but I was fairly certain that without a solid foundation in other disciplines, particularly mechanics, I wouldn't get very far. Mechanics, movement and logic, covered designing and creating complex mechanisms and automatons. Now that was mine. Not fixing stools, but building something genuinely complex. Mechanics was the skeleton of any device: gears, levers, drives, hydraulics, the foundation everything else was built on. Want to build a serious gun? You need mechanics. Want to assemble a robot assistant? Mechanics. An exoskeleton? Mechanics again. Unlike smithing, this was something I could start on a small scale. Disassembling old equipment, digging through junkyards, building something out of whatever was at hand. This was a clear, direct path toward useful gadgets and tools that would make my life easier across every other area. As always, it came down to resources and workspace, but you could start small here as long as the recipes allowed. This was the foundation I needed. Therapeutics, technology of healing, combined chemistry and mechanics to create healing devices and powerful medicines. I gave that one a silent mental bow. This was the Joker. The ace up the sleeve. In a world where something was always exploding or collapsing, where heroes and villains clashed in battles that leveled entire city blocks, the ability to heal wasn't just a useful skill. It was survival, currency, and leverage all at once. The ability to patch your own wounds without walking into a hospital where people would start asking uncomfortable questions. The ability to create a regenerative compound or a stimulant that put you back on your feet in hours instead of weeks. This was where the real gold was buried. But it was also the biggest danger. A person capable of performing medical miracles would immediately become a target for everyone from the government to criminal syndicates. They'd either try to bring you under control or simply eliminate you before you could fall into the wrong hands. The complexity here was also staggering, demanding knowledge of chemistry, mechanics, and apparently biology as well. A critical goal for the future. Very important, but not the top priority right now. So, after a quick pass through the disciplines and their headers, I moved on to the most important stage, choosing a recipe. Opening each discipline one by one, I read carefully through the abbreviated descriptions again and flagged the most interesting and potentially viable options. Each discipline had several dozen recipes, which was a relief, because if the count had run into the hundreds, one night wouldn't have been nearly enough to evaluate them all properly. As it stood, the full collection ran to roughly 200 to 250 recipes spread across all 8 disciplines. I decided to go through them in order and record everything promising in a physical notebook to avoid losing track, starting with herbology. 7 recipes caught my eye, each useful and practical in its own way: healing balm, elixir of persuasion, fatigue pills, restorative remedy, wonder drug, potion of haste, and brew of intellect. Despite their seemingly obvious names, the descriptions for the elixir of persuasion and the fatigue pills genuinely surprised me, which is why both made the wish list. The elixir of persuasion temporarily enhanced the charisma and eloquence of whoever drank it. The fatigue pills eliminated fatigue entirely, and honestly they would have been better named anti-fatigue pills, but the effect was clear enough. Scanning the list again, I crossed out healing balm and restorative remedy. They were just weaker analogs of the wonder drug, healing options with lower ceilings. I put a star next to brew of intellect, which according to the description temporarily sharpened cognition, improving the ability to solve complex problems and notice things that would otherwise slip by undetected. Essentially NZT 48 on minimum settings. That left 5 candidates on the herbology list, with the lingering question of whether any of them required magical herbs I'd have no realistic way of obtaining. Something to think about. Moving on to chemistry. Discarding a long list of poisons of varying degrees of lethality and a collection of formulas aimed at neutralizing or enhancing magical effects, I landed on 3 recipes: acid mixture, a caustic compound capable of corroding armor, weapons, and living tissue, elixir of fire resistance, and paralysis of will poison, a powerful neurotoxin that completely immobilized a target for a period of time without killing them. Based on the brief descriptions of both the discipline and the individual recipes, I was cautiously hoping that magic wasn't deeply embedded in the chemistry tree, though doubts lingered. My gaze drifted back to Elixir of Fire Resistance. This was a perfect example of what made the arcanum so confusing to me. Where exactly was the line between science and magic? The description read, a compound that renders skin temporarily impervious to high temperatures through the formation of an unstable energy field. That sounded scientific enough on its face. But what was an unstable energy field? Was that Tony Stark's language or Doctor Strange's? If it required something like powdered scales from a mythical salamander, it was magic. If it was achievable by combining rare earth metals and irradiating them at a specific frequency, it was science, albeit incredibly complex science. The system blended these concepts without apology, calling everything a technology. Maybe for the system there truly was no difference. As Arthur Clarke once wrote, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. I was apparently going to have to make peace with that blurred boundary. The main thing was that the ingredient list didn't include entries like, add a pinch of faith and a drop of luck. That was where I might actually hit a wall. Alright, onto explosives. Molotov cocktail, dynamite, flamethrower, landmine, chlorine gas grenade. All of it went straight into the discard pile. I didn't need lethality at this stage. In the end only 2 recipes held any interest, and one of those was borderline. The firm keeper was the stun grenade, a non-lethal device that on detonation disoriented and incapacitated anyone within its radius using a bright flash and a concussive sound blast. Genuinely useful, according to the description. The second was plastic explosive, a powerful and controllable explosive that could be affixed to any surface. The controllable element was what earned it a question mark rather than an immediate discard, but my instincts still leaned toward no. On to smithing. Axes, swords, shields, armor, plate gauntlets, helmets, and even boomerangs. All of them featured properties indistinguishable from magic, or most likely were magic outright, and the recipe list was enormous. I noted nothing from this category for the simple reason that building anything from it in my current situation was realistically out of reach. Molten glass armor, for example, was described as unique armor crafted from volcanic glass that provided exceptional protection against fire. I couldn't begin to picture how you made armor from glass, or what volcanic glass even was in a practical crafting context. Shield boomerang, an aerodynamically refined shield that returned to the thrower after being launched, raised its own question: did you need to train to use it the way Captain America had, or was the return trajectory a property built into the shield during its creation, working regardless of the owner's skill level? Questions. Lots of questions I wasn't able to answer adequately yet. Moving on to gunsmithing. Things here were roughly the same story as with smithing. I couldn't realistically picture where or how I would currently assemble a harpoon gun, which fired a steel harpoon on a cable and allowed pulling enemies or objects toward you, or an elephant gun, a large caliber rifle with monstrous stopping power. Running through an impressive list of rifle, shotgun, revolver, and exotic weapon recipes, I ultimately circled just one, the Tesla rifle, which fired concentrated lightning charges that dealt massive area damage and were especially effective against mechanisms and electronics. I wouldn't be choosing it as my unlock, but nothing stopped me from noting down a Gauss cannon cranked to maximum settings. Besides, the next discipline was electrical, and I was expecting more interesting options there than just big gun makes things explode. Setting aside fully lethal options and simple store-bought shock weapon analogs like the shock staff, a staff that delivered powerful electrical discharges on contact with enemies, I landed on 3 recipes from the electrical discipline. One of them even sounded, by description alone, completely imbalanced, but there was no harm in dreaming. Mechanical spider shocker, a small automaton that scurried up to an enemy and hit them with a powerful electric discharge. Protective field generator, a device that created a small force barrier capable of stopping bullets and arrows, and the frankly absurd-sounding teleportation beacon, a complex device that once installed created an anchor point you could teleport back to using a paired remote. The protective field generator was obviously the most practical pick of the 3, setting aside the beacon, which I would almost certainly never be able to build, and which frankly sounded less like science and more like, well, that word again. Magic. Moving on to mechanics. There were quite a few recipes here, nearly as many as in smithing, though most of them were highly specialized automatons. I doubted I could assemble even a basic spider automaton, a mechanical assistant capable of combat support and carrying loads, let alone something like the medical spider, an advanced automaton programmed for first aid and capable of administering healing bombs, which presumably required healing bombs sourced from herbology or therapeutics on top of everything else. Trusting first aid to a robot I'd cobbled together on a shoestring was a concept I wasn't ready to commit to. Automatons went into the discard pile. Instead I flagged the following: mechanical dagger, a dagger with a complex spring mechanism that shot the blade forward to extend attack range, essentially nostalgia for the assassin's hidden blade; binocular goggles, an optical device for observing distant objects, though admittedly I could just buy regular binoculars, so this one had a question mark next to it even as I declined to cross it out; gyroscope, a complex device that could be integrated into weapons or armor to improve balance and accuracy, and easily the most practically useful entry in the discipline even though I had only a vague idea how it actually functioned; and finally exoskeleton, the crown jewel of the mechanic's tree, a powered frame that not only protected the wearer but significantly amplified their physical strength. That last one was firmly in the drool over the steampunk Iron Man armor on minimum settings category for now. A dream for later. On to the last discipline, and the one I was most curious about, therapeutics. I skipped past dozens of healing potion variants that differed in little beyond name, especially since their functional analogs already existed in herbology, and ended up with just 4 relatively interesting recipes. Not many, but I couldn't complain, and the real difficulty was still ahead of me anyway. In therapeutics, the 4 I landed on were: necromizer, a chemical compound that on contact with undead triggered a chain decay reaction; muscle stimulant, a powerful steroid that temporarily raised the user's strength and endurance to superhuman levels without side effects; vivisector, an extraordinarily rare and complex device that when applied to someone recently deceased could restart their heart and bring them back; and purity serum, a medicine capable of curing the most severe diseases, and even dissolving certain curses by targeting them at the cellular level. The necromizer went on the list purely as a precaution. What if a zombie apocalypse happened? This was Marvel. You couldn't rule anything out. Among the remaining 3, the vivisector was the most extraordinary option by far, but purity serum, which was functionally a healing potion pushed to its absolute ceiling, was genuinely compelling in its own right. In practice, I'd almost certainly be unable to build either one at this stage, which meant the star went to muscle stimulant. Running through the full list one more time and marking with stars the options that seemed both interesting and actually achievable, meaning nothing in the build a nuclear reactor in your kitchen category, my final shortlist came out surprisingly short: brew of intellect, paralysis of will poison, stun grenade, protective field generator, gyroscope, and muscle stimulant. 6 options I could theoretically do something with, though even protective field generator and gyroscope came with serious question marks about the level of technology they required. And I only got to pick one. This was genuinely brutal. Though, if I was being honest with myself, the choice was actually pretty obvious. Chapter 6. The choice, limited to a single option, felt like a tight collar around the neck of my ambitions. I had to cut straight to the bone. The protective field generator and the gravitational gyroscope I discarded immediately. Both projects looked and sounded like titans compared to what I was capable of right now. Assembling either would require, at minimum, a full workshop, and at maximum an entire industrial complex and probably a budget I couldn't even imagine. Those were goals for a future version of me that didn't exist yet. The stun grenade, though temptingly practical, felt too limited. It was a consumable, a tactical tool that in a pinch could be bought or replaced with something similar. No. I needed something fundamental. That left 3 cards on my mental table, hopefully trump cards: the poison, the muscle stimulant, and the intellect brew. The muscle stimulant beckoned, tempting me with its promise of strength without side effects. In a world where a super-strong thug could be lurking around any given corner, raw physical power was a serious argument. But the longer I read through the recipe lists, the clearer it became: brute force was just a tool. And I wanted to be the one who built those tools. And so, intellect. It was the foundation of foundations, the base on which anything else could be built. It was what would allow me not just to blindly follow blueprints received from the forge, but to understand them at a deep, intuitive level. To modify them, maybe. Improve them. Beyond that, in this universe, intellect was not just an advantage, it was a weapon of strategic significance. Reed Richards, whose mind stretched as easily as his body, bending the very fabric of reality. Tony Stark, who had built a heart for himself and armor for the world out of scrap metal in a cave. Otto Octavius. Victor Von Doom. Hank Pym. Even the perpetually broke Peter Parker. Countless people in this world had climbed to extraordinary heights, or plunged to the depths of madness, on the strength of nothing but a non-trivial mind. If this brew could overclock my processor even temporarily, even by a couple of measly units, the horizons that would open up before me were probably beyond anything my current, gray state of consciousness could even suspect. And there was another reason. A more personal one, sharp as a splinter driven under a nail, the kind I tried not to think about. In my past life, I was not a genius. I was not an idiot either, no. Just ordinary. One of billions of interchangeable parts in a giant mechanism. I had studied hard, gripped my work with both hands, tried to leap out of my own skin to achieve something meaningful, but there was always someone smarter, faster, more talented. I had watched ideas that wandered through my head as vague, foggy shapes get embodied by other people into brilliant, successful projects. I had felt possibilities I had not thought of in time drift away to those who could calculate 3 moves ahead. It was not so much offensive as it was exhausting. A constant, grinding race in which you already know your place ahead of time, somewhere in the middle of the pack. That was actually why, at a certain point, I had dropped everything and moved out to the countryside, and in all honesty I had never regretted it. But here, in a world where the stakes were immeasurably higher, where on one end of the scale sat Tony Stark's genius and on the other the Green Goblin's madness, being ordinary was a death sentence. The muscle stimulant would give me strength, the ability to run or fight back. But it would not teach me to see the trap before I fell into it. It would not let me create something that could level the playing field against gods and monsters. And intellect was not just a weapon. It was my personal rebellion against a past defined by mediocrity. A chance not just to survive, but to finally become what I had always wanted deep down and never managed to be, the architect of my fate, not just another extra in someone else's story. I walked to the window. Below, faceless figures flowed along the sidewalk. In my past life I had been one of them. A person living by rules written by others, buying tools made in other people's factories, building with materials produced by other people's technologies, following laws drafted by hands that were not mine. My creative drive had been boxed in by the rigid constraints of the physical world, the law, and my own limited knowledge. The muscle stimulant would make me a stronger, more durable part in someone else's machine. The intellect brew would give me a chance to become the mechanic. Not just following instructions, but writing my own. Not a user of the system but a developer of it. That thought was more intoxicating than any whiskey. The ability not just to adapt to this insane world, but to understand its fundamental principles and, perhaps, nudge them a little in my favor. That was the highest form of craft I had never even let myself dream about before. And it settled my choice once and for all. Strength is a tool. Intellect is the hand that holds all the tools. There was still one problem, one my mind had already turned over dozens of times, the ingredients. What if I could not obtain them because of their rarity or their price? What if they simply did not exist in this world? The second possibility I dismissed, trusting the system's adaptability. It should be able to adjust the recipe, find analogs. But the first was a real concern. Fine. In any case, this was a long-term investment. If I could not brew it in the coming days or even months, I would get to it later. I was not going to stand still in the meantime. At minimum, I planned to build a spud gun. At maximum, I honestly did not know. The Death Star, maybe. I focused back on the internal interface. It did not look like a computer screen so much as a semi-transparent mental blueprint suspended directly in my consciousness. Text and icons glowed with a soft, ghostly blue light, and navigation happened not through eye movement but through pure intention. I thought about selecting the intellect brew, and the corresponding line in the list lit up. The confirm button glowed next to the number -50 OP, and in the center of the expanded window a three-dimensional model of a small flask with shimmering liquid rotated slowly. I paused for a moment. 50 points. Earned by honest, painstaking labor. My first serious investment in something genuinely tangible, even if only in a future sense. The thought that it might come to nothing sent a cold prickle down my spine. What if the recipe turned out to be unfeasible? What if I had just burned my OP for nothing? I shoved those thoughts away with force. The man who refuses to risk anything stays in his cardboard box in Hell's Kitchen until the end of his days, flinching at every shadow. I gathered myself and formed the mental command, putting everything I had into it. Confirm. The blue inscription flashed. The number 50 scattered into a myriad of glowing particles and vanished, and my balance updated to a bleak 15 OP. Then came the pain. It was nothing like an ordinary headache. It felt as though 2 white-hot nails had been driven into my temples and then twisted. Sharp, but brief, like a lightning strike. It passed after a moment and left behind a ringing silence in my skull and then knowledge. I knew the recipe for that brew perfectly, down to the last molecule, down to the smallest nuance. This was not like reading a book or watching a video. The knowledge did not appear in my head. It became part of me, as though it had always been there, like a suddenly resurfaced memory from deep in a forgotten childhood. It was not just an ingredient list. I could feel them. I could almost touch the velvety, near-ghostly surface of the phantom orchid's petals. The sharp, sterile smell of isopropyl alcohol sat on the back of my tongue. I could almost hear the quiet, harmonic hum of a charging quartz crystal. The synthesis process unfolded in my mind not as a dry diagram but as a vivid, three-dimensional film playing out in a fraction of a second. I watched phantasmine molecules, the orchid's active compound, arrange themselves into complex chains and bond with silver ions. I observed the quartz crystal lattice vibrating under an electrical discharge, releasing the catalytic pulse that triggered the reaction. It was frightening and wonderful at the same time. The system had not just handed me instructions. It had implanted the experience of a non-existent alchemist directly into my brain. And that led to serious thoughts. What else could it upload into me? The muscle memory of a seasoned pilot? The practiced knowledge of a neurosurgeon? The entire accumulated wisdom of a vanished civilization? The potential of celestial forge ran far deeper and far more dangerous than I had assumed. Beyond the recipe itself and the processing methods, I had also received information about the ingredients. And that was the most critical part. Without knowing where and how to find a phantom orchid, the recipe would be nothing but a useless line of text. But I knew. The recipe was not prohibitively complex, but it demanded precision and some fairly specific conditions. 4 main components. Active agent, phantom orchid pollen. Extractant, isopropyl alcohol, 99.9% plus purity. Conductor, colloidal silver, concentration around 20 ppm. Catalyst, attuned quartz crystal. Then the process. The quartz crystal had to be placed inside a Faraday cage and charged with a lightning discharge. Then the extraction, in complete darkness, phantom orchid pollen and isopropyl alcohol had to be mixed to produce phantasmine extract, the key substance in the entire brew. Final stage, synthesis, the finished extract and the colloidal silver were combined in a flask, and the charged crystal was brought near it. Its field triggered a chain reaction. The output was approximately 20 to 30 milliliters of clear liquid, 1 dose of the intellect brew, with an effect lasting a couple of hours. What exactly did it do? That was the most interesting part. It all came down to phantasmine, an extremely unstable but powerful alkaloid that functioned as a universal neural conductor. It would not make me smarter in any permanent sense. Instead, it would force my brain to operate at absolute peak efficiency. It would accelerate synaptic connections to something approaching the speed of light, sharpen access to every layer of memory including the deepest ones, and multiply my capacity for analysis and pattern recognition. The temporary nature of the effect came from the catalyst breaking down quickly into harmless components, after which the neural network returned to its baseline state. This is basically NZT-48, I muttered, turning over the problem of the main ingredient. The effect is practically the same. Interesting. The real challenge is going to be those temperamental phantom orchids. Temperamental was an understatement. The flower was essentially an endemic to places with residual creation energy, or where the boundaries of reality had grown thin. It only became material and visible at night. During the day it existed as nothing more than a knot of raw energy. That was also why the extraction had to be done in complete darkness. The orchid could not tolerate ultraviolet light. As for where to find such places, I had a rough idea. In the Marvel universe, and specifically in New York, there should be plenty of them. Abandoned sanctuaries. Sites of recent battles between powerful mages. Even the Greenwich Village area, where the sanctum sanctorum of the still-future Doctor Strange supposedly stood. In theory, any location with a high enough magical background could work. The orchid problem was solvable, at least in principle. What about the rest? Isopropyl alcohol of that purity was a standard laboratory reagent, and a quick internet search was reassuring. It could be ordered from any industrial chemical supplier. Colloidal silver could either be purchased or made, though the latter required a small lab setup, so buying was the simpler path. A quartz crystal of the required size and purity was equally accessible. Geological supply shops existed for exactly that purpose. No serious, insurmountable obstacles. I exhaled in genuine relief. The system had managed to adapt the recipe to this world and to my current means. That was hard not to appreciate. I opened the system interface and glanced once more at the lonely 15 OP in the corner. Only then did I notice I had never actually switched over from the Forge tab to the Technologies tab. When I did, what greeted me instead of the expected emptiness stopped me cold. Blueprint, simple. Project, Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. Technology unlock cost, 100 OP. So technologies aren't one time. The words came out louder than I intended, and something enormous lifted off my chest the moment I said them. It was almost too good to be true. And so what if the unlock cost for the next recipe from the same project had doubled? The muscle stimulant, healing potions, the protective field generator, and a whole list of other interesting options were all still on the table. They were still coming. I desperately wanted to break into villainous laughter, but I held it back. Not yet. This news flipped my entire strategy on its head. I had believed that each choice was final, that I was walking a narrow, single road with every other path cut off behind me. But this was not a road. It was a central square, with dozens of roads branching out from it in every direction, and given enough time I could walk all of them. Technologies were no longer singular, irreversible decisions. They were components in a larger system. I could plan combinations, build synergies, and keep strengthening without limit. So, next steps. First, save up 150 OP and hit the gacha a second time. If a blueprint loaded with useful recipes counted as simple, I was equal parts terrified and intensely curious about what hid behind the higher rarity tiers. Iron Man armor. Rick's portal gun. An atomic 3D printer. The guesses could go on forever. Technology was my key to everything. Second, create the intellect brew. Ideally several batches. Use them in critical situations, when designing complex devices, or when facing problems that required genuine creative leaps. Third, unlock the muscle stimulant recipe. Or, if the second spin dropped something more interesting, adjust accordingly. Fourth, earn money and build a real life. Drop out of college, which at this point felt like a waste of time, move into better housing, ideally a private place with a garage I could convert into a lab, buy a car, and handle the rest of the mundane details. Fifth, do not die. Though this was less a step and more of a permanent condition underlying all the others. Do not attract the attention of government agencies. Keep a low profile. Do not play hero. Do not walk into trouble on purpose. Avoid every single mistake that 99.9% of Isekai protagonists in every book seem to make with cheerful enthusiasm. Of course, they had plot armor. Did I? Could a system count as one? There had to be seers, prophets, and other superpowered beings in this world for whom my anomalous growth rate would shine like a beacon in the night. And yet I had not been neutralized. Which meant either I was destined to play some key role in the future, or I was so insignificant I had not registered on anyone's radar yet, or, the option I liked most, my system made me a blind spot for anyone looking. All right. Setting those thoughts aside since they were clearly above my current pay grade. Time to build the Spud Gun 3000. I yawned properly and finally noticed the clock. 1 in the morning. Given that I had last slept less than 5 hours ago, punishing my body further would be genuinely stupid. Fine. The Spud Gun could wait until tomorrow. What could not wait were the inventory experiments. They would not take long, but they would give me a clear picture of what was practically my only material ability with anything resembling the word super attached to it. First experiment, the most obvious one, containers. I did not have a box handy, so I pulled out a desk drawer, tossed in some odds and ends, a pen, an eraser, a couple of paper clips, an old key, then touched the whole thing and mentally sent it to inventory. Success. 1 slot taken, contents included. Excellent. But what about those contents? Was the drawer acting as a container that preserved the relative position of its objects, or did everything collapse into a common heap in subspace? I returned the drawer to reality, carefully arranged the pen, eraser, and a few coins inside, and memorized their exact positions. I sent it back to inventory and immediately retrieved it. Everything sat exactly where I had placed it, down to the millimeter. The inventory preserved not just the container itself but its entire internal structure. That opened up enormous possibilities for transporting complex and fragile equipment in the future. No vibration. No impact. No shifting. Next, liquids. I poured water into a glass and tried to inventory just the water by running a finger across its surface. Nothing happened. The system apparently required clearly defined object boundaries. I inventoried the entire glass of water instead. That worked. When I retrieved it, not a single drop had spilled. More than that, there was no condensation on the outside of the glass at all, despite the warmth of the room. That pointed to a complete stasis, not just of time but of thermodynamic processes. The next logical test was time itself. I started the stopwatch on my phone, put the phone in inventory, waited what felt like around 30 seconds, and retrieved it. The stopwatch showed the exact same time as when it had disappeared, to the hundredth of a second. Time inside inventory was frozen. Noted. Then came the experiment involving living things. Scanning the room, I spotted a small spider in the upper corner of the ceiling. I carefully extended a finger to it and tried to place it in inventory. The system's response was instant and unambiguous. Living beings cannot be placed in inventory. Fair enough. I had not been particularly attached to the idea anyway. Weight and dimensions, the heaviest things in the studio were a half-empty refrigerator and a 2-meter wardrobe. Both went into inventory and came back out without the slightest resistance. The upper limits of weight and size had not been established yet, and they appeared to be considerable. Final round, physics. I heated a pan on the stove until it was sizzling hot and inventoried it. Then I crumpled a sheet of paper into a ball, tossed it into the air, and inventoried it mid-flight. When I returned the ball, it simply appeared in my hand, stationary, with none of its falling momentum preserved. I repeated the test with a heavier wooden block. Same result. Momentum was not conserved. Heat, on the other hand, absolutely was. When I retrieved the pan 10 minutes later, heat was still radiating off it exactly as if I had just pulled it from the burner. The stasis genuinely extended to thermodynamics as well. As I lay down to sleep, I ran through the results one final time. The lack of momentum preservation was a mild disappointment. The idea of launching objects directly out of inventory had been an appealing one. But on reflection it was also a relief. It meant I could not accidentally cause a disaster by retrieving something heavy while moving at speed. To put it plainly, the system was not just powerful, it was also, in its own way, safe. It gave me extraordinary capabilities but drew clear lines around them. Living beings cannot be placed in inventory. Momentum is not preserved. These were not bugs. They were features. Rules that pushed me toward more elegant solutions rather than raw, brute force ones. The system did not want me to become a god hurling asteroids out of my pocket. It wanted me to stay a craftsman. A smart, resourceful, inventive craftsman who worked within the laws of his world and used every tool at his disposal to reach his goals. That approach suited me. It was, in its own strange way, honest. Before I finally drifted off, I smiled to myself. Tomorrow I would build a potato cannon. It would be a ridiculous, almost childish project. But in this new world, it was something more than that. It would be my first real act of creation, something more complex than folding paper. My first true step forward. Chapter 7. The next morning greeted me not just with a good mood but with a genuine mental explosion, a tsunami of pure energy. Waking up felt like an electric shock, but not the painful kind. It was invigorating, and it evaporated every last trace of sleep and yesterday's fatigue in an instant. I launched out of bed carrying a fierce, primal charge of energy, with a clarity of purpose and an itching in my fingertips to create something that I was fairly certain I'd never felt once in my entire past life. This was what the damned system could do to an ordinary person, shatter his apathy and turn him into an obsessed workaholic. Terrifying. But also devilishly, intoxicatingly good. Not even trying to resist the powerful internal impulse demanding I start immediately, I moved like a well-oiled machine. A quick, nearly ice-cold shower to get the blood fully moving. A hurried breakfast of leftover pizza, swallowed without much attention to taste because my thoughts were already somewhere else entirely. And then there I was, standing over the table that had become my operating room. Laid out neatly across its surface were PVC pipes, a knife, sheets of sandpaper, a tube of sharp-smelling adhesive, and a simple piezo lighter. The laptop screen cast a bluish glow across my face, a basic online tutorial open on it. I started building. The potato gun. The potato cannon. What I had privately and ceremonially christened the Spud Gun 3000. A simple construction that in the fevered nightmares of overzealous politicians would qualify as a weapon of mass destruction capable of annihilating all known life. In harsh reality, though, it was just a clever arrangement of connected PVC pipes and flammable gas. From the main pipe, the barrel, a potato tuber was launched by the pressure of expanding gases and sent on its way as a projectile. Depending on the build, the seal quality, and the fuel used, a potato could travel anywhere from several dozen to several hundred meters. My build was going to be laughably simple, so I was realistically counting on a solid 50 meters, no more. First I tackled the pipes. My movements were precise and calibrated, as though I'd been doing this my whole life. The combustion chamber, cut from wide 80mm pipe in a section about 40 centimeters long, got an unscrewing cap on top for loading fuel. The barrel, cut from narrower 50mm pipe and running about a meter long for better projectile acceleration, I carefully sanded at both ends until the cuts were perfectly smooth so nothing would interfere with the gluing. I glued a cap firmly onto one end of the combustion chamber, breathing in the sharp chemical smell of the adhesive as it tickled my nostrils unpleasantly. On the other end I fitted an adapter stepping down from 80 to 50 millimeters. Then, with the same meticulous precision, I glued the long barrel pipe to the adapter. The main frame of the legendary Spud gun was done, and it looked surprisingly formidable. Next came the ignition system, the heart of the whole thing. I drilled 2 tiny holes in the chamber cap for 4mm diameter screws, then drove the screws in at a slight angle so that their metal tips inside the chamber sat just 2 to 3 millimeters apart, functioning as improvised but effective electrodes. To the screw heads sticking out on the outside I carefully connected wires stripped from a disassembled piezo lighter, and then taped the lighter body itself securely to the combustion chamber with several layers of tape. I pressed the button. Click. A bright, sharp bluish spark with a dry crack jumped between the screw tips. Perfect. Practically ready. Last touches before the triumphant test, a final check of all joints for airtightness and, of course, sourcing suitable ammunition. That last part required a quick run to the nearest grocery store. Less than an hour after starting, the legend was complete. With satisfying effort I pressed a large, dense potato into the barrel and felt the pipe's edge shave off a thin layer of skin around it, creating a perfect seal. I unscrewed the cap on the combustion chamber and injected a generous burst of propane butane from a lighter refill canister. Then I walked to the window, threw it open to let the cool morning city air into the room, and aimed the Spud gun upward, targeting the flat roof of the neighboring building. My heart beat just a little faster. I pressed the lighter. A short but surprisingly satisfying and ear-pleasing pop. The potato projectile departed with an invisible whistle, successfully leaving the orbit of my 5th-floor apartment, if not Earth orbit itself. At the same moment a system notification bloomed in soft blue light in front of my eyes. Created simple weapon construction, potato gun. Complexity, minimal. Received +50 OP. I immediately leaned out the window trying to track the tuber's flight, but it turned into a dark dot too quickly and vanished against the morning sky. The sharp chemical smell of burned gas hit my nose, mingled with a faint, almost sweet scent of scorched starch. The gun body in my hands was noticeably warm, and the recoil, weak as it was, had pushed pleasantly against my shoulder like confirmation that a real event had just occurred. This was real creation. Not a paper figurine, not a drawing, not a line of code. A functional, if primitive, device. In some sense, even a weapon. I ran a finger along the smooth PVC, feeling the barely perceptible seams at the joints I'd glued with my own hands. The satisfaction was deep and almost intoxicating. I hadn't just followed a recipe off the internet. I had taken separate, unrelated pieces of matter, pipes and a lighter and glue, and through force of will and knowledge and hands had turned them into something whole, something with a purpose and a function. It was a small, almost childish miracle, but it was mine. In that moment I understood that the celestial forge wasn't just a system mechanic for dispensing points. It was the essence of creativity itself, elevated to something absolute, a catalyst for creative will. And if I was already feeling this kind of genuine, almost childlike delight from a potato gun, what was I going to feel when I assembled something truly complex? A protective field generator. Power armor. A wide, predatory grin spread across my face on its own. I had barely started, and an entire universe of possibilities was waiting ahead of me. As for the +50 OP, it was exactly what I'd expected. For complex and at least somewhat functional creations, the system was generous. Another noteworthy detail was that the build had received a name designation. If I wasn't mistaken, this was the first time the system had given something a proper name. Everything up to now had been limited to generic, faceless categories like figurine, utensil, origami. This felt like recognition. So, current count, 65 OP. Simple arithmetic told me that if I built just 2 more Spud guns, which cost no significant money, time, or effort to make, I could spin Forge reality again within a couple of hours. And no, I was not a gambling addict. That was a firm and unambiguous statement. This was cold, rational calculation. Simply the most efficient method available right now for getting a new technology package. The only problem was that in my short-sightedness I had bought materials for exactly one spud gun. Which meant another trip to the hardware store to stock up on PVC pipes and piezo lighters. Fine. The walk would air out my head and stretch my legs. I should probably be doing physical activity anyway, given that my current physique resembled a skinny pole. Or maybe not yet. What if I pulled something from the system roulette like super soldier serum recipe for home use, or better yet, the finished serum itself in a neat little vial? Right. For now I'd remain a skinny weakling. Physical training could wait. Priorities were set. It was Friday, September 11, 2015, and outside the weather was surprisingly warm and pleasant. I threw on a simple gray hoodie, jeans, and old sneakers, stepped out of my modest apartment, and was already thinking about what I'd do after farming OP on spud guns. Walking down the street, I couldn't help noticing how completely my perception of the world had shifted. Literally a day ago I saw nothing around me but gray buildings, a faceless crowd, and potential threats lurking in every dark alley. Now my gaze picked up details with an engineer's hunger. I looked at construction scaffolding and mentally estimated how the design could be improved by adding cross-bracing for greater stability. I spotted an old, humming air conditioner bolted to a wall and mentally disassembled it into components, wondering whether there was a useful fan motor or copper heat exchanger inside. A street lamp stopped being just a light source. I found myself thinking about its wiring, its bulb type, whether something useful could be salvaged from its sturdy aluminum housing. The whole world had turned into a vast warehouse of raw materials and unrealized projects. The Celestial Forge had infected me with a creation virus, and now I saw everything through one single lens. What can I make from this? It was like professional deformation amplified 1,000 times. Better not get too carried away for now, though. I already had things to do. At minimum I couldn't ignore the leatherworking. I'd spent money on that kit and needed something to show for it. And the potion of intellect was absolutely worth creating. If the system awarded OP for it, and I was somehow completely certain it would, the count there would probably be in the hundreds. Everything still depended on what I pulled from the second spin and whether I had the brains to absorb and implement whatever I received. Lost in thought, I barely noticed that I'd nearly reached the store. I went in, bought everything needed to build 5 more spud guns, which was the most I could carry without pulling out the inventory for something this trivial, and headed back home. Along the way, at a certain moment, I noticed a burst of animated energy rippling through the people on the sidewalk. Passers-by stopped walking, raised their heads, pointed upward. I raised mine too. And saw her. On a thin, nearly invisible thread of web cutting through the space between buildings, a black and white figure moved at speed. Spider-Woman. Despised by one well-known mustachioed journalist, and viewed with mostly warm approval by the rest of New York. She was close. Swinging between buildings, she executed a wide, elegant arc, and for one brief, frozen moment our gazes nearly met. I had time to take in the details of her costume, the crisp black and white design hugging her frame, the hood that gave her silhouette a quality of mystery, the large white mask lenses that concealed her face while somehow still managing to look expressive. She moved with an inhuman, liquid grace, like a drop of mercury, and yet power radiated from every motion, like a bowstring stretched to its absolute limit. Her web shooters fired with a quiet but distinct FWWWT, and she soared above the street, throwing a bold challenge at gravity. Then she disappeared around a corner, leaving behind a sidewalk full of stunned onlookers with open mouths and one man standing in the middle of the pavement holding a stupid bag of PVC pipes. Suddenly all my pride over the spud gun felt pathetic. Naive and childish. Up there was real power. Real technology, or mutation, it didn't matter. Something that placed its owner on an entirely different level of existence. And I had assembled a gun that shot potatoes. An icy, sticky sweat broke over me. Reading comics and watching movies was one thing. Seeing this with your own eyes in 3 dimensions, with real sound, with the actual wind displacement from her flight, was something else entirely. The threats in this world weren't abstract. They were just as real, fast, and lethal as anything you could imagine. And my main goal, don't die, suddenly stopped being just the top line on a priority list. It became a physical necessity, obsessive and pulsing in my temples. I needed more. Much more. Immeasurably more than the ability to shoot potatoes. And then there was the spider side of things to consider. If there was no Spider-Man here, no Peter and no Miles, then the first one, the brilliant but fragile and insecure kid, might do something catastrophic trying to follow the heroic path of his braver girlfriend, if he and Gwen were even close in this version of events. And Miles, well, he could potentially become the Prowler's successor, following his uncle's footsteps, but that was a relatively contained threat compared to a Peter Lizard scenario, or a Peter Goblin, or Venom. The universe didn't seem like the type to let a wounded genius just slip through its fingers untouched. The only question was what specific path had been prepared for him in this particular branch. And whether I should even get involved. Obviously I shouldn't get involved. I had already supposedly reached and accepted this conclusion. But some threats had a way of coming to your door on their own, and that wasn't a figure of speech. Sooner or later I was going to have to engage with various events, because I had absolutely no idea which of the infinite variations of the Marvel Universe I'd landed in, and the probability of a global extinction-level disaster was not zero. And I wanted to live. That was, when you stripped everything else away, the single overriding priority behind every step I took in this world. Without arriving at anything more specific than a reconfirmation that I needed to keep doing what I was doing, sit quietly, keep a low profile, and build up my capabilities, I finally reached my apartment. On the way I hadn't forgotten to stop at the grocery store and pick up more potatoes. Not just food anymore. Strategic ammunition. Created simple weapon construction, potato gun. Complexity, minimal. Received plus 40 OP. Created simple weapon construction, potato gun. Complexity, minimal. Received plus 30 OP. Created simple weapon construction, potato gun. Complexity, minimal. Received plus 20 OP. System, take it easy. Cutting OP that sharply for each additional spud gun was aggressive. I understood this was a safeguard against mindless grinding, but I had genuinely believed I could crank out a dozen of these things and walk away with 500 OP total. Yeah, only in my most optimistic fantasies. Regardless, I now had 155 OP in total. I settled comfortably onto the couch, crossed my fingers, and mentally pressed the glowing Forge Reality 150 OP button. Received information package, common. Risk of disassembly, mouse hunt. Unlocking information package costs 100 OP. When creating a trap, one must account for how frequently the hunter moves between regions, as well as the wide variety of mice capable of completely destroying a trap. Since designing an unbreakable trap will likely make it cumbersome, the alternative approach is to design it to break intelligently. This philosophy, applied to your craft endeavors, allows you to create things designed to safely disassemble into components regardless of circumstances. You will have to reassemble the item after breakage, but the risk of it flying apart completely under the force of a dragon mouse's fire is eliminated. You can create items that, when destroyed, break into parts without losing any components. Traps, weapons, or tools easily disassemble and reassemble anywhere, making them resilient to powerful enemy attacks. I reread the description several times slowly, and my brain started running the calculations at full speed. This wasn't just a repair skill. This was an entire engineering philosophy. Break intelligently. It meant I could deliberately build controlled weak points into any construction, points that under critical load would act as fuses, preventing the whole device from shattering into useless fragments. I pictured a power gauntlet. An enemy hits it with inhuman force. An ordinary gauntlet either holds or cracks and flies apart into pieces. Mine, designed with risk of disassembly in mind, simply comes apart into several large, intact modules, power source, field projector, handle. All components undamaged. I find somewhere to hide, spend 60 seconds reassembling, and I'm back in the fight. This fundamentally changed everything. Durability and repairability stopped being passive characteristics and became active, dynamic forms of protection. And what if I applied this not to defense but to offense? Could I build a projectile that on impact, intelligently disassembled, releasing its internal components as shrapnel or a chemical payload with maximum effect? Or a trap that after triggering didn't destroy itself but simply unfolded, ready to be quickly reset? Thoughts swarmed through my head like a disturbed hive. This seemingly simple, common information package was a genuine treasure for an engineer. It gave me not a new recipe but a new way of thinking. By first impression alone, this skill was going to be extremely useful to me down the line. Something I assembled for one purpose and then outgrew. I could break it apart cleanly and reclaim the components for the next project without wasting anything. I wasn't going to spend the 100 OP on unlocking it right now, though, because according to the plan I had muscle stimulant lined up next, and that came after creating the potion of intellect. Which meant yet another trip to the store to buy everything needed for it, and then waiting on a thunderstorm to charge the quartz crystal's lattice with lightning. Though, thinking about it properly, I could probably manage without the thunderstorm if I found an alternative charging method. The irony was that to think about it properly, I needed the potion of intellect. I was going to have to scour the forums for an alternative to lightning charging. Shaking off the spiral of obsessive planning that was starting to pull me under, I refocused. Time to get started on the first truly remarkable thing I was going to build. Creating the potion of intellect would be direct proof that I was capable of producing non-trivial items with the potential to change outcomes. It would give me a real boost of confidence, and the OP reward for it definitely wasn't something to dismiss. So, while it was still daylight, it was time to go buy a crystal. Chapter 8. By 8 p.m., after a solid stretch of forum diving, I had mapped out my route for the night, 5 locations. I'd also tentatively solved the crystal charging problem, though that wasn't something I'd be tackling today or even tonight. What I actually needed right now was to find the ghost orchid, and this whole endeavor could realistically take anywhere from a couple of hours to the entire night if I was unlucky and the orchid turned out to be at the very last stop on my route. Or if I was really unlucky and didn't find it at all. Either way, I needed at least a few hours of sleep first. By 11 p.m. I could head out for the night's work. I woke to my alarm at 11, ate a proper meal, then packed my backpack with focused, almost military precision, which was quite a statement from someone who, just yesterday, had considered checking the charge on his power bank the height of expedition preparation. Tonight it contained an LED flashlight with several spare batteries, a multi-tool, a small but very sharp knife, a coil of strong nylon rope, gloves with rubberized palms, a compact first aid kit, and a couple of energy bars and a water bottle. Naturally, all of it had cost money. Every item in that backpack wasn't just an object but a small insurance policy against the unknown. The flashlight, not only to see by, but to push back the primal fear of the dark that lives in every person, a fear that even my mental age couldn't fully override. The multi-tool, a pocket-sized kit capable of solving 100 small problems, from cutting wire to opening a can, for the moments when the night ran long or something arose that couldn't be fixed with patience and duct tape. The knife, cold and heavy in my hand, was my symbol of absolute last resort, the option I didn't want to think about but had to be ready for. I was not a fighter or a survivalist. But this night demanded I become something more than an art student. I had no idea exactly what I'd be up against, but urban exploration forums had taught me one clear lesson: it was always better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. The system hadn't handed me any combat skills or useful items yet, which meant my primary weapons were foresight and my inventory, which could hold considerably more than this modest backpack. I ran through the mental checklist one more time. Everything seemed to be in order. The most critical item, my phone loaded with maps and location notes, sat in the inner pocket of my hoodie. A low hum of apprehension mixed with anticipation in my chest. This wasn't a night stroll. This was, technically, my first real foray into the world of ingredients, the kind you couldn't buy for any amount of money. And a great deal depended on it going well. Without wasting time, of which I had precious little, I moved quickly to the subway, staying out of alleys and any suspiciously dark stretches of street. Hell's Kitchen wasn't the friendliest neighborhood for a lone pedestrian at night, but luck was with me. I made it to the nearest line without incident, boarded the train, and headed east toward the New York Public Library. The subway ride took only 10 minutes. If I'd walked, it would have been 40, and I'd never have made it within any reasonable time frame given that Fifth Avenue wasn't exactly close to my end of things. But there I stood in front of the imposing, majestic facade of one of the largest libraries in the world. The building itself didn't interest me. What interested me was in its basement, in the closed archives below. According to accounts from people who'd been down there, both with and without permission, the library's closed archives felt different. People described it as though you'd tapped directly into the Earth's informational field and were absorbing, at some level, the accumulated weight of everything humanity had ever written down. That might have sounded like one person's overactive imagination, but it wasn't. Various forums, various unconnected people, and even a few documentary productions had touched on this. If there was some kind of informational anomaly here, then the ghost orchid could theoretically be growing somewhere within it. After circling the building and confirming that the guards were stationed inside, that the exterior appeared clear, and that there were no visible cameras near the service entrance to the basement, I approached a massive iron door that looked several times older than me. I touched the large carved lock and placed it in my inventory. Then I pushed the door open and stepped into the basement, a stone corridor running inward. Pulling out my flashlight and switching it on, I moved forward, steering away from the rooms closest to the main archive stacks. I was interested in the darkest, most distant, most thoroughly forgotten corners of this repository of knowledge. With every step down the stone stairs, the temperature dropped noticeably. The air grew heavier, as though I were descending into a layer of water. The walls, built from roughly hewn stone blocks, seemed to exhale cold, carrying in them the echoes of everyone who had walked here over the past decades, perhaps centuries. It felt like a kind of time travel, a descent into a parallel world that existed quietly beneath the bustling, noisy New York above. Down here, time moved differently. It slowed to a lazy whisper, and the only reminder of the modern world was the sharp, clean beam of my LED flashlight picking ancient masonry and cobwebs out of the dark. A few turns and another dozen meters of descent later, the oldest section of the library archives appeared before me. A bronze plaque beside a second massive door read, 1670 to 1920. The lock was standard, identical to the one at the basement entrance. I placed it in my inventory, pushed the door open with an even louder creak than the first, and promptly sneezed. The concentrated assault of dust, mustiness, and age on my nostrils was simply too much to resist. The air in here was different. Heavy, close, saturated with the smell of old paper, binding glue, and something else, an elusively sweet note, like flowers just past their prime. The silence pressed against my ears, broken only by the creak of my footsteps and the hollow reverberation of the sneeze. The flashlight beam swept across endless rows of shelving rising high and disappearing into the darkness above. The spines of the books, blackened by time, looked like rows of tombstones, and the authors' names embossed on them like epitaphs. I felt it immediately. Not in a way I could fully explain. It was as though I were standing not in an archive but in a crypt where not people but their thoughts, their dreams, and their knowledge lay buried. I had the sense that if I turned my back, the books would start whispering to each other about the intruder. I actually spun around sharply twice, sweeping the flashlight into the dark behind me, but found nothing except dancing shadows and columns of dust I'd stirred up with my own movement. The informational anomaly. I didn't feel it as a surge of knowledge. I felt it as weight. Millions of pages, millions of stories, destinies, discoveries, and errors, all of it pressing down and generating an almost tangible field of mental noise. I shuddered and pulled my hoodie tighter. I needed to find what I came for and get out. This place was too alive for a dead archive. Though I wouldn't have been surprised if the whole effect was just self-hypnosis. The place was genuinely oppressive in a way that could manufacture its own atmosphere. Sweeping the flashlight across the wooden bookcases, some of them noticeably damp, across the room itself, which was quite large, I started searching for ghost orchid flowers. According to the information loaded into my memory from the packet, it resembled a regular orchid, only white and faintly luminescent in the dark. I wouldn't miss it if I got close enough. I went through the entire archive 3 times, checking every dark corner, peering under every shelf, examining every crack in the stone walls. Nothing. Failure. The very first location, and it was empty. A brief sting of disappointment jabbed somewhere in my chest, but I suppressed it immediately. What had I expected? That a magical flower would be sitting in the most visible spot with a sign reading "Take me." That would have been far too easy. Analyze, adjust. This wasn't a failure, it was a calibration. And as disappointing as it was exactly why I'd picked 5 locations instead of 1. No point wasting more time here. On to the next stop. Leaving the archive and then the basement itself, carefully returning the locks to their places via the inventory on the way out, I moved on to the next location, an abandoned metro line beneath the Brooklyn Bridge. City Hall Station. According to urban legend, 7 construction workers had vanished without explanation during its original construction. Several urban explorers had visited the site and noted, documented on video, that the air here felt noticeably easier to breathe than in most underground lines. There were plenty of mundane explanations for that, but what mattered to me was the aura of mystery and strangeness around the place. Reaching the right station and confirming there was nobody around who had any interest in me, I made my way toward the unused maintenance tunnels, getting through several layers of barriers and descending steadily deeper as I went. To get past the obstacles, I relied on my standard tactic of creatively misusing available equipment. About half an hour of walking down brought me to the legendary unfinished line. I started sweeping the flashlight eagerly across everything within reach and beyond. I walked slowly along the rusty, slime-covered rails. Water dripped monotonously from the ceiling, and each drop's plop into a puddle echoed in the hollow silence, creating the persistent illusion of footsteps somewhere behind me. I made a conscious effort not to think about it. The flashlight beam revealed graffiti by long-vanished artists, heaps of trash, and what appeared to be an enormous nest woven from rags and wire. I gave it a wide berth. The atmosphere here was entirely different from the library. There, the weight had been that of accumulated knowledge. Here, it was the weight of oblivion. The smell of mold, damp concrete, and ozone blended with a barely perceptible undercurrent of decay that made you want to breathe as infrequently as possible. Every sound, even the quietest, felt out of place and far too loud. I felt like an intruder stepping into a long-abandoned realm that operated by its own unknown rules. The silence wasn't calming. It was tense, ringing, stretched like a wire about to snap at one careless movement. I walked as softly as I could, as though afraid of waking something that had been sleeping in these tunnels for a long time. Then, far ahead in the tunnel, I heard the scrape of metal. I froze instantly, killed my flashlight, and pressed flat against the damp wall. My heart was pounding somewhere in my throat. The scraping came again, closer this time, accompanied by someone's heavy, ragged breathing. It didn't sound like an animal. I held completely still, trying to become part of the wall. Who was it? A homeless person. A maintenance worker. One of the so-called tunnel moles that urban legends mentioned. What felt like an eternity crept past. The breathing and scraping faded, and then died away entirely. I waited another 5 minutes before I dared turn the flashlight back on. My hands were trembling slightly. It was a cold, effective reminder. This was not a video game where locations sat empty and waiting until the player arrived. This was a real, living world, and its dark corners held entirely real dangers that required no superpowers whatsoever. By now it was 1 a.m. I couldn't afford more than an hour on this branch, and fortunately it wasn't particularly large. But even periodically switching off the flashlight to stand in complete darkness and scan for faintly glowing flowers, I found nothing. At least there were no more sudden, terrifying encounters. Time to move on. Coming back up to street level, replacing every lock and barrier behind me, I walked south toward Bowling Green and the financial district, which was completely empty at this hour, making the walk through it feel especially atmospheric. The district itself wasn't my destination, though. I was heading for the park in that area, the oldest park in New York City, a place rumored to have been the site of Lenape Native American ceremonies and rituals. The transition was striking. From the claustrophobic, pressing darkness underground I emerged into the open expanse of a concrete canyon. The skyscrapers of the financial district stood dark and silent at this hour, like enormous sleeping titans. There was none of the ambient noise of Hell's Kitchen here, not even the occasional passerby. Just me, the hollow echo of my own footsteps, and the wind moving steadily through the glass and steel corridors between buildings. The emptiness was unsettling in its own particular way, but after everything in the tunnel, it felt like breathing room. I walked with my head up, looking at the distant stars barely visible through the city's light pollution, feeling very much like a speck of dust in a vast, frozen world. As for the Lenape and their potentially sacred site, I'd learned everything about it through those same forums, digging through threads on Native American mythology and settlements. Why the Lenape had considered this place sacred, or what that even meant in any practical sense, I had no idea. But since it sat conveniently between the second and fourth locations on my route, I decided to stop by regardless. The park itself wasn't large. Small, really. The question was what exactly I was looking for here, especially given that it was lit by lampposts, which made hunting for faintly glowing plants considerably more difficult. There were only a few dozen trees, though. I'd walk each one and move on. After working through 7 or 8 trees and examining them thoroughly, I came to an old elm, the largest and, I suspected, oldest tree in the park. The grass around its base grew noticeably higher than everywhere else, and the whole area around it was unnaturally quiet and still. My heart gave a small lurch, because I hadn't felt anything remotely like this at either of the 2 previous locations. The noise of the city seemed to pull back, replaced by a near silence, as though the tree were projecting a dome of calm around itself. And then I saw them. They looked like scattered drops of liquid moonlight, frozen against the dark bark. The flowers weren't simply white. They gave off a soft, pearly glow, barely perceptible and yet completely otherworldly. Each petal seemed carved from mother of pearl, and at the very center of each bloom a tiny point of brighter light pulsed steadily, like a heartbeat. They didn't look like they had grown there so much as emerged from the fabric of reality itself, as though the boundary between worlds had worn thin enough in this spot to let a thread of magic seep through. I reached out and stopped a centimeter short of the nearest flower. They radiated a barely perceptible warmth and something else, a vibration, like a quiet, harmonious melody felt more than heard. It was incredible. In a world of concrete and steel and exhaust fumes, I had found something pure and magical, living proof that magic was real. And this treasure was about to become part of my first true creation. In that moment, every difficulty the night had thrown at me, the tension, the fear, the disappointment of the empty locations, evaporated without a trace. All that was left was the clean, uncomplicated joy of discovery. I looked at the flowers, and it felt as though I were seeing not just a plant but the answer to every question I hadn't known how to ask. The answer was simple: this world was far more complex and extraordinary than I had been able to imagine. And thanks to the system, I had the chance not merely to observe its wonders but to interact with them, to study them, to use them. This wasn't just the discovery of a rare ingredient. It was confirmation that I had chosen the right path. The path of intellect. After all, only careful reasoning had led me here, through analysis and planning rather than brute force. Yes, I said aloud, clenching my fists. After a quick look around to confirm that anyone present in the park, if there was anyone at all, wasn't paying attention, I carefully touched the entire inflorescence and placed it in my inventory. Nothing remained on the bark. Just to be thorough, I circled the whole tree and checked the next few before deciding it was wiser not to be greedy. Then I headed off into the pre-dawn dark, or rather, home. Mission accomplished. Beyond finding what I was looking for, I was also deeply relieved that I wouldn't need to visit the basement of a condemned building that had served as a ritual gathering place for cultists in the 20th century. And the last location on my list, the ruins of the smallpox hospital on Roosevelt Island, one of the creepiest places in the city and a staple of every paranormal blogger's content, could also stay on the list unvisited. Getting there alone was essentially a quest in its own right, and it wasn't guaranteed I'd have made it before dawn anyway. Fortunately, the quest was already complete. Hell's Kitchen, like practically the entire city, went quiet after 2 in the morning. Even the most committed street thugs needed sleep, so I made it back to my apartment without incident, dropped my clothes on the floor, and was out before my head fully hit the pillow. Tomorrow was an important day, an extremely important one, and I needed to be clear-headed with a firm grip on reality. As firm a grip as was possible with a system living in my head, anyway. I fell asleep fast and woke just as quickly at 10 in the morning. I couldn't have stayed in bed if I'd tried. My body was humming with energy, pulling toward one thing: creating. It didn't matter what, the leatherwork, the potion of intellect, the leather wallet, a new project entirely, the point was keeping my mind and hands busy. This body was young, running on hormones and enthusiasm, so after breakfast I sat down to map out the day. The hardest ingredient to obtain was already in hand, secured through a late-night excursion and a fair amount of genuine fear. I'd also bought the crystal, but since I intended to brew several batches of the concoction, which was entirely feasible given how many flowers I'd collected, I'd need to buy more. Colloidal silver, isopropyl alcohol, a set of borosilicate glass flasks, and even a second-hand centrifuge for isolating pure phantasmine extract were all on the list. The main task for the day was charging the quartz crystals. To do that, I'd need to build what was commonly known as a Marx generator, which was no small project. It would likely eat up the entire day just tracking down the right components on eBay. And I'd also need to buy a soldering iron. The money was draining from my credit card considerably faster than I'd anticipated. That stung. I opened the banking app and winced. The numbers on the screen were melting like snow in April. Every purchase, every small component for future projects, was shaving down my credit limit. It was a sobering picture. Possessing a near-divine system capable of producing blueprints for extraordinary devices was one thing. Existing in a world where buying a mundane capacitor or resistor required actual money was something else entirely. The gap between my potential and my current financial reality was genuinely depressing. I couldn't keep leaning on the credit card indefinitely. I needed to think seriously and soon about how to monetize what I was building, because otherwise this whole journey would end not with a dramatic confrontation but with a mundane phone call from a collections agency. Chapter 9. Sitting down at my laptop to search for suitable and needed items, I spent the next few hours actively researching while consulting instructions from a forum for electronics enthusiasts and DIYers. I needed capacitors, not just any capacitors, but high-voltage ones, which are hard to find at a typical electronics store but can be salvaged from old CRT TVs or monitors, defibrillators, industrial lasers, or welding machines. There were options, but CRT TVs were the most obvious. The search turned into a digital safari. I scrolled through dozens of pages on Craigslist, eBay, and some local forums and flea market listings. Most were junk, single, half-dead TVs with cracked screens, selling for next to nothing. I needed standardization and consistency, so that the parameters of each capacitor matched to within a fraction of a percent. I read forum debates where gray-bearded amateur engineers foamed at the mouth proving the superiority of some models over others. I memorized brands and serial numbers, building a whole database in my head. It turned out to be genuinely tedious, painstaking work, the kind that demands patience and an eye for detail. The key problem was that the capacitors had to be absolutely identical. That meant the TVs had to be the same model and, ideally, from the same production batch. Options like that existed, even in New York City. Some TVs weren't working, others were too expensive. But after browsing hundreds of listings, I found what seemed like a perfect deal: 12 CRT TVs from Zun Electronics, a brand I already knew from my laptop. All were working, all the same model, and hopefully from the same batch. They had been used in a security room to stream footage from surveillance cameras. The price was more than reasonable, $30 each, or $300 for all 12. Naturally, I couldn't pass that up. The listing had appeared literally a couple of hours earlier, and judging by the view count, New York City had plenty of electronics enthusiasts. "Hello, I'm calling about the listing." I dialed immediately, and after a short conversation we agreed to meet in an hour. I'd make it out to Brooklyn, to the Sunset Park area, and book a cargo taxi for the return trip. The meeting spot turned out to be a small warehouse in Sunset Park's industrial stretch. I was greeted by a heavy-set man of about 50 in a greasy cap, who looked me over with open skepticism. "You here for the TVs?" he boomed, wiping his hands on his overalls. "All 12. "That's me," I nodded, trying to look confident. "What do you need them for, kid?" He squinted. "Nostalgia. Or are you one of those artists doing an installation? Had a guy come through here once, used to buy old irons. Built a pyramid out of them." My mind raced. Telling the truth about high-voltage capacitors would only attract unnecessary attention. "Something like that," I answered vaguely. "Video art. I want to make a wall of screens, each one showing the same static noise. It's conceptual. About alienation in the information society." The video art cover story came together on the spot, stitched from scraps of articles on contemporary art I'd read somewhere in a vague memory of John, who actually attended art college. It was pretentious and strange enough to sound plausible to someone who didn't know the field. The trick was to speak confidently and with a slightly bored air, as if it were all perfectly obvious. The man thought for a second, then burst out laughing. "Kids these days. $300 for screen noise. Back in my day you just yanked the antenna, and there you had it, free alienation. All right, come on, I'll show you your conceptual art." He led me deep into the warehouse, where 12 identical cubes bearing the Zun Electronics logo sat gathering dust on a pallet. They looked like dinosaurs from a forgotten era. Working, just like I wrote in the listing. "You can check." "I'll take your word for it," I said quickly, pulling out the cash I'd withdrawn earlier. I didn't want him to catch the predatory gleam in my eyes, because I wasn't staring at the screens, I was staring at what was inside them. After paying and calling a cargo taxi, I waited at the warehouse gate feeling like a quasi-spy who had just pulled off a covert operation, acquiring components for a superweapon under the cover of buying antiques for a bored artist. It was 2 p.m., and I was thrilled with what felt like the deal of the century, even as the balance on my credit card kept shrinking with every purchase. I really didn't want to end up opening a second card. But as long as there was money, I could live without worrying and keep creating. Back home, I turned to hunting down the remaining essential components, which was considerably simpler. A beat-up but functional microwave for $20, a diode, resistors, a sheet of plexiglass, several wooden boxes, lead foil, foam rubber, a soldering iron, a multimeter, dielectric tongs, high-voltage wire, and a handful of other small items. Honestly, by 6 p.m. I was already exhausted from running back and forth across the city, and that was on top of burning through another few $100s. I estimated about $500 left on the card. I already had ideas for making money, but to act on any of them, I absolutely needed to create the potion of intelligence first. Fortunately, the preparatory stage was partially done, so I could get started. Looking around the small studio, now made even smaller by my purchases, I realized the scene was genuinely surreal. 12 bulky CRT televisions stood like tombstones from a bygone era. A shiny, nearly new microwave oven sat waiting to be gutted without mercy. Coils of wire, bags of resistors and diodes, sheets of plexiglass and lead foil, a soldering iron still in its blister pack. It all looked like props from a low-budget mad scientist film. I sat down on the floor and took it all in. Hundreds of dollars drained from my credit card lay before me as a pile of old junk mixed with new. Doubt gripped me for a moment. What if it doesn't work? What if I burn out the capacitors, or the transformer fails? What if this whole undertaking is just an expensive fool's errand, inspired by some strange glitch in my head that I call the system? But then I glanced at my laptop, where the Marx generator schematic was still open, and the doubts dissolved. The fear of failure was still there, but the hunger to create, the raw desire to build this complex, dangerous machine with my own hands, was stronger. This was a challenge. Not just to the system, but to myself. A test of strength, intelligence, and precision. I stood up, cracked my knuckles, and got to work. Enough reflecting. It was time to turn this chaos into a functioning device. Before building the generator itself, I needed to sort out a power source. I needed a high-voltage DC source to charge the capacitors. Oddly enough, the best garage workshop option for that is a modified microwave oven transformer, which is exactly why I bought the microwave. After taking apart the metal casing, I pulled out the transformer, the component that steps household voltage of 110 to 220 volts AC up to around 2000 volts. The catch was that I needed DC, not AC, but the microwave happened to include a high-voltage diode I could simply wire to one of the transformer's outputs. It would only pass current in one direction, converting the AC into pulsating DC. That was more than enough to charge the generator. Taking apart the microwave felt like an act of deliberate vandalism. I wasn't fixing it, I was breaking it, but with a clear purpose. With every screw I loosened and every panel I pulled away, I felt like a surgeon dissecting a body to reach a vital organ. And there it was, the transformer. Heavy, dense, its thick copper windings coiled tight around the core, it looked like the heart of the machine, and in a way, it was. I looked at it and saw not just iron and copper, but a key, one that would let me raise ordinary household voltage to lethal levels. This was my first real step from theory and procurement into practice. With the power supply figured out, the next task was to desolder the capacitors from the TVs. I worked through each one carefully, checking every capacitor with a multimeter for capacitance and the absence of breakdown. I got lucky, the TVs were indeed from the same production batch, and every capacitor tested clean. I then took a sheet of plexiglass and marked out a ladder, the positions for 12 capacitors arranged in 2 rows of 6, which would serve as the generator chassis. The next step was mounting the components. I fastened the capacitors, high-voltage resistors, and homemade spark gap arrestors to the base of the plexiglass sheet. Each arrestor was 2 round head screws driven into a piece of plexiglass about 3 to 5 millimeters apart. Wiring was the most critical step. Using high-voltage wire, I connected all the capacitors in parallel through resistors, running back to my power source, the microwave transformer and its diode. The positive side of the power source connected through resistors to the positive terminal of every capacitor, and the negative side connected to all the negative terminals. This ensured every stage charged slowly and simultaneously. Then I connected the capacitors in series through the spark gaps, the positive terminal of the first capacitor connected to the negative terminal of the second through a spark gap, the positive terminal of the second connected to the negative terminal of the third through the next spark gap, and so on down the ladder. After all that, the bulk of the work was done. I installed 2 output electrodes at one end of the ladder, simple polished metal balls on insulated stands, separated by just a few centimeters, with the final discharge arc set to jump between them. Beneath those balls I placed a resonator cage to excite the quartz crystals. The generator was ready, and the system apparently agreed. Created a simple electrical construct, the Marx generator. Difficulty, low. Gained plus 50 OP. That was genuinely satisfying. A system confirmation was the best possible guarantee that everything was built correctly and the device wouldn't kill me, provided I observed basic safety precautions, of course. The one-hand rule is the single most important principle for anyone working with high voltage. When working with a live or potentially live circuit, one hand must always be kept behind the back. This prevents current from finding a path through the chest and heart in the event of accidental contact. Beyond that, insulation, a clean workspace with all wires securely fastened, and the generator switched on remotely via a remote switch. I worked in sneakers, standing on linoleum. Good enough. Before charging the crystals, I prepared storage boxes for them. A charged crystal would be unstable and sensitive to external fields, so I needed something like an energy thermos. I took small wooden boxes, lined the insides with thin lead foil, and then added a layer of foam rubber. The plan was to place a charged crystal inside, then stow the whole box in my inventory. Without overthinking it, I placed a dielectric ceramic stand beneath the output electrodes, set the first crystal on it, stepped back, and switched on the contraption. I felt like a proper mad scientist. Within microseconds the capacitors formed a series circuit, and the combined output voltage hit 60,000 volts, 12 capacitors at 5,000 volts each. The discharge lasted only a few millionths of a second, but that was more than enough to shake the quartz crystal lattice sitting at the epicenter. A sharp, clean smell of ozone hit my nose, just like the air after a severe thunderstorm. Even though it was all over in a split second, in that moment I felt the raw, primal power of the elements concentrated inside my apartment. Tens of thousands of volts, unleashed with a single flick of a switch. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Real, man-made lightning. I forced myself to calm down and waited for the residual charge in the capacitors to bleed off. Everything inside me was cheering. It worked. I hadn't thrown together some gimmick, I had built a functioning high-voltage pulse generator. The system had awarded me points, but the real satisfaction wasn't the OP, it was the success itself. I had done it. I had taken a complex technical project from the initial idea, through the hunt for components, all the way to a working result. The quartz crystal resting on the stand looked subtly different now. It seemed to have absorbed something of that energy, its internal structure humming softly at a frequency too low for the ear but real to whatever sense the system had awakened in me. Finally, I approached the stand carefully and opened the storage box with one hand while picking up the crystal with dielectric ceramic tipped pliers in the other. I lifted it, felt the faint buzzing through the insulated handles, and placed it into the box, which I then stowed in my inventory. 1 down, 4 to go, and then I could begin alchemy. After repeating the crystal charging process 4 more times and switching off the generator, I turned to preparing the workspace for the full-scale creation of the potion of intelligence. Even though I planned to brew it at night, getting everything ready in advance was the smarter move. According to the notes on the phantasmine extraction stage, that step had to be performed in complete darkness, though red light, like in a photography darkroom, was acceptable. That meant another errand, a quick run to a specialty store and $10 more for a red bulb. The step also required slow, even heating to 40 degrees Celsius, which sent me scrambling online for practical solutions. I landed on the obvious and simplest one, a dry heating block. Compact, temperature adjustable, and relatively inexpensive if bought used, of course. Another $200 gone, but now I was genuinely ready. It was 6 p.m., and there was still time before nightfall, so I decided to tackle the last thing I'd been putting off amid everything else, leatherworking. I wasn't expecting to earn the 200 OP needed to unlock it, especially with only 55 OP currently banked, but it seemed worth understanding what the skill actually was and how it worked. I opened my beginner leatherworking kit, laid out a couple of leather scraps, and pulled up a few guides on crafting a simple card holder with 2 card slots. It looked straightforward enough. I placed a 20 by 20 centimeter piece of leather on a cutting mat and began cutting, first marking out the template for the card holder body at 10 by 7 centimeters, then 2 10 by 4 centimeter rectangles for the pockets, leaving a 5 millimeter seam allowance on each piece. I sanded the edges of the cut pieces smooth, then marked the stitch line with a ruler about 4 millimeters from the edge, and punched holes with an awl at 4 millimeter intervals. After that, I applied glue to the edges of both pocket pieces and glued them to the main body, one pocket at the top, one at the bottom, creating 2 separate card compartments. I let the glue set, then stitched the body and pockets together with wax thread using 2 saddle stitch needles. I sanded and waxed the edges, then burnished them smooth with a wooden slicker. The final touch was a coat of protective leather cream for durability, and after about an hour and a half of careful, meticulous work, I got the notification I'd been waiting for. Crafted a simple leather item. Difficulty, low. Gained plus 20 OP. The card holder had been too simple and too generic for the system to reward generously, so the OP haul was modest, but I'd picked up solid foundational experience and genuinely enjoyed the process. My total now sat at 75 OP, and there was still enough scrap leather for a few more simple items, a passport cover, a key fob, a leather bracelet, maybe another card holder with 3 compartments instead of 2. Either way, there were still over 4 hours until midnight, and extra OP was always worth having, so I got back to work. After the stress and ozone-sharp smell of high-voltage discharges, working with leather was like a balm for the soul. There was no risk of instant death from a single wrong move. Just the material, the tools, and your hands. I breathed in the rich, earthy smell of genuine leather, and something in me settled. The process was slow and almost meditative. The smooth draw of the knife along a ruler, producing a clean, perfect edge. The steady tap of the awl, punching even holes for the seam. The precise, unhurried movement of 2 needles, weaving wax thread into a saddle stitch that was both beautiful and brutally strong. There was a magic to it, entirely unlike what I had chased the night before. Not the magic of bending the finer rules of reality, but the magic of pure craft. Transforming a shapeless scrap of hide into something elegant and functional. If building the Marx generator had been an act of brute, primal force, taming the elements, then leatherworking was a dialogue with the material. You had to feel its thickness, its give, understand how it would behave under thread tension or when treated with wax. And I realized I was enjoying more than just the system notification when OP rolled in. I enjoyed the process itself. I loved watching something beautiful and useful take shape under my hands. Maybe that was the key. To build complex, world-changing technologies, you had to stay grounded in things like this, simple, tangible, real. One gave power, the other gave focus and a quiet mind. As it turned out, I needed both. I spent the next few hours in what could only be called a leather frenzy. The last items I finished were a few simple leather bracelets, each worth only 5 OP. When the scrap leather ran out, I tallied it up, 70 OP earned from my leather work, bringing my total balance to 145 OP. With no real path to earning another 55 OP in the next few hours, I made the call to begin crafting the potion of intelligence. The recipe itself wasn't complicated, but the preparation had demanded far more effort and money than anticipated. All right. Time to clear my head and begin. Chapter 10. So where did the creation of the elixir of intellect actually begin, setting aside the preparatory stage I had already completed? With another preparatory stage, naturally, drawing the curtains and switching on the red light. A thick, unsettling half-dark flooded my tiny apartment, turning it into something between an alchemist's lab and a photographer's darkroom. My makeshift lab was already arranged on the table and the instructions were engraved in my memory, so I got straight to work on the phantasmine extraction. The pollen of the phantom orchid was not a loose powder, as an untrained observer might expect, but a pollinium, a single compact, waxy mass. In the case of the phantom orchid, it was a blinding white with a faint pearlescent sheen. Working by the crimson glow of the lamp with no other light source in the apartment, I carefully plucked the pollinium from the center of the flower I had pulled from my inventory, using a pair of tweezers. I placed the waxy pollinium on a small laboratory scale. The display held steady, 57 milligrams. That fell within the required 50 to 70 milligrams range for one dose of the elixir of intellect, so I pressed on. I transferred the weighed pollinium into a perfectly dry, sterile 50 milliliters flask, then used a graduated cylinder to measure out exactly 20 milliliters of isopropyl alcohol. Its sharp, clinical scent hit my nose for an instant as I added it to the flask. I switched on the dry heating block and set it to ramp gradually from 30 to 40 degrees Celsius over 5 minutes, then hold at 40 degrees for the next 10. I placed the flask into the block and waited, occasionally checking to see whether the pollinium had begun to break down. In theory it should dissolve, tinting the alcohol with a barely perceptible opalescent hue. My nerves were drawn tight. Fortunately, on the 10th minute the process began, and 5 minutes later, when the heating block clicked off, I poured the resulting solution into a centrifuge tube and started the machine. A steady, rising hum filled the room. 5 minutes later, all the insoluble particles, wax, flour debris, dust, had packed into a dense whitish pellet at the bottom of the tube. I needed only the clear liquid on top, the supernatant, which I carefully drew off with a syringe into a new sterile flask. That was the purified phantasmine extract. I immediately added exactly 5 milliliters of colloidal silver. The solution reacted at once, turning slightly cloudy, a good sign that I was doing everything right. Before the nearly final and most critical step, I placed the flask in my inventory, filled a deep bowl with cold water, added salt and ice, and returned the flask with the extract to the physical world. A small box containing one charged quartz crystal appeared silently on the table. Using ceramic tongs, I lifted the crystal, it seemed to vibrate with an almost imperceptible buzzing charge, and pressed it against the outer surface of the flask where it sat on the table. I wasn't willing to attempt this step while holding the flask in my hands, afraid of destabilizing the crystal's charge. Everything hinged on this working correctly. I hoped it would. The crystal's vibrational field penetrated the glass and triggered the chain reaction I had been counting on. First, the liquid went heavily cloudy, turning a milky white. I waited, holding the crystal steady against the flask and feeling the air thicken around me. After about 3 minutes the liquid began to clear rapidly, like fog burning off in fast forward, and roughly a minute after that it became perfectly transparent, clean as water. A faint, fresh smell of ozone spread through the apartment. Another confirmation that the activation had succeeded. Without removing the crystal from the glass, I gripped the flask with a second pair of tongs and submerged it in the prepared ice salt bath. There was a soft hiss. The sudden drop in temperature locked the elixir's unstable molecular structure into a stable form, making it suitable for both use and storage. A minute later I withdrew the flask from the bath, returned the now depleted crystal, which had reverted to ordinary stone, to its box, and drew approximately 25 milliliters of the potion into a lightproof glass vial using a syringe. Done. The elixir of intellect was officially complete, and the system agreed. System, created a potion of common complexity, elixir of intellect. Difficulty, normal. Gained plus 200 OP. Finally. I had actually done it. So much effort, so many expenses, so many plans and ambitions compressed into this elixir the system aptly called a potion, and here it was, sitting in my hand. I wanted to drink it right then and there, but I held back. Not yet. I still had 4 more doses to brew, so I stowed the vial in my inventory and kept going. Heh. System, created a potion of common complexity, elixir of intellect. Difficulty, normal. Gained plus 150 OP. System, created a potion of common complexity, elixir of intellect. Difficulty, normal. Gained plus 100 OP. System, created a potion of common complexity, elixir of intellect. Difficulty, normal. Gained plus 50 OP. System, created a potion of common complexity, elixir of intellect. Difficulty, normal. Gained plus 40 OP. The system really did slash rewards for successful but repetitive work. Annoying, but I was used to it. Even with the cuts, 5 elixirs of intellect had netted me plus 540 OP, bringing my total balance to a staggering 685 OP. A number I couldn't have imagined a couple of days ago, though reality sobered me up quickly. It wasn't enough for 3 spins of the system wheel, only 2, one at 200 OP and one at 250 OP. The third, priced at 300 OP, was out of reach. I'd be left with 235 OP afterward, and 100 of that would probably go toward unlocking the muscle stimulator, unless something more interesting dropped from the system first. Thinking it over once more, I decided that was the best path forward. But tomorrow. Before the spins and any further planning, I would take an elixir of intellect. Why wait until tomorrow? It was late, and after a productive, successful stretch of work the weight of exhaustion was pressing down hard, so it made far more sense to rest and come at this with a clear, well-rested mind. Satisfied with my own iron logic, I finally switched on the regular light, cleaned up what remained of my improvised chemistry lab, and collapsed into bed. Sunday morning greeted me with the same incredible surge of energy and drive as the day before. After a quick shower and breakfast, I pulled an elixir of intellect from my inventory, downed it in one swallow, and waited. The effect came fast. It was like a veil lifting from my eyes and cotton being pulled from my ears, the world sharpened, and thoughts that had already been quick became lightning fast, organizing themselves into perfect logical structures with no effort at all. Feeling a clarity of mind I had never known before, with the sense that I could accomplish anything, I didn't waste a second and opened the system, activating the first spin for 200 OP. System, received blueprint, common, refined extremis formula, Marvel. Unlocking this blueprint costs 500 OP. Extremis is the cutting edge of the super soldier development program. It grants superhuman strength, reflexes like a sprung trap, and exceptional endurance. Extremis subjects gain the ability to generate extreme heat through a metabolic process, letting them push any part of their body to thousands of degrees Celsius at will. Regeneration with extremis is extraordinary, wounds burn to smoldering ash from which lost tissue can grow back within minutes, fully restoring skin, flesh, and bone. But that power carries a price. The body registers on thermal scanners, and unchecked overheating can trigger a catastrophic explosion. Use with extreme caution. This flipped my plans completely, making everything I'd been working toward feel suddenly obsolete and almost absurd. Actual extremis, from this same universe. Granted, there was no certainty this was the exact origin variant, but still. Even with a powerful neurostimulant running through my system, I couldn't contain the excitement. I wanted it. I wanted it badly, a physical, almost visceral hunger for the power that Blueprint promised. And since it was a refined version, the risk of explosive failure on injection was presumably reduced, even if overheating remained a problem. But it looked incredible. Enticing in a way that was hard to reason against. And with 485 OP remaining, I only needed to earn another 15 to unlock knowledge of how to make a super soldier serum without leaving my apartment. That was achievable in roughly half an hour. I forced myself to stop. Time for cold calculation. Emotions aside. Extremis was here, or rather, the recipe was. But unlike a simple elixir of intellect, this wouldn't be buildable with what I had. If memory served, and under the neurostimulant the odds of error were low, Extremis involved nanotechnology, which put it squarely in the top tier of complexity. I would need a proper lab, significant resources, money, and considerably more knowledge. And knowledge was the most critical piece. Unlocking that recipe right now would be like buying a starship blueprint when all I had in the backyard was a pile of scrap metal and a wrench. Tempting, but completely useless at this stage. No matter how badly I wanted it, I set the Extremis blueprint aside and spent 250 OP on the second spin, hoping for something at least as useful, or better, than a super soldier formula I couldn't yet build. The blueprint had been common rarity, after all, and nothing higher had dropped for me yet. Maybe this time. System, received item, common, box of magical ore, each comes home. Unlocking this item costs 400 OP, ensure you have one free inventory slot. Who forges without metal? In this world, equipment matters enormously, and without quality materials even the most skilled craftsman can't reach his potential. Fortunately for you, this is a capacious storage box measuring 2 by 2 by 1 meters, filled to the brim with raw ore chunks ranging from common iron to the rarest of heavenly metals. The rarer the ore, the scarcer its representation in the box. Hopefully you have the tools to refine and forge what you find. The box's contents replenish monthly. An actual item. Finally. In that moment my overloaded brain instantly mapped the chain. Extremis was the destination. The ore box was the road. This wasn't money, it was a foundation. An endless stream of resources to build a proper lab, to create the necessary equipment, to achieve real financial independence. Why was this common ore box so absurdly powerful? Yes, unlocking it wasn't cheap, but monthly replenishment of a full range of ores, from ordinary iron to a hypothetical adamantium or URU, was almost too good to believe. It could also hold gold and platinum, which would solve my financial problems outright. My priorities rearranged themselves on the spot. First, unlock the ore box. Second, pick something from the arcanum, like the muscle stimulator, for survivability. Third, once I had a proper workshop and a stable financial footing, unlock the Extremis blueprint. That left me with roughly an hour and a half to 2 hours while the elixir of intellect held, and I needed to sort through the next steps. First, where had I left traces, if any, and had I attracted unwanted attention? Second, what was the most efficient way to earn enough OP to hit 400 today? Third, what would it cost to move out of this place, and how could I convert valuable ore into money without drawing scrutiny? Fourth, time permitting, a review of key origin points for major players in this universe, compared against what I knew of this world, to establish a reliable baseline. Starting at the top. My head, operating like an overclocked processor, devoted full resources to the first question. The phantom orchid stood out as a real and probable trace, not a maybe, but a certainty. It grew at night in a park in a central New York City neighborhood and could not have gone unnoticed. There were no public records of this flower, which made sense. Much like vibranium, it was hidden knowledge, known only to those already in that world. Which meant I had trespassed in someone's territory. Who collected mystical flowers from Bowling Green Park? Shield? Some order of mages? A corporation like Oscorp? The critical detail was this: whoever collected them had gone to the park on the night I took the plant, or the night after, and found it missing. My main mistake, driven by impulsive greed, had been taking the entire flower cluster, several dozen blooms at once. One missing bloom could be written off as an animal or a vandal. The disappearance of the entire plant was a clear and deliberate theft. So the question was, could they track me? And how? Standard threat assessment first. The city was blanketed in cameras. A competent team could build a movement heat map, track my digital ghost, my phone, which had absolutely not been switched off, through cell tower pings, reconstruct my route, and narrow it down to Hell's Kitchen. Camera coverage there was imperfect, but present. Maybe enough to get down to my street, which was fairly decent by neighborhood standards. After that, door-to-door checks, anomaly searches, things like a sudden spike in my apartment's power consumption. Or maybe I had left some footprint somewhere I couldn't even recall, despite the neuroboost. Either way, an agency like SHIELD, if it decided to look for me, would find me. It was a matter of time and priority. For now I was an unknown thief of a rare but not world-shattering plant, assuming I had even appeared on their radar. But if they found out what I had synthesized from it, the calculus changed entirely. Non-standard threat assessment. A hypothetical Lenape shaman who harvested the flower for use in powerful ritual preparations. If he was genuinely a mage, then things got more complicated. But as far as I knew, local magic users in this universe didn't have foresight or direct access to an information field unless they wielded one of the great artifacts, like the Eye of Agamotto, which was effectively a time stone. I doubted anyone would deploy a cosmic artifact to track down a missing flower. Beyond that, I wanted to believe I was a blind spot in this world. Being an outsider, with a system, might make me invisible to magical detection. The fact that nearly 2 days had passed with no knock on the door was the best evidence I had. If someone was looking for me, they were using conventional methods. The concern was real. Panic was premature. But this imposed one hard condition: I needed to accelerate my move. And with only $200 in the account, that was a problem in itself. Were there other traces? For materials procurement, I had made an effort to spread my purchases across different hardware stores and private sellers, paying cash throughout. That trail looked clean for now. And nothing I had bought screamed illicit lab, just ordinary maker and lab supplies. My interactions with Mary Jane Watson and Harry Osborne. They had almost certainly already forgotten I existed. The note to self was clear: avoid obvious mistakes when dealing with restricted resources, because that was exactly the kind of thing that attracted attention. First item, resolved. The threat was real but delayed. I had a window, and I had to use it. Which brought me directly to the next question. How to most efficiently grind to 400 OP before the day was out. Chapter 11. I need to farm 165 OP, ideally today. What are my options? The criteria were simple: fast, cheap, functional. No unnecessary frills or lengthy prep work, just things that actually earned points and did not rely on rare materials. My brain, overclocked by the intellect potion and running at full capacity, immediately started firing off ideas, ranging from unexplored crafting territory like clay sculpting and advanced woodworking to more complex electronics and mechanisms, for which there were plenty of detailed guides online. Most of those options I dismissed almost immediately. Some lacked funding, some required expensive equipment or rare consumables, and some involved lengthy debugging that I had neither the time nor the energy for right now. I also consciously steered toward practical, functional items, since my limited experience had already confirmed that the system awarded noticeably more OP for clear utility than for anything beautiful but useless. Naturally, while I was running through ideas, I was also tearing through the internet, DIY forums, communities of homemade weapons and upgrade enthusiasts, mechanics, electricians, even chemists in their respective threads. I was pulling inspiration and technical solutions from everywhere. All I needed was one, maybe two items I could assemble quickly and cheaply, something the system would value generously, meaning at least 50 plus OP, like the Bulbamet. The Bulbamet, by the way, fit every one of my current criteria perfectly, except for one frustrating fact: it had already been built, and the system was not going to reward a repeat performance at the same rate. I even considered more complex variations of the Bulbamet, a pneumatic version with a compressor, a multi-barreled modification, and even a Gauss Bulbamet. Yes, I actually found detailed instructions for that monster online too, and I was genuinely shocked they existed. But everything kept running into the same wall. I was not sure how the system would evaluate a conceptual repeat, even a technically superior one. Formally, even a legendary rarity Bulbamet was still a Bulbamet at its core, which meant a real risk of a reduced multiplier on top of the material costs, especially for the Gauss version with its rare and expensive components. The Bulbamet route was a dead end for now. Especially since I had already found what I was looking for, and it once again involved PVC pipes, which were turning out to be a far more versatile and interesting crafting material than I had initially assumed. On one of the DIY forum threads, I came across an enthusiast who was methodically documenting and demonstrating the creation of all kinds of weapons, if that word even applied to what were essentially harmless shooting contraptions. Given that I had 5 Bulbamets on hand that I could disassemble for fittings and fasteners if needed, and that the missing pipes would run me no more than $200, I was immediately drawn to several of his designs. For each of them, I was confident the system would be generous with OP, simple mechanics, obvious functionality, clean result. The first option was a PVC crossbow. A lightweight crossbow where a PVC pipe served as the foundation for both the bow and the body, with the shot powered by an elastic cord. The materials were straightforward: pipes I already had on the shelf, elastic cord, a wooden or plastic handle, a couple of metal brackets, screws, washers, and other small hardware for securing the joints firmly. I would make the bolts from ordinary wooden dowels, adjust the geometry slightly, glue on light tips or just sharpen them, and they would be ready. The whole process would take a few hours and produce something genuinely functional. The crossbow was in. The second option would logically have been a PVC bow, but it was too simple to assemble and there was a real chance the system would evaluate it at a symbolic 10 OP. I was conserving materials and had no interest in burning them on a deliberately thin result. Skipping the bow, I settled on a PVC water gun instead. Essentially a pump-action water gun, but more powerful than a typical toy pistol. The build required a pipe, a manual or bicycle pump, a check valve, a nozzle from a garden hose, and PVC sealant or glue to keep everything pressure tight. The full parts list cost very little, assembled quickly, and the system appreciated exactly that kind of thing, a clear mechanism with obvious functionality. I marked it mentally as the second required item. I had briefly considered a third and more complex option, but one look at the guide was enough to kill that idea. A PVC pneumatic turret was out. Servos, a microcontroller for automation, solenoid valves, a compressed air compressor, wiring, and debugging. It was a beautiful project, but the time cost and risk of failure were too high for where I was right now. After watching a half-hour video where the guy made the whole build look effortlessly smooth, I soberly recognized it could be replicated, but the margin for error was too wide and the resource consumption too high. I could do it if I really had to, the way I had forced myself through the Marx generator for the intellect potion, but not today. The crossbow and the water gun were enough. If I needed more points, I would build 2 or 3 copies of each. 165 OP today was achievable. Crafting sorted. What was next on the agenda? The budget to get out of Hell's Kitchen, and a scheme to convert the ores from the miracle box into real money. On the housing front, things were relatively clear. I needed a private house with a garage extension and a large backyard, ideally screened from the neighbors. In terms of neighborhoods, the obvious priorities were Brooklyn, Queens, and Staten Island, where houses fitting that description were most commonly found. After studying the city map and running rough price estimates, I eventually settled on Brooklyn and Queens. The monthly rent there ran slightly higher than on Staten Island, but the proximity to Manhattan was a real advantage, the neighborhoods felt more livable, and the logistics were simpler. As for the prices themselves, I was unpleasantly surprised. Renting my studio in Hell's Kitchen for $500 a month, I had expected a private house with a garage and a yard in a decent neighborhood to cost maybe 2 or 3 times as much, not 6 to 8. A 2-story townhouse in Brooklyn for $4,500 a month. Just brutal, and that was putting it charitably. On top of that came a broker's fee of 10 to 15% of the annual rent, which was another few thousand gone. Utilities, which were often not included. Insurance. A deposit ranging from several thousand up to 10. The math worked out to a minimum of $20,000 on hand to comfortably rent a house for quiet crafting operations for at least 3 months, and ideally 6. I locked in the lower bound, $20,000. Target amount established. Now, how to bring the ores from the miracle box into the legitimate economy. After a quick look at precious metal prices, I zeroed in on gold and platinum, running at roughly $38,000 and $32,000 per kilogram respectively. There was almost certainly going to be some of both in the box. What were my options for selling? In practice, only one path made sense right now: pawn shops. Up to around $10,000, they generally did not require documents or detailed proof of origin. The problem was that they would not be enthusiastic about raw, unrefined ore, and would almost certainly undervalue it significantly. That meant I would need to visit a smelter beforehand, since I had no workshop of my own, and have it melted into ingots or granules for a couple $100s. From there, I could work the pawn shops across the city. Risky? Absolutely. Were there other options? Online auctions, private collectors, metal dealers, reaching out directly to industrialists with an offer of rare earth elements. But every one of those paths carried even more exposure at the starting stage than pawnshops, higher entry thresholds, more paperwork, more attentive eyes. For now, pawnshops it was, multiple locations, all cash. Basic operational security was non-negotiable, different locations on different days at different times, varied clothes and routes, no recurring patterns. I was not a professional spy, but I like to think I was not a complete idiot either. Though the ghost orchid situation proved otherwise. Fine. No self-flagellation, just more careful from here on out. Now that the immediate tactical analysis was wrapped up, a different kind of analysis was due. A deep, thorough assessment of the situation I had been dropped into. In theory, any sensible transmigrator would have handled this in the first few hours. But the system had turned out to be too absorbing a toy, and the first few days had been spent in a tactical scramble for resources rather than any kind of strategic planning. Now that the stakes had moved beyond mere survival into actual future development, ignoring this any longer would be equivalent to suicide. Time to run through the mental card index. Key players, factions, events, based on what I knew and remembered. Global level, gods and monsters. The top of the food chain, in New York and on Earth. Tony Stark, alias Iron Man. Steve Rogers, alias Captain America. Bruce Banner, alias the indestructible, super strong green mountain of rage, alias the Hulk. Thor, Asgardian and genuine god of thunder and lightning. And the rest of the Avengers in descending order of global relevance. These were titans whose collisions could wipe a city off the map. Right now they were scattered and some did not even exist yet in any meaningful sense, but their unification was only a matter of time and the right catastrophic trigger. Level of ideologues, mutants. Two main, perpetually opposing forces. Magneto and his doctrine of mutant supremacy. Professor X and his dream of peaceful coexistence. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, judging by scattered online references, was operating successfully while disguising itself as an elite private academy. The very fact that mutants were hidden from the public was alarming. This was not a world where they were a recognized part of society. This was a world where they were a ticking bomb. There was no mention of Magneto anywhere online, which was somehow even worse. It meant he was either lying low or had not yet launched his war. There was a slim chance he simply did not exist in this particular reality, but either way, getting tangled in that conflict would be madness. Level of the streets, heroes and spiders. My immediate world, the one happening outside the window. Spider-Woman, and for my own convenience and mild ego satisfaction I was mentally calling her Gwen Spider, was already active. A quick analysis of the news confirmed that for now she was dealing with ordinary crime. But her personal gallery of enemies was a classic of the Spider-Verse, Kingpin, who ran the criminal underworld, the Lizard, which gave me chills because in most Gwen Spider realities that particular performance starred Peter Parker, Morlun, the energy vampire who hunted spider totems, Jackal, Kraven the Hunter, Vulture, Dr. Octopus, Goblin, and of course Venom. Since Otto Octavius was scheduled to present his mechanical arms on October 14th, just a month away, I strongly suspected he would be her first serious opponent. And that event would be the starting pistol for a whole wave of powered criminals flooding into New York. But Gwen was not the only figure at this level. Hell's Kitchen, my neighborhood, was the devil's territory. Daredevil. Blind lawyer Matt Murdock by day, vigilante by night. His war against Kingpin and the Japanese ninja clan known as the Hand was the shadow side of the city, invisible to ordinary people. In a very real sense, I was living in the epicenter of that conflict through no choice of my own. Yet another reason to leave. Level of science and space, pioneers. The Fantastic Four. Their space expedition was launching on September 22nd, just days away. How long they would be in orbit was unknown, but their return would be a sensation. And with them, two threats of completely different scales would enter the world. The first was Victor Von Doom, genius, billionaire, king of Latveria, powerful sorcerer. His exact version and threat level could vary, but he would always be one of the most dangerous individuals on the planet. The second threat was absolute. Galactus, the devourer of worlds. He and his herald, the Silver Surfer, were somehow closely tied to the Fantastic Four. If Dr. Doom's arrival represented a political and technological crisis, then Galactus was the end of the world outright. And I had no idea what, if anything, I could do about it, or whether it was even worth trying. Reference point, genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Tony Stark, obviously. His arc of becoming Iron Man was, in theory, the event that kicked off the entire chain leading to the Avengers, the Chitauri invasion, and the Mad Titans who enjoyed snapping their fingers. When exactly he would be shipped to Afghanistan was unknown. There was no mention of the Jericho missile program anywhere online, which suggested it was classified at the highest level. Monitoring news related to Stark Industries was my highest current priority. His kidnapping would be the gong sounding the start of a new era. Hidden forces, shadows and conspiracies. S.H.I.E.L.D., with Nick Fury at its head, and Hydra, which had metastasized into its structure like a cancer. The Grey Eminences waging their invisible war. And then there was magic. Dr. Stephen Strange was still a brilliant neurosurgeon saving lives in an operating room, his hands intact and steady. His upcoming car accident would be a doorway into a world where the laws of physics were merely a polite suggestion, and he was set to play a critical role in events of global and cosmic significance, having apparently saved the world at least twice. He needed monitoring too. The Ancient One was somewhere in Camartage, training acolytes. And all of this was just the visible surface of the iceberg. Blade and the vampire clans prosecuting their millennia-old war in the dark. Captain Marvel and the eternal conflict between the Kree and the Skrulls somewhere in the depths of space. The Celestials, who had seeded life across the universe. The Guardians of the Galaxy. Shang-Chi, the Ten Rings, and the mystical forces of Kunlun. The Hellfire Club, a secret society of the richest and most influential people on the planet. And dozens of other hidden organizations, ancient cults, and alien races besides. This world was a multi-layered, chaotic mess of compounding threats. Trying to grasp all of it at once was a road to madness. I did not need to know everything. I needed to know enough to survive and keep getting stronger. All I wanted right now was enough time to build up. My strength lay in constant amplification, slow by current standards, but that would not last. My progression was not arithmetic, it was geometric. And who knew which skill, blueprint, or legendary tier item would finally let me step out of the shadows and become a real player on this insane chessboard? Until then, silence, development, and information. I closed the incognito browser, which was running through a secure tunnel, and leaned back in my chair, exhaling a long breath of accumulated stress and mental fatigue. The effect of the intellect potion was fading, and I suddenly felt dull and heavy in the way you do after a sleepless night. But looking at the notes I had been keeping for the past several hours, capturing the most important and actionable thoughts, I realized things were not actually so bad. The pseudo-NZT-48 had done its job. I had answers to the questions that had been gnawing at me, and my immediate decisions were cleaner and simpler for it. And despite the creeping headache that was the potion's small parting gift, I was ready to start creating and earning OP. I needed that miracle box badly enough that almost everything else depended on getting it. I slapped myself lightly on both cheeks, pulled myself together, and opened a regular browser to the tab with the step-by-step guide to building a PVC crossbow. I would wait out the headache for half an hour or so, and during that time I could walk over to the hardware store and pick up the few remaining parts for both the crossbow and the water gun, cord, a couple of fittings, glue, small fasteners, and the like. Come back, and start farming. 165 OP today. Closed. Chapter 12. At the hardware store, I moved quickly and precisely. I had a clean list in my head, the product of the intellect potion and a few hours of online research. PVC pipes in the right diameters for the crossbow and the water gun, elastic bungee cord, a compact pump, a couple of valves, nozzles. Parting with another $100 was unpleasant. The wallet that had felt reassuringly thick in my pocket just yesterday was now depressingly flat. A remaining balance of $100 had a way of making a person feel exposed. I repeated the mantra in my head, money is not a problem. I have the miracle box. But there was a difference between knowing something and feeling it. Fine. I had a clearly defined goal in front of me, and I intended to hit it. Time to start crafting the PVC crossbow. Crafting. That word had started to carry a kind of weight for me, something close to reverence. It was not just an assembly process. It was an act of creation that the system itself recognized and rewarded. So, where did the transformation of a plumbing pipe into a weapon begin? With bending. I took a 70cm length of 25mm diameter PVC pipe in both hands. Held over the heated burner, the white plastic slowly began to yield. A characteristic acrid smell rose into the air, and the pipe became as pliable as soft clay. I carefully but confidently bent it into a clean arc, measuring the curve about 25 centimeters from the center. For the next 5 minutes I simply held it in that position, feeling the plastic cool and stiffen beneath my fingers, locking the new shape into its memory permanently. The arc was ready. Next, the body. This part was simpler. The same pipe, 50 centimeters long. I carefully cut a slot at one end as an arrow guide, then clamped a wooden block to the middle of the shaft for a handle, simple, functional, comfortable. After that it was a matter of detail, attaching the arc to the body with screws, stretching the elastic bungee cord across the arc. The bowstring snapped into place with a tight, promising click. The final element, the trigger mechanism. I cut a small lever from a wooden spoon and fixed it to the body. A simple latch of thick wire to hold the bowstring, connected to the lever, and it was done. The crossbow lay in my hands, functional and surprisingly formidable in appearance. But I did not call it finished, and the system stayed quiet. Of course. What was a weapon without ammunition? The arrows were straightforward. An ordinary wooden dowel, 30 centimeters long, sharpened at one end and notched for the bowstring at the other. I pulled the cord back, seated the improvised bolt in the guide. Now it was complete. Just to confirm functionality, I aimed at one of the cardboard cereal boxes stacked in the corner and pulled the trigger. There was a sharp crack, and the arrow whistled through the air and punched through the cardboard and the plastic bag inside with a satisfying thud. Solid penetration. And the system, fortunately, agreed. Created simple weapon design, PVC crossbow. Complexity, minimal. Received plus 50 OP. Excellent. By analogy with the bulbamet, the next crossbow would net me 40, and so on down. But before I started running production, I needed to test one hypothesis I had noted during the intellect potion brainstorm session. I picked up the newly assembled crossbow and began methodically taking it apart. Disassembly was faster than assembly. When a pile of components lay in front of me again, I swapped the wooden handle for a different but nearly identical block and started rebuilding. 5 minutes later, a crossbow sat in my hands again. No notification. Silence. Theory confirmed. The system could not be fooled by repeatedly assembling and disassembling the same thing. It rewarded the act of creation, that specific spark that breathed new life into a collection of parts and turned them into something whole. Once that potential had been expressed in a particular set of components, it was spent. Those same parts could, however, be used to build something different entirely. I confirmed that separately by swapping out the wooden trigger I had originally cut from a spoon. A new piece of wood, a new element, a small but distinct creative act. Logical. On to the next item, the PVC water gun. Honestly, after the bulbamet, the Marks generator, and even this crossbow, building it felt like snapping together a children's kit. Just 4 steps, a reservoir from a wider diameter pipe, a valve, a nozzle, and a pump connection. I filled the finished assembly with water, opened the valve, and deliberately aimed the stream at the bathroom wall. A powerful jet hit the tile and splashed everything in a wide radius. Stupid, simple, and unexpectedly satisfying. And the system approved. Created simple weapon design, PVC water gun. Complexity, minimal. Received plus 50 OP. I knocked out the remaining 65 OP by building a second crossbow and a second water gun, earning 40 and 25 OP respectively, and landing at a total balance of 415 OP. For a moment I was genuinely tempted to spin the gacha at 300 OP, but it was a brief, impulsive thought that I let pass without acting on. Instead, I opened the system interface and sank the OP into unlocking the box of magic ore. The points were immediately debited, and without any fanfare or notification, the box appeared quietly in my inventory. Thankfully, it did not vanish from the Technologies tab either, though the price of the next box had jumped to 500 OP. Useful for the future, but one was enough for now, at least I hoped so. I looked around the studio, which over the past several days had descended into what appeared to be a state of cheerfully unsystematic chaos. Pulling out a 2x2x1 meter box here was simply not an option. Not because space was too tight, I could clear a patch if I had to. The real problem was the floor. This was an old building, and I had no interest in stress testing how much weight the boards could take when loaded with hundreds of kilograms of ore of varying densities. The risk of the floor giving way was probably small, but probably small was not good enough. I needed to find an outdoor location, or at least somewhere with a solid concrete slab. It was 4 p.m. Hell's Kitchen was running its usual noisy daytime shift, and the sunlight made the streets reasonably safe. I changed into inconspicuous street clothes and headed out to find a temporary staging ground. I needed an abandoned building, somewhere so visibly unpleasant that even the homeless would pass it by. The neighborhood had no shortage of candidates, but I was looking for something specific, secluded, minimal foot traffic, and well away from curious eyes. Half an hour of winding through alleys that reeked of urine and rotting garbage later, I found it. A 5-story, unfinished brick shell with empty window frames, standing on a small vacant lot. The walls were buried under layers of aggressive graffiti, and the ground around it was torn up and littered with construction debris. Perfect. Even in a place like this, letting your guard down was not an option. I stopped at the nearest convenience store and picked up a can of pepper spray for $10. A small expense, but it settled something in my chest. With the can tucked in my pocket, I slipped inside the building. Inside, The air was dim and heavy with the smell of damp concrete dust. Every step I took rang through the emptiness and made me flinch slightly. I moved carefully, checking each room in turn, until I found what I was looking for on the ground floor, a small, windowless room with a single doorway, set deep inside the structure. After confirming I was alone, I held my breath and materialized the miracle box from inventory. It appeared without a sound, massive and completely out of place in this landscape of ruin. The box was packed to the brim with rough, unrefined stones of every shape and size. "Well, it really is full," I muttered to the empty room, my whisper sounding unreasonably loud. "And at first glance, most of this ore is on the common end, just like I figured." I picked up a heavy, dark gray piece with a metallic sheen and sent it to inventory for analysis. Chunk of raw earth lead ore, galena. Weight, 1.4 kilograms. Metal content, 89%. Rarity, common. Condition, 10 out of 10. Lead. With nearly 90% metal content. This was not just ore, it was practically a finished product. I gave a silent mental bow to whoever had designed the box. Curiosity pushed me forward. What else was in there? I pulled out a reddish-brown stone. Chunk of raw earth iron ore, hematite. Weight, 1.7 kilograms. Metal content, 82%. Rarity, common. Condition, 10 out of 10. It became clear that a full audit was necessary. But sorting through hundreds of kilograms of ore on a dirty floor with no containers was not realistic. I needed bins. Which meant going back out into the city and spending more of my already thin budget. Looking at the haul in front of me, though, complaining felt like a sin. I tucked the box back into inventory and left the building. At the nearest hardware store, I bought a set of 10 large cardboard moving boxes. Another $10 gone. The boxes were flimsy, but their physical properties were irrelevant for inventory purposes. What mattered was that they were containers with defined boundaries. Back in the same secluded room, I laid all 10 boxes out across the floor, turning the space into a rough sorting center. I summoned the miracle box again and started what turned out to be a monotonous but deeply exciting marathon of treasure assessment. I picked up each piece of ore, sent it to inventory for a moment to get the system's read on it, and based on the result transferred it to the appropriate box. The industrial metals came first. Chunk of raw earth copper ore, chalcopyrite. Weight, 1.2 kilograms. Metal content, 84%. Chunk of raw earth tin ore, cassiterite. Weight, 2.1 kilograms. Metal content, 80%. Chunk of raw earth aluminum ore, bauxite. Weight, 1.3 kilograms. Metal content, 82%. The boxes filled steadily. Then the real excitement arrived with the first precious metal. Chunk of raw earth silver ore, argentite. Weight, 1.1 kilograms. Metal content, 86%. My heartbeat stuttered. And then more followed. Chunk of raw earth gold ore, nugget. Weight, 0.7 kilograms. Metal content, 88%. Chunk of raw earth platinum Oregon weight, 0.4 kilograms. Metal content, 82%. Chunk of raw earth palladium Oregon weight, 0.5 kilograms. Metal content, 87%. Chunk of raw earth titanium ore, ilmenite. Weight, 1 kilogram. Metal content, 89%. When the first wave of sorting was done, I stood looking at 10 labeled boxes, 10 categories of ordinary, terrestrial ore. It felt modest at first glance. Where was nickel for alloys? Or tungsten for high-stress tooling? But complaining in the presence of gold, platinum, and palladium at metal content this high was absurd. The financial independence those 3 boxes represented alone was staggering. I thought the surprises were over. Then, digging through the ore at the very bottom of the miracle box, I found 3 pieces that looked wrong. One shimmered with every color of the spectrum. The second was coal-black but seemed to pull light into itself rather than reflect it. The third glowed faintly with its own dim light in the shadowed room. Inventory confirmed what my instincts had already suspected. These were something else entirely. The box had saved the rarest and most exotic items for last. And each of them, even by the system's standards, carried enormous value. I picked up the first piece, the one that shimmered like a captured rainbow, and felt a faint, strange vibration travel through my palm as I touched it. Chunk of raw vibranium Oregon weight, 0.3 kilograms. Metal content, 96%. Rarity, rare. Condition, 10 out of 10. I exhaled sharply. Vibranium. The metal of Captain America's shield, Black Panther's armor, the Winter Soldier's prosthetic arm, and countless other technologies belonging to an entire secretive, hyper-advanced nation. I set it down with the same careful deliberateness I would have used on a live grenade. The second piece was coal black, but deceptively dense for its size, as though it was absorbing the dim light around it. Chunk of raw adamantium Oregon weight, 0.4 kilograms. Metal content, 93%. Rarity, rare. Condition, 10 out of 10. Adamantium. The metal coating Wolverine's skeleton. The physical embodiment of absolute, unthinkable strength. A cold sweat broke across my skin. Having both of these metals in my hands at the same time was not just luck. It felt like the universe was either testing me or mocking me outright. The third piece glowed softly in the dimness of the room with a light that seemed to come from somewhere deep within it, like an ember from a forge built by gods. Chunk of raw URU Oregon weight, 0.5 kilograms. Metal content, 98%. Rarity, rare. Condition, 10 out of 10. Vibranium. Adamantium. And URU, the metal of the gods. At that moment I nearly laughed, caught somewhere between hysterical terror and pure, breathless wonder. I had no idea yet what I would do with any of these three. But what I knew with absolute certainty was that in this world, people were not merely willing to kill for what I was holding. They would tear your soul back from whatever came after death just to make you tell them where you had hidden more. Walking around with these materials was the equivalent of hanging a neon sign around my neck reading, "Kill me and inherit the power to reshape the world." I gathered every last fragment of all three ores, placed them together in a separate cardboard box, noted their total weight in my head, and sent that box directly to inventory. Let them stay out of reach of reality. With the most critical items secured, I settled in for the full inventory. The next 2 hours dissolved into monotonous but essential work. The room filled with the steady thud of stones on concrete, the soft hiss of displaced dust, and my own steady breathing. It was the job of a warehouse laborer, an accountant, and an appraiser all compressed into one person. I hauled hundreds of kilograms of ore out of the miracle box, assessed each batch through inventory, and sorted it all into labeled boxes. When the dust finally settled, a complete picture of my newly acquired fortune arranged itself clearly in my mind. Iron ore, 700 kg. Lead ore, 500 kg. Copper ore, 250 kg. Tin ore, 200 kg. Aluminum ore, 150 kg. Titanium ore, 80 kg. Silver ore, 60 kg. Gold ore, 12 kg. Platinum ore, 10 kg. Palladium ore, 6 kg. Vibranium, 2 kg. Adamantium, 1.8 kg. URU, 0.5 kg. Roughly 2 tons of ore in total, with approximately 200 kilograms of impurities mixed through. Not bad at all. The system had not lied, the more valuable the metal, the less of it existed. The hierarchy was obvious and consistent. The plan took shape in my head on its own, clean and inevitable. Step 1, separation. Gold, platinum, and palladium, the metals with the highest immediate monetary value, had to be isolated from the industrial base metals. Step 2, storage optimization. Everything in the main bulk, iron, lead, copper, and the rest, needed to be consolidated into one large container in inventory so that the miracle box itself would sit empty and automatically refill with new ore in a month. Step 3, keep the daily grind moving. Get home before the streets fully surrender to the night, and squeeze out at least another small crafting session. Even with everything else on my plate, I needed to maintain a minimum of 50 OP per day. Step 4, legalization prep. Plan tomorrow's route through the pawn shops, not forgetting the detour to a smelter for the gold. A quick comparative price analysis was needed, but I did not even have to burn an intellect potion for that. Satisfied with the sequence, I packed all the sorted boxes and the miracle box back into inventory, folded the remaining empty cardboard boxes, tucked them under my arm, and headed out. Twilight was already settling over Hell's Kitchen, and the night's regulars were beginning to emerge from the darker alleys. Tomorrow was Monday, and it was going to be more than just another hard day. It would be the first day of a genuinely new life. The day I stopped being a broke orphan from Hell's Kitchen clinging to the edge of survival. Tomorrow, I would start building something, an empire of my own making, even if it was still a personal one for now. Chapter 13. Thanks to another crossbow I'd assembled and a couple of wooden trinkets, I'd earned 50 OP the previous evening. Despite what would likely be a very busy few days ahead, dealing with the hassle of cashing in the ore, finding a place to live, and moving, I had set myself a goal: earn at least 50 OP a day without fail. My main strength was the system, and even with money, a home, and some stability in my life, the worst thing I could do was relax and stop developing. Hello, good afternoon. Am I speaking with Manhattan Gold and Silver, correct? Before heading out into the city, I dialed the number of what I had decided was the best option for smelting. The voice on the other end, a woman's, sounded professional and pleasant. Yes, this is us. How can I help you? I paused briefly, calibrating my tone. Not too confident, so as not to raise flags, but not too timid either. You see, I have a slightly unusual situation. I recently inherited from my grandfather several pieces of gold ore. I was wondering if you could help me smelt them down into small ingots. The moment I said inheritance and gold ore, the woman's intonation shifted subtly, becoming more interested and businesslike. Of course, we handle that. Can you give me approximate dimensions and weight? Do you happen to know the purity of the ore? 2 pieces in total, combined weight of 1.8 kilograms. My grandfather said the purity was high, somewhere around 85 to 88%, but that's not exact. I imagine you'll be able to confirm it precisely. Absolutely. We have high-precision laboratory spectrometers on hand, so determining purity won't be a problem at all. We can advise you on everything. When do you expect to arrive? I plan to be there within a couple of hours, but I'd like to clarify a few things first. I've read excellent reviews about your workshop and looked through your website, but still. I let the pause hang deliberately, projecting caution. Can you accept part of the recovered metal as payment for your services? Yes, that's standard practice, the woman answered warmly, and a small knot of tension loosened in my chest. We simply deduct the cost of the work from the final weight of pure metal. That's perfect. Second question, and this one matters to me personally, can I be present during the process? We're talking about serious money, and it's also a memory of my grandfather. I'd like to see it through. I understand completely, she said, and I could hear genuine sympathy in her voice. And yes, of course, that's a fairly common request. The process doesn't take long, and our master can walk you through everything as he works, if you're interested. That's exactly what I'm interested in, I thought. And making sure nobody schemes anything in the process, naturally. Wonderful. One last question, probably. Is it possible to sell some of the gold directly to you? I'll need cash, and I'd really rather not deal with banks and declarations. We're talking about an amount under $10,000, to keep things simple. I was fairly confident they'd say yes. For a workshop like this, buying a little gold from a client who'd already brought in a large smelting order was a profitable arrangement. They'd take it at a discount, like a pawnshop would, and I'd already accepted that going in. The woman answered almost immediately, without hesitation. Of course. We do purchase gold, though the price will be 25% below current market rate. At the moment, that works out to approximately $24,562 per kilogram of pure gold. Good. That works for me. And what about documentation? Not to worry. On completion of the work, we'll provide all the necessary certificates and receipts. They'll show the exact weight before and after smelting, the purity assay, the cost of our services, and the sale amount if applicable. Everything fully official. Then I've learned everything I needed. Thank you very much for the thorough consultation. Expect me within an hour or two. Thank you for choosing our workshop. We look forward to your visit. I ended the call and exhaled. Manhattan Gold and Silver was one of the oldest jewelry workshops in New York and, apparently, one of the most straightforward. The plan was solid. I wrapped the heavy ore in cloth, tucked it to the bottom of my backpack, and felt the weight shift with every step. The absurdity of it was quietly amusing, carrying a fortune capable of changing my entire life around in an ordinary backpack. I walked toward 47th Street in Manhattan, where the famous Diamond District ran between 5th and 6th Avenues. The streets changed in front of my eyes. The grim brick facades of Hell's Kitchen gave way to glittering storefronts and glass skyscrapers of Midtown. The air grew denser, filled with the hum of expensive cars and fragments of conversation in dozens of languages. Here, in this pressure cooker of ambition, my wealth was just one drop in a very deep ocean. I watched Orthodox Jewish merchants with briefcases chained to their wrists, Arab businessmen stepping out of armored limousines, and Asian investors negotiating million-dollar deals right on the sidewalk. Against that backdrop, I was just another customer. My cover story about a grandfather's inheritance felt surprisingly plausible in a place like this. People inherited Pokémon card collections worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and nobody batted an eye. Just business. 40 minutes later, I was standing in front of a 5-story building with a distinguished sandstone facade. The workshop occupied the first 2 floors. Behind a heavy door of dark wood and glass, the cool hum of an air conditioner and a deep quiet greeted me, broken only by the distant whir of an exhaust fan somewhere out of sight. A young man in a perfectly fitted suit, one of the managers, asked politely about the nature of my visit. When I explained I was the one who'd called earlier about the large smelting order, he led me immediately through into the working area. The master was already waiting. A solid-looking man in his 40s, with a perfectly waxed mustache and a leather apron, his hands told you everything you needed to know, strong, work-worn, with metal dust ground into the skin. His gaze was sharp and appraising. I slipped off my backpack and carefully set 2 dull, heavy pieces of ore down on the specially prepared heat-resistant table. The master, not wasting a single word on pleasantries, simply nodded and began his examination. I respected that immediately. First came the assessment. I watched in silence as the master, Enrique, wielded the spectrometer with a surgeon's confidence. He turned the nuggets over, pressed the sensor against different surfaces, and the numbers on the device's small screen shifted constantly. He was writing steadily in a worn notebook, thick eyebrows drawn together in concentration. Those 15 minutes felt like an eternity. Thoughts swirled through my head. What if he reads the values low? What do I do then? Argue. Walk out. Finally, Enrique set down the device and delivered his verdict, tapping his pencil against the notebook. So, kid. First piece, 87.6% gold content. Second one's worse, but still solid, 83.1%. I exhaled silently. In my inventory, the nuggets had been marked at 88% and 83%. The system had clearly rounded the numbers, but the master's reading was frighteningly close. If he'd quoted 85 and 80, I would have turned around and left without a word. But this was fair. I nodded my consent. Then everything moved fast. A deafening screech, and the steel jaws of the crusher reduced my nuggets to a pile of fingernail-sized fragments in seconds. 10 more minutes, and those fragments were being poured neatly into a graphite crucible. It's about to get hot, Enrique warned, pulling on safety glasses and thick gloves. A wave of dry, searing heat rolled out of the furnace and pushed me back a step. The master slid the crucible inside, and the room filled with a rising hum. Through a small window of heat-resistant glass I watched the ore fragments lose their shape, soften, and merge into a single glowing mass. Inside the crucible, in a dazzling radiance, a small sun churned, hypnotic and dangerous. 20 minutes later, my 1.8 kilograms of ore had become liquid fire. With a smooth, practiced movement, Enrique lifted the crucible and began pouring the melt into small molds. Gold flowed in a thick, luminous stream. Another 15 minutes of cooling, and there it was, 16 perfect 100-gram bars and 1 small frozen drop weighing 37 grams, laid out on the table in front of me. The master immediately separated 12 grams from the small drop as payment for his services. What remained was mine, 1,625 grams of pure 999 finest gold. Each bar came with a small certificate confirming its authenticity. Good ore, Enrique said unexpectedly, wiping his hands on a rag. Your grandfather had a keen eye. You mentioned to the manager you wanted to sell some. Yes, I was told I could do that here, I said, carefully loading the warm, heavy bars into plastic containers and stowing them in my backpack. You can, of course, he agreed easily. But if you want to sell more, and at only a 20% discount instead of 25% like we charge, I can point you to a friend's pawn shop. Tell them Enrique sent you and they won't ask unnecessary questions. If you just walk the street blind with that much gold, they'll skin you alive. That sounds pretty attractive. Give me the address. Enrique's recommendation turned out to be on the same street, which didn't particularly surprise me. In the Diamond District, reputation was everything. I went back to the manager who had greeted me at the entrance, settled the paperwork, and stepped back out onto the bustling street half an hour later into what felt like a different world. In my backpack, alongside the 1,225 grams of gold bars, sat a thick stack of $100 bills, $9,825 in cash. I was rich. By New York standards I was barely scraping the edge of the middle class, but that wasn't the point. What mattered was the feeling. It was as if an invisible weight had been lifted off my chest. Breathing was easier, and my thoughts, no longer dragging the anchor of tomorrow's survival, ran clean and free. Pure euphoria. Something close to what I imagined a person felt the day they made their final mortgage payment. In that mood I headed to the pawnshop Enrique had recommended. I told the heavyset man behind the armored glass that Enrique had sent me, presented the certificates, and sold another 325 grams of gold without a single unnecessary question, walking out with another $8,380 in cash. Then the euphoria drained away, replaced by a cold sting of fear. I was now carrying $18,205 in cash and 900 grams of gold. Suddenly the busy Manhattan streets felt hostile. Every passerby who glanced at my backpack became a potential mugger in my head. Without overthinking it I ducked into the nearest shop, bought the cheapest, most unremarkable plastic bag I could find, transferred all the cash and the remaining bars into it, and put the whole bundle into my inventory. The relief was immediate and physical. I could walk down the street again without flinching at every shadow. I'd sell the remaining gold over the next couple of days, spread across different pawnshops so as not to flash a large sum in any one place. But that was for later. A financial safety net had been created. Next item on the agenda, finding a new home. Back in my cramped studio, I felt a sharp sense of dissonance. The air was stale, and the walls seemed to press in even harder than before. The contrast between this wretched little box and the tens of thousands of dollars sitting in my inventory was almost physically uncomfortable. It was time to end this arrangement. I sat down at the laptop immediately. Craigslist and StreetEasy pages flashed by on the screen, filters set precisely, Brooklyn or Queens, garage or outbuilding, backyard mandatory. The first results made me wince. Broker-inflated prices stared back at me like open mockery. These digital vultures were ready to charge thousands of dollars for 2 emails and a single showing. After 10 minutes of fruitless browsing I clicked my tongue and unchecked the broker's filter. The effect was immediate. Prices that had seemed unreasonable suddenly became reasonable. Private landlords were listing places 20, sometimes 30% cheaper. Deposits were manageable and there was no commission to pay. Even with my newly filled pockets, this didn't give me license to be careless. Easy money went just as easily when spent without discipline. Another half hour of careful sifting left me with 3 options that won me over with their straightforward descriptions and credible, non-fake owner accounts. First, and most appealing, a 1-story house in Brooklyn's Bay Ridge neighborhood. A garage annex, a backyard thick with greenery, ideal cover from nosy neighbors. Price, $3,000 a month plus utilities. Second, a 2-story house in Marine Park, also Brooklyn. $4,500 with utilities included. A bit steep, and more square footage than I needed. Third, a 2-story house in Queens for $3,500. This one was the most suspicious. Too sweet a price for the listed square footage. There was obviously a catch somewhere. I'd call them last, if at all. My thoughts kept circling back to the first option. It was perfect. Compact, no rooms I'd be overpaying for without using. Bay Ridge was strategically well positioned, close to the bridge to Staten Island, not far from the port, so if I ever needed to rent a shipping container or warehouse space, the infrastructure would be within reach. The listing itself read as genuine, notarized contract, minimum 1-year lease, a deposit of only $3,000, and, importantly, willingness to accept cash payment. It appeared to be a family renting out the house while relocating to another state. That meant they most likely weren't going to subject me to excessive scrutiny, they just needed a reliable tenant who would pay on time and not cause problems. Decision made. I dialed the number. Hello, good afternoon. I'm calling about the house rental listing in Bay Ridge. Is it still available? I kept my voice calm and steady. Good afternoon. Yes, it's available, replied a woman's voice carrying the particular tiredness of someone deep in the middle of a move and fielding endless calls. Great. I'd like to come see it, if that's convenient for you in the near future. All right. And who would be living there? A family. No, just me. I'm a student, relocating for school. I just need a quiet place where I can focus. Oh, a student. A note of hesitation crept into her voice. The thing is, we're looking for someone long-term. No parties, no loud music. I completely understand, I said quickly. I'm not the party type at all. If anything, I'm the most introverted person you're likely to meet. Crowds and noise aren't my world. And a year-long contract suits me perfectly, which is actually what drew me to your listing. A short pause on the other end. She was weighing that. All right, she said finally. Are you, local? It was a veiled question. I answered it directly. I'm Caucasian. Can I come by within the next hour or two? Yes, that's fine. Do you have the address? I do. I'll be there soon. I ended the call and let out a slow breath. I'd cleared the first hurdle. Now I had to live up to the impression I'd created. The plan was simple: look reliable. First, scrub off any trace of Hell's Kitchen. After a shower, I went to the nearest clothing store and spent $100 on simple but presentable clothes: clean jeans, a polo shirt, decent sneakers. Ideally, I'd have squeezed in a haircut, but there wasn't time. I changed in the fitting room and called a taxi. In the yellow cab carrying me from Manhattan to Brooklyn, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Not just surviving, but actually living. I wasn't running to hide. I was going to start something new. And my future home was somewhere up ahead, waiting. I hoped. Chapter 14. Arriving at the address, I met Louisa, a warm woman in her mid-40s who was clearly running on fumes from the move. She walked me quickly through the house, which was nearly empty. Moving through the rooms where our footsteps echoed off bare walls, I felt not emptiness but potential. The living room would become my relaxation and planning space. The small room was ideal for an office. But the real draw was the garage, spacious, with a separate exit to the backyard. My future workshop. Louisa explained that her family had essentially already settled into their new home in another state, and renting out this single-story house was simply the last loose end they needed to tie up before everything was fully resolved. They'd originally listed it at $3,500, but calls had been slow. It was too much to ask for a one-story house, even in a decent area. So that morning they had made the strategic decision to drop it to $3,000. I was one of the first to call at the new price. Luck had smiled on me. It smiled even broader when Louisa looked me over, took in the neat appearance and unhurried manner, and seemed to find in front of her exactly the tenant she needed. She didn't want a problem renter she'd have to manage from another state. She wanted someone who would pay on time and leave the place intact. My introverted student cover story worked perfectly. 20 minutes after I arrived in Bay Ridge, we were in her car on the way to a notary to sign the contract. Louisa's family were in a hurry to close things out, and she left for her new home that same evening. I spent the following Tuesday and Wednesday on the move. It was exhausting. First, I had to clear out my few but important belongings from the rat hole in Hell's Kitchen. Terminating the contract with the previous landlord meant writing off the $500 deposit old John had paid, since the landlord had no intention of returning it. I absorbed that loss philosophically. It was the price of leaving the past behind. Then came the setup. Hauling boxes, arranging equipment in the garage, buying the 100 small domestic necessities that always turned out to be more than you expected. The constant taxi rides quickly taught me a hard lesson. Even a well-padded wallet could bleed out fast if you were careless with transportation. I realized it was time to buy a car, not just for convenience but as a genuine strategic asset. Digging through my inherited memories, I discovered to my quiet satisfaction that I already had a driver's license, courtesy of John's foster mother, who had made aggressive use of every available social benefit, including free driving lessons for foster children. Another unexpected gift from the past. Part of Wednesday, alongside the household work, went toward finding a vehicle. After going through listings on Craigslist, driving to scattered corners of Brooklyn, and personally inspecting several rusty candidates that failed on contact, I finally found what I was looking for: a 2007 Honda CR-V. Understated, reliable, spacious enough without being conspicuous, and most importantly, the kind of car nobody looked at twice. The perfect gray vehicle for my purposes. The asking price was $7,200. After a brief negotiation and a thorough once-over, I paid cash on the spot, took the receipt and the title, and registered the car in my name that same day at the Brooklyn Department of Transportation, picking up insurance at $100 a month while I was there. By Wednesday evening I was sitting in my own garage, in my own folding chair, next to my own car. I pulled the gate closed, cutting myself off from the outside world, and finally let myself take stock. The cards I was holding: a reliable car, a comfortable quiet house with a year-long lease, 180 OP on my balance, since I hadn't let idle moments go to waste and had been knocking out small crafts whenever time allowed, and a tight roll of cash totaling $25,000, the proceeds from methodically selling the remaining gold bars across various pawnshops around the city. Life was good. I felt an intoxicating sense of control and security that I had been sorely lacking for longer than I could clearly remember. But complete freedom still required a couple more steps. Tomorrow I'd drop out of the art college. It wasn't a critical problem, but the obligation sat on my mind like unfinished business. I also needed to pay off the $2,000 credit card balance and close the old accounts, to start entirely clean. I spent another hour straightening up the garage, sorting equipment, and arranging materials on the shelves. The monotonous work was satisfying in a quiet way. In the pockets of downtime I knocked out another 20 OP on small crafts, bringing the balance to a clean 200, then went to bed. Tomorrow's plan was clear and simple: drop out of college, earn another 50 OP, and unlock 2 recipes from the Arcanum simultaneously, the muscle stimulant and the protective field generator. With my current resources I was confident I could work toward building something from both, and each had its own compelling case. If I needed more money at any point, I could assemble or simply buy a personal or smelter and run it right here in the garage. But all of that was for tomorrow. The morning in the new house was different. Quiet. Peaceful. The sunlight coming through the blinds carried none of the anxiety or the smell of damp that had accompanied every morning in the old studio. It promised a productive day. The energy coiled up inside me wasn't just the restlessness of a young body anymore. I could feel it almost physically, something warm and dense sitting in my chest, pressing to get out, needing to make something. Was it the hormones of this young body doing that to me? Or was the system's so-called spark of the creator, about which I still knew practically nothing, genuinely kindling towards something larger, something that might one day become a true flame of the celestial blacksmith? I sat with the feeling for a moment. It was specific and unambiguously positive. An itch in my fingertips, a pull toward tools and materials, toward turning a pile of raw parts into something that hadn't existed before. This inner fire could push me toward all kinds of things, great and not so great. Deciding not to get lost in philosophical questions about it, I had breakfast, opened the laptop, and started mapping out the next steps in my crafting agenda. While I waited for the morning rush to thin out, I sat with my plans, and only once the traffic had cleared a little did I get into the Honda and drive to the college. The task ahead was simple, if tedious: officially burn the bridges. Submit the withdrawal application, fill out the form to exit the loan program, and sit through the mandatory consultation where someone would explain, with a weary expression, everything I had already looked up. Then came the financial side. A semester at the college cost $4,500, a full year $9,000, which was more than my car. John had just completed a full year, so that was the figure I owed, plus $300 to $500 in charges for the first 2 weeks of the current term. Fortunately, the terms of the student loan were lenient, no interest, with payments deferred for 6 months and spread over 10 years. I wasn't going to drag it out. I'd set up automatic payments and let this particular debt fade into the background like a bad memory. Arriving at the college, I worked through the administrative offices efficiently. The whole bureaucratic process took about an hour. Each signature on each form felt like a clean snip, cutting another thread connecting me to John's old life. When it was done, I walked out holding official confirmation. I was no longer enrolled at this college. I was still technically a debtor, but that was a minor detail. In a genuinely good mood, I headed for the exit, my head already filling with plans: hardware store, full stock-up, an entire day in a crafting frenzy. But the day had other ideas. Walking directly toward me down the sunlit corridor was a familiar shock of red hair cutting through the crowd. Mary Jane Watson, in person. Beside her was a guy who seemed to be her complete opposite in every visible way. Thin, slightly hunched, built entirely out of sharp angles and nervous energy, with a gaze that had clearly spent far more time on book pages than on people's faces, half hidden behind round-rimmed glasses. Green sweater, worn jeans. No offense to the guy, but he was a textbook representative of the nerd faction, almost comically archetypal. I had no intention of changing course or starting a conversation. The girl spotted me and gave a brief nod with a slight smile. I returned it, keeping my expression neutral, and we passed each other. I had already taken a couple of steps back into my own thoughts about the upcoming crafting session when a fragment of their conversation reached me. One word. Or rather, one name, spoken by her, stopped me cold. "It's really not difficult, Peter. With your brains you'll fix the projector in no time." Whatever came after that, I didn't hear. My attention had snagged on that single word and the rest of the world simply went quiet. The name. Peter. My brain, suddenly running at an accelerated pace, began sifting through everything it knew. Peter. In Mary Jane's circle. Thin. Nerd. Glasses. The pieces came together in a single silent, deafening flash. Peter Parker. I looked at the back of that slouching figure and tried to reconcile his image with the legend. There was no confidence, no concealed strength, not even the faintest trace of the quick-witted hero he was destined to become. Just an awkward young man. That was what the absence of a radioactive spider bite did to a person. The real question wasn't who he was. It was what I should do about it. And whether I should do anything at all. Case for intervention, at least 2 reasons, and both carried weight. First, Peter Parker was a freaking genius. One of the smartest minds this world had to offer. I didn't know precisely how extraordinary this particular version of him was, but that could be gauged from even a brief conversation. Second, his tragic future. The lizard transformation, which was practically inevitable in those versions of the universe where a spider-powered Gwen existed. I wasn't a hero, but preventing the emergence of one of New York's most dangerous threats at the earliest possible stage. That was at least worth considering. All right. Stop. No rushing this. Think it through. Cold and in order. The asset side of the equation, genius. What did that mean for me specifically? I was not a genius, not by any measure. I was a practitioner with access to potentially extraordinary technologies, but I frequently didn't understand the underlying principles well enough to implement them cleanly. Parker was a bridge. More than that, he was a force multiplier. A living supercomputer capable of taking blueprints from the Forge, artifacts from other realities that casually violated the laws of physics, and figuring out how to make them actually function in my garage with a soldering iron and parts sourced from a local electronics market. He could explain the biochemistry of the muscle stimulant to me, optimize the mechanism for the protective field generator, help with any programming requirements. This wasn't simply about accelerating the OP farm. It was a quantum leap in the quality and pace of my development. Peter Parker was one of the rarest genuinely universal geniuses, and ignoring that asset when it was literally within arm's reach would be a particular kind of criminal stupidity. The liability side, the lizard. On the other side of the scale sat his monstrous potential future. To be direct about it, the moral dimensions of Gwen's heroic journey weren't my primary concern. What I cared about was risk assessment. Was Peter's transformation as inevitable here as, say, Captain Stacy's death? Looking at the way Peter was currently trailing behind Mary Jane, ready to do whatever she asked, it seemed unlikely that he and Gwen had any close relationship at this point. His eventual act would most likely be driven by envy of the superheroine, assuming he already knew about her, and a desperate need to prove something to a world that hadn't noticed him yet. Classic profile. And a weakness that could be worked with. But I needed to move. They were about to disappear around the corner and the window was closing by the second. The first step in any strategy was data collection. I needed to speak to him. Assess him. Understand what I was actually dealing with, a future Nobel laureate, a future monster, or simply a badly beaten down teenager who hadn't found himself yet. This was also the simplest and most obvious move. I'd build from there. Hey, MJ, hold up. I called out, keeping my voice as casual as possible. They stopped. Mary Jane turned, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before settling into easy friendliness. I overheard something about a spotlight. I closed the distance, deliberately choosing the word catastrophe when I added, what catastrophe exactly has befallen? It worked. Mary Jane threw her hands up, theatrical distress entering her voice immediately. It's simply awful. The main spotlight broke on one of the rehearsal stages. And to get it officially repaired we have to submit a request and wait 3 days, you know how that red tape goes. The girls and I have a performance in a small theater tomorrow and we absolutely need a final rehearsal today. She paused and tilted her head proudly toward her companion. Fortunately, after a conversation with the department, I managed to bring in an independent outside expert. I shifted my attention to Peter, who appeared to shrink visibly under that title, looking like he was considering merging with the wall behind him. An expert, you say? I let a slight smirk show and extended my hand to Parker. He looks more like a theorist than a practical guy to me. He can absolutely handle it. Mary Jane shot back immediately, while Peter shook my hand with a certain awkwardness. Peter is the smartest person I know. And can the smartest person, I pretended to search through options, though I had already chosen the test beforehand, build a Marx generator, for example. Mary Jane looked at the guy beside her with no idea what I was talking about. But Peter changed. Up until that moment he had been carrying himself like Mary Jane's shadow, lost and peripheral. At the words, Marx generator, something shifted in him. He straightened slightly. The gaze behind his glasses sharpened and focused on me, and a spark of genuine, alert professional interest lit up in it. Played around with one in high school, he said. His voice, previously quiet and a little deflated, found a slightly more confident register. Getting identical high-voltage capacitors is the real challenge, though. I had to build my own out of foil and plastic bottles. Respectable, I said, nodding and feigning mild surprise, though internally I was barely keeping the satisfaction off my face. Test passed with flying colors. Where are you studying, if you don't mind me asking? Or working? NYU. Biochemistry, genetic engineering track. He scratched the back of his disheveled head a little awkwardly. I work on the side too, part-time. Bingo. Coincidences like this didn't happen. But I needed one more confirmation. Dr. Kurt Connors doesn't happen to work there, does he? Parker's eyes went wide with genuine surprise. He does. I actually assist him a little, part-time for now, but... He shrugged, a small smile appearing. No complaints. Getting even limited access to a lab at that level, and to that quality of knowledge, is an incredible stroke of luck. Jackpot. Boys, can you maybe save the science talk for later? Mary Jane cut into our exchange, placing her hands dramatically on her hips. There is a spotlight that is not going to fix itself. Yeah, right, sorry, we should go, Peter agreed, visibly guilty. I realized this moment couldn't be left on the table. Can I get your number? I addressed him directly. Having the smartest person according to Mary Jane Watson in my contact seems like a better state of affairs than not having him. A light flush touched Peter's cheeks, but he nodded. Yeah, sure, go ahead. I wrote down the number, said goodbye, and left the college in an even better mood than the one I'd carried through the dropout paperwork. I hadn't just shed an unnecessary obligation. I'd acquired something considerably more valuable. Getting into the Honda, I pulled out onto the avenue feeling genuinely in control. The world was full of opportunities. The euphoria didn't last very long, though. Between the unfamiliar feel of this body and this car and the particular demands of American traffic law, I was, as I had been the day before, giving the road my full and careful attention. And it was exactly that concentration that let me notice something unwelcome. A black SUV had been sitting in my rearview mirror for several blocks. A Toyota Land Cruiser, tinted as dark as legally possible. I turned right onto a quieter side street. A beat of delay, and the Land Cruiser turned with me. A cold trickle ran down my back. I took another turn. It was still there. This was no longer coincidence. Damn it, I hissed through my teeth, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. I really hope this is just paranoia, and that this particular black box on wheels just happens to share my exact route, turn for turn, entirely by chance. Chapter 15. My hands on the steering wheel had gone clammy. My heart slammed against my ribs like a trapped bird. What was I supposed to do? Who were these people? What did they want from me? Thoughts spun in a panicked whirlwind, each one more terrifying than the last. Was I really going to die? This stupidly and ingloriously, barely a week into my time here, just when life was starting to turn around. Okay. Inhale. Exhale. Calm down. I forced a deep, ragged breath into my lungs and felt them burn. Panic was not going to fix anything. Logic. I needed logic. If they had wanted to kill me, they probably would have done it already. They could have opened fire on the car at any one of the intersections. But if they were simply watching, that meant they had a different goal. That meant I had time. I needed to lose them. How did people do it in those cool spy thrillers? Sharp turn into an alley. Punch the gas and break away. As luck would have it, my head rang with useless emptiness. Every sensible thought had evaporated, leaving me alone with a panicked, malfunctioning brain. Thoughts. Right. The intellect potion. My trump card. I would definitely come up with something under its influence. But to take it, I needed to buy myself at least a few minutes first. I spotted a small cafe with open windows ahead. Keeping my expression neutral, I smoothly changed lanes and pulled over. I got out without looking back, as if the stop had been planned all along, and went inside. I ordered a salad and coffee, the most mundane thing I could think of. While the order was being prepared, I took a seat at a table by the window. The black Land Cruiser did not drive past. It parked a little further down on the opposite side of the street. They were waiting for me to come back out. Apparently, walking in and making a scene in the middle of Manhattan was not their style. That bought me a window. I excused myself to the restroom. Cold water on my wrists brought my feverish pulse down a notch. I looked at my pale reflection in the mirror, pulled a vial of the potion from inventory, and drank the tart, near-tasteless liquid in one swallow. The effect did not kick in immediately. I returned to my table, and for the first few seconds nothing happened. Then, it was as if someone had reached into my skull and turned a dial. The panicked noise began to fade, dissolving into clear, distinct signals. Emotions retreated to the background, transforming from all-consuming terror into just another variable in an equation. My brain accelerated to a pace I had no natural name for, fully detached from the ordinary flow of the world. All that remained was the problem, and the solutions. Problem: a group of unknown pursuers in a tinted black Toyota Land Cruiser. Targets: unknown. Composition: unknown. Surveillance analysis: average or below professional grade. High-level professionals such as SHIELD or the FBI would not use the same high-visibility vehicle for extended surveillance. They would run a box formation, rotating cars constantly. These tactics were crude and direct. Either this was a deliberate show of force, or it was simple incompetence. Probability of a deliberate metatrap, that they wanted me to notice them, less than 5%. Too elaborate for amateurs, too clumsy for professionals. Discarded as unlikely. Conclusion: I was not dealing with a top-tier government intelligence agency. Motive analysis: I needed to examine all of my recent unusual actions. Ghost orchid, approximately 70% probability. A unique mystical resource. Taking it was the most conspicuous thing I had done in this world so far. The flower likely had guardians, and they had spent several days tracking me down through conventional means: cameras, witnesses. Selling the gold, approximately 25%. Less likely. Gold was a standard criminal target, and anyone who had tailed me from a pawnshop would more probably have attempted a straightforward robbery rather than running a discreet surveillance operation. Still, it could not be ruled out entirely. Perhaps they believed I had an ongoing source and wanted to take it from me. Another factor entirely, approximately 5%. My interaction with Parker. A brief exchange with Osborne. My nature as a transmigrator. Too many unknowns. I filed this as statistical noise until more data emerged. Conclusion: the most probable cause was the ghost orchid. Persona analysis: if the orchid was the trigger, then the people watching me were those who knew of its existence. The circle was narrowing but still wide. Descendants of the Lenape. A magical order. A gang using it in their rituals. The hand. I probably would not have spotted the hand. I needed to look for clues in what was already visible. A black Land Cruiser. Full tint. Front side windows. Also fully tinted. I paused on that. That was a direct violation of New York State traffic law. I quietly opened my phone's browser. New York window tint law. As expected, front side windows could not transmit less than 70% of light. Full tint was prohibited. With one exception. A single one: a medical certificate for severe light sensitivity. My brain immediately built the chain. Severe light sensitivity. Medical conditions: porphyria. Albinism. Systemic lupus. Sun allergy. In the Marvel Universe, there was at least one sentient race with exactly that diagnosis. A nocturnal species with superhuman strength and speed. And a pathological aversion to sunlight. Vampires. The hypothesis instantly accounted for everything: their unwillingness to leave the vehicle during daylight, their preference for brute force over subtlety, and their interest in a mystical ingredient like the orchid. They had no obvious reason to care about gold in such a raw, unprocessed form. Result: greater than 80% probability that I was being followed by a vampire clan for taking the ghost orchid. All right. Operating on the assumption that they were actually vampires, what then? My brain, liberated from fear, began running the options. Direct confrontation was a guaranteed death sentence. Their physical capabilities were orders of magnitude beyond mine. But they had weaknesses. Sunlight. Possibly silver. Those physical advantages, though, all paled against one critical vulnerability, one I probably would not even have registered without the potion running through me. Now, with my mind operating at this level, I was calculating hundreds of possible scenarios, filtering out the losing ones, and searching for the single viable path. And I thought I had found it. The plan was reckless, built on one assumption I had never tested in practice. But it existed. "Your order, sir." The waitress set a plate of salad and a cup of coffee in front of me, pulling me briefly out of the tactical current. I thanked her and began eating slowly, using every second to turn each detail of the upcoming operation over in my mind. Vampires in this world were not the brooding hermits of teen romance fiction. They were apex predators, killing machines capable of mentally dominating their prey. That last trait made them especially dangerous. One glance, one command, and I could hand over everything they wanted without resistance. Direct contact had to be avoided at all costs. My plan did not involve dialogue. It did not even involve eye contact. It was going to be me or them, and there was no middle ground. After finishing the meal, I left a few dollars on the table and walked out. Calmly, without rushing. I got back behind the wheel of the Honda and pulled onto the road toward Hell's Kitchen. The black Land Cruiser eased smoothly into traffic behind me. Despite the extremely inconvenient problem of supernatural predators on my tail, I was not exactly a helpless target. I had several asymmetric advantages. The system. A chemically supercharged intellect. And the fact that they did not know my new address. That last one felt temporary, and I knew it. Once I dealt with these bloodsuckers, relocating was going to demand serious thought. Caw. I exhaled in sharp irritation. My brief vacation in this world was over before it had properly begun. I had not come close to the level of power and security I had been building toward. Which meant what, exactly? It meant I was going to have to accelerate my development under pressure, risking attracting even more unwanted attention in the process. Just fantastic. "Why couldn't you stay home, you miserable devils?" I muttered at the empty car, eyes fixed on the road. Glancing periodically at the rearview mirror, I watched the Land Cruiser maintain a steady distance of 7 to 10 car lengths. They were professional enough not to crowd me, but not professional enough to disappear from my awareness entirely. I was leading them. Guiding them straight into the ground I had chosen. There it was. The familiar abandoned lot where I had sorted through the ores from the miracle box. A 5-story skeleton of a building at the edge of the neighborhood, weathered and crumbling. On one side, a tall concrete fence created a natural corridor. No cameras, no random pedestrians. And most importantly, the pitted, uneven ground in front of the entrance, the kind no sane driver would push an ordinary vehicle through at speed. The perfect arena. I turned into the narrow alleyway squeezed between the building wall and the fence, a near-perfect dead end. I killed the engine. Then, without stepping out of the car, I executed the first part of the plan. With a focused mental effort, I placed the Honda in inventory. For a split second I felt the disorienting lurch of a sudden drop before my feet hit the ground. Not wasting a moment, I slipped into the dark doorway of the abandoned building and pressed into the shadows. I was now bait inside my own trap. All that was left was to wait. They had to come in. The space was too tight, the dead end too complete. The moment I stepped out of that doorway, I would be within arm's reach of their vehicle. But for now, stillness. Stay low. Do not give anything away before the moment. Navigate by sound alone. I did not have to wait long. 6 minutes later by my internal clock, the silence broke with the rumble of a powerful engine. The sound of heavy tires grinding over gravel and rubble grew closer. Then a massive black SUV eased slowly into the dead end, rocking over the uneven ground. It stopped exactly where the Honda had been a minute earlier. Through the gaps in the wall and the shifting shadows, I could make out their silhouettes. They were probably confused. The target had simply ceased to exist. What if they were all wearing a heavy coat of sunscreen, prepared for exactly this kind of exposed situation? There was no time to let them think. No time to wait for the engine to cut off or for them to throw the car into reverse. Now. I burst out of the doorway with purpose. 2 quick strides, and the world narrowed to a single point, the black metal flank of the SUV. I lunged forward, and the next moment my fingers made contact with the warm, dust-filmed body panel. In that fraction of a second, I compressed every desperate hope I had placed in this plan into one focused mental command. 1,000th of a second. The world seemed to blink. The massive black SUV, which had just filled the entire space of the dead end, simply ceased to exist. It vanished along with its passengers. For several long seconds I stood completely still, staring at the void where a 2-ton machine had just been. The air still held the tremor of its engine, but the engine itself was gone. Too easy, I muttered, genuinely stunned that a plan built on so many untested assumptions had not just worked, but worked perfectly, cleanly, without a single variable going wrong. Even running on the potion, I could not quite keep the amazement out of my voice. Fortunately, my mind, still running on its chemical boost, did not allow anything as indulgent as shock or triumph to take over. Instead, it immediately pivoted to cold, dispassionate post-analysis, running failure scenarios it had not been needed for. Scenario Alpha, the targets were living humans. What if there were no vampires in that vehicle and the inventory had refused to accept them? By the time I registered that my trump card had failed, I would have had roughly 0.7 to 4.3 seconds before they processed their situation and returned fire. The only viable tactical move in that window would have been to drop the car on top of them directly. Brutal. Yes. Ruthless. Absolutely. But not malice. Cold survival mathematics. Under the potion, I would have done it without hesitation. Scenario Beta, the system classifies vampires as living beings. A philosophical paradox. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I live. Could the system view vampires as a corrupted but still functioning life form? Entirely possible. The response in that case would have been identical to Scenario Alpha: drop the Land Cruiser on them and pray that the daylight flooding the dead end would work in my favor and slow their reactions. Scenario Gamma, I was wrong, and they were professionals. The worst case. What if they had sensed the setup and bailed from the vehicle early? What if they had simply waited for me at the exit of the building, blocking the only way out? Here I had gambled on their complacency, on their predatory overconfidence and the twisted internal logic I had just turned back against them. The gamble paid off. But it had been a gamble. I forced that line of thinking to stop. Filling my head with what-ifs after the fact was the same kind of counterproductive spiral as the old story about the falling log that almost killed the youngest daughter. The immediate threat had been neutralized. But would I ever find out who they were, where they came from, or who sent them? Not anytime soon. Which meant others could be waiting in the dark. I had attracted unwanted attention, made mistakes, and now I had to account for that. It was time to stop being a background character. Leaving in the Honda was obviously out of the question. If I drove it home, they would have my address within hours, and uninvited visitors would probably show up that same night. Buying myself even a few days was critical right now. The car would stay in inventory. I climbed over the concrete fence and exited the abandoned lot on the far side, walking out onto the street like a perfectly ordinary resident of Hell's Kitchen. Then I headed for the nearest trusted hardware store, and this trip was radically different from every previous one. I was no longer counting every dollar. I was investing. The cart filled with more than pipes and wire this time. A welding machine, a set of precision screwdrivers, a soldering station, an oscilloscope, advanced tool kits, materials packages, canisters of chemical reagents, everything needed to transform an empty garage into a functioning laboratory. Several $1,000s went without hesitation or regret. I arranged delivery to the house, left the store, and took the subway. After riding to the station closest to my new home and circling the block a couple of times to confirm I had no tail, I went inside. The delivery had just arrived and was already sitting in the garage. My new temple. My forge. It was ready. The system's internal screen surfaced helpfully in my mind. Current balance, 200 OP. Target, reach 250 OP. Primary objective, unlock 2 key Arcanum blueprints for survivability in my current situation, the muscle stimulator and the protective field generator. I paused briefly at the alternative development branch. The poison discipline. Tempting, but the risk analysis raised immediate red flags: high OP cost, complex and potentially exotic ingredients for synthesis, unpredictable effects on non-human targets, and a real risk of accidental contamination in my improvised lab. Rejected. Priority, survivability and direct physical enhancement. Time to get to work. I had to build at least one of those two things today. Chapter 16. 50 points. A measly 50 OP stood between me and the next stage of development. I could, of course, take the path of least resistance. The garage was stuffed with materials, and I could easily throw together another useless but system-recognized craft. But something inside me, the part that had just tasted the cold, sticky fear of a real hunt, rebelled against that idea. Build garbage for points while supernatural predators were circling. No. That was not the path of a survivor. That was the path of a future corpse. I needed a weapon. Something that would give me a real edge if they came back. And they would come back. The classical weaknesses of vampires in this world were well documented enough to work with, and that gave me room to move. Thoughts churned rapidly. A garlic aerosol bomb. 2 situational and non-lethal. An automatic crossbow with aspen bolts. Effective in principle, but requiring a level of accuracy I did not yet have. Silver bullets. Those required a firearm, which meant a whole separate headache with New York's licensing laws. Then a sharp image surfaced from an old film about a brutal, half-breed vampire hunter working in the dark. Ultraviolet light. Powerful, concentrated ultraviolet radiation that turned vampires to ash. That was it. Elegant, technological, and targeted directly at their primary vulnerability. Decision made. For this kind of problem, I did not begrudge spending one of my 3 remaining intellect potions. The world narrowed, stripping away everything irrelevant. For the next hour I was not just a man with a problem. I was a high-speed search algorithm tearing through terabytes of data across engineering forums, physics papers, and electronic component catalogs. Connections that an ordinary brain might take weeks to form were building themselves in fractions of a second. A blueprint began to take shape on the laptop screen, not something from the system, but mine. I called it the UV projector Daylight in my mind, though a blunter and more honest name had already rooted itself in my gut, the Vampire Ashmaker. Now it was just a matter of turning the idea into metal and plastic. Radiation source. At the heart of the device had to be several high-power UVC LED chips, 20 watts each. Industrial-grade monsters, the kind normally used in water sterilization systems. I found a supplier online and handed over $300 for the best available units without negotiating. You do not cut corners on survival hardware. Power supply, standard batteries would choke immediately. These LEDs demanded not just voltage but enormous current output. The solution came from the world of racing drones and radio-controlled cars, several lithium polymer battery packs for high-performance models, soldered together into a single block capable of delivering the sustained current the array required. Another $150 gone. Cooling system. This was the genuine engineering challenge. Up to 70% of the energy running through a UVC LED at the power level does not become light. It becomes heat, and not the manageable kind. Without active cooling, my expensive chips would burn out in 3 seconds flat. A passive heatsink was not going to cut it. The potion-boosted brain, however, had already found an answer, clean, ruthless, and elegant. I built a combined thermal management system, mounting a thermoelectric cooler, a Peltier element, directly onto the copper substrate of the LED matrix. The cold side pressed against the matrix, pulling heat away from the chips. The hot side drove that heat into a massive copper heatsink salvaged from a decommissioned server rack, with a high-speed fan mounted on top. When powered on, the whole assembly produced a low, predatory hum that I found quietly satisfying. For the optical element, I had to spend on a fused quartz lens, since ordinary glass simply would not transmit the harsh UVC spectrum. Everything went into the gutted housing of a heavy-duty construction work light. Assembled on the garage workbench, the finished device was unsettling even to me. It looked like a prop from a science fiction action film, bulky, utilitarian, and specifically lethal to one particular category of intelligent being. I added a control board with a large power button and a mode switch between continuous beam and disorienting strobe, then stepped back and looked at what I had made. I had done this without blueprints. Without the system's guidance. I had defined the problem myself, found the solution myself, and built it myself. I was growing as a creator. And the system, fortunately, appeared to agree. Simple engineered construction, UV projector, created. Complexity, minimal. Received plus 50 OP. The sting of minimal was familiar by now. For a system that treated the extremis formula as a standard recipe, my creations were nothing more than a child's sandcastles while the adults built nuclear reactors. I had made my peace with that, more or less. The projector went into inventory, my first real trump card against creatures of the night. And with a balance of 250 OP, I could finally move to the most important item on the agenda. Time to spend some points. The system window opened obediently. Technologies tab, Arcanum section, the path that was becoming almost familiar. 8 disciplines looked back at me, each promising a different kind of power for a different price. Which first, the muscle stimulator or the protective field generator? For contrast, I decided to start with what was supposedly the more ambitious of the two. I navigated to the electricity discipline, selected the blueprint, and mentally confirmed the expenditure. 100 OP poured into the recipe. I immediately regretted it. If the intellect potion was a stream of crystal-clear knowledge flowing into the mind, this was an information tsunami made of broken glass and molten metal. A storm of data, alien concepts, fractal geometries, and physical laws that had not yet been discovered in this world tore through my brain. The headache was not just severe. It was crushing. Hell. I rasped into the empty garage when the room stopped spinning and my vision cleared. An initial assessment of the technology, now permanently burned into my memory, produced not excitement but a quiet, settled horror. Protective field generator. Arcanum classification, artifact, spatial manipulation device. A compact unit the size of a cigarette case, capable of projecting a unidirectional force barrier 1 meter in diameter. The shield stopped most kinetic threats, from pistol rounds to shrapnel. It sounded like the perfect personal defense tool. But the component list, adapted by the system to the realities of the Marvel world, made me want to sit down on the floor and just quietly despair. The device consisted of 3 modules, and each one was its own private engineering nightmare. Power module, primary power source, a compact strontium radioisotope thermoelectric generator, an RTG, the kind used in deep space probes and ultra-premium medical implants. Not something you picked up at a supply store. This was restricted technology, and accessing it legitimately would require at minimum a fabricated identity credible enough to pass as a senior nuclear physicist on a classified project. And that was just the power source. The energy storage component called for a bank of solid-state graphene supercapacitors whose construction required vacuum environment nanomaterial processing equipment. That could not be assembled in a garage, and whether it could be purchased commercially in any form was a question I could not yet answer. Field emitter, the focusing element was a synthetic sapphire single crystal doped with evenly distributed nanoparticles of vibranium. I glanced at the box of ore sitting in inventory. I had the metal. What I did not have was a high-temperature crystal growth furnace or the equipment for nanodispersive deposition of the hardest metal on the planet. The distance between owning a block of marble and being able to sculpt the David from it. The projection grid, a lattice of tungsten microfilaments, was almost simple by comparison. Theoretically orderable. Expensive and specialized, but not impossible. Unlike the nuclear battery. Control module, this was where the system finished the job. The frequency stabilizer required a resonant tuning fork precision machined from URU. I thought of my half-kilogram ingot. I did not even know how to scratch URU, let alone shape it to micron tolerances. The only component in this module that did not induce immediate despair was the control chip, a custom microprocessor, which appeared to be the system's technological substitute for some magical artifact from the original recipe. Weak consolation against everything else on the list. And then there was assembly. The construction requirements included a vacuum deposition chamber for conductor sputtering, laser calibration to micron accuracy, and an ISO Class 3 cleanroom. Without a fully equipped high-tech laboratory worth several $1 million, this blueprint was simply a beautiful and completely unusable picture. This was a case where the system had handed me a schematic for a starship while neglecting to mention that a planetary factory was required to build it. By the time I developed to the level where those resources were accessible, the need for a device this basic would probably have disappeared entirely. The Forge's gotcha was unpredictable. What would it give me next? Intuitive component substitution. Access to Kamartaj's library. Ready-made tactical armor pulled from another universe. The protective field generator went into the deepest drawer of the mental filing cabinet. 100 OP, invested in knowledge I would not be able to apply for a very long time. Frustrating, but genuinely instructive. 150 OP remaining. Fingers mentally crossed, I fed them into the muscle stimulator. A new wave of information, another bout of headache, but this time the experience was completely different. Structured. The feeling of a complex problem that was nonetheless solvable. I exhaled with such relief that the room tilted slightly. Unlike the generator, this was within reach. Theoretically, with the right components assembled today, I could brew the first few doses before nightfall, and recover the spent OP with interest. Muscle stimulator. Arcanum classification, alchemic drug, temporary bioamplifier. A single-use injector that urgently pushes muscular strength, speed, and endurance to peak human performance, and in some parameters meaningfully beyond it. It did not rewrite DNA the way the supersoldier serum did. It operated at the cellular level instead. The active substance, clusters of unstable ozone, bonded to ATP in the muscle tissue and triggered what the recipe described as a kind of nitrogen ignition, forcing cells to release energy 10 to 15 times more intensely than normal. High-end doping, but without the crash afterward. The palladium stabilizer in the formula functioned as a precise thermal dissipator, removing metabolic byproducts and preventing cellular burnout. Duration of effect, 15 to 20 minutes. A perfect window for a fight or a hard escape. The recipe was genuinely non-trivial. After the monstrous generator blueprint, though, it read like instructions from a children's chemistry kit. Time to source the components. I put together a mental list while simultaneously working through supplier options online. Base, active substance, synthetic testosterone. The main problem. Prescription only in pharmacies, and not available everywhere. Workarounds would be needed. I flagged this one for the end. Stabilizer, colloidal palladium solution. I had the raw ore, but why complicate things unnecessarily? A ready-made laboratory solution was available from chemical suppliers. A 100 milliliter vial ran approximately $200. Straightforward. Binding agent, purified bovine serum albumin, BSA. Also uncomplicated. Commercial labs sold it as a powder. Another $200 for a quantity that would last through dozens of batches. Catalyst, titanium mesh, fine grade, 100 mesh. A 15 by 15 centimeter sheet, sufficient for a significant number of doses, ran about $100 from industrial filtration suppliers. Solvent, isopropyl alcohol. Already on the shelf. The shape of a plan was emerging. Most components were within reach. The testosterone was the bottleneck. The recipe permitted substituting its precursor, diethylamine, but effectiveness dropped noticeably. Not acceptable. I needed the original, at maximum potency. There were people in the city with the right equipment and the right instincts for a request framed correctly. I just needed to find the right one. I got back to the garage as dusk was beginning to settle over Brooklyn. The workbench was lined with the day's acquisitions in neat rows, vials of colloidal palladium, a container of snow-white albumin powder, coils of titanium mesh. Close to $1,000 in reagents, a portion of it spent on accelerating certain lab suppliers who had a habit of moving slowly. Enough material here for dozens of doses of the stimulator. All of it meaningless without the one missing ingredient. It was only 6 in the evening, but it felt as though an entire week had passed since morning. Thursday had been so relentlessly eventful that it could have supplied a month of ordinary life. Standing in front of the last and hardest obstacle, I felt the fatigue and the creeping headache arrive together. The testosterone problem. Ideally, I needed to resolve it as quickly as possible. But how? Buying it through legitimate channels was impossible. Taking it directly from a pharmacy or a warehouse. With inventory, the mechanics were trivial: reach out, will the target container into a cell, walk away. But that move would light up a beacon visible to every powerful organization in the city. I had already attracted vampires. Adding a pharmaceutical corporation's security apparatus on top of that was not appealing. One option remained: synthesize it. But that required equipment my garage simply did not have. A gas chromatograph. A high-pressure reaction vessel. A centrifuge capable of separating isomers. None of it was here. But. At that but, my fingers stopped their restless drumming on the tabletop. An idea formed. Slippery, risky, morally questionable, and thoroughly tempting. What do I have to lose? I muttered to no one in particular, and scrolled to the contact I had saved just a few hours earlier. Parker, Peter. I rewrote the opening message several times, searching for exactly the right tone: friendly but not fawning, genuinely enthusiastic but not unhinged. Peter, hey. It's John Thompson, we crossed paths at college today. Listen, I've run into a scientific problem, and Mary Jane mentioned you might be the smartest person she knows. Somehow I don't think she was exaggerating. After sending it, a brief pang of conscience hit me. I was going to use this kid. His generosity and his brilliance, both of them, for my own ends. I pushed the feeling down without ceremony. My survival was at stake. It was not personal. It was necessity. For minutes of waiting felt longer than it should have. Then the screen lit up. Hey. She's definitely exaggerating. What do you need? He bit. Modest, responsive, exactly the right temperament. I typed out the story I had already worked through in my head. I'm doing some DIY biohacking, I guess you'd call it. Trying to get a chlorella cell culture to do something interesting. I can send you a photo of my setup so you don't think I've lost my mind, smiley face. Without waiting for a reply, I sent the photo. I had chosen the angle carefully, a microscope in the foreground, a couple of flasks filled with green-tinted water for atmosphere, a small centrifuge, and a row of labeled reagent jars. It looked like the project of an earnest biology student with more ambition than budget. Harmless. Intriguing. Wow. That's a serious setup for a home project. Good. He was impressed. Now for the substance of the problem, packaged in the right scientific framing. Thanks. But I've hit a wall. I need one specific reagent to stimulate cellular metabolism, and I can't source it in pure form through normal channels. Without it, the cells don't respond to the catalyst at all. It's a steroidal base, structurally similar to testosterone, but I need maximum isomeric purity, otherwise the whole culture collapses. So the issue is contamination in commercial-grade samples. He had walked himself straight to the right question. He was already solving it in his head. Exactly. I've burned through 3 samples and a lot of money. And then I thought, you probably have access to a properly equipped lab. Equipment I can only dream about from here. Any chance you could help out a hobbyist? Synthesize a couple of milliliters of clean product. All costs are on me, reagents and your time both. That last line was the pivot. It reframed a dubious request as something partially transactional. I held my breath. If he said no, the theft option came back onto the table. In theory, yeah, it's doable. Nothing too complicated. I'm going to be in the university lab late tonight after classes. Can you make it to the main NYU building? You're an absolute lifesaver, seriously. Just say the word and I'll be there. I leaned back in the chair and let out a long, slow breath. It had worked. Hook, line, and sinker. The testosterone problem was effectively solved. The plan was assembling itself, collect the base ingredient, brew the first doses of the stimulator, recover the spent OP, and spin the gotcha. And then, somewhere after all of that, figure out what to actually do about the FANG problem currently sitting in inventory inside a black Land Cruiser. What state were they in right now? Complete stasis? Or something more permanent? I had no answer to that yet, and while I was still this exposed, thinking about it was premature. I would check when I had something more reliable than a UV work light to back me up. Ideally, once the vampire situation was resolved properly at the root, rather than just kept at arm's length with stimulants and improvised hardware. The next couple of hours I spent half watching garage engineering videos on YouTube, though my thoughts kept drifting back to the upcoming meeting. Finally, a message arrived from Parker. I'm here. Lab 304. Time to move. I called a cab. The Honda would stay in inventory. No loose threads, no patterns. Paranoia was a survivor's best friend. Chapter 17. A university lab late at night had its own special magic. The ventilation system and refrigerators hummed quietly, and the air smelled of ozone, alcohol, and something sterile. Peter Parker, despite the late hour, looked anything but tired. He was in his element, and it showed. Done, he said, with the pride of a scientist presenting the fruits of his labor. He carefully handed me a small dark glass vial. The liquid inside was perfectly transparent. 50 milliliters. 99.98% purity, verified on the chromatograph. I took the vial carefully, feeling the pleasant coolness of it. 50 milliliters. 10 doses of the muscle stimulator. 10 injections of superhuman strength. Something inside me soared. How much do I owe you? I asked, keeping my voice even. Well. Peter hesitated, scratching the back of his head. The reagents came out to about $300. I'll have to reorder for the lab. I think I got a little carried away with the volume. I wanted maximum purity through fractional distillation, and that required a bigger stock. I probably should have made less. It gets expensive. No, what are you talking about? I said quickly, seeing genuine embarrassment on his face. It was almost endearing. It's not expensive, it's perfect. Money is not a problem. Here, take it. This covers the reagents and your time. I handed him 5 crisp $100 bills. Peter's eyes went wide. 500. That's way too much for 20 minutes on the synthesizer. I can't take this. I noticed his simple, slightly worn clothes, his scuffed sneakers. He needed the money. But just handing it to him wouldn't work, his pride wouldn't allow it. I had to come at it from a different angle, make it feel like a fair and logical reward rather than a handout. Peter, I said, shifting gears to throw him off balance. Where do you live? Ah. Queens. Why? Ah, as I'd suspected, this version came with the aunt. Hopefully Uncle Ben was still alive, too. Alone or with family? With my aunt and uncle. His voice carried a note of bewilderment now. Right. You're studying at a prestigious university, living in one of the most expensive cities in the world, in a neighborhood that's far from cheap, and working part-time for Connors. Tell me honestly, does he pay you well for it? I kept the question gentle, no pressure behind it. Understanding flickered in his eyes. He looked at his hands, then at the bills in my palm. He got it, I wasn't trying to humiliate him. I was simply stating a fact. He was a genius who had to count every penny. He didn't object again. He took the money carefully and tucked it into his jeans pocket. An awkward silence settled between us. To break it, Peter drifted back to the only topic that connected us. So why stimulate the metabolism of chlorella? His scientific curiosity had pushed past the embarrassment. Using an active substance derived from testosterone, that's a genuinely non-trivial approach to plant cells. I couldn't even find comparable studies. Damn. He was too smart. A simple excuse wasn't going to cut it here. Let's just say it's a strange hobby of mine, I chuckled, trying to look like an eccentric enthusiast. A long-term project studying hormonal analogs for triggering cascade reactions in lipid synthesis. Most likely a dead end, but the idea burrowed into my head and won't let go. Don't bother yourself with it. I could tell I hadn't fully convinced him, but he at least pretended to accept the answer. Time to wrap things up. Anyway, I'll get out of your hair. Thanks again, seriously. Would you mind if I reached out every now and then with strange scientific questions? As a more experienced colleague. That landed perfectly. Peter's eyes lit up with genuine enthusiasm. Of course, anytime, he replied with a sincere smile. Right whenever you want. Take care. We shook hands and I left the lab, feeling like a cut-rate spy who'd just recruited a valuable asset. In the taxi cutting through the night city, I let myself relax. 10 doses of the stimulator. If the system valued them the same as the potion of intellect, that was 200 OP for the first one, plus 9 more smaller rewards behind it. A mountain of points, in total. I hadn't touched the gacha since the run that gave me Extremis and a box of ore. The next 2 spins cost 300 and 350 OP. After producing the stimulators, I probably had enough for both, and if I came up short, I'd close the gap fast. What would I get? Another impossible blueprint. Maybe another absurdly useful cheat item for exactly right now. We've arrived, the taxi driver's voice pulled me back from fantasies about rare drops. I paid, climbed out, and walked into my garage, my fortress, my workshop. The precious testosterone vial went onto a special stand, taking pride of place. I stood there for several minutes, just running through the upcoming process in my head, getting into the right headspace. The day had worn me down, but right now, on the edge of the final push, I felt an incredible surge of energy. Phew. I exhaled, clearing my head. All right. Let's get to work. The process moved like a surgeon's dance. No rushing, every motion precise. First, activation. In a glass flask on a magnetic stirrer, I measured exactly 5 milliliters of synthetic testosterone. The liquid swirled lazily, catching the lamplight. I lowered a small square of titanium mesh into it, switched on the heating and stirring, and set the temperature to 80 degrees Celsius. The quiet hum of the stirrer became the only sound in the garage. Within minutes, under the combined influence of heat and the titanium catalyst ruthlessly breaking stable molecular bonds, the transparent liquid began to cloud, transforming into an active, unstable nitrogenous suspension. I cooled the base in an ice bath, then sent it to the centrifuge. At high speed, it stripped away unreacted residues and microscopic impurities. Into the purified, almost weightless suspension, I introduced several milliliters of a colloidal palladium solution. If the knowledge etched into my brain was accurate, the microscopic palladium ions would immediately begin to envelop the unstable molecules, placing each one in its own protective cell, preventing premature breakdown and, crucially, ensuring safe elimination from the body after use. The final touch, a couple of milligrams of BSA powder for better absorption, then dilution with a mixture of distilled water and isopropyl alcohol to the target concentration. Done. The preparation was ready. I carefully transferred the finished dose into an automatic injector, something like a futuristic syringe pen. Created potion, muscle stimulator. Difficulty, normal. Received plus 200 OP. Yes. 200 OP, same as the first dose of the potion of intellect. But this time I didn't have to risk my life hunting a ghost orchid. Just pure science, chemistry, and a sliver of arcanum tech magic I didn't yet fully understand. The next hour and a half passed in a state of flow as I repeated the procedure 9 more times. It was meditative work, almost hypnotic. Created potion, muscle stimulator. Difficulty, normal. Received plus 150 OP. Created potion, muscle stimulator. Difficulty, normal. Received plus 100 OP. Created potion, muscle stimulator. Difficulty, normal. Received plus 50 OP. Received plus 40 OP. Received plus 10 OP. When the last injector was filled, I leaned back in my chair. Total, 620 OP. I was just 30 short of a second gotcha spin at 350 OP. I could close that gap quickly, but the gambling itch had already taken hold. If something worthwhile dropped on the first try, the second spin might not even be necessary. Decision made. Spin now, think later. I closed my eyes, focused, and sent the mental command, forge the universe. 300 OP was deducted from my balance, and a system notification blazed across my mind's eye. I read it hungrily. Received information package, common, master clockmaker, arcanum of steam mechanisms and magical mysteries. Unlock cost, 200 OP. Description, years working with mechanisms and intricate blueprints have sharpened your eye to the smallest detail. Your vision stays sharp even in the dim light of a workshop, letting you pick out the finest elements of any structure. Your mind can instantly memorize and analyze complex schematics, making the assembly of any device fast and precise. The monocle, once a necessary tool of the trade, now serves only as a stylish nod to your mastery. Master Clockmaker. The god of random clearly had a twisted sense of humor, slipping me something from the arcanum again. But I read the description twice more. This wasn't just an abstract blueprint. It was a passive skill, and not just any passive skill. It was a genuine holy grail for any creator. Instant memorization of schematics, precision, attention to detail. That meant I'd no longer need to burn precious potions of intellect just to assemble complex devices like the UV projector. One look at a blueprint would be enough. For 200 OP, this wasn't a purchase. It was daylight robbery. I was taking it. Without hesitation, I poured the points into unlocking it. And immediately understood that the pain of receiving the protective field generator blueprint had been child's play. This wasn't just data being loaded in. I was being stuffed with an entire life. Decades of someone else's experience, every hour of it devoted to tiny gears and delicate springs. I felt phantom calluses forming on my fingers, felt the ghostly weight of a monocle settling over one eye, inhaled the non-existent smell of brass and clock oil. The whole essence of the old master, his obsession, his pedantry, his singular devotion, poured into me over a few agonizing minutes. When the pain faded, I opened my eyes. And felt a cold wave of horror. I was looking at my garage laboratory with a new, unclouded vision, and what I saw was appalling. Not creative chaos. Just chaos. Tools were lying out of place. Chemical stains marked the table where they could contaminate future reactions. Equipment cables were tangled in a hazardous knot. Insufficient ventilation, poor lighting, inefficient use of space. Dozens, hundreds of small and large flaws that my brain could no longer ignore were screaming at me from every surface. The gaze of the master clockmaker, trained to micron-level accuracy and absolute order, had assessed this place as a disaster. And this same gaze could not fail to notice that it was late at night. A choice had to be made. Stay here, in this breeding ground of unsanitary conditions and inefficiency. Or escape to some anonymous motel and let the newly acquired instincts settle. But I already knew the answer. The master inside me would not allow sleep while his workshop stood in such a deplorable state. Darkness filled the windowless room, thick and velvety, like centuries-old dust in a crypt. The air was still and cold, laced with a faint scent of expensive tobacco and something elusively metallic, the kind a seasoned medic would identify as blood without a second thought. The only source of light was a single desk lamp, carving out of the darkness a perfectly pressed three-piece suit and the predatory profile of a black-haired man. "What do you mean, gone?" The voice that broke the silence was calm, but that icy restraint carried more threat in it than any scream could. They had one task. 1. Watch the kid. Find his new hideout. Report back. Tell me how they managed to fail something so primitive. On the carpet, in the pool of lamplight at his master's feet, a subordinate knelt on one knee. His pale, gaunt face was slick with agitation, and his whole body trembled faintly. Lord Lickus," he began, stammering. "We checked the last known location. A dead end beside an abandoned building in Hell's Kitchen. The boy's car turned in there, and ours followed. There are clear tire tracks in the area, but..." Lickus raised one hand slowly, and the subordinate went silent, afraid to breathe. A perfectly polished fingernail began tapping a quiet, measured rhythm against the blackwood of the desktop. "But," he hissed. "But there's no one there," the subordinate blurted. "The car, it just vanished. We searched the entire area. No one drove toward or away from that building after them. Not the kid's Honda, not our Land Cruiser. Completely empty. They simply disappeared. Without a trace." The tapping against the wood grew faster. This was their night, their time. His hounds should have already dragged in the insolent thief who had dared to trespass on clan property. Depending on the boy's answers, his fate would have been decided, a quick death, or long, leisurely hours of entertainment for Lickus. Instead, his own people had vanished. Experienced, powerful vampires, sent to tail a simple human. Not a mutant, not a mage, not a mercenary in tactical gear. Just an ordinary mortal student. The insult was beyond measure. His car, did it show up on cameras during the day? No, my lord. Our network specialist found no trace of its movements. The tapping stopped. Lickus pressed his fingers together. He liked this less and less. A disappearance this clean was the work of a professional. Could it be that the boy wasn't who he appeared to be? Unlikely. More probable that he had stolen the ghost orchid at someone else's direction. But who was pulling the strings? Rival clans. The bastards from Mistiel. This had their fingerprints all over it, acting through proxies, spinning intrigues from the shadows. Those perfumed snakes had always been fond of rare alchemical ingredients. But there was a truce between their clans. Shaky, hanging by a thread, but still in effect. The Kriegers. Those thick-skulled berserkers. They lacked the finesse for something this clean. They would have smashed through his mansion wall, slaughtered the guards, and tried to take what they wanted, leaving a mountain of corpses and wreckage in their wake. Not their style at all. The tricks? Those cannibalistic creatures, despised even within the vampire community, had been wiped out root and stem. Blade himself had scoured their New York lair with fire and silver. That bastard never missed a single one, his instinct for vampires was sharper than any hunting dog's. Could a handful have survived, gone deep underground, taken control of a mortal, lured his people into a trap, and drained them dry? Possible, but barely. Who else? The Jamlins, the red-skinned hermits who hadn't surfaced from their underground burrows in centuries. Or the weaklings from Anhoriel, who had once again overdosed on animal blood, found Zen, and decided they needed the orchid for another failed potion of higher wisdom. No. Their methods were bribery and trade, not tricks like this. Something didn't add up. What if the puppet master wasn't a vampire at all? Intelligence agencies. The agreements were still holding, his people wouldn't be touched without solid reason and prior notification. Another self-proclaimed superhero in tights? Maybe. A follower of Blade? Also possible. But not Blade himself. The Daywalker wouldn't bother with something this small. His style was to kick the door down with a shotgun, not to orchestrate quiet vanishing acts. The answer is in the boy. Lickus said at last, his voice dropping back to that cold, level register. He looked at his henchman with a gaze that could freeze blood. And we will get it. This is no longer a petty theft. This is a blood feud against the Haskiell clan. Find the boy. At any cost. He paused, thinking. Take him alive. But if he turns out to be a genuinely slippery bastard, dead will do just as well. We can always resurrect him as a new clan slave. The dead are far more talkative. Chapter 18. I spent nearly an hour cleaning. An hour during which my newfound master clockmaker skill waged a merciless war on disorder. Every tool lying at the wrong angle, every reagent stain on the countertop registered as a personal insult. This wasn't just cleaning, it was calibration. Bringing my world into alignment with my new, crystalline perception of it. While my hands worked, my head ran. There were plenty of thoughts, but they weren't swarming in panic anymore. The mind of a master was approaching the vampire problem not as an existential threat, but as a malfunction in the complex mechanism of my survival, a malfunction that needed to be fixed. The fact that I hadn't yet found an elegant solution was a wound to my new instincts. Sleep held no appeal. The adrenaline from the day's events, combined with the sharp awareness of my situation, worked better than coffee. Since that was the case, there was no point wasting time. I decided to replenish my supply of potions of intellect. All the components were at hand, and with my clockwork skill in play, the process ran like clockwork. Every movement was precise, every measurement exact. I even caught a couple of minor design flaws in my marks generator that could be corrected later. Created potion of intellect. Difficulty, normal. Received plus 30 OP. Created potion of intellect. Difficulty, normal. Received plus 10 OP. 5 flasks brought a total of 80 OP, bringing my balance to an even 200. A nice bonus. By the time I finished, the horizon outside had already gone pink. Dawn. Since they hadn't shown up overnight, my lair wasn't compromised yet. I rigged a simple tripwire alarm at both the garage entrance and the house door, then collapsed onto the bed without undressing and was out the moment I hit the mattress. Waking up at 1 in the afternoon felt like crawling through wet concrete. No motivation, none of the overflowing energy I'd had the past few days. Just flat apathy, a low hum of irritation, and the cold understanding that every hour I sat still was an hour I was handing to my enemies. This wasn't a fox scratching at the door. It was kicking it down. I didn't hesitate. I cracked open one of the fresh flasks. The familiar cold of the potion of intellect swept the apathy away and replaced it with sharp, analytical clarity. I sat down in front of my laptop and started organizing my thoughts. Assets. Skills, master clockmaker, invaluable for crafting, useless in a fight. And my main trump card, the inventory touch. The ability that had swallowed the vampires along with their car. It still satisfied me immensely that vampires, as undead, were classified as non-living by the system. That was my joker card, and the moment the enemy figured it out, I'd lose it. Equipment, UV projector daylight. 10 muscle stimulator injectors. A legal self-defense kit, heavy-duty pepper sprays, a couple of tasers, a tactical baton. And a level 4 body armor vest. I'd tried it on, 13 kilograms felt like a cast iron slab. But under the stimulator, I wouldn't just be able to walk in it. I'd be able to run. Resources, around $19,000 in cash. My Honda. And the Toyota with vampires inside it, a potential kinetic weapon. I could drop it from height or materialize it directly in an enemy's path. The idea of sourcing something heavier, like a freight container or train car, was tempting, but impractical. Vampires, based on everything I knew from my meta-knowledge, were almost universally fast and agile. Brute force wasn't the answer, accuracy and cunning were. The problem. I was being hunted by an organized group of supernatural predators, a clan, a family, something structured and experienced. Possible solutions. Run. Leave the city, the country. But that wasn't living, that was surviving in a state of permanent fear. They would find me eventually. If not this week, then in a month. You can't run from your problems, and you definitely can't run from yourself. Option rejected. Fight. The only logical path, but with caveats. I was weak in direct confrontation. Even with the stimulator. Even with the armor, the projector, and the inventory, I'd lose against a squad of experienced vampires. Head-on combat was off the table. I needed to fight asymmetrically, leveraging my only real advantage, my mind. The problem was compounded by the fact that I couldn't just pause the threat, I needed to end it, kill it at the root, make them leave me alone permanently. That called for a definitive solution. Not the conceptual Necronomicon from Arcanum I'd been quietly fantasizing about, no, I needed heavy artillery. I leaned back in my chair and let my enhanced brain sift through terabytes of information absorbed over a lifetime. Comics, movies, TV series, fan wikis. All that seemingly useless geek culture was now my primary arsenal. My brain built schematics, discarded dead ends, traced connections. And then it found one. The picture snapped together. Like the last tumbler of a complex lock clicking into place, swinging the door open. In this world, if I was lucky, maybe even in this very city, there was one particular figure. Not a hero in shining armor, not some omnipotent cosmic entity. A specialist with an extremely narrow focus. Someone for whom fighting vampires was not just a mission, but a life's work. Someone with the knowledge, the experience, and the tools to solve my problem once and for all. The plan was insane. Dangerous. There was a real chance they'd simply hang up on me, or, at worst, kill me the moment I tried to make contact. But it was the only plan that could actually work. All that was left was finding him. Eric Brooks, better known as Blade, the most effective vampire killer in the area, and one of the key players on the shadow side of this world, hidden from ordinary people just as the vampires themselves were. My memory supplied the relevant details. Depending on the version, he was either a damper free of the usual vampire weaknesses, or a purely human operative with exceptional training and possibly chi-based abilities. Different iterations of Blade existed across the multiverse. I could only hope that mine would be reasonable enough to talk to. Plan accepted. Crazy, but correct. The hardest part remained, finding someone in a world of billions who almost certainly didn't want to be found. I had no leads whatsoever, just a name and scraps of meta-knowledge. My only real tools were his potential digital footprint, thin as it might be, and a brain currently running on the potion of intellect. A second question followed immediately: how do I get him interested? Would the legendary Blade, arguably the world's greatest vampire hunter, care about the problems of some nobody that vampires, whom he culled in droves, wanted dead? Probably not. But I had no intention of showing up empty-handed. Social capital among the significant players of this world was priceless, especially among those who wouldn't want to dissect me in an underground lab. And situations like mine were the best currency for earning it, as long as both parties walked away with something. I had something to offer. It wasn't for nothing that I carried the self-awarded title of Garage Proto-Genius. Time to start. I spun up a virtual machine, chained it through a VPN routed across several countries, then opened Tor. Not bulletproof protection, but in the terabytes of junk traffic flooding the internet every second, a quiet search for the reasonably common name, Eric Brooks, should dissolve without a trace. Social media was a dead end from the start. Looking there would be like hunting a needle in a haystack after dumping 10 more haystacks on top. My approach was different. The potion-enhanced brain functioned like a precision search algorithm, cutting through gigabytes of noise against a tight set of criteria. Name: Eric Brooks, or Brooke. Ethnicity: Black, probability greater than 98%. Origin: British, probability greater than 80%. Physical build: athletic or heavily athletic. Optional: possible military background. I worked through news archives, government records, digitized newspaper clippings. Dozens of Eric Brookses scrolled past: footballers, musicians, politicians, ordinary workers, each one assessed and rejected in seconds. Then, nearly an hour in, a trail led me to a dusty corner of a forum for military award collectors, a thread about the Order of the British Empire. A prestigious decoration, bestowed by the Crown for exceptional contributions to public safety, science, or the arts. In 2003, 79 people received it. Among them was a certain Eric Brooke. The post included an old, grainy photograph from a British newspaper. Amid a crowd of people in formal suits stood a tall, powerfully built black man. He was wearing a long leather coat that had absolutely no business being at a ceremony like this. The order was pinned carelessly to the lapel, and a fake, strained smile was frozen on his face, the look of someone who had been dragged from a dark basement into a spotlight and hated every single second of it. Bingo. That was him. I had a trail. A direct search for Blade would be hopeless, but now I had a fixed point in time and space, the awards ceremony. And there had been other people there. His circle. I kept pulling at the thread, running the names of everyone who had received the award that day. Writers, actors, scientists, all misses. Then I landed on Ben Carper. Another photo, different newspaper. A hard-looking man of about 40, built like a soldier, who had also shown up to the ceremony in wholly inappropriate clothing, a field jacket, and whose smile was just as forced and hollow as Blade's. Two sore thumbs in a room full of high society. They definitely knew each other. Unlike Blade, Ben Carper left a much cleaner footprint. I had a social media account in under a minute. A man now 56, retired British Army. He seemed to live a quiet pensioner's life, fishing photos, the occasional picture with his wife. No phone number publicly listed, of course. Time for a risky move. Running a data lookup on Blade directly would be suicide. That kind of query would trigger someone, somewhere. But on a modest British pensioner? The risk was minimal. I went to a shadow forum, found a trusted operator, transferred $100 in cryptocurrency, and waited. 30 minutes later, a message landed in my secure inbox, a single line containing a British phone number. Quick anonymous Skype registration. My SIM card had been out of my phone for a while now, $30 for a package of international calls, and then I was sitting there staring at the laptop screen. 2 o'clock in the afternoon my time. In Britain, depending on where he lived, somewhere between 5 and 7 in the evening. Perfect timing. My heart was hammering. I had crossed from theory into practice. One button press and I'd be invading a world I couldn't easily walk away from. A moment's hesitation, then I hit call. Long, drawn-out international rings, and finally a click. A calm male voice with a British accent came through the laptop speaker. Hello. Ben Carper. I kept my voice as steady as I could. Speaking. Short, clipped. A sergeant's delivery, no pleasantries. Understanding that long preambles were wasted on a man like this, I went all in. I need Eric Brooks. Get me to him. It's urgent. Silence fell on the other end. Long, heavy, suffocating. I was already convinced he'd just hang up. Who's asking? The voice turned colder still, if that was even possible. Someone in serious trouble. The kind of trouble that lurks in shadows and comes with a pale complexion. Veiled just enough that a friend would understand and a stranger would write me off as a crank. No idea what you're on about, mate, came the predictable reply. And I don't know any Brookses. I'm not a helpline for paranoids. He hadn't hung up. That was everything. He was waiting to see what I said next. A test, then. Fine, I'd play the role he wanted to hear. The desperate client. I'm not asking for a helpline. I let some deliberate pathos and tremor creep into my voice. I need a specialist. The best one. Someone who can save my modest little life, or maybe this whole damn world. I'm 19. I've barely lived. Please. Pass it on to him. He'll understand. I put every ounce of sincerity I could manufacture into that last sentence. Then, the short, flat beeps of a disconnected call. He'd hung up. Failure. A complete, resounding failure. I hadn't convinced the old, hardened soldier who had probably sent more humans and inhuman things to the next world than I'd encountered in my entire life. My half-baked genius scheme to reach Blade had collapsed before it ever got started. Plan B, then. A panicked, sloppy, deeply unpleasant Plan B. I needed to extract one vampire from the Toyota. Place it in the inventory separately from the car. Then interrogate it in the garage under the UV floodlights, body armor on, stimulator within reach. At least then I'd know who they were and what they wanted. But how in hell was I supposed to pull one creature out of a locked car sitting in my pocket dimension? Summon the whole car back into reality. The doors would be locked. And while I was breaking them open, the things inside, if they were even still alive in any functional sense, would. No. Too risky. Maybe the smarter play was to drive the Honda into the financial district and serve myself as bait. An idiotic idea. Then a sharp, unfamiliar ringtone cut through the silence from the laptop. Skype, incoming call. The caller ID was a meaningless string of characters. My heart lurched, then began hammering. It could be anyone. They could have traced the laptop. But the instinct that danger had sharpened in me over the past 24 hours screamed, answer it. I hit the green button. Yo. You the one looking for a specialist? A low, rough voice came from the speakers. British again, but different, deeper, with a grating undertone. Like gravel rolling in a drum. Could it be? Do you know about bloodsuckers? That was all I managed to get out. I know they suck. But in my experience, not blood. The voice chuckled roughly at its own joke. So. Fill me in on the details. I'll give you the rate card when I'm on site. It was him. Blade. Carper had actually passed on the message. Yes, of course. I cleared my throat and tried to collect myself. It all started yesterday. New York, Manhattan. I left campus, got into my car, and almost immediately realized I was being followed. I gave him the short version of the chase, carefully leaving out any mention of the inventory and exactly how I'd lost them. I said I'd just managed to shake them in city traffic. My story had more holes in it than a chain-link fence, but Blade let me finish without interrupting, then asked exactly one question, the only one that mattered. All right. Now tell me, what the hell made them come after you in the first place? You don't sound like the type to get on their radar. I hesitated. Apparently because I took a ghost orchid. And before he could respond, I added quickly. But I had no idea it belonged to anyone. I swear. I was walking through the park at night and saw something incredible blooming on a tree. How was I supposed to just walk past that? Silence, and then a dry, sarcastic chuckle. Right. Just happened to be in a spot at night that's considered sacred among people in the know. Just happened to know the name of the rarest mystical ingredient on the market. Just happened to be able to see it and take it, unlike 99% of ordinary people. And the cherry on top, just happened to know the shadow side of this world exists, and knew enough to track down someone like me. Kid, you are a terrible liar. It was like being hit with a bucket of ice water. He'd seen straight through me. Okay, I swallowed. I didn't find the flower by accident. But I genuinely didn't know it had owners, that part is true. As for why I needed it, I'd rather discuss that face to face. It may have a direct bearing on what I'm able to pay you. For a rough sense of the scale, watch the movie Limitless. That was my only card left to play, shifting the conversation from, help a broke student, to, I have something that might actually interest you, and throwing out a hint bold enough to stick. Fair enough. You've got my attention, he said after a brief pause. And this is too much open channel chatter, even through a secure line. All right, I'll be in New York in 8 hours. Manhattan, Lily and Millie Cafe. You know it. A signature burger and a story worth believing are on you. He paused, then added with a shade of dark humor. And try to stay alive until then. The call ended. I leaned back in my chair and let out a long breath, feeling the exhaustion spread through me all at once. Fear tangled with euphoria. I'd done it. I was going to live. Chapter 19. 8 hours. 7, accounting for the drive. 7 hours until the meeting that would decide whether I died a slow, agonizing death or got a real shot at survival. Every minute of that time needed to count. And I knew exactly how to spend it. Back in the garage, I looked over the order I'd imposed on the space. Every tool in its place, every surface clean. But instead of satisfaction, I felt a hollow space open up, and immediately, something rushed in to fill it. A want that was sharp and all-consuming, almost painful. Not a whim. The call of my creator's spark, amplified many times over by skill and the weight of decades of absorbed experience. The call of the master clockmaker, demanding that something perfect be made right now. It wanted a watch. Not just any watch. A high-quality, mechanical wristwatch. Something that would make 98% of the mass-produced goods in any store look like cheap novelties. My new knowledge was honest about the limits, though, crafting a true masterpiece from raw materials was impossible right now. Smelting specialty steel for hairsprings, growing synthetic sapphires for crystals, sourcing rubies for jewel bearings, working with proper machine tools, I had neither the equipment nor the months it would require. A workaround was necessary. My skill allowed me to work with speed and precision that wasn't human, which meant I could take a high-quality Swiss movement blank, and a Bosch, as a base and transform it into something altogether different. Skip the craft stage. Go straight to art. As I called a taxi, I was already building the shopping list in my head. The inner miser, who had spent years counting every dollar, set up a loud protest as the approximate total came into focus. I crushed it without ceremony. The creator's spark has no patience for something as base as money. I was heading back to the Diamond District, but this time not as a customer browsing pawnshop windows. I was going in as a specialist with specific requirements. Arriving at the district, I saw the shop windows differently now. My trained eye cut through the clutter immediately, locking onto quality. In a small, dusty shop packed floor to ceiling with parts and tools, I found what I was looking for. My eye landed on an ETA 6497. I felt its potential at once. The large, reliable hand wound movement gave me the perfect canvas for decorative finishing. $500 moved from my pocket to the till. Next, the case. A 316L stainless steel case, perfectly polished, 42 mm in diameter. 2 sapphire crystals, so the movement, my future creation, would be visible from both sides. A silver blank for the dial, a set of hands in blued steel. For the strap, the master in me demanded I make one myself, but the pragmatist understood that time wouldn't allow it. It was a painful compromise. I chose the best available handmade option in thick natural leather. Another $800. Then the tools. My existing setup was solid for electronics and rough fabrication, but watchmaking demanded something else entirely. I bought the best, a Bergen screwdriver set, anti-magnetic tweezers, a full file set, polishing compounds, exotic gentian root sticks for the final polish, a Dremel with attachments, and a time grapher. The bill for $3,500 made me wince for a moment. Total, $4,800. More than a quarter of my cash reserves. Enough money to buy a respectable Swiss watch off the shelf. But the master clockmaker inside me snorted. Wear something made by someone else's hands. What an insult. Even the parts I'd bought he treated as a concession, a temporary compromise. A true master creates everything himself, from the first screw to the last. But months wasn't a luxury I had. Returning to the garage, I felt like a surgeon preparing for the most important operation of the year. The table was cleared, everything superfluous removed. Almost reverently, I laid out the new, gleaming tools and components across the clean surface. Out in the world, a meeting with a vampire hunter and a possible death sentence waited for me. But in here, for the next few hours, only I, the metal, and the quiet, steady passage of time existed, the time I was going to tame and seal inside a steel case. I began the magic. There was no better word for it. Yesterday, this had been a dream. Today, I was making it real. I dove into the work headfirst and the outside world ceased to exist. No vampires, no blade, no mortal danger. Just me, gleaming tools, and a microscopic universe of gears and springs being born under my fingers. The first stage was finishing, not just a step in the process but a sacrament, the thing that separates a standard movement, however high in quality, from a work of art. I fully disassembled the ETA 6497. Each component, each screw was polished to a mirror shine that threw back the light of the lamp. Then came the anglage. I leaned over each part with a file in hand and entered the state of flow. My movements were inhumanly precise. I cut and polished perfect bevels by hand along every bridge in the movement, work that would consume days or weeks of painstaking effort from an ordinary watchmaker. It took me just over an hour. The decoration was a creative release. With the Dremel, I applied a perlage pattern and dressed the bridges with classic Geneva stripes. Then the dial. On the silver blank, I engraved minimalist hour markers and my own logo, the idea arriving fully formed, as though it had always been waiting, a stylized blacksmith's hammer. A symbol of everything the Creator meant, of the celestial forge's gift. Assembly was the culmination. After sterilizing the workspace, I began the sacred act. Wheel train, pallet fork, balance wheel, everything seated with absolute precision. Microscopic drops of different oils landed exactly where they were supposed to. Not a single error. Not a single grain of dust. I set the assembled movement on the time grapher. The device beeped and drew its diagram across the screen. I adjusted, and kept adjusting, until I reached something remarkable, a deviation of 0 seconds per day across all 6 positions. The level of the world's finest chronometers. With the adjustment done, I fitted the dial, mounted the hands, nestled the beating heart of the watch into its case, sealed the case back, and attached the strap. Beautiful. I whispered, holding up what my hands had made to the light. The matte gleam of the steel, the deep blue of the blued hands against the silver dial, the perfect waves on the bridges visible through the sapphire crystal. They were the equal of a Patek Philippe or a Rolex. For me, they surpassed both, because a piece of my own soul was in them. In that moment, I felt a pride unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The system seemed to agree. Small watch mechanism created. Difficulty, normal. Received plus 200 OP. 200 OP. For 5 hours of light, absorbing, almost meditative work. And more importantly, this was the first major reward for something I'd created entirely by my own choice, not from a system blueprint. I wasn't just an executor. I was a creator. I slipped the watch onto my wrist with the kind of care you'd give a priceless object. It sat perfectly. Noting that I still had time before the meeting, and riding the wave of that success, I decided to press my luck. I opened the system window and spent 350 OP on another spin of Forge the Universe. Received information package, common, ritualist optimizer, Azeroth. Unlock cost, 100 OP. Description: your skill in magical rituals allows you to have the resource costs for enchantment and inscription spells while maintaining their full effectiveness. For example, a ritual that requires the blood of 10 virgins, you can perform with 5. Scientific processes, such as creating robots, cannot be optimized. I read it several times. Azeroth. A skill pulled from World of Warcraft. The disappointment was almost physical. A skill that was completely useless to me right now. I knew nothing about magic, ritualism, or inscription. The 100 OP unlock cost only underscored how narrow its application was. No cheat perks today. And grinding 400 OP or more for the next spin was getting harder. Time to move. I cleared space in the garage, pulled the Honda out of the inventory, and parked it inside. I had a potential plan involving the car, but I wasn't ready to reveal the inventory yet. I called a taxi and headed for the Lily and Millie Cafe. The place was a nightmare. Gaudy pink walls, an overpowering vanilla scent, plush toys lining the shelves. It had absolutely nothing in common with the image of a grim vampire slayer. Then again, based on our brief conversation, Blade seemed to enjoy defying expectations. I ordered 2 signature burgers, a couple of milkshakes, and settled into wait, watching the light play across the facets of my watch. Cool watch. Where'd you get it? The low, rough voice came from directly over my shoulder, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I hadn't heard him approach at all. Relax, rookie, he continued, lowering himself smoothly into the chair across from me. I'm one of the good guys. You ordered a burger, I hope. Black-fitted turtleneck, dark jeans, sunglasses, even though twilight was already deepening outside. It was him. How he'd identified me in a crowd remained a mystery. I steadied myself and, feeling the pleasant weight of the watch on my wrist, found a sliver of confidence. I built it myself. Literally right before this meeting, I replied with a small smile. The burgers are on their way. He tilted his head slightly. Even through the dark lenses I could feel the weight of a studying, penetrating gaze. Yourself, huh? That's something. Skilled craftsmen are hard to come by these days, everyone switched to pushing buttons. You take orders. Casual question, but there was a hook in it. A test. Possibly, I said, meeting his unseen gaze steadily. But before I can fill any orders, I need to still be alive to do it. But, relax. You think I flew halfway around the world for nothing? He waved a hand. Every now and then I do a sanitation run on particularly brazen bastards and pull some poor sap's hide out of the fire in the process. Never for free, obviously. All right, fill me in. No bullshit this time. Not a single drop. I nodded. The moment of truth. No bullshit. I said quietly, reaching into my jacket pocket. I felt Blade's whole body go taut in that same instant, a compressed spring, ready to move. I drew my hand out slowly, a vial already materialized from the inventory held in my fingers. This is a potion of intellect. It runs the brain at peak capacity for a couple of hours. It's how I figured out it was vampires after me and not just ordinary criminals, and how I tracked you down. You can scrub most digital footprints, but not absolutely everything. Old web archives, dusty forums. I stumbled onto the Order of the British Empire, awarded to one Eric Brooks in 2003. All right, I follow you, I'm not slow, Blade said, cutting me off. At that moment the waitress arrived with the burgers. Pink buns. I stared at them for a moment, genuinely uncertain what I was looking at. Don't give me that look, Blade muttered, picking up his portion. Best burgers in the city. So, Ghost Orchid is the main ingredient. Yes, I said, taking a cautious bite. He wasn't wrong about the burger. It's not the only thing I can make. But it's what got me into the most trouble. To be fair, that watch could get you into trouble too, he said through a mouthful. Walk into the wrong neighborhood wearing that thing. I know. But it's my first. Like the first dollar you earn, you don't spend it, you frame it. I couldn't show up to this meeting without it. It's a calling card. Blade stopped chewing and looked at me. You're serious? First watch you've ever assembled, and it comes out looking like that. A ghost orchid potion, and something else you're wisely not mentioning yet. Kid, you are a walking stockpile of surprises. And the frightening thing is, you're not lying. I can feel it. You said no lies. I'm doing my best. You're absolutely still lying, even if leaving things out technically counts as its own skill, Eric chuckled. Alright, situation's roughly clear. Here's a piece of free intel: the Anhorial clan would pay the price of a private jet for the recipe behind your potion. They've been trying for centuries to create their own potion of higher wisdom, and your formula is probably the missing piece. They're one of the few tolerable ones in the bunch. Just so you know. That's genuinely interesting. Thank you. Could they be the ones behind this? Were you listening? Blade looked at me like I'd said something spectacular and stupid simultaneously. I said tolerable. Anhorial are hermits. Animal blood, philosophy of nonviolence. Vampire Buddhists, basically. I am the world's leading authority on these creatures, trust me on that. Then who? Obviously the clan that considers the spot where you grabbed the flower their territory. Where was it, exactly? A park near Bowling Green. Financial district. Right. Only top-tier players hold territory like that in the clan wars. Clans with 3 or more purebloods in their ranks. There are 4 of those in New York: Mistiel, Kriegers, Haskiel, and Moksha. He took a pull from his shake, giving me a moment to process. We can cross off the second and the last. Why? Because the Kriegers are thick-skulled berserkers. They'd have ripped you apart in the middle of the street and then blanked the witnesses' memories. And Moksha, they're seers. If they'd wanted you gone, you'd already be gone. You would have slipped, fallen onto a rebar, and that would have been the end of it. They have their own methods. The fact that prophetic abilities likely didn't work on me, I wisely kept to myself. That leaves Mistiel and Haskiel. Cunning technologists versus old-school aristocrats. The first group relies heavily on modern weapons and hardware. They'll reach for a thermal scope rifle before they resort to fangs. The second are corporations, hedge funds, high society connections. They prefer not to show their faces, to operate through intermediaries. Relatively manageable, but only if you're an equal or someone stronger than them. So what do I do? That's your question to answer. You didn't come here with an empty head, I can tell. What are you thinking? Testing me again. I took a breath. I have a Honda in the garage. The one I used to shake the pursuit. It's already compromised, I said, watching his reaction carefully. If I drive it through the financial district, we can try to draw them out using bait. A slow, predatory smile spread across Blade's face. I like you, kid. Let's skip the rest of the pleasantries and get to your place. We haven't talked money yet. We'll sort that on the way. Money doesn't particularly bother me. But potions, if yours work the way you're describing. I didn't let him finish. Here. I handed him the vial. Then, reaching back into my pocket, I materialized an injector there and brought it out. And this. Muscle stimulator. It pushes all physical parameters into superhuman range for 15 to 20 minutes. No side effects. I don't know exactly how it'll interact with your physiology, but it shouldn't be any worse than baseline. Think of it as a deposit. And an investment in a longer-term arrangement. Blade took both vials without a word. He examined them carefully, turning them over in his fingers. His smile widened. I'm liking my decision to fly over here more and more. As for me, I could only hope mine was the right call too. Chapter 20. Almost a full day had gone by. An entire day of humiliating stillness and absolute silence. Still no information about the thief. With every hour that passed, Lycus Haskiel's fury grew colder and harder and sharper. For a man who had walked this planet for over 200 years, this petty annoyance wasn't just a failed operation, it was a personal blow to his reputation, to his very core. Unlike most of his brethren, who wallowed in eternity and slowly sank into a swamp of vices, Lycus valued time. He was a predator, and his defining quality was focus. The moment a problem materialized in his life, a threat to his power, his ambitions, his flawless order, he mobilized every available resource toward its swift and permanent elimination. It was almost always fast. Nearly always bloody. And without exception, effective. That ruthless efficiency was what had allowed him, the seventh son of the clan's patriarch, to claim the position of New York governor. The city was too valuable a prize to hand over through nepotism rather than genuine merit. Lord Lickis, the target has been located. The office door flew open without a knock. When Lickis was in the hunt, all ceremonial courtesies were abandoned for speed. And furthermore, the boy is in Bowling Green. He's driving his Honda through the area, not hiding at all. Lickis went still. Even the subordinate, already braced for punishment, couldn't have anticipated the pure, momentary bewilderment that crossed the vampire's face. What in hell? This petty thief wasn't taking them seriously. He was mocking them. The surprise curdled into cold anger, which in turn ignited a primal urge to tear the bastard apart with his own hands. To steal the sacred flower and then parade himself openly in their territory. "We're moving," Lickis growled, rising from his chair. His eyes burned with a light that had no business being in a human face. "I'm going with you. Personally." The assembly was swift. Night was their hour. 10 minutes later, several black sedans with no plates were cutting through the streets of the financial district. Lickis sat in the back, receiving radio reports. Each update sharpened his anticipation. And then at last, the boy was cornered, exits blocked. He was boxed in. A bloodthirsty smile tugged at Lickis's lips. Somewhere in the back of his mind, though, an instinct honed through centuries of political intrigue whispered that this was all a little too easy. "Hold position. Wait for my signal. I'll greet this bastard personally," he ordered as his car stopped at the mouth of the alley. Why was that instinct screaming at him? He pushed the thought aside. Unnecessary reflection. He stepped out of the car. The alley was flooded with the headlights of his men. At the center, like a cornered animal, sat the old, battered Honda. Lickis walked slowly, savoring the moment. 2 loyal bodyguards flanked him. He peered through the windshield at the boy's face. The thief was looking away, not meeting his gaze. But there was no fear in him. No panic. And now he was almost smiling. It's a trap. The thought blazed through Lickis's mind a half-second before the Honda's rear door swung smoothly open. What stepped out of that car wasn't simply a man. The darkness itself seemed to condense, take shape, and walk forward. A silhouette that vampires told stories about to frighten the newly turned. A name synonymous with the word genocide within their community. A figure in full combat gear, fitted body armor, a long leather coat catching the night wind. A katana on the left hip. That katana, the one that inspired more dread in vampires than any holy artifact, a blade that, by all accounts, destroyed any creature of darkness it touched. In that moment, Lickis understood everything. The boy's smile. His brazen courage. The almost insulting ease with which they had been drawn here. They were not hunters. They were prey. The daywalker had come when they called. The silence in the alley was heavy and absolute. It was broken only by the low idle of the black sedans. "Haskiell clan, is it?" Blade said, drawing out each word with deliberate laziness. He leaned against the roof of the Honda like a man with no pressing concerns, as though he hadn't just walked into the middle of a ring of deadly predators. "What's the matter? You look a little pale at the sight of me." "Oh, right. You're always pale." He gave a rough chuckle. The sound, entirely devoid of warmth, bounced off the alley walls and made the vampires shift uneasily where they stood. "Blade." Lickis hissed, barely containing his fury. Fear and wounded pride fought for space inside him. He was already rebuilding the calculus in real time. Any thought of harming the boy was gone. The sole objective now was to walk out of this alive and preserve whatever scraps of dignity remained. "You know our clan. You know how we operate. We respect the order." "Sure, I know you," Blade said. "But that doesn't explain why you've been hunting my friend here." He jerked a thumb toward the car. "He's just a regular person. Not tough like me. He can't fight back. Why are you going after the defenseless? That's not very aristocratic of you. He is a thief." Steel rang through Lickis's voice. "He stole what belongs to our clan by right of blood, something a mere mortal should have no way of even perceiving. So don't insult me by calling him a regular person. To steal something, you have to know it belongs to someone," the regular person in question cut in. He'd climbed out of the car and was standing beside Blade, and he looked, infuriatingly, calm. "Your ghost orchid didn't come with a sign reading, 'Property of the Haskiell clan.' Death to pilferers. Ignorance is not a defense. Lickus snarled. All right, both of you, enough. Blade's voice cracked through the alley like a whip, and the argument died instantly. Every trace of lazy nonchalance had evaporated, replaced by a cold, absolute authority. Here's how this works. Either I take you all apart and send you to wherever your kind goes when it's permanent, or you swear that you'll leave my friend alone. Forever. You forget he exists. What about compensation for damages to the clan? Lickus couldn't afford to fold completely. Even facing Blade, he had to hold on to something. Your life is the compensation, Blade said flatly. Silence settled back over the alley. Seemingly from nowhere, Blade produced a silver kunai and began tossing it idly from hand to hand. The whisper of the blade slicing through the air set the vampires on edge far more effectively than any direct threat. If you kill us, the Patriarch won't let this stand. Lickus made one last attempt. Pfft. I've already gone around with Old Man Alexander. I've picked up quite a bit since then. Blade grinned, letting his damper fangs show. I'm more than ready for a rematch. The other clans will not tolerate this. You think I came back to America for a holiday? If they all come running to me, that saves me the trouble of tracking them down. Another grin, just as predatory. Lickus had no appetite for jokes. He was cornered. Blade was right. The choice was humiliation and survival, or death and dishonor. He was young by pureblood standards, far too young to stand against this particular killing machine. Fine, he forced out through his teeth. Agreed. We'll leave the boy alone. I swear on the name of the Haskill clan. Hey, hold on. Blade stopped tossing the kunai. No words. Blood. The oath. Lickus cursed inwardly. A blood oath, an ancient, unbreakable binding. It wouldn't simply constrain his will, it would drain him, leave him exposed for weeks. And if he broke it, his blood would degrade, his purity would be lost, and his rank within the clan hierarchy would collapse. It was worse than death. But he had no choice. He extended his hand. He focused. And he spoke the words that burned through every cell of his body as he uttered them. I, Lickus Haskill, a pureblood vampire of the second generation, swear by my blood that I will leave the human known as John Thompson and his associates unharmed. I swear by my blood that I will not move against him, either directly or through any third party. I swear by my blood that if I become aware of a direct threat to his life, I will warn him of it. On the last word, he doubled over. A clot of dark, near-black blood burst from his mouth and struck the asphalt, hissing like acid, leaving a smoldering symbol that lingered for a moment before fading. Lickus went paler than usual and seemed to age several years in an instant. Now we're talking, Blade said with satisfaction. Knew the Haskills could be reasoned with. All right. We're done here. Wait. Lickus's voice came out thin, diminished. My people. The ones watching him last night. Did you kill them? First, people is the wrong word. Second, none of your business. Blade walked around the car and settled into the front passenger seat. Before getting behind the wheel, the boy turned to face Lickus. I'd be open to working together in the future, Lord Lickus, if the opportunity arose. Go to hell, Lickus spat, the words quiet and venomous, and turned his back. The boy shrugged, got in, and the Honda rolled out of the alley unchallenged. Back in his own car, Lickus sat back and focused on breathing. He ran through the accounting. Aside blood lost, 2 or 3 years shaved from his own energy reserve, 3 ordinary revenants gone. In exchange, a kind of immunity. As long as the boy lived and remained under Blade's protection, the clan was bound by oath and effectively off the Daywalker's list of priorities. Lord, are we really going to leave him alone? His assistant asked quietly, pulling onto the night street. It's the best arrangement available to us, Lickus said, watching the city lights slide past the window. Blade didn't come here without a reason. Purges are coming. In the next few months, possibly longer, we need to keep our heads down. We drove in silence for a while, the adrenaline still leaving its aftertaste, the glow of victory still warm in my chest. Blade watched the lights of nighttime New York roll past his window, and I had no idea what was going through his head. Analyzing the meeting, probably. Analyzing me, what I'd said. For all his practiced carelessness, the man was a professional right down to the bone. Just shook them in traffic, you said, he broke the silence, still not turning his head. Yeah. The inventory. The system. The meta-knowledge I'd walked into this world carrying. Secrets that were worth more than my life if the wrong person ever found out. I stayed quiet. After a moment or two, Blade slapped himself on the forehead, sharp, not hard. Damn. How did you even find out vampires exist? And how did you find me? That should have been the very first thing I asked. Your damn watch threw me off completely. Those are secrets I'd prefer to keep to myself, I said carefully. He grunted, satisfied enough with that answer, and turned toward me. Fair enough. Everyone's got bones in the closet. Don't worry about it, I'm a solid guy. If you keep supplying me with those potions of yours, we'll be proper friends before long. Besides, I'm planning to stay in New York for a while. Time to thin out the local population a bit. What about the Haskells? Are you going to leave them alone? What about them? I only put down the arrogant ones and the outright psychopaths. The ones you just saw, they can be talked to. They're part of the ecosystem, and not the worst part of it. They run businesses, provide a certain kind of protection, pay taxes, their own version of taxes, but still. As long as they stay quiet, I've got no quarrel with them. That's good to know. I can breathe again. And for the record, I can supply you with useful things. But it won't be charity. Ha! You wound me, Blade smirked. Uncle Blade always settles his debts. Then we're agreed, I nodded. The tension had fully bled out of me now, and I let myself shift to what had actually been sitting in the back of my mind since the alley. By the way, when Lycus was taking the oath, he said, pure-blood vampire of the second generation. What does that actually mean? Blade looked at me with genuine surprise. You can track me down, but you don't know their internal hierarchy. Interesting. All right, quick lecture on vampirology. Might save your life someday. The short version, it all starts with Varney. The first vampire. Created by who the hell knows, when the hell knows. Among the bloodsuckers, he's called the progenitor. Unquestionably a powerful bastard, would tie me in a knot with one finger. Fortunately, we've never met personally. Maybe he died a long time ago. No, Blade said, shaking his head. That kind of filth doesn't die. Just keeps a low profile. He went dark 5 centuries ago and passed his power on to his direct descendants, 6 of them in total. I personally put one of those 6 down. Of the remaining 5, the best known is Dracula. He runs the whole vampire coven and is considered the strongest alive. And he lives in a castle somewhere in Romania. Almost. Chernobyl. That single word knocked the air out of me for a second. He likes the atmosphere. Very post-apocalyptic. The first generation of purebloods came directly from the descendants. Then the second, like our friend Lycus back there, then the third. After that the bloodline dilutes heavily and you get ordinary vampires. There's no such thing as a 4th generation pureblood. And how do they reproduce? Through biting. Varney and his descendants can do it the traditional way. You know, Blade gave a brief smirk. 1st and 2nd generation purebloods can too. 3rd generation rarely produces offspring that way. So yes, the majority of new vampires come from a bite. So some of them are alive, in some sense. That question had been nagging at me with particular urgency. In some sense, yes. Especially the born ones rather than the turned. For those made through a bite, it's essentially a genetic virus. But there are exceptions. And in cases like the Haskells, they don't prefer to turn the living at all, they prefer to reanimate dead bodies and bind them to their service. Those are definitely not alive. No soul, no independent thoughts. Just fragments of the personality they carried in life. Empty shells with a puppeteer. A cold current moved through me. There it was. The explanation. Animated corpses. The system had classified them without hesitation as non-living objects, and let me put them in the inventory. But Lycus, a pureblood, a born vampire, I suddenly knew with cold certainty that my touch would have done nothing to him. My greatest trump card, what I'd started thinking of as close to an ultimate ability, had a blind spot baked right into it. And I had nearly bet everything on it without ever examining the rules of the game I was playing. That thought kept pulling threads. In this world, there were, or would soon be, other forms of life that didn't fit neatly into any conventional definition of alive. The system's criteria were clearly strict and literal, but the world it had dropped me into was anything but. My brain started moving through examples and each new one sent another chill through me. Take vision. A synthetic vibranium body, a mind running on artificial intelligence, and a soul, or something resembling one, granted by an infinity stone. Was he alive? By any human ethical standard, absolutely. But to the system, which dealt in hard categories, he wasn't born. He had no DNA. And his soul was, in some sense, engineered. Could I put him in the inventory? The thought alone was monstrous. Or take Sandman, Flint Marko. His consciousness, his personality, his humanity, unquestionably alive. But his body was silicon dioxide. Animated sand. What was the system actually measuring? The biological shell, or the presence of a sentient will? Could I collect him like a pile of loose material, or would his living mind make him off limits? And then there was Ben Grimm, the Thing, from the Fantastic Four. Living stone. Organic silicate. He breathed, ate, felt, thought. Undeniably alive, despite being composed of nothing resembling protein. So it wasn't about chemistry. What about the exotic life forms scattered across the wider universe? Beings of pure energy, crystalloid intelligences, collective minds distributed across thousands of bodies. The inventory, what I'd been quietly treating as an ultimate weapon, a kill switch I could flip on any undead threat, was transforming before my eyes into a high-precision surgical instrument with a manual I'd never bothered to read. Using it blindly was the equivalent of performing brain surgery with a sledgehammer. From this point on, every new opponent had to be treated as alive until proven otherwise. Every threat required proper analysis. Trusting the inventory as a cure-all was a lethal mistake, one I'd had the luck to recognize before it put me in the ground. Here we are, I said, cutting the engine outside the house. The awareness of how lucky I'd been, and at the same time how exposed I still was, left something bitter on my tongue. Blade glanced at the modest one-story building. All right. Show me your Resident Evil. Chapter 21. Not bad for a workshop, Blade said, moving slowly deeper into the garage with a predator's unhurried grace, his gaze snagging on every detail as it swept from the soldering station to the rows of chemical reagents. Especially for just a garage. You can tell the person working here covers a wide range of disciplines. He poked at one of my early creations with genuine interest. A PVC pipe crossbow. Original. I let the remark pass without comment. I wasn't in the mood for nostalgia right now. I walked over to one of the unremarkable plastic storage boxes, reached inside, and pulled a potion of intellect and 3 muscle stimulant injectors from my inventory. Here. Payment for your help. I held them out. The potion of intellect is the most valuable thing I have right now, so I can't spare more than one for the time being. I'm already down to 4 vials myself. I'll need to find time to brew another batch. The stuff is simply too useful to let the supply run dry. But if you can get your hands on a ghost orchid, a portion of the finished product will go toward future payment. Blade took the vials, turned each one over, and studied it carefully. His movements had the unhurried thoroughness of a professional assessing new field equipment. First I'll find out what exactly these are and how they're used. With the cleanups I have coming up, there will be no shortage of opportunities to field test your miracle drugs. I'll give you feedback, naturally. After that we can talk about ingredient supply. Good. You won't be disappointed by the results, I said, and immediately decided to press while the opportunity was there. By the way, would you happen to know any interesting recipes? The chance to legally obtain a blueprint without spending OP, which the system might otherwise value at hundreds of points, was almost too good to pass up. Blade's brow creased slightly. My entire arsenal is purpose-built for one thing, killing vampires. I don't care. I leaned forward with what I recognized was almost boyish enthusiasm. I just want to create something new. The act of creation itself is what drives me. Well. The OP is also a factor. A significant one. He studied me for a few seconds. Then the corner of his mouth pulled into a smirk. As it happens, there is one recipe. A combat stimulant. Devastating stuff. It elevates reaction time and sharpens battle instincts and intuition to an extreme degree. There are side effects, though: blood pressure spikes, the heart hammers like it's trying to break out, and an unprepared body can actually drop dead from it. That sounds like it would pair perfectly with my muscle stimulant. My eyes lit up. My thoughts exactly. Blade nodded, and something calculated moved behind his eyes. In fact, for another injector of your stimulant, I'll generously hand over the recipe. And for one more after that, I'll throw in a full list of formulations specifically designed to kill vampires. Great, robbing an honest craftsman in broad daylight. I sighed theatrically. And we're not even in the worst part of town. I reached into the box anyway and handed Blade 2 more injectors. Blade responded to my complaint with nothing but a short, mocking chuckle, pocketing the payment without ceremony. All right, listen carefully. Better yet, write it down. We'll start with the combat stimulant. The ghouls call it Beast Potion. I pulled the recipe out of them the hard way. I grabbed a notebook from one of the other boxes, the one already covered in my early analytical notes, and opened it to a fresh page. Briefly, then. The base is aconite extract, specifically wolfsbane. Rare and extremely potent. Temporarily suppresses rational thought and fear, releasing pure fighting instinct. 2 milliliters per dose is enough. Where do I source it? Mountain regions of Tibet. But don't worry, I'll pass you my supplier's number. Tell him you're from Eric. He might even give you a discount. Blade's smirk returned. Or, more likely, he'll raise the price. Either way. Next ingredient, a CNS activator. Synepophene, synepinephrine complex. The lab people can handle the synthesis, it's not a natural compound. 1 milliliter per dose. That shouldn't be a problem. I was already mentally drafting the technical specifications for Peter. Hopefully. Good. Next is purified venom from a species of fishing spider, Dolomedes tenebrosus. I breed them myself. The milking and purification process is a genuine headache. And before you ask, my colony stayed in Britain, so you'll need to figure out your own source. 0.5 milliliter per dose. I don't think that'll be a serious obstacle, I said, already running through options. Probably not. This is America, you can find anything if you're willing to look. As for the solvent, dimethyl sulfoxide, just make sure you get pharmaceutical-grade purity, that part matters. And the process itself, heat the aconite extract in the solvent to approximately 60 degrees Celsius. Let it cool, then add the spider venom and mix in a centrifuge at low speed. After that, introduce the CNS activator into the resulting emulsion. Keep everything at low temperature throughout to prevent decomposition. That's it. Pour it into an injector. Duration of effect is 7 to 10 minutes. We spent a few more minutes clarifying details, and I committed everything to the notebook with a precision that would have impressed me 2 months ago. Then we moved on to the vampire-specific formulations. The recipes here were noticeably simpler, but no less effective for it. The first was the UV flash potion, which functioned in practice as an alchemical grenade. On impact, it produced a powerful blinding burst of concentrated ultraviolet light, burning vampire skin within a 5 to 7 meter radius and causing temporary blindness. The formula was a relatively clean 2-component design. The outer shell was packed with magnesium powder and potassium perchlorate. Inside sat a thin glass ampoule holding the catalyst, a mixture of strontium salt and finely dispersed sunlight quartz powder, another rare material available through the same supplier. As I understood it, the strontium salt provided additional energy and heat during the reaction, acting as a detonator for the quartz and forcing it to release its stored UV radiation. Simple, brutal, and effective. Pure Blade. The second one is, roughly speaking, a garlic cloud, Blade continued, and a note of sadistic satisfaction crept into his voice. When the shell breaks, it releases a dense, corrosive aerosol cloud roughly 10 meters across. The allicin concentration inside it is high enough that vampires begin suffocating and writhing as though acid has been poured directly into their lungs. It causes severe burns to the respiratory tract and mucous membranes. Particularly effective in enclosed spaces. His grin sharpened considerably. Throw one of these into the ventilation system of a nightclub where a nest of bloodsuckers has taken up residence and just wait outside. Highly entertaining. The recipe was almost insultingly simple. Lyophilized, freeze-dried, allicin extract in powder form is blended with ordinary baking soda. The inner ampoule contains a concentrated citric acid solution that, when broken on impact, triggers a violent reaction. The resulting carbon dioxide then propels the garlic payload outward in all directions. Cheap to produce and genuinely unpleasant for everyone on the receiving end. Third and final, silver potion. Unlike the previous two, this one doesn't explode. It sprays a sticky, viscous liquid carrying a suspension of silver nanoparticles. The stuff causes deep, non-healing chemical burns. The gel is difficult to wipe off, and it keeps corroding tissue for hours after initial contact. The recipe was even simpler, an ultra-high concentration colloidal silver solution mixed into a glycerin-based polymer gel. That was the whole thing. I use it as a coating for my kunai and shuriken, he added, one hand moving instinctively to the hilt of one of the throwing knives at his belt. His weapons caught my attention. After finishing with the last of the recipes and confirming that all the details had been properly anchored in my memory by the master clockmaker, I asked the question that had been sitting at the back of my mind. Your weapons. Why do they look so much like the arsenal of a Japanese shinobi? Blade looked at me. Then a wide smile broke across his face. Because I am a shinobi. What? I was genuinely caught off guard. None of my background knowledge had included this. Exactly what I said, he replied with a shrug. Long story. I wiped out the ghoul population in Japan, ran into their boss, Alexander Haskell, the one you've already heard about today, and nearly got myself killed in the process. But, as the situation demanded, I managed to get out. Half dead, I was found by an old master. He took me on as his student. For a couple of decades I learned to be not just a killing machine, but a shadow, a ghost of one. By the time I was finished, old Haskell had settled down and stopped provoking me. But the other clans had spent those same decades relaxing, convinced I'd either died or gone quiet for good. The grin that followed was the most bloodthirsty expression I'd seen from him all evening. They were reminded rather forcefully that I had not. When was this, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, the wild 90s, as they used to call them back in the Soviet Union. I ran the numbers quickly. So you spent a couple of decades learning ninjutsu before the 90s, had a life before that, and another 25 or more years have passed since then. Ah, I see where you're going with that. He let out a short laugh. I'm 173 years old. I'm a damper. Half human, half purebred vampire. Born extremely rarely, and usually badly defective, inheriting the worst from both sides. I was one of the lucky exceptions. The strength and regeneration of a vampire, without the weaknesses. And your father? Blade's gaze went cold for a single beat. Irrelevant. I killed him. He shifted tones without ceremony. We've been talking long enough. I have work tonight. If anything comes up, I'll be in touch. Right. I could use some sleep myself. Enjoy the workshop, he said, nodding toward the workbench. But don't push your luck. I've had this kind of alchemy blow up in my face more than once. I'll keep that in mind, I muttered. Though privately I felt fairly confident in the precision and clarity that the master clockmaker had given me. Blade left, dissolving into the night as quietly as he had arrived. And I, despite a strong pull toward immediately trying out the new recipes, locked the garage and went inside. The headache of the Haskell clan was resolved. I could breathe again. Standing in the quiet of my own house, I realized that today had been a kind of turning point. I hadn't just survived. I'd fought back, secured a powerful ally, and walked away with invaluable knowledge. The most important lesson of the day was clear: in this world, gathering mystical ingredients in exposed locations was a risk with a very finite shelf life. Sooner or later it would draw the wrong kind of attention. But now I was far better prepared for that attention than I had been yesterday. A plan, resources, and an ally. That was a different situation entirely. And a full night ahead to sleep before the next round of a very unusual life. I woke to sunlight coming through the blinds. Healthy, uninterrupted sleep this time, with no trace of the paranoia that had been shadowing me. The Haskell threat was neutralized, and the absence of that weight felt like lifting something I hadn't fully realized I was carrying. Saturday morning arrived with a clean charge of motivation. I wanted to create. And to create something serious this time, not entry-level work like the early trinkets, given that new recipes were now available. Who was I to argue with that impulse? Especially when it was also the most productive use of my time imaginable. I ran a quick estimate of potential OP returns. Beast Potion, the system should award at least 200 OP for the first batch. Diminishing returns after that, 150, 100, 50, 40. 5 batches worked out to roughly 620 OP. The alchemical grenades, UV flash, and garlic cloud were simpler consumables. I was projecting 100 OP for the first of each type, totaling around 240 OP for 5 of each. Combined, 480 OP. Silver potion, elementary recipe, so even 50 OP for the first batch would be acceptable. Approximately 150 OP for 5 vials. Grand total, if I could produce everything, over 1,200 OP on my balance. Numbers like that are genuinely motivating, I muttered to the empty room, reaching for my phone. Time to get started. I dialed the number Blade had given me the night before. Hello. I'm from Eric, I said when someone picked up. The conversation with the man who introduced himself as Lucas was brief and professional. No unnecessary questions. The rare items, 20 milliliters of aconite extract, ordered with a margin of safety, $4,000. 1 sunlight quartz crystal, sufficient for dozens of grenades, $1,000. A couple of milliliters of Dolomede's tenebrosus venom, $300. Available for pickup after 5 in the evening. Cash only. Perfect. Now for the rest of the ingredient list. And there was one obvious problem that shouldn't have been a problem at all, the synepinephrine complex. Damn it. I pressed a hand to my forehead. If I go back to Parker again this soon, it'll start looking suspicious. A synthetic adrenaline analog. Not something you walked into a pharmacy and bought. Ask Blade. Out of the question. I'd told him it wouldn't be an issue, and maintaining that image mattered. That left Peter again. Fine. Here we go. I found his number and decided to call rather than text. Saturday, no class. Even if he was in the lab, he was probably there for personal work, which was exactly the situation I needed. Hi Peter, hope I'm not interrupting. I asked when the line connected. Hi, John. No, not at all. Need me to synthesize something? Peter's voice was off. Too upbeat, laced with impatience and poorly hidden agitation. He wasn't even attempting to mask it. Peter, is everything okay? Did something happen? I decided to probe gently. What? No, everything's fine, really. The forced lightness only confirmed what I was already sensing. Something was definitely wrong. And knowing his personality type, he would never volunteer it until it was past the point of no return. Fair enough. Probably just me being tired, I said, smoothly pivoting. Listen, can you take on another order? I need about 10 milliliters of synepinephrine complex synthesized. How much and how long? Private labs charge through the roof for that kind of thing. I threw in that last part deliberately, to give him the sense that I had other options, albeit expensive ones. Oh, synthetic adrenaline now. Interesting. A shift in his voice, the flicker of scientific interest coming alive. Yes, I can do that. Based on your volume of reactants, probably around $100, give or take. I'll pay $300. For the urgency and for the brainpower involved. Yeah, sure. I'll probably head to the lab now then. It's empty on weekends. I'll start the synthesis and you can swing by in a couple of hours. He agreed too readily. My read on his situation was probably accurate. And a problem that made someone agree that easily was almost certainly financial. It would be a waste not to act on the opening. One more thing, Peter. 100 milliliters of the testosterone formulation you already know. $1,000. 1,000. I could practically hear his eyes going wide and his breathing hitch. Why yes, of course I can, but... John, what do you need all this for? There it was. Scientific instinct and growing suspicion colliding head-on with a desperate need for money. Time to open a card or two. Here's what we'll do, I said, my tone shifting to something more direct. When I get there, I'll explain things in person. This isn't a phone conversation. From your end, synthesis and complete silence. Agreed. A pause. I could hear him breathing. Yes. He said finally. I think that's probably for the best. He ended the call. So. Today was the day I moved things to a different level with Parker. Not just using him as a resource, but bringing him in as a real partner, one who wasn't fully informed yet, but real. I found myself wondering whether he was already involved with Gwen Stacy in any meaningful way, or more specifically with her Spider-Woman alter ego. That was a question for later, and it would need to be approached carefully. Chapter 22. The lab was quiet and empty on a Saturday afternoon. Only the hum of refrigerators and the ventilation system broke the silence. I took the 2 vials Peter had synthesized, counted out $1,300 bills, and handed them over. He took the money with a complicated mix of relief and something close to shame, tucking it quickly into his backpack. "So what's going on?" I asked, settling onto the edge of the lab table. I decided to start here, before showing him anything about myself. We both understand we're doing things that fall slightly outside the standard academic research framework. Trust is a fragile thing, and what I tell you next depends directly on what kind of trouble drove you to need money this fast. I'm assuming it's not the mafia. The last part one said lightly, to take some of the edge off the moment. No. No mafia. Peter flinched, color rising in his cheeks. But, is it that obvious that I have problems? I thought. MJ seemed to be talking to me the same as always. Obvious is an understatement. And contrary to the stereotype, men are sometimes more perceptive than women when it comes to certain things. Something in your voice during the call told me something was wrong. I had a feeling it would, he muttered, looking at the floor. But to his credit, he didn't shut down. My directness, the money, and what must have seemed like genuine willingness to listen had done their work. It's Uncle Ben. He's essentially a father to me. He was rushed to the hospital yesterday. Kidney failure. The medical bills, even at a public hospital, they're enormous. Aunt May and I can't cover it between us. She works at a nonprofit, the pay is minimal. I picked up a photography job at the Daily Bugle, the rates are low and the work is irregular. Even putting everything together, we're still badly short. I absorbed that quietly. This was serious. And it was strange. In the canonical version, Uncle Ben's death came through street violence, the event that set Peter's entire heroic arc in motion. Here it was disease. No obvious trigger, no radioactive spider in the picture yet. Unless, was this it? The catalyst I hadn't anticipated. The illness worsening, the doctors offering nothing more, and Peter in desperation deciding to test Connor's regenerative serum on his uncle, or on himself first to verify it was safe. That trajectory was terrifyingly coherent. And I had just waded into it with a fistful of cash. Peter, we haven't known each other long, but this is a genuinely serious situation. Are there no other people in your circle who could help? Mary Jane, for instance. Her boyfriend is Harry Osborne. Norman Osborne's son. A billionaire, and Oscorp owns half the private clinics in the city. I watched the words land. This wasn't just a mention of wealthy acquaintances. It was a reminder of the distance between their world and his. MJ and Harry, it's complicated, he said, looking away. The bitterness in his voice was quiet but real. They have their own world, parties, expensive cars, restaurant tables you need to book a month ahead. What do they care about a struggling student who helped them pass exams back in high school? That was more than I'd expected. He wasn't just carrying an unreturned feeling for Mary Jane. He felt genuinely used, and was aware of it, and had chosen to stay anyway. As for anyone else, he sighed. There's a colleague, Gwen Stacy. She's a couple of years ahead of me, already a junior assistant to Connors in her own right. We get along, respect each other's work. But it's not really a friendship, not yet. Honestly, in the few times we've met, you've somehow felt closer to me than most of the people I know. That was a lot of honesty for one exchange. Peter wasn't simply a shy genius. He was profoundly alone. No close friends, no relationship, no family except a sick uncle and an aunt stretched to her limit. He was exposing his most vulnerable points to me with a directness that was either naive or a sign of how badly he needed someone to talk to. Which meant it was time for me to show some of my own hand. His situation had genuinely affected me. But my pragmatic side recognized the moment clearly. Peter was currently the ideal candidate for a real ally. Brilliant, in a desperate position, and capable of real loyalty in the right circumstances. Time to start the conversation properly. All right, I said, deciding the moment was right. We'll fix the money problem. Think of it as a private research arrangement. In return, I'll need your full support in providing certain specific services that only your particular kind of mind is capable of. He opened his mouth, and I cut him off before the question could form. Nothing illegal. No weapons, no controlled substances for distribution, no industrial espionage. I appreciate the offer, John, but even with lab access I'm working under significant constraints. His voice was uncertain. I can't requisition arbitrary reagents. Some equipment, like the mass spectrometer, requires Connor's approval before I can touch it. Outside of synthesis from a prepared formula, I'm honestly not sure how useful I can be. At this stage, synthesis is exactly what I need. Down the line, what I'm really after is consultation and theoretical support for my projects. What projects? I genuinely still don't understand what you're doing. In brief, I lowered my voice, creating a quiet atmosphere of confidence. Projects focused on the development of biological enhancers, high-grade performance and combat stimulants, muscle enhancement, accelerated combat instinct, sharpened situational awareness, and potentially, I dropped to a near whisper, cognitive enhancement without side effects. Is this like next-generation steroids? Peter frowned. Better, I said, and meant it. These are compounds that operate in real time with virtually no adverse effects. The combat stimulant does carry some unpleasant trade-offs at current formulation, but that's exactly where I need your help. If we could refine the formula together. That was the real reason. Without a systematic skill backing me up, I could only follow Blade's recipe mechanically, like a medieval apprentice copying instructions without understanding them. A formulation like this, applied to my current physique, would most likely simply kill me. So you're proposing I participate in the unlicensed development of unregistered compounds? Peter's voice took on a harder edge. For what purpose? You sell them. He paused, then answered his own question. Actually, you clearly do. Where else would that kind of money come from? First, these aren't strictly chemical compounds, they're. I caught myself. Chemistry meant precise formulas, understood mechanisms, predicted reactions. What I did was follow instructions without always knowing why they worked, the way a medieval apothecary followed a manuscript. Alchemical. And second, I don't sell them to anyone. Personal use only. I kept Blade out of the conversation. That had been more of a trade than a sale, and the distinction mattered. Alchemy. Parker raised a skeptical eyebrow. You're serious? Alchemy is prescientific mysticism built around transmutation theory and the philosopher's stone. What survived from it and actually functions is called chemistry. Look, I pulled a muscle stimulant injector from my pocket and set it on the table. That's the product. At a full dose, it enables near superhuman physical output for 15 to 20 minutes. It operates at the cellular level. Clusters of unstable ozone bind to ATP in the muscle tissue, creating what I describe as a nitrogenous ignition effect, while palladium stabilizer functions as a thermal buffer, preventing cellular burnout. Peter stared at me as though I had just told him the Earth was flat. That is complete anti-scientific nonsense. Clusters of unstable ozone. Ozone is O3, a powerful oxidizing agent. It would cause tissue necrosis, not enhanced performance. Nitrogenous ignition is terminology from engine mechanics, not biochemistry. And palladium is a platinum group catalyst. It does not function as a cellular heat sink. Heat is dissipated by the circulatory system. You've blended terminology from 3 different scientific fields and none of it works the way you've described. Then let's test it, I said simply. On one of the lab mice. Why not on yourself, since you say it works? 1 drop would be enough for the mouse. The full injector is calibrated for a human body mass. Seems wasteful. I smiled. Fine, Peter sighed. But if you think you've convinced me of anything, you haven't. I won't believe it until I see it. Peter, you're currently working with Connors on a regenerative serum designed to regrow missing limbs. Since when does a muscle stimulant require this level of convincing? That is not simple at all, for one thing. He took the injector, clearly stung. And for another, Connors' serum is grounded in understandable principles of interspecies genetics and stem cell activation. Not in the theory that palladium has decided to moonlight as a cellular radiator. I watched quietly as he drew a single drop from the injector with a pipette and administered it to one of the lab mice. As I said, I can't explain the mechanism. But I nodded toward the cage. Watch. The effect was nearly immediate. The rodent's musculature visibly enlarged in real time, definition becoming sharp enough to look almost digital. The mouse itself appeared unbothered, continuing to investigate its food as though nothing had changed, though it stumbled slightly twice on the unfamiliar power in its legs. No aggression, no signs of distress, no neurological symptoms. After 7 or 8 minutes the enhancement receded at the same pace it had appeared, the muscles returning to normal. A faint, barely visible vapor rose briefly from the animal's coat. Peter said nothing. He stood with his eyes fixed on the mouse, skepticism and outright astonishment wrestling each other openly across his face. Okay, he said finally, surfacing. Something happened. I can accept that something happened. But I won't accept that it was safe until I've examined this animal. His disbelief flipped instantly into driven, almost frantic scientific purpose. I need blood samples right now. Full biochem panel, cellular damage markers, lactate levels, residual element screening. What on earth is this? For the next hour I watched a genuine scientist operate in his natural element. Peter moved through the lab like the space had been designed for him specifically, blood draw from the mouse, centrifuge, spectrometer analysis, tissue sections under the microscope, all of it in continuous motion while he kept up a running internal monologue out loud. No signs of cellular degradation, lactate within normal range. Where did the extra biomass originate? Conservation of mass hasn't been suspended, this isn't possible. It was fascinating to watch, but it was already past 3. I needed to leave for the meeting with Lucas soon. Peter, I said quietly. Accept it. You're not going to find anything. The stimulant produces no adverse effects. I can tell you that with confidence. It's physically impossible. He turned sharply, gripping a printout covered in graphs. Thermodynamically impossible. Muscle mass doesn't materialize from nothing and then dissipate as vapor. Can you give me the complete formula? He caught himself mid-sentence, realizing how that had come out. I mean, I swear I won't share it or replicate it without your consent. It's purely for my own understanding. I have to know how the mechanism works. I understand completely, I said, smiling. And while you were running your analysis, I already wrote it down for you. It's not a formula exactly, though. More of a recipe. I handed him the sheet. Peter read it, and his expression moved rapidly through stages, confusion, growing disbelief, and finally something approaching existential despair. No. This can't be right. This reads like a collection of ritualistic procedures. A titanium mesh as a reaction catalyst for testosterone. Colloidal palladium as a cellular heat sink. Maybe quantum-level fluctuations in a specific molecular sequence create localized distortions of physical law. Observed from outside the system, it shouldn't function, but since the process takes place inside muscle tissue, the observer effect is negated. No, that's not, quantum mechanics improvised from testosterone and assembled in a garage. The final word came out in a tone of such complete hopelessness that I felt a brief twinge of something like guilt. I had confronted a young scientist with something that had no place in his model of reality. On the other hand, this was the beginning, not the end. He would need to adapt his model, because there was considerably more of this ahead. Would you like to try building it yourself? I offered. You have the equipment here. You can synthesize the testosterone. I have the remaining ingredients outside in the car. They were in my inventory, but that was a detail he didn't need. Yes. Yes, absolutely, right now. The despair converted instantly into determination. For a mind like his, the recipe was structurally no more complex than assembling flat-pack furniture. The outcome, however, was furniture that could survive a meteor strike. I went to the car and retrieved the serum albumin and colloidal palladium solution from the fictional box. Peter received the ingredients and got to work. Even the master clockmaker in me had to acknowledge it, the precision and economy of his movements were genuinely impressive. Not a second wasted, not a measurement approximated. In under half an hour he had a finished injector in his hand. He tested it on a second lab mouse. Identical effect. Peter watched the muscle enhancement manifest and then recede, then walked slowly to the nearest lab stool and sat down with his head in his hands. Well. Agreed, I said, letting the weight of it settle. And you haven't encountered the potion of intellect yet. Before he could ask, I continued. That's the next level. For right now I have a specific task. I handed him a second sheet with the beast potion recipe. Peter read through it in silence for several minutes. I see, he said eventually. The activator, the synepinephrine complex. A classic catecholamine storm. It floods the beta-adrenergic receptors. Which explains the side effects you described, tachycardia, arrhythmia risk, hypertensive crisis. This isn't a stimulant. It's a sledgehammer to the central nervous system. You understand it better than I do, I agreed. I need you to eliminate those side effects. Produce a clean formulation that can be safely combined with the muscle stimulant. John, this is not a weekend project. His voice rose slightly. You'd need to model the active components, calculate hundreds of analogs for the stabilizer, run computational simulations, synthesize dozens of test variants. This is dissertation-level work, not an afternoon task. Hold on, I said, stopping him. You haven't seen, let alone experienced, what the potion of intellect actually does. It doesn't just add IQ points. It accelerates synaptic connections, sharpens pattern recognition, and allows you to hold every possible solution in consideration simultaneously. The months of work you're describing, you'd run through it in your head in a matter of hours. I could see him hesitating. But he had already watched the impossible happen twice in the same afternoon. After a moment, he nodded. But if nothing comes of it? It will, I said. I'm heading to my supplier now for the rare ingredients. When I'm back, you'll have everything you need, and the cognitive edge to use it properly. That was the end of the conversation. It was approaching 5, and I needed to leave. I found myself genuinely curious what Peter at full intellectual capacity would look like. And beneath that, a quieter question, was bringing him this far into things a mistake? I pushed the doubt aside. The ideal outcome here wasn't just compatible stimulants. It was a single unified compound. Even more ideal would be some way to make the potion of intellect's effects persistent, or at least partially so, in a lower intensity form that didn't risk overloading the system. Another set of problems for my new genius partner to work on. Chapter 23. The meeting with Lucas went straight out of a spy film. A corner table in a half-empty cafe, 2 identical packages, a quick exchange conducted without unnecessary words or eye contact. I handed over the money, and he handed over the ingredients. I was already on my way back to the university when Peter called, his voice bright with excitement, asking me to pick up a list of specific chemicals that were not freely available in the lab. Just in case, he added. That was easy enough for me. I got back to the lab at 6 in the evening and handed him the box with the purchases. I had carefully tucked a small vial inside. Intellect potion. Drink it. The effect lasts several hours. Peter looked at the vial, then at me. What about you? Aren't you going to take one? We're supposed to be working together. What's the point? I shrugged. It doesn't generate knowledge out of nothing. What it does is dramatically improve whatever foundation you already have. Think of your brain as a 5-story building. With the potion, it becomes an elite 20-story penthouse. But the foundation stays the same. And in neurobiochemistry, my foundation is essentially non-existent. I genuinely know nothing about it. But, you somehow created a muscle stimulator. And this potion too. Peter was now looking at the vial with open suspicion. I followed a finished recipe precisely. I won't tell you where the recipes come from. But there will be more of them in the future, and not only temporary stimulants, I added, keeping the hope to myself. Can I at least test it on a mouse first? I believe you, I really do, but... Trust but verify, I finished for him with a grin. Of course. Give the mouse a drop. Let's see how fast she defends her dissertation in quantum physics. What followed took less than 10 minutes, but it turned Peter Parker's world completely upside down. He placed a standard laboratory mouse in a complex, multi-level maze. The mouse moved forward hesitantly. Then Peter administered 1 drop of the potion. The mouse froze for a full second, and then she was off. Not running chaotically, moving with incredible speed and absolute precision, never once turning into a dead end, finding the single correct path instantly, as though the maze's layout had always been sitting right at the front of her mind, and now she finally had the processing power to use it. This is a new record. Peter exclaimed, staring at the stopwatch in disbelief. Possibly a new record for any laboratory in the entire country. The mouse sat in the finish chamber and gazed back at us with calm, black bead eyes, working through her well-earned cheese. Now do you understand why all of this has to stay between us? I asked, keeping my voice level. If someone with power finds out something like this exists, what happened to that lab mouse will start to look like mercy compared to what they do to us. I understand, Peter said quickly. He picked up the vial and, without further hesitation, drained it in 1 swallow. The effect starts almost immediately, but peak cognitive performance hits around the 30-minute mark. Right now your brain is, in a manner of speaking, accelerating. Why yes. I can feel it. Peter went still, his eyes going wide. So many ideas, streams of data. Your beast potion recipe. His voice shifted, becoming sharper, faster, more precise. My God, it's crude. It's not a recipe, it's a biochemical sledgehammer. That was the first thing out of his mouth as his eyes ran over the formula sheet again. So, the active substance is the aconityne alkaloid. It forces sodium channels in neurons wide open, triggering chaotic depolarization. Whoever designed this thought they were releasing instincts, but what they're actually doing is generating massive neural noise. Signals from the prefrontal cortex, the center of logic and threat assessment, are simply drowned out in the chaos. I had a rough idea, I said, trying to keep pace with his thoughts. Right, but here's the thing, it's even worse than that. It's a classic non-selective adrenergic receptor agonist. It hits every receptor at once. Alpha 1 causes vasoconstriction, blood pressure goes through the roof. Beta 1 drives up heart rate and force of contraction, a direct lane to arrhythmia and cardiac arrest. Beta 2 dilates the bronchi, which is technically useful, but that benefit vanishes completely in the overall cascade of negatives. This is an emergency overload of the entire cardiovascular system. Hell. And the spider venom. Does it make any of that worse? Ah, and that's the most interesting part. Peter paused for just a beat, and I could see hundreds of variables flickering behind his eyes. The venom of this particular species contains complex peptides. My hypothesis, one of them functions as a chaperone, a molecular escort protein. It binds to the aconite alkaloids, allowing them to cross the blood-brain barrier more efficiently, and more critically, it partially blocks their effects on sodium channels specifically in cardiac muscle tissue. In short, without that venom, the potion would be instantly lethal. It's not a catalyst. It's a primitive, rough safety buffer. So what's your final verdict? Peter looked at me, and his eyes were burning with the particular light of someone who has just spotted an impossible but irresistible problem. This is not science. This recipe is an attempt to poison the body to precisely the right degree so that it enters a state of battle frenzy without dying. Crude, primitive. He took a slow breath. I can do better. Yes. I can actually see how to do it now. After that, Peter became a force of nature. He began moving around the lab in loops, his accelerated brain running at its absolute limit. He muttered to himself, gesturing sharply, then broke for the whiteboard and covered it in dense rows of formulas and structural diagrams that looked like alien script to me. No, that's wrong. He erased an entire section of calculations. If I replace the aconityne with a selective CNS stimulant, say, a modified amphetamine derivative, the onset will be lightning fast, but at what cost? Tunnel vision, loss of peripheral analysis. The fighter would be quick but effectively stupid. He would lock onto the target and miss the knife coming in from the side. Failure. He was in motion again. Second approach, add an antidote layer. Introduce a selective beta blocker to protect the heart and a nootropic to stabilize the CNS. No. That's pharmacological chaos. The components would enter an antagonistic interaction. The nootropic would be trying to stabilize the brain while the aconityne is systematically dismantling it. Pressing the accelerator and the brake simultaneously. End result, nausea, dizziness, complete loss of motor coordination. Another failure. Dozens of simulations played out in his head in seconds. Hundreds of theories were born and discarded. For a solid hour Peter moved through the lab in that state, occasionally stopping to declare that a particular idea was Nobel-worthy, only to pivot immediately back to the problem. And then, finally. Got it. He said it loudly enough to make me jump. He sketched something rapidly on a sheet of paper and held it up. I saw a complex diagram of a protein molecule and understood nothing. Fortunately, Peter launched straight into the explanation, his eyes bright with the particular joy of someone who has just discovered something real. I was an idiot. I was completely focused on replacing the bad components, and I completely overlooked the spider venom. I kept telling myself, it works, don't touch it. But it was the key the whole time. The solution wasn't to replace the aconityne and the adrenaline. It was to build an ideal delivery system for them. And you've got one? I asked, feeling my head swim faintly from the density of brilliant thinking happening 3 feet away from me. I'm synthesizing an artificial carrier protein, structurally analogous to spider silk. He jabbed a finger at the diagram. It has 2 active binding sites. One bonds to a new, synthesized neuroinhibitory peptide that delivers a clean stimulus with zero toxic noise. The other bonds to a mu-reflective potentiator. And here is the elegant part: the protein is structurally programmed so that the first module releases only after crossing the blood-brain barrier, meaning in the brain, while the second releases into the general bloodstream without reaching the brain at all. Ideal targeted delivery. No systemic side effects. I will admit honestly, I understood almost none of it. But I understood the one thing that mattered. He had solved the problem. My bet on this quietly extraordinary person had paid off. So, I said slowly, working through it aloud, the new serum does the same thing as the beast potion, but cleanly. It doesn't turn me into a berserker. It makes me a precision predator, calm, intuitive, operating at maximum speed. Essentially, yes. And instead of the cognitive and physical crash after the effect fades, there will only be mild mental and physical fatigue. Incredible. I was not performing the reaction. I was genuinely impressed. The only thing left is to produce a working batch and write the recipe in a form that I can actually reproduce in my garage. Peter nodded, but his attention was already drifting around the lab, drawn toward equipment for something else entirely. Yes, but that can wait. While the potion's effect is still running, I have to address several critical bottlenecks in the regenerative serum project. Peter. I kept my voice level but firm. Yes, John. You're a sophomore. A junior lab assistant on a part-time contract. Undeniably a genius. But if you walk in tomorrow having solved problems that the full research group has been stuck on for months, questions are going to come up. Very uncomfortable questions. From Connors. From the university administration. From interested parties like certain Oscorp-affiliated sponsors. And those are not the kinds of questions we want right now. Yes, but Uncle Ben, the serum could help him. And when would it actually reach him? I took a step closer. After years of clinical trials, regulatory certifications, and fighting the pharmaceutical industry for approval. Peter, your uncle is not in mortal danger right now. And I have access to recipes that make Connor's serum look like a child's drawing next to the Mona Lisa. He looked at me, and I could see the two impulses locked in visible conflict behind his eyes, the urgent need to help his uncle, and the cold, potion-amplified logic that was telling him I was right. You're right, he admitted finally. Better not to draw unnecessary attention. But the potion still has runtime left. I need to use it. Give me a task. Combining the muscle stimulator and your new combat serum into one compound. Peter frowned, and it was the first time I had seen something close to genuine bewilderment cross his face in that state. No. Even now, at peak function, I cannot figure out how the muscle stimulator actually works at a mechanistic level. It violates the laws of biochemistry and thermodynamics. I cannot combine it with something else because I don't understand its operating principles. It's like being asked to cross an internal combustion engine with a ghost. Give me something simpler. Something that obeys physics. I looked at Peter, his brain currently running at the processing speed of a supercomputer, and quietly set aside my original idea. Introducing him to the ghost orchid and the shadow layer of this world was premature. He needed to build a working relationship with the magic that could be measured and touched before I pulled back that particular curtain. For that, I needed to give him a practical problem. The kind that seemed nearly impossible by conventional standards. Fabric, I said, cutting through his internal current of thought. I need fabric. Specifically, resistant to cutting and extreme temperatures, fully waterproof, and reproducible using equipment available in my garage. Given that in some versions of this universe Peter had personally engineered his remarkable web, I was confident this would not defeat him. I was not wrong. He went still for a moment, his eyes going briefly blank. I could see the options cascading through his mind as the biocomputer processed the parameters. About 10 minutes later he blinked, and his gaze sharpened back into focus. The verdict was ready. 3 options, he said, moving to the lab's whiteboard and picking up a marker. Let's go from simplest to most complex. Option 1, I'm calling it Bastion. A laminated aramid composite. The most pragmatic, fastest to implement. We take the best of what currently exists and layer it into a structural sandwich. He sketched a quick cross-section diagram, 3 distinct layers. Outer layer, environmental protection. Aramid fiber fabric with a PTFE coating. Fire resistance up to 400 degrees Celsius, complete waterproofing. Middle layer, the primary cut protection element, made from UHMWPE, ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene. Lighter than Kevlar and stronger in terms of both tensile and shear resistance. Inner layer, thin microfiber for wearability. Sounds solid, I said. But you called that the simplest option. What's the catch? The catch is that it's light armor rather than clothing, Peter explained. The critical step is the lamination process. You need a thermal press and a specific thermal adhesive. You bond the layers under controlled pressure. The end product uses proven materials and runs relatively low in cost. But it will be stiff, heavy to wear, and essentially non-breathable. I see. The other options improve on that. Significantly, Peter confirmed, erasing the first diagram. Option 2, Chimera. You start with any elastic base fabric as the structural frame. Reinforcement comes from carbon nanotubes deposited from suspension. Where does it get complicated? The process, Peter said, with a slight exhale. You need a bath for electrophoretic deposition. That sounds more intimidating than it is. You run an electric current through the suspension with the fabric submerged in it, and the nanotubes are driven directly into the fiber structure at the molecular level. The process is unforgiving of errors, and the suspension itself is both expensive and not easy to source. But the result is a thin, lightweight, flexible fabric with extraordinary structural strength. That already sounds considerably more appealing. What's the third option? Judging by the expression that came onto Peter's face, he had been waiting for exactly that question. Honestly, this is the most elegant solution I've ever arrived at, and I'm not entirely sure I fully understand how I got there, he said, beginning a new diagram, denser and more intricate than the previous two. A fabric that is soft and elastic under normal conditions, like athletic wear, but that instantly becomes rigid upon sudden impact or cutting force. A fabric with a non-Newtonian impregnation. That sounds too good to be true. The difficulty is entirely in the execution. His expression sobered slightly. The base is a three-dimensional mesh of aramid fibers, which needs to absorb and permanently retain the impregnation. The impregnation itself is not something simple like a starch suspension. I calculated the optimal formula: silica nanoparticles suspended in polyethylene glycol. On impact, the particles lock together instantaneously, forming a rigid load-distributing structure that dissipates the incoming energy. But for proper impregnation you need a vacuum chamber, a high-speed mixer, and a controlled heat treatment step. It is the most technically demanding and least forgiving of the three processes. A single error at any stage ruins the entire batch. He stepped back from the board and let the summary land. In short, Proteus, as I'm calling it, is the ceiling. Light, flexible, genuinely comfortable to wear, and with protection that puts current materials technology roughly 2 decades behind where we'd be starting from. I looked at Peter and his expectant expression. The choice was obvious from the moment he had described it. I don't think there's anything to deliberate. Option 3, without question. Excellent. The enthusiasm coming off him was almost physical. So when do we start? I'm ready right now. I had to bring him back down gently. I had my own plans for the evening, and they involved earning OP. Beyond that, one evening was clearly not going to be enough for a project of this scope, especially given that the fabric itself was only the base layer of what I actually intended to build. Tentatively, Monday. I have a full schedule today and tomorrow. But put together a complete shopping list of everything we'll need in advance. Then we set up in my garage and go. Yeah, no problem. He looked mildly deflated for a moment, but accepted it. One more thing. I let the pause do its work, pulling his full attention back. I have a new assignment for you. Directly connected to the intellect potion. Peter leaned forward immediately, his eyes reigniting with fresh intensity. Having experienced that state once, the pull toward it was already visible in him. Tell me everything. Chapter 24. Walking home through the evening streets of Queens, Peter was thinking. And he was bitterly aware of exactly how agonizingly slow and dim the process had become. Normal thinking after several hours of a brain running on the intellect potion felt like a calculated cruelty. It was as though a blind man had been given sight for a couple of hours, shown the world in perfect resolution with all its invisible patterns and connections laid bare, and then had that sight taken away, leaving only the memory of what clarity felt like. The world, which had just been a crystal-clear stream of structured data, was turning back into a slow, murky river. His own mind, which he had always quietly considered his greatest asset, now felt sluggish and wasteful by comparison. Even so, Peter adapted. He made himself settle back into the familiar, unhurried rhythm of ordinary thought, the absence of thousands of simultaneous ideas, the return of imperfect recall. And now, in that familiar slowness, he was thinking about John. An ordinary-looking guy. Enrolled in the same year as MJ, who, it turned out, could not tell Peter very much about him at all. Plain clothes, plain appearance, a comprehensive, almost studied ordinariness. Peter himself might have passed for the same thing if not for his obsession with science. But Peter, unlike John, did not have recipes. Recipes that had turned his entire scientific worldview on its head. Recipes that, as he now understood clearly, even someone at the level of Reed Richards or Kurt Connors would struggle to produce. They worked within the established frameworks of physics and molecular biology. John's alchemy seemed to simply ignore those frameworks, bending reality to follow its own alien internal logic. And all of it had come from someone who, by his own admission, had no scientific training whatsoever. So where had it come from? Fine. Peter wisely decided not to force that particular door. When the time was right, John would tell him. And if he did not, there would be reasons for that too. All Peter could do was hold the secret. And he was very good at holding secrets. That thought moved naturally to another, the heaviest and most carefully guarded one he carried. A secret he had uncovered almost accidentally, by doing nothing more complicated than applying the scientific method to a pattern that everyone else had apparently dismissed as coincidence. The identity of Spider-Woman. His lab colleague, Gwen Stacy. She had no idea he knew. And Peter himself had not been looking for it, not exactly. He had simply noticed. The hypothesis had formed from a straightforward comparison of facts, the moments when Gwen disappeared from work, always with a brief, slightly vague explanation, "I have a doctor's appointment," family situation, coincided with a striking regularity with Spider-Woman's appearances on the streets of the city, as reported across every news outlet. Out of pure scientific habit, he had created a password-protected spreadsheet on his laptop. One column, timestamp and stated reason for Gwen's absence. The other, timestamp and location of Spider-Woman's appearances, pulled from news reports and public police records. After a month of passive observation, the conclusion was inescapable. In all that time, Gwen Stacy in the lab and Spider-Woman on the streets of New York had never, not once, occupied two places simultaneously. The correlation was 100%. After that, Peter started noticing smaller things. A faint scratch along her cheekbone, imperfectly covered with foundation, the morning after Spider-Woman had gone through a window during a robbery intervention. A deeper cut on her forearm, the shape and location matching precisely a photograph from a news piece showing the heroine deflecting a knife attack. A slight but unmistakable limp following a hard landing he had spotted in an eyewitness video circulating online. But what struck him most was her recovery rate. Cuts and bruises that would take a normal person a week to heal were gone on Gwen overnight. "Heals like a dog" was nowhere near adequate as a description. It was a biological anomaly that had no ordinary explanation. He had not told anyone about any of it, of course. Not even Gwen herself. Why? To give her another secret to carry, another source of anxiety. He respected people who genuinely used whatever power they had to help others. As Uncle Ben had said the first night a news report about Spider-Woman had played on television, with great power comes great responsibility. Gwen used her power responsibly. Recklessly at times, in his honest assessment, but that was not his call to make. At least, it had not been his call before. And who was he now? The events of the previous evening had changed that question completely. He now knew how to synthesize a combat stimulant that transformed a person into a precision predator. He knew how to produce a muscle stimulator whose underlying mechanism made his scientific instincts flinch with something close to vertigo. He knew how to create Proteus, a fabric that was not just years but decades ahead of anything currently in development. He had real power now, in his mind, in his hands. Power that was capable of changing things. And with it, as his uncle's voice echoed quietly in his memory, comes responsibility. What was the point of all these stimulants and advanced materials if they simply sat in a box at John's place gathering dust? Was it not irresponsible to possess that kind of capability and do nothing meaningful with it? He could become a real hero. The kind he had always kept as a carefully guarded private dream. But those were not thoughts for today, or even tomorrow. He needed to work through everything carefully, keep building with John, and perhaps at some point raise the question directly. Who knew what else this strange, ordinary-looking person was sitting on? Especially given the latest assignment. The ghost orchid. A flower Peter had never encountered in any literature, which turned out to be a key component of the intellect potion. The task John had given him was simultaneously simple in its statement and staggering in its scope: determine what the alkaloid phantasmine, contained in the flower's pollen, actually was at a structural and functional level. Analyze its properties. Find a viable synthetic pathway to produce an analog. John had left him one specimen in a sealed, specially designed container, along with detailed care instructions. Those instructions, like everything else connected to John, extended well beyond the boundaries of conventional science. Peter was beginning to adapt to that particular quality of the situation. But beyond the orchid itself, John had given him something far more significant. The complete recipe for the intellect potion. Not just a list of ingredients, the full methodology. It was an act of trust at a level Peter could not take lightly, and had no intention of betraying. On the contrary, he was going to go at the orchid problem with everything he had. He would build a proper theoretical framework, formulate as many hypotheses as the data could support, run every analysis available to him, so that when the final brainstorming session came, he would be walking in with a foundation rather than a blank slate. A session he would conduct under the influence of his own synthesized version of the potion. Beyond the phantasmine synthesis, there were other goals further down the horizon, improving the potion's formulation, possibly changing its delivery format to something oral and stable like a capsule. And the furthest goal of all, the one that made him stop walking for a moment when it crossed his mind, achieving a permanent effect. A permanent, irreversible intellectual enhancement. At the thought of it, something in Peter's chest caught in a way that was difficult to describe. That was a goal worthy of everything he was capable of. And every temporary window of clarity they could manufacture would have to be used to its absolute maximum potential. Peter walked along the nighttime street with a faint, involuntary smile settling onto his face. Intellect. The one thing he had quietly taken pride in his entire life. As it turned out, it could be several orders of magnitude greater. And he was genuinely, unreservedly excited to find out how far that could go. Creating Blade's alchemical grenades turned out to be a surprisingly meditative process. That was largely thanks to the master clockmaker's skill, which had proven to extend well beyond its apparent specialty in gears and springs. It gave me a near-inhuman precision and steadiness in my movements, turning what would otherwise have been dangerous work with volatile compounds into something more like a careful, deliberate dance. Not a single misplaced drop. Not a single deviation. In 4 hours of focused work, I produced 5 copies of each of the 3 grenade types. The results were more than satisfying. Potion Solar Flare created. Complexity low. Received plus 100 OP. Potion Garlic Cloud created. Complexity low. Received plus 100 OP. Potion Silver Gel created. Complexity minimal. Received plus 50 OP. Subsequent batches returned progressively fewer points, as expected. But across all 15 items, the total came to 630 OP. Adding the 50 I already had, my final balance sat at a solid 680. Tomorrow that number would climb further when I started on the beast potion runs. For now, though, sleep. Before bed, I did spend a portion of the balance on a Forge the Universe pull for 400 OP. Information package received, Common Master Gourmet, Flavor Dungeon. Unlock cost, 200 OP. Description, your refined sense of culinary and alchemical delights has reached perfection. This passive skill completely neutralizes any negative effects from food, drinks, and potions. Your body extracts the maximum benefit from each dish or elixir, enhancing their positive effects by 15%. Flavor Dungeon. Was the system an anime fan? I laughed despite myself, and then immediately issued the mental command, unlock. Without the slightest hesitation. A passive skill that grants immunity to poisons and toxins was already worth the price on its own. But enhancing all positive effects by 15% on top of that. That was a direct upgrade applied to everything I produced. My stimulants would hit harder. The intellect potion would run deeper. Even if the immunity were the only benefit, I would not have hesitated. The remaining 80 OP was a small number, but it was earnable, and permanent passive enhancements were the foundation everything else would eventually stand on. In a genuinely good mood, I showered and went to bed. The sleep did not last. Around 3 in the morning I was pulled out of it by an insistent ringtone. Unknown number. I already had a reasonable idea who it was. Yo, rookie. The city's finest bloodsucker exterminator, calling in. Blade's voice was unreasonably cheerful for 3 in the morning as it cut through the silence. Yeah, figured, I managed, trying to convince my eyes to open. You sound rough. Didn't sleep enough. A brief, amused sound, and then he got straight to it. Calling about your muscle stimulator. Extremely solid work. Hits even on me, and I'm already somewhere past the baseline of normal. Good to know. And genuinely, it would have been a disappointing result if it had no effect on someone operating beyond standard human parameters. Though something told me it would produce only marginal results on Steve Rogers or the Hulk. Good is putting it lightly. I had a productive night out in a gothic venue in the meatpacking district. Ran into a pair of purebloods, they nearly had me. My beast potion works, but the after effects hit hard even for me. I was starting to run out of steam, and then your stimulator kicked in. The look on their faces right before the end was worth it, heh. He sounded genuinely pleased with himself. This was exactly the right moment. Actually, speaking of the beast potion, I said, letting a deliberate pause settle before continuing, I've adjusted the recipe. The new version has no side effects. Complete silence on the other end of the line. So sudden and absolute that I pulled the phone away from my ear to check if the call had dropped. What? He finally got it out. The cheerfulness was gone. What replaced it was something closer to stunned disbelief. You're messing with me, right? That's less than 1 day. When the hell did you have time? An entire vampire clan has been sitting on that recipe and refining it for centuries, and even they couldn't get rid of the side effects. Kid, are you by any chance the illegitimate son of Reed Richards and Tony Stark? I won't go into the details, but I'm not joking, I said. My voice at 3 a.m. was flat and even and completely serious. And yes, the improved beast potion is now available on my end as well. For trade. I let a deliberate emphasis sit on that last word. Blade was quiet for a moment on the other end, processing. Fair enough, that works, he said finally. The casual ease was still there, but something more businesslike had settled underneath it. At least give me a rough idea of what you're looking for. So I know what the table looks like. Simple enough. Rare ingredients, unique recipes, useful connections, information. Possibly interesting artifacts or technologies outside normal circulation. Money doesn't interest me much. I paused. Though I would sell both the combat and muscle stimulators for cash. Say, 10,000 per injector. Blade let out a low whistle, and the tone carried both surprise and something resembling genuine respect. So you're playing the long game, kid. I can respect that. But why no mention of your brain-expanding potion? Because it's not in the same category. It's not for sale for money. Damn, he exhaled. Now I want a dose of it even more. All right, I follow the logic. Mass production goods for cash, exclusive product for something more interesting. Exactly. On that note, if you bring me a dozen ghost orchid flowers, I'll give you at least 1 potion in exchange. I let that sit for a second. And while we're on the subject of connections, who do you go to in this city for hardware? No licensing complications, no unnecessary questions, reasonable pricing. A question I had been sitting on for a while. I had no interest in dealing with the low-end street market in Hell's Kitchen for something this important, but now it was time to take the matter seriously. I'll give you that one for free, call it a bonus for the stimulator, he said without hesitating. Lucas is your man for acquisition. He can get you anything your imagination can produce, as long as you have the budget. We're talking anything. But if you want to handle it yourself, actually feel the hardware, make your own choice, then you need to talk to my little brother, Frankie. He operates on his own terms, though. Selective about his clients. Frankie. Frank Castle. The Punisher. A cold prickle moved down my spine at the thought. I kept that particular question to myself. All right, listen, Eric, I yawned pointedly into the phone. Got it. Get some sleep. I'll come by during the day to talk barter. Will you have the improved beast potions ready by then? Yes. Send Frankie's contact in a text. And I'm going back to sleep. I ended the call and was unconscious within seconds, dreamless and deep. Sunday morning was unexpectedly sunny. In good spirits, after a quick breakfast, I went down to the garage. All the ingredients, including the compounds Peter had synthesized, were arranged in a clean row on the workbench. The process was mapped in my head, and thanks to the master clockmaker skill, it was mapped there permanently. I picked up the first flask and began. The original beast potion came first, following Blade's recipe. On a subconscious level, the process felt rough, unstable, like trying to build something precise with a tool designed for brute work. Given what I now knew about the potion's actual mechanism, that impression made complete sense. Potion, beast potion, created. Complexity, normal. Received plus 150 OP. Only 150, not the 200 I had anticipated. The side effects were clearly factored into the system's assessment of product quality. Now for Peter's improved recipe. Working through it was a completely different experience, precise, stable, each step feeling intuitively correct to the hands running through it. I wondered whether the system itself was exerting a guiding influence, or whether it was entirely the master clockmaker's skill. It did not particularly matter. The first improved vial was done. Potion, Absolute Predator Serum, created. Complexity, normal. Received plus 200 OP. The system had given it a different name entirely. The message was clear. Side effects were a marker of product imperfection, and the system adjusted its reward accordingly. Over the next couple of hours, I produced 4 more beast potions for OP farming and a dozen Absolute Predator Serums, my new flagship product. Running total, 1070 OP. Enough for 2 pulls. I was about to open the system window, already feeling the anticipation of either a great result or a useful disappointment, when the quiet of Sunday morning was cut through by the low, distinctive rumble of a powerful engine. A black 1969 Dodge Charger rolled up to the house and stopped. Despite its age, the car was in flawless condition, the kind of care that came from genuine love for the machine. The individual who stepped out of it with unhurried, predatory ease was the walking definition of bad news for the vampire community. The pulls could wait a little longer. Chapter 25. So, let's summarize, I said, standing with my arms crossed, feeling like a CEO presenting to a key investor. 5 injectors of enhanced combat stimulant, which I've dubbed Ultimate Predator Serum. Not me, the system came up with it, I mentally corrected myself, but Blade didn't need to know that. And 2 muscle stimulants. Plus, I've reserved a potion of intellect for you in exchange for a future trade. Is that all correct? Yeah, Blade nodded, leaning against his charger. If you weren't so stingy, you'd sell more stimulants. I don't have much myself yet. It's not mass-produced, I said, spreading my hands. And since you can only offer money right now, this is my maximum. 7 stimulants. $10,000 each. 70,000 total. Blade agreed without even blinking. Though, behind those sunglasses, you couldn't really tell, maybe he did blink. I'll bring you something interesting this week. It'll definitely be worth trading for that miracle potion of yours, he promised. You'd better stock up on supplies so I don't have to waste pocket change on them. I choked on those words. Pocket change. That's $70,000. Is vampire hunting really that profitable? Heh. He chuckled and gently patted the hilt of his katana. If you only knew what this thing cost me, and what it costs to maintain. But yeah, some of it comes from ghouls, some was inherited from my late father, and some I earn on special missions from up top. Here, Blade raised a finger meaningfully, implying that whatever up top meant was not a place for me. Whoa, okay, I sighed. Honestly, I inflated the price of the stimulants to discourage people from buying them outright. I planned to focus on smelting metals. But who knew it would backfire in your case? Kid, I understand that you could shut this whole operation down at any moment, his tone turned serious. Your potions are a tactical advantage that can't be measured in money. As long as the opportunity exists, I'll take it. How will you pay? Cash? I doubt you carry a suitcase of money around. Nah, that's inconvenient, he scoffed. It's the digital age. Why haul around kilograms of paper when there are secure accounts and all the other perks of civilization? So you won't be tracked down and caught by the tail. When you've got connections from up top, Blade grinned, pointing at the sky again, you become practically a ghost in the system. Untouchable. Here, take this. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out a plastic card. Matte black, no name, no number, just a golden chip and a tiny, barely noticeable engraving of a crown. It's linked to an account protected by the British Crown. Expenditures of up to $1 million a month won't attract extra attention. Even if you spend more, you're safe, the people up top will handle it. I'll relink it to you through online banking now and send you the details. 70 grand will be in the account today. Convenient. I had to admit, taking the card. It was heavier than regular plastic. I slipped it into my pocket, feeling my financial reality had just made a quantum leap, as the Instagram influencers from my old world would have put it. By the way, you wouldn't happen to buy gold or platinum, would you? The ore needed to be sold. Expenses would only keep climbing, and going to pawnshops was becoming increasingly risky. Do I look like I've got a long nose and a yarmulke? He chuckled. Nah, kid, that's not my thing. But I know a trusted buyer. Takes only 20% below market price, works with any volume, pays in any form, and doesn't ask extra questions. Great. I'll be waiting on his contact, Frankie's contact, and the bank account details. Word. Blade pulled out his smartphone, and a moment later 2 messages landed on my phone. I'll send the account details later. Is that normal? Sending sensitive information by SMS. People from up top, Blade said with a meaningful smile. Damn, now I'm worried about attracting their attention. I muttered. Don't sweat it, he patted me on the shoulder. I work with dozens of guys like you. But there's only one of me. I'm the sword. You're the blacksmith who sharpens it. They're interested in the sword, not the blacksmith. As long as you stay in your garage and don't go flaunting it, you'll be fine. That was the problem, though. Sooner or later I'd have to step out of the shadows. But we'd deal with that when the time came. Blade climbed into his Charger, the engine roared, and the car sped off, leaving me in the quiet of a Sunday afternoon. I looked at my OP balance. At the card in my pocket. At the new contacts in my phone. Then I mentally tapped the icon in the system interface. And no, I'm not a gambler. Forge the universe. 450 up. I stared at the result. Received information package, uncommon, temporal principle of antimatter manipulation, TPAM, Final Fantasy 13-3. Unlock cost, 900 OP. Description, you can master the forbidden technology of the Academy of Grand Pulse, which combines antimatter and chaos to control time. Without equipment, you can locally stop time for 3 seconds within a small area, but doing so will severely exhaust you and slow your movements, and repeated use will completely drain your body. With the right tools and materials, you can create devices that slow, accelerate, or halt time entirely. Falsi Pandemonium has banned this power, fearing it could destroy reality, but perhaps you can unlock its secrets. What? No, not like that. What the hell? Is that even legal? Stimulants are one thing, but bending the fundamental laws of the universe is something else entirely. Even 3 measly seconds of stop time is too much. Way too much. What kind of bargain bin DO is this? Granted, judging by the description, it's a very, very stripped-down version, propped up by a ton of crutches and side effects. But still. And this is just an uncommon item. The first time I've gotten anything above common rarity. So I'm not cursed after all. The euphoria of realizing I'd just acquired a god-tier power quickly gave way to cold pragmatism. What was I actually going to do with this? Clearly I'd unlock it eventually, that wasn't the question. But did I need it here and now? I had 620 OP left and needed another 280 to unlock it. Meanwhile, I could do another spin for 500 and get something more practical. A bird in the hand in the form of time manipulation, or a crane in the sky. I spent 10 minutes thinking it over. The temptation was real. But TPAM's true potential lay in technology, and that required resources, laboratories, and knowledge I simply didn't have yet. 3 seconds of stop time could save my life, but Peter's Proteus fabric, the stimulants, and Frank's guns would give me far more reliable, lasting protection. And against something like the Hulk, 3 seconds meant nothing. No. This was an endgame skill. And I wasn't even in the midgame yet. Forge the universe. 500 up. Attention. The user has reached the 500 OP price threshold. The chance of obtaining rarer items has increased. Item descriptions created by the user have been improved. Descriptions of dropped system items have been improved. Now that was interesting. The system rewarded big bets. I couldn't help but be pleased by that. I wondered if there'd be another upgrade past 1000 OP too. We'd find out in time. What mattered right now was what I'd actually gotten. Received information pack, uncommon, technological modernization, terraformers. Unlock cost, 700 OP. Description, you are a master of technological reinterpretation, capable of disassembling any piece of laboratory equipment down to the last screw and rebuilding it into something entirely new. A centrifuge becomes a launcher of deadly projectiles. A spectrometer becomes a laser capable of cutting titanium. An industrial 3D printer becomes an antimatter generator. Your deep understanding of mechanisms allows you to create innovative tools and weapons from the most ordinary devices, limited only by available materials and your own ingenuity. With this information pack, you turn a laboratory into an arsenal and every tool into a masterpiece. You are now able to rework a jewelry furnace into a mini forge for smelting unique ores, transform a laboratory mixer into a pulse generator for stunning enemies, and modify an oscilloscope into a detector of alien energy. And that's only a fraction of your true potential. Note, before studying this information pack, keep in mind that physical equipment, laboratory or industrial, is required. Results are limited by the materials and complexity of the original device. You are not capable of creating magical effects, only technological. Only science. God bless the system. A second uncommon skill in a row. And this one, it was 1,000 times better suited to where I was right now than TPAM. Just reading the description, I already felt my world expanding. With this skill, I would stop being just a craftsman blindly following someone else's recipes. I had the potential to finally become an inventor. Damn. My head was already buzzing with ideas, each one more insane than the last. I looked at my welding machine and already mentally pictured bolting on magnetic coils to turn it into Isaac's plasma cutter. I saw my Marx generator and capacitor array becoming the foundation for Shocker's vibrogauntlets. But forget just weapons, I'd be able to assemble miniature scout drones. Improve the Proteus suit by adding an active thermal control system, or even better, adaptive camouflage. And that protective field generator I'd been putting off. With this skill, it no longer seemed impossible. This skill. I had to get it. As soon as possible. And then I remembered. The healing potion for Uncle Ben. I'd been planning to unlock it from the Arcanum set for 200 OP within the next few days. My current balance was 120 OP, meaning I needed another 580 to unlock the technological modernization skill. Sorry, Peter. Your uncle is in relatively stable condition, he has months, if not years. And I needed this power now, so that we'd actually have those months and years at all. With a skill like this, earning those 200 OP would be nothing. Ugh. Okay. Calm down, John. Just calm down. Yes, the system had handed me a jackpot. But that wasn't a reason to celebrate like a kid. It was a reason to be even more careful. The more power you have, the greater the temptation to use it, and the higher the cost of a mistake. Plus the whole responsibility thing, of course. At that moment, a message came in on my phone, cutting through my thoughts. Blade. Your login and password for UK International Bank. It's already linked to your number. 70k greenbacks in the account. I downloaded the app and went through quick authentication. The number lit up on screen, $70,000. Not just a number. That was freedom. Freedom to act, to build, to protect. Freedom from taxes, on top of everything else. Excellent. Time to go shopping. Yo, Peter, hey, am I bothering you? I dialed his number. Geez. How embarrassing. Why did I open with yo? A couple of days hanging around Blade and I was already picking up his habits. Hey, John. No, not at all. What's up? His voice on the other end was cheerful and full of energy. I've been thinking, since we decided to make Proteus in the near future, why wait? We need to buy everything we need. Can you give me the exact list? I'll try to get it all today. Sure, of course. But, John, I'm serious, you can't buy most of this at regular stores. You'd need to go through industrial and laboratory suppliers directly, and that takes time. I have my own suppliers, I replied confidently, thinking of Lucas. I hoped Blade hadn't been exaggerating about what the men could get. So give me the full list, no compromises. Include rough prices so I don't get ripped off. We're starting work tomorrow, so let's make it happen. An odd silence fell over the line, and then Peter, rustling papers, began dictating with the professionalism of a seasoned project manager. All right, if you're serious, then great. So, the components for the fabric itself. The base is a 3D mesh of aramid fibers. A square meter runs around $70 to $100, depending on weave density. Got it. I'll take 50 meters with room to spare. I figured I'd need several suits, one for testing, one for field use, one spare, possibly one for Peter. 50. Peter exclaimed. John, that's enough to outfit a small tactical squad. Okay, for that volume of fabric, you'll need 10 to 12 kilograms of hydrophilic amorphous silica. Nanopowder, particle size 7 to 15 nanometers, the smaller the better, but also the more expensive. For the liquid base, polyethylene glycol, 30 liters. Altogether, somewhere around $2,500 to $3,000. Manageable, I nodded to myself, jotting it down. Next. Membrane fabric for the outer layer. Another $800 to $1,000 for your volume. We're going all the way, so noted. You'll also need polyurethane hot melt adhesive, that's inexpensive. With consumables, that's basically everything. Great. Now equipment. Go ahead, scare me. A high-speed homogenizer, not just any mixer, it needs to be precise enough for a perfect suspension, around $2,000. A vacuum chamber large enough to accommodate a roll of fabric, brace yourself, around $4,000. An industrial oven for heat treatment with precise temperature control, another $2,500 to $3,000. A thermal press, about $1,500. An industrial sewing machine with a walking foot that can actually punch through aramid, another $3,000. And odds and ends, specialized scissors, needles, Kevlar thread, seam sealant, roughly another $1,000. Holy crap. I breathed out. Just estimating roughly, that's 20 grand. Yeah. Peter confirmed grimly, a sum that was clearly astronomical to him. Okay, thanks, Peter. I've got it all. I won't keep you. I think by tonight, or tomorrow at the latest, I'll have everything. You're actually going to buy all of this? Shock and admiration collided in his voice. I'll make every effort, I said. All right, talk later. After hanging up, I dialed Lucas immediately. I read him the entire list, from the aramid mesh to the homogenizer, and waited. Lucas took his time on the other end, the quiet clicking of a keyboard the only sound. I didn't rush him. $25,700, he finally said in a flat, emotionless voice. With truck delivery straight to your house, exactly $26,000. Everything anonymous, anytime today after 6. Payment, either cash to the courier, or full prepayment to my account. Delivery and full prepayment, I agreed without hesitation, exhaling inwardly. The markup for that kind of service was surprisingly reasonable. I transferred the money to Lucas from the new card and confirmed delivery for 6:30 p.m., then hung up. The first major investment in my safety and my future had been made. The second still remained. The offensive side. I got into the Honda and headed out to pick up weapons. To Frank, who might be the Punisher. Thoughts were already turning in my head. I needed more than just guns. I needed reliable platforms I could theoretically modify once I unlocked technological modernization. I hoped I could find common ground with him. Blade's description of a guy with his own principles had sounded more than a little ominous. Chapter 26. Frank's gun shop read a modest, faded sign above a shabby door. The building itself was a small, one-story brick box that fit drearily into the gray, unremarkable landscape of Queens Village. No personality, no intrigue, no reason for a passing stranger to step inside. The moment I pushed open the heavy door and walked in, every expectation shaped by spy movies shattered against brutal reality. There were no gleaming display cases, no cool samples mounted on the walls. What greeted me instead was a minimalist, perfectly organized, Spartan interior. The air was thick with the smell of steel, gun oil, and gunpowder. Gray brick walls, bare. Just a couple of wooden shelves holding a handful of rifles and pistols. My master watchmaker's eye instantly caught the faint casting seams on the plastic and the absence of micro-scratches from actual use. Props. Behind the single massive oak counter, he looked at me in silence. A tall, lean man around 30, with close-cropped black hair, a strong jaw, and cold, evaluating eyes. He wasn't wearing the iconic white skull shirt, just a plain black tee, but I was 95% certain this was the Punisher. Future version, or possibly present. The silence stretched. The man behind the counter clearly wasn't going to break it. This place was for insiders. A random walk-in, unsettled by the atmosphere, would leave empty-handed. But I had a specific purpose. I'm from Eric, I finally said, and my voice came out conspicuously loud in the quiet. Name, he asked flatly, without expression. His gaze didn't shift. John Thompson. He watched me in silence for several more seconds, as if checking me against some internal list. Blade had probably given him a heads up after all. Frank gave a short nod, and I noticed the tension in his shoulders drop by one barely perceptible degree. If not for my skill catching the smallest details, I'd have missed it entirely. Why do you want to buy weapons? His voice was even, but there was weight behind the question. This was a test. Self-defense. And future modification, I answered just as directly. Self-defense, he seemed to accept without comment. But at modification, his right eyebrow twitched slightly. I decided to expand on it. I don't just need guns. I need reliable, easily modifiable weapon platforms, so I can improve them myself without risking damage to the core mechanism. I stayed quiet about technological modernization, of course. Interesting. Something resembling genuine interest flickered across his face for the first time. That's a pretty rare request. Eric was right about you. What specific platforms did you have in mind? To start, a pistol, 2 different assault rifles, and a sniper rifle. I laid out my plan. But I'm no expert, so I'll trust your judgment on the actual models. Good. Wait. With that, Frank disappeared into the back room without another word. He returned 3 minutes later carrying an entire arsenal, which he laid out on the counter with surgical precision. Start simple, he said, indicating the pistol. Glock 17. Austrian plastic brick. There's almost nothing in it that can break. It'll shoot in mud, underwater, after you drop it off a roof. Simple as a hammer and just as reliable. But more importantly for you, it's a platform. More aftermarket parts exist for this pistol than for any other on the planet. Barrel, slide, grip, trigger, you can swap out everything. Turn it into a competition pistol or a suppressed tool for quiet work. It's a blank slate. This guy was capable of speeches that long and penetrating. I was genuinely surprised. Then again, it was about weapons, obviously the central passion of his life. And I agreed with him. Glock was a brand name synonymous with reliability. But being in the same room as one of the world's best weapons experts, I couldn't resist satisfying my curiosity. Frank, can I ask a couple of questions? I'm a beginner, almost everything I know comes from movies and games, so it's probably wrong. He nodded slowly. Okay. Why the Glock and not, say, the Beretta 92 FS? It's a classic, the US Army used it for decades. Key phrase, used, Frank answered without pause. The Beretta isn't a bad pistol. But its design and ergonomics are from the 70s. It's heavier. It has a complicated double-action trigger, the first shot requires one level of force, the second another. That's an extra variable when your hands are shaking. The open slide is a magnet for dirt. It works well. The Glock works well every time. For a beginner, simplicity is life. Fewer parts means fewer things that can go wrong. I nodded, taking in his logic. Simplicity is life. But my curiosity, shaped by years of pop culture, demanded one more answer. Got it. What about? I hesitated, knowing how stupid it was going to sound, but the desire to hear a professional's verdict was stronger than my pride. The Desert Eagle. I know it's probably overrated, but the stopping power. Frank froze for a moment, as if making sure he'd heard me right. Then he let out a short, dry laugh with no warmth in it whatsoever. Stopping power? He gestured toward the AK with his chin. A round from the Kalashnikov will go through your target, the guy standing behind him, and the brick wall behind them both. In a city, that's called overpenetration, and it's a straight road to killing bystanders. That's a liability. He stepped into the back room and returned with another pistol. Here, hold this. He handed me a massive, chrome-plated pistol, the Desert Eagle itself. It weighed like a small anchor. 7 rounds in the magazine. The Glock holds 17. This weighs twice as much. After the first shot, you'll be aiming at the ceiling. And it jams if you hold it wrong. This is a movie prop, loud, shiny, and completely useless in a real fight. Did you come here for tools or for props? I felt heat rise to my face and quickly set the Desert Eagle down on the counter. Frank's logic was lethal. Is that an AK-47? I asked, eager to change the subject, pointing at the legendary rifle. That's the one. The Kalashnikov. Frank ran a hand along the wooden handguard with obvious respect. It'll shoot even if you use it as a paddle. Dirt, sand, no maintenance, it doesn't care. The 7.62 round punches through light cover that would stop other rounds. It's not as accurate, kicks harder. But when you're fighting through pure chaos, it will not let you down. This isn't a scalpel. It's an axe. And you need both. He picked up a black, more modern-looking rifle. AR-15. Lego kit for adults. Light, accurate, ergonomic. Fully modular, you can change everything on it, from the stock to the caliber. Today it's a close combat carbine. Tomorrow, a medium-range precision rifle. It's more demanding than the Kalashnikov. It needs cleanliness and care, like a thoroughbred horse. But it pays you back in accuracy and handling. Why not the classic M16? Isn't that where all of this started? Because the starting point was rough, Frank answered without pause. The first M16s sent to Vietnam jammed in the humidity. They spent decades fixing it. What you're looking at is the result of 50 years of corrections. The AR-15 in carbine configuration is shorter, lighter, and more reliable than that long musket ever was. You wouldn't run the first version of a piece of software when there's a final release with all the patches applied, would you? Fair enough. What about the sniper rifle? I nodded at the last weapon on the counter. It looked surprisingly simple. Remington 700. Built for distance. The bolt assembly on this rifle has been the gold standard for half a century. Incredibly accurate and reliable. And, like everything else here, it's a platform. You can eventually build an entirely new rifle around that bolt. This weapon isn't for chaos. It's for one precise, deliberate shot that settles everything. It looks kind of plain, though. I've seen Barrett rifles, they look a lot more impressive. Aren't they better? I'm willing to pay for it. Frank looked at me, and his expression held no contempt, just the quiet weariness of a teacher explaining something that should be obvious. The question isn't whether the rifle is better. The question is whether you are better. A $20,000 rifle can shoot a half-inch group at 500 meters. This Remington will shoot 3/4 of an inch. You'll only feel the difference once your own skills exceed what this weapon can do, and that takes years and thousands of rounds. He pointed at the rifle, then at the full set. You'll spend $5,000 on all of this. The other $15,000 you'd be throwing at a brand name, spend that on ammo and training instead. That's what'll make you dangerous. Not the name on the receiver. Thanks for the lesson, I said sincerely. He genuinely opened my eyes. Frank nodded and summed up. This set covers everything you need. A reliable pistol. An accurate carbine. An indestructible assault rifle. And a tool for solving problems at a distance. Master all four, and you'll be more dangerous than 99% of armed people on this planet. Speaking of master, I decided to risk it. Could you recommend an instructor? I expected a business card or a phone number. Instead, he just looked at me. Myself, Frank answered without hesitation, which surprised me considerably. Reading the silent question on my face, he clarified. This shop is for insiders. Nobody else comes here, and my margins are thin, so I teach the basics on the side. To beginners. Like you. How long would it take to cover the basics? Assuming I want to move as fast as possible. Frank studied me for a moment. Pistol, 1 hour. AK and AR, 3. Remington, another 3. But that's just the bare minimum, he said, naming his rate without any room for negotiation. $300 an hour. After 4 hours, you'll leave here capable of defending your life in a back alley shootout, not just punching paper. Not that I plan on getting into back alley shootouts, I muttered, but I'd gladly pay for your instruction. Then let's go, he said, heading for the door. Right now. Frank stopped and looked back at me over his shoulder. Time is a resource. I don't have much of it. I need to be home by 6. I needed to be home by then too, actually. So we'll only have time for the pistol and the rifles, I quickly calculated. We can handle the Remington another day. We didn't drag it out. I got in the Honda and followed him. Frank's car turned out to be a black 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS, old, perfectly restored muscle, its low, guttural rumble seeming to make the asphalt tremble beneath it. He drove through the unremarkable streets of Queens, and before long we turned into a deserted industrial alley and stopped at an unassuming metal door set into a warehouse wall. The range was a massive basement space. The smell of gunpowder and gun oil was several times stronger here than in the shop. Cold gray concrete, walls lined with sound-absorbing panels, and dim lighting just enough to make out the targets. The atmosphere was oppressive, functional, and completely stripped of any frills. "My job isn't to teach you to enjoy shooting," Frank said, catching my look as I sized up the space. "It's to burn the skills into your muscle memory so you can survive. Actually, I kind of like it in here." "It has atmosphere," I shrugged. Frank ignored my bravado. He silently laid out 2 copies of each weapon, the Glock, the AK-47, and the AR-15, on a wooden stand. "First, 4 fundamental rules. This isn't empty words. This is your new religion. Memorize them. Rule number 1, always treat a weapon as if it's loaded." He picked up the Glock, extracted the magazine in one smooth motion, then racked the slide back and checked the chamber visually and by feel. There is no such thing as unloaded. There's loaded and unchecked. Every single time you pick up a firearm, the first thing you do is check the chamber. No exceptions. "I thought it wasn't loaded, that's what they write on idiots' tombstones." "Understood." He pointedly handed me the Glock. I nodded and tried to repeat the procedure. I ejected the magazine, started pulling the slide back, and that's when my inexperience showed. For just a split second, one clumsy movement, the barrel drifted toward Frank. His reaction was instantaneous. He didn't just step aside, his body seemed to blur, instantly clearing the line of fire. The next second he roared, and his voice hit me like a gunshot in the closed space. "Rule number 2, never point a weapon at anything you don't intend to shoot." I froze. The silence in the basement became deafening. "The barrel points at the target, at the floor, or at the ceiling," he continued, his voice dropping to an icy calm. "You get shoved, you stumble, your finger slips, the bullet flies. And it won't care that you didn't mean it. This gets burned into your reflexes. Do it again, and I'll break your arm." "Understood." I swallowed hard and nodded. Lesson learned. And I genuinely did not want to find out whether he meant that last part. Frank picked up the second Glock and demonstrated his grip. His index finger lay perfectly straight along the frame, well clear of the trigger. "Rule number 3, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. Your finger rests on the frame, straight as an arrow. It touches the trigger only when your sights are on target and you've made the decision to fire. Not before. This is the most common violation beginners make. And the most deadly." He set down the Glock and pointed toward the far wall with its targets. "Rule number 4, always know your target and what's beyond it. In a city, there are no safe shots. Bullets go through walls, cars, and people. Anyone could be standing behind your target. Every time you press that trigger, you own the entire path of that bullet. No certainty, no shot. Now, understood?" I straightened, looked him in the eye, and recited clearly, without a single stumble. "Always treat a weapon as if it's loaded. Never point it at anything I don't intend to shoot. Keep my finger off the trigger until I'm ready to fire. And always know my target and what's beyond it." The rules were carved into my brain. Frank nodded once. The theory was over. "Good enough," Frank said briefly, and there was no praise in it, just an acknowledgement of fact. Now we moved to practice. Starting with disassembly and reassembly. He picked up the Glock. His movements were economical and smooth, not a single wasted motion. The Glock, as I said, is simple as a brick. Just 5 main components you need to know: frame, slide, barrel, recoil spring, magazine. Disassembles in 3 seconds, he narrated each step as though dictating a manual. Drop the magazine. Check the chamber. Pull the slide back slightly. Press the release tabs. Remove the slide. Done. You should be able to do this blindfolded, in total darkness, under fire. He ran through it again at speed, then gestured at the second pistol. My turn. I ran through his instructions in my head, already embedded in memory, and picked up the weapon. To my own surprise, I got it on the first try. My fingers moved with a confidence and precision that felt almost outside of my control, as if I'd spent my whole life doing nothing but disassembling and reassembling Glocks. The master watchmaker skill worked perfectly, turning any mechanical device into an intuitively readable system. Frank watched my hands in silence for a long moment, his gaze heavy and analytical. "You pick things up fast," he said finally, and that was apparently his highest form of praise. He moved immediately to the AK. Then we go to a weapon designed for war, not display cases. The tolerances between its parts are loose enough that you can pour sand in there and it'll still fire. Disassembly is primitive. Press the latch, remove the receiver cover. Pull out the recoil mechanism. Extract the bolt carrier and bolt. Done. The parts are large and sturdy. This weapon forgives mistakes. I followed along, and again everything went without a hitch. The thought of high school safety class made me smirk. Back then my hands were clumsy and I kept losing track of the sequence. Now they moved with a fluency and understanding I couldn't fully account for. Frank gave a spare nod, his gaze growing more intent, and moved to the last weapon of the day. And this is a different philosophy entirely. Accuracy and modularity. AR-15. It breaks into two halves, upper and lower receiver. Push out 2 pins and the rifle opens up. The bolt carrier group slides out from the rear. The parts are smaller, the tolerance is tighter. It demands attention and cleanliness. If dirt gets into an AK, it spits it out. If it gets into this, it might jam. Keep that in mind. Disassembly and reassembly didn't take long. Once Frank was satisfied I'd got the mechanics down, he moved to the next phase. Now, the fundamentals of combat accuracy. Your body is a machine that holds the tool. And that machine has to be perfectly calibrated. He stepped close and began adjusting my posture without ceremony. No relaxed stances. Feet shoulder width apart, knees bent, weight forward on the balls of your feet. Your stance should be aggressive and ready to move. Hold the pistol as high as possible. Grip it like you're trying to crush the handle, the weapon should feel like an extension of your body, not a separate object. What about breathing? That matters, doesn't it? I asked, trying to settle into the unusually tense stance. In competition shooting, maybe. They'll tell you to fire on the exhale, he said, and the contempt in his voice was plain. In combat, there's no time for that. Your heart will be hammering and your lungs will be burning. You learn to work the trigger in the natural pauses between heartbeats. You don't fight your body, you find a pocket of calm inside the storm and work from there. After the stance work, we moved to pistol drills. Frank broke down the 2 types of reload. Emergency reload. You're in the middle of a fight, the slide locks back, you're empty. Your job is to get the weapon back in the fight as fast as possible. One fluid movement, the finger drops the empty mag, it hits the floor, forget it, it won't save your life. Simultaneously, your other hand is already reaching for the pouch, pulling a full mag, seating it, slapping it home, and hitting the slide release. Weapon is back in the fight. Standard time, 1.5 seconds. Even with the master watchmaker working in my favor, my best result after dozens of reps was around 2 seconds. The muscles needed the work. Tactical reload. The fight has died down. You've got a few rounds left in the magazine. Starting fresh combat with a half-empty mag is stupidity. Bring the full mag to the pistol. Then carefully remove the partial and stow it. Insert the full mag last. Do everything at maximum natural speed, it's slower, but you conserve ammo and you're always ready for the next engagement. I did better with this one. The more complex, deliberate sequence of movements played well to my skill. Frank noticed. More complex means it suits you better. Like a watchmaker, he muttered to himself, but I heard it. I also stayed tactfully quiet about what kind of combat actually awaited me. That would have been a stupid thing to raise. This was the Marvel world. Danger didn't need to be sought out, it would find you on its own. The last hour of training was the most punishing. Frank drove me through carbine drills until I was soaked in sweat, and his few words of acknowledgement for my accuracy were the best reward I could have asked for. Look at the rifle, he said, picking up the AR-15. The sight is here. He tapped the red dot. The barrel is here, 2.5 inches below. At 50 meters, that doesn't matter. But if the target is 3 meters away and you're aiming at the head, the bullet hits the chest. Aim at the eye, you hit the chin. This is called mechanical offset. In close quarters, you have to instinctively aim higher. We'll drill this until it becomes reflex. And drill we did. I shot, a lot. Recoil, the bite of gunpowder smoke, the ring of brass hitting concrete, all of it merged into one continuous stream. The culmination was a transition drill. When Frank barked, empty, I was already automatically dropping the rifle on its sling, drawing the pistol, and continuing to fire. As Frank said, that drill is what saves lives. I agreed completely. By the end of the 4th hour, I felt every muscle in my body. My legs ached, my arms trembled from sustained tension. But they remembered. Remembered how to field strip a Kalashnikov by feel, how to swap a Glock magazine in 2 seconds, how to instantly transition to a sidearm when the rifle ran dry. I left Frank not as an expert, but with a solid combat foundation. I hadn't just bought pieces of deadly metal, I had understandable, predictable tools I knew how to use. $6,000 well spent. Driving home in the Honda, I thought about Frank. One difficult question kept turning in my mind: was he already the Punisher, or not yet? I ran through his bearing, the way he spoke, his dry and humorless edge, and concluded, no. Not yet. There was still life in him. There was fury, there was discipline, but not that dead, scorched emptiness I'd read about in the comics. The original Punisher was a profoundly broken man who had turned his back on humanity. This Frank was still alive. Which meant he still had something to live for. A 90% chance his family was fine. And it would be an extremely good thing if it stayed that way, not out of pure altruism. A stable Frank Castle was a valuable and reliable contact. The Punisher was just a force of nature. So yes, someday, when I had the strength for it, I'd need to think seriously about how to keep his family safe. But those were thoughts for later. I arrived home and checked my trusty watch. 6:11. 20 minutes until Lucas's courier showed up. I showered quickly, washing off sweat and gunpowder residue, and changed clothes. My muscles ached in a satisfying way. Frank had said that despite my natural, acquired, but he didn't need to know that, accuracy, I'd still need to put in a couple of hours at the range each week. Keeping the skills zeroed in, staying sharp. At exactly 6:30, an inconspicuous cargo van pulled up outside. 2 silent men in work clothes unloaded everything quickly and professionally. My garage transformed in an instant from a reasonably spacious workshop into a high-tech equipment warehouse. Some of the boxes had to be brought into the house itself, space was critically short. When the van pulled away, I stood alone among my new arsenal. It was approaching 7 in the evening. I looked at the vacuum chamber, the industrial mixer, the rolls of aramid fabric, the boxes of chemicals. All the pieces were in place. All the tools were ready. The only question now was what to do next. Chapter 27. Sunday evening. The time when normal people allow themselves to unwind before the work week begins, gathering with family, catching up with friends. But I had long since fallen out of the normal category. While I rest, some Draugr is sharpening his axe. While I sleep, Thanos is grinding out another set of bicep curls. Loki is weaving his cunning schemes, and Galactus, unburdened by anything resembling morality, is sizing up another planet full of billions of sentient beings for dinner. Sure, I could have laid down for a couple of hours. The world definitely wouldn't have collapsed. The problem was that over the past week and a half, an avalanche of radical changes had swept through my life, and it wasn't just the bloodsuckers who'd scared me half to gray. My renewed 19-year-old body literally vibrated with excess energy and needed somewhere to put it. And my consciousness, carrying the memory of an adult's life, demanded that energy be spent on something worthwhile. The master watchmaker's skill threw more fuel on that fire. It gave me more than just physical precision, it gave me a flow state, the ability to lock in completely on a task and shut out everything else. And underneath all of that was one simple, all-encompassing truth: I was in the Marvel Universe. A world where vampires weren't even in the middle of the food chain. And I had a cheat system capable of turning me into, if not a god, then at least something close. The formula for success was straightforward: work. Craft new items, farm OP, improve myself across every dimension, build connections, and leverage my meta-knowledge, which was just as much of a cheat as the system itself. Don't slack. And one day I'd be arm wrestling Thor, schooling Stark on engineering, and snapping my fingers at Thanos. So instead of resting, I sat in my garage lab. My hands moved with a smooth, almost hypnotic precision. On the workbench was a spread of microchips, lithium polymer cells, and inductance coils. I was building a custom power bank with wireless charging and a built-in low-power EMP emitter, a simple device based on an online guide, but perfect for sharpening skills and farming OP drops. The soldering iron felt like an extension of my fingers. The world narrowed down to the gleam of solder and the precise placement of each contact. This was the flow state, and in moments like that, the part of the brain freed from physical work starts living its own life. Naturally, it drifted toward girls. I'd been pushing those thoughts aside for days now, but the hormones of a young body were starting to collect their due. 19 years old. Peak biological activity. And I happened to be living in a world populated by some of the most beautiful, powerful, and interesting women ever conceived by the collective imagination of comic book artists. First to come to mind was Gwen Stacy. Spider-Gwen. The same girl who had caught me off guard in her spider suit during those first few days. I'd done my research and found her through Peter's circle. She was objectively flawless, long golden hair, bright blue eyes, a face that belonged on the cover of Vogue. What was she even doing in science? With her looks, any modeling agency would have signed her on the spot. And why was she risking that face, and her life, to save ordinary people? Her philosophy of heroism remained beyond my current comprehension. Who else? Obviously, the universe's resident femme fatale, Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow. Super spy, elite operative, trained partly to seduce and break impressionable, hormonally volatile young men exactly like me. That was the major league. You wouldn't find her on social media. But you would find Jean Grey. Red-haired, 18, a student at Professor Xavier's private school. She didn't particularly hide her identity, which was surprising. Though Xavier probably had his reasons, maybe it was part of managing one of the planet's most powerful and unstable mutants, the host of a cosmic force capable of burning stars. She matched Gwen in beauty but was a poisonous flower. Reaching for her was the equivalent of putting your head in a lion's mouth. Emma Frost. Susan Storm. Anna Marie, Rogue. Scarlet Witch. Captain Marvel. Elektra. Mystique. Felicia Hardy, Black Cat. Dozens, if not hundreds of fascinating, extraordinarily dangerous, and overwhelmingly attractive options. But this wasn't a wish fulfillment story where the transplanted protagonist was automatically the center of the universe and every beauty lined up at the door. These women had their own lives, their own romantic histories, their own tragedies and goals. I'd probably never even cross paths with most of them. But purely aesthetic appreciation. Nobody was stopping me, right? Enough self-deception. Like any self-respecting man, I wanted more than just to admire from a distance. I wanted to earn the best. And even though I didn't amount to much right now, that would change. First came the foundation, strength, resources, safety. Only once I could guarantee not just my own life but someone else's could I afford to set aside any time for a personal life. Created simple electromechanical construct, EMP power bank. Complexity, low. Received plus 100 OP. Device producing minor EMP interference while simultaneously functioning as a compact charging unit. The repetitive work had pushed out the unnecessary thoughts, and the satisfying ping of a system notification brought me back on course. Right, aircraft first, girls later. In my case, farm OP to protect myself first, everything else after. It was gratifying that the system had kept its word. My creations now came with brief descriptions. Laconic to a fault, but it was progress. Maybe as the system's capabilities grew with each spin, those descriptions would eventually become more detailed, revealing hidden potential or unusual synergies. Almost on autopilot, I assembled 3 more EMP power banks. The process had been refined to a rhythm, hands moving on their own while the mind stayed free. That simple crafting loop earned me another 300 points, pushing my balance to 340 OP. Exhaustion finally caught up with me, and I tossed the tools onto the workbench and went to bed. Tomorrow was circled in my mental calendar in thick red marker. I woke at exactly 8 in the morning without an alarm, another perk of a renewed young body. I made a quick breakfast of scrambled eggs and strong coffee. The aroma filled the kitchen while I settled in at the table with my laptop. Today I couldn't miss one of the most important events in the world's near-term history, and for me, a starting point, the final presentation of Reed Richards' space expedition. 8:30. The countdown timer on the news portal hit 0, and the screen filled with a packed conference hall swarming with journalists. The camera found the podium, where a man around 30 stood at the microphone. At first glance, typical nerd. Slightly hunched, sharp suit, intelligent but mildly distracted eyes. I wasn't fooled. This was Reed Richards, the single greatest intellect on the planet. Honestly, the frequency with which he got overlooked during crises like Loki or Thanos raised serious questions. With his mind, half those disasters could have been stopped at the earliest stage. Behind him, like a support team, stood 4 people. The camera swept slowly across each face, and my brain, already briefed from prior research, delivered a quick rundown. Ben Grimm, solidly built, former military pilot and astronaut, every inch of him projecting quiet confidence. Best pilot Richards had. Loyal friend. Future tragic monster. Johnny Storm, the youngest, 25, a classic handsome charmer with a disarming smile, but behind that easygoing exterior sat a man with a doctorate in physics and a mind for mechanical engineering that most people never guessed at. Susan Storm, his older sister, elegant and striking, 27, a biochemist of the first order. She carried herself with composure, but her eyes held an undercurrent of unease, about the conference, maybe about the expedition itself. The fifth figure stood slightly apart from the rest, her face hidden by shadow and the hood of a dark mantle. Deliberate intrigue. Meant to be the announcement's big reveal. For me, there was no mystery. I was almost certain I knew who it was. Reed began to speak. His voice, calm, perfectly modulated, filled the hall and pulled every eye to him. "We stand on the shore of a boundless cosmic ocean," he began, and there was no theatrics in it, just a statement of fact. For millennia, humanity has looked at the stars and asked, are we alone in the universe? Today, we are ready to take the first step toward turning that question into an answer. He pressed a button on his remote, and a slide appeared on the screen behind him, a planet swathed in blue-green haze. The TRAPPIST-1 system. 44 light-years from here. Several years ago, our telescopes discovered something extraordinary, a planet in the habitable zone, with an atmosphere bearing unmistakable biomarker signatures, methane and oxygen. He paused, letting the magnitude of that statement settle over the room. Our expedition's goal is straightforward, yet immense: confirm or refute the existence of life beyond Earth. We will land, conduct spectroscopic analysis, map the surface, and collect samples. We will touch a new world. The next slide showed the spacecraft. On the outside, it looked like a sleek but otherwise ordinary futuristic shuttle. The magic, I knew, was entirely on the inside, and that was precisely where Richards's genius made itself visible. To cover that distance, our team developed the vanguard of Starlight, Reed continued, and for just a moment, unmistakable pride entered his voice. At its core is an experimental engine built on a modified warp drive, drawing from the theoretical principles of space-time compression and powered by a reactor that stabilizes the cosmic radiation I have studied for decades. This engine will carry us to our destination not in hundreds of years, but in days. There it is, I thought. The key element. Cosmic energy, their gift and their curse alike. Detailed infographics filled the screen. Engine, modified warp drive. Uses energy drawn from a cosmic ray stabilizing reactor to create microtunnels in spacetime, Dr. Richards's adaptation of the Alcubierre concept. Hull, alloy of unstable molecules designed to absorb and disperse cosmic radiation. Navigation, quantum computer with integrated AI. Crew, 5. I mentally flagged 2 phrases. Cosmic rays. Unstable molecules. The blueprint for catastrophe, and for the birth of heroes, was right in front of me. And of course, an undertaking of this scale would be impossible without the planet's finest minds, Reed said, turning to introduce his team. After Ben, Sue, and Johnny, he turned to the hooded figure. But even our combined efforts would not have been sufficient without the financial and intellectual contribution of our primary investor and co-scientific director, a man whose genius rivals the best minds of this generation. The hooded figure stepped forward and threw back the hood. The hall drew a sharp breath, then erupted into applause and a barrage of camera flashes. Victor von Doom. Crown Prince of Latveria. Polymath, master of physics and robotics. Unmistakably handsome, with aristocratic features and a gaze that cut like a blade. At 25, he held the number 2 spot on Forbes's global top 30 under 30, yielding only to Tony Stark. He surveyed the room with the calm authority of someone who had never once doubted that the world was his to command, and offered a slight smile. A predator's smile, the kind that came naturally to a man who knew exactly where everything was headed. I leaned back in my chair. The show had begun. The Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom were heading for the stars, toward a destiny I already knew. And I was the only one in the audience who did. On screen, Reed Richards swept a hand toward the image of the vanguard of Starlight. The expedition will take no more than 2 weeks, his voice rang with certainty, almost prophetic in weight. And who knows, perhaps by early October, humanity will step into a new era. The era of explored space. The hall exploded with applause. Reed waited patiently for the noise to settle, and when it did, his expression turned more serious. Beside him, Victor von Doom stood with an expression carved from marble, the perfect image of aristocratic genius. Damn near model looks combined with staggering intellect, I thought. Does the universe have any interest in balance at all? If someone's a super spy or a world-class thief, they also happen to be a supermodel. If someone's a genius billionaire, they're impossibly handsome too. Stark, Doom, same story. Even Peter just needed to add some muscle and stand up straight. Against the backdrop of all these people, my own ordinary appearance was mildly demoralizing. Then again, enough of that. What did I have to complain about? I had something nobody in this world possessed. And now, Reed said, we are ready to take your questions. A forest of hands shot up. The tense part began. Mr. Richards, a woman in the front row said, her voice sharp as a scalpel, how do you justify the colossal expense of this mission if the biomarker hypothesis turns out to be wrong? That landed. I caught a muscle in Reed's jaw twitch for just a fraction of a second. Unlike Stark, he was visibly uncomfortable when the conversation turned to money. Too much was riding on this expedition. It was backed by a consortium of corporations and 2 governments. But he composed himself quickly. The value of this mission cannot be measured by the search for life alone, he answered steadily. Even a world with no life to find will yield invaluable data on planetary geology and suitability for future colonization. The technologies we develop for the Vanguard, the warp engine, the protective alloys, are already a revolution in themselves, and will generate returns many times their cost. Think of this not as expenditure, but as an investment in the future of the human species. Next question. The moderator pointed toward a reporter at the back. Why risk human lives at all? Why not send a safer automated probe? Because a probe is just a tool, Reed replied. It follows its programming. Our crew is a team of experts capable of adapting. No algorithm can replace a pilot's instincts, a biochemist's analytical judgment, or an engineer's resourcefulness in an unexpected situation. For a mission of this magnitude, where a discovery for the ages may be at stake, we need not machines, but the finest minds and hands humanity has to offer. Safety question: what happens if the cosmic ray reactor fails? Someone called out. The reactor has a triple fail-safe system, Reed explained patiently, as a professor would to students. Magnetic limiters, an emergency energy dump, and a backup thermonuclear source. We have run 50 full-scale simulations. Not one failure. What about personal risk to the crew? What if the mission fails entirely? Risk is inseparable from any great achievement, Reed said, and for just a moment his eyes took on a steely quality. But we have done everything in our power to minimize it. The ship is equipped with autonomous return systems, and every crew member has completed a year of extreme condition training. In the event of a catastrophic failure, all data will still be transmitted to Earth via quantum communication channel. Nothing we discover will be lost. Dozens more questions followed. Smart ones and foolish ones both. Richards deflected them with the ease of a seasoned fencer who had prepared for every angle. For one fleeting, irrational moment, a wild thought crossed my mind: what if I found a way onto that ship? Got the powers? If I had the ability to turn invisible, maybe I could have tried sneaking aboard. But reason shut that down immediately. Too many problems. First, the security system of a world-class genius's spacecraft would expose me within minutes. That would mean the flight gets scrubbed at best, and nobody gets their powers. At worst, I'd be treated as a spy. Second, and this was the real issue, there was absolutely no guarantee I'd like what happened to me. What if I ended up with Ben Grimm's fate? What if instead of stone I turned into something worse? No thank you. If it works, don't touch it. I wasn't about to throw myself into that adventure, especially with the launch happening tomorrow. Technological modernization was coming. From there, Extremis wasn't far. Things would be good soon enough, no cosmic lottery needed. The presentation wrapped up under another wave of applause. I closed the laptop just as a taxi pulled up outside. Peter stepped out, backpack over his shoulders, curiosity bright in his expression. Today's presentation would enter the history books, and tomorrow's events even more so. But despite that, Parker and I were about to write our own small chapter in this story. One dedicated to materials science and the creation of a perfect suit. Chapter 28. Incredible. Peter murmured, gazing around the equipment-packed space with undisguised admiration. His eyes jumped from the vacuum chamber to the thermal press. John, this isn't a garage, this is a DARPA satellite lab. I smirked. Part of the equipment that hadn't fit was waiting its turn in the living room, hidden from any curious eyes by tightly drawn blinds. This isn't even close to what I'm actually aiming for, Peter, I said, shaking my head as I wiped down the industrial sewing machine with a rag. Ideally, I'd want a full-scale R&D facility. My own tower, like Stark's. Or at minimum an underground complex like OS Corp's. Somewhere I could really spread out. I let the last part trail off, almost to myself, lost for a moment in the scale of what that would mean. Though to get there, I'd first need to earn a few dozen million. Maybe a few hundred. Naturally, my mind sketched the whole thing out in detail: sterile white walls, servers humming with advanced AI assistants like Jarvis, teams of the world's best scientists in cleanroom gear, testing futuristic prototypes pulled straight from the forge. Not a converted garage with homemade equipment, a real innovation hub where Proteus would evolve into something far beyond a suit, maybe something with integrated neural networks, maybe a full exoskeleton engineered for superhuman physiology. But dreams like that needed more than money. They needed protection from the people who would look at them and see a threat. I pushed the thoughts aside and brought my focus back to the present. Peter, meanwhile, had decided to dream out loud. "We'll earn it," he said, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. He stepped forward, eyes lit with that particular fire of scientific excitement. "I've been thinking a lot the past few days. A whole lot. It might still be the elixir's afterglow, but what I've come to. Don't drag it out, Parker. Spill it." I analyzed every existing Proteus analog. "Everything available in open access sources," he added. "And do you know what I found?" "What?" "They're all garbage." Peter threw his hands up with the kind of emotion that only comes from genuine scientific outrage. "Every single one. Take Hammer Industries. Their armor, multi-layer Kevlar with titanium threading. Sounds impressive, but in reality it's just heavy, unwieldy plating with straps. 6.5 kilograms per square meter. The Pentagon doesn't want to touch it, and honestly, I understand completely. Cheap, sure, which is why it's popular with mercenaries, but that's not technology, that's just piling on more layers." He paused to catch his breath, then immediately continued, dropping to a half-whisper as if sharing classified information. "But what the Pentagon does want is OS Corp's bio-silk. Genetically modified spider silk reinforced with carbon fiber. Tensile strength 5 times that of steel, that's real. And lighter, at 2.5 kilograms per meter. Better, certainly. But still a full kilogram heavier than our Proteus. And here's the critical question: what's the catch? What is it?" I played along, already seeing where this was headed. "It's astronomically expensive to produce. Many times the cost of Proteus. And because of the carbon fiber content, it's quite stiff, it wears at the bends quickly and melts under high heat. So to sum it up, I set down the rag and gave him my full attention. Compared to Proteus, it has lower flexibility, no dynamic impact protection, and the production cost of a fighter jet wing panel. Am I reading that right?" "Exactly." Peter snapped his fingers. "Which is why it's only procured for special forces, in small batches. Stark also had a nano-Kevlar microactuator project, but it was too bulky, EMP vulnerable, and ultimately failed. The Soviets have an interesting approach too, an aramid composite woven with steel microfibers and a special epoxy coating. But same problems: heavy, uncomfortable, poor breathability, and on top of that it's vulnerable to corrosion. And when you add it all up, the US Army, the most technologically advanced military on the planet, and the Soviets, the most militarized country in the world, are still mostly equipping their people with standard Kevlar or Dyneema." Peter brought up another example: Roxxon Corporation's NanoShield. They'd tried integrating nanoparticles into a fabric matrix for self-healing properties, but the project had stalled out due to instability. The material degraded after repeated impacts, and production required rare elements at ruinous cost. The end result was an experimental-only product deployed in limited units, burdened with a long list of operational caveats. And the Europeans? Amex had a graphene-based composite that promised extraordinary strength, but in practice it turned brittle at low temperatures and offered poor protection against kinetic impacts. All of these were compromises. But what we had built was something whole. Universal. And genuinely in demand. So, an electric charge of realization ran through me. Peter smiled broadly, confirming what I was already thinking. "Yes, John. This is a completely new, wide-open market. A personal protection market where we aren't just better competitors, we're innovators who are decades ahead of everyone else. Clothing and equipment are the single largest line item in any military budget. And nobody, not OS Corp, not Stark, has managed to create a combat uniform that is genuinely lightweight, comfortable, affordable, and effective all at the same time. I could see it clearly, our company, Proteus Labs, or something like it, with contracts from the Pentagon, the UN, private security firms worldwide. We wouldn't just sell armor, we'd develop civilian applications too, protective gear for firefighters, rescue workers, extreme sports athletes. This wasn't just a business, it was a revolution in personal safety, one where ordinary people could feel protected. Billions. Not just money, an entire empire. The cleanest, most legitimate path out of the shadows. Access to the best labs, the best minds, the ability to build and create at industrial scale without limit or apology. The thought was so staggering it took my breath away for a moment. It was a dream. I let myself sit with that picture for exactly a few seconds. Then cold reality came crashing down like an ice water bucket, because visibility like that wouldn't just attract clients. It would attract predators. Unfortunately, reality doesn't work quite that way, I said, shaking my head, and the flat tone of my voice knocked the enthusiasm off Peter's face in an instant. What do you mean? Here's the thing, Peter. I looked him straight in the eye. In this world, being right doesn't protect you. Having a brilliant idea doesn't protect you. What protects you is being stronger than the people who want what you have. That's barbaric, he said, genuinely affronted. We're past that. I'm not saying there aren't corporate games, or espionage, but what does raw force have to do with any of this? Everything, when we're talking about people who can demolish a city block on their own or stand toe-to-toe with a fully equipped special forces unit, I said quietly. The images that flashed through my mind were not pleasant ones. A kingpin who heard about Proteus wouldn't send lawyers with an acquisition offer. He'd send a crew to have a conversation, and if the conversation didn't go his way, we'd end up under the foundations of another construction project in Hell's Kitchen. Then there was Hydra, the snake that had threaded itself through every corner of society, which couldn't possibly ignore a technology capable of reshuffling the balance of power. There was Hammer and OS Corp, both willing to play as dirty as it took. Organizations like the Ten Rings, the Hellfire Club, the Hand, all of them would love to outfit their people in something that stopped more than just blades. For all of them, Proteus wasn't just a source of billions in revenue. It was a mass-producible technology capable of turning their infantry into elite units overnight. Mercenaries in our armor would be far more dangerous than Hammer's drones. And what about the suits of the Goblin, Octopus, Scorpion, Vulture, Shocker? I thought about S.H.I.E.L.D., too, always working from the shadows, watching every technological breakthrough with close attention. If they decided Proteus was a threat to the existing balance, they'd either recruit us or quietly neutralize us, disguised as an accident. And then there were the mutant threats, the alien possibilities, the Brotherhood, the Skrulls if they existed in this version of things. Our armor could become a weapon in the wrong hands in ways that would keep me awake at night. No. Showing our cards too early was like waving a red flag at a charging bull. Peter didn't need to know all of this yet. The history I'd already kept from him was enough, piling on new secrets would only generate new questions. Think about it this way, Peter, I said carefully, choosing my words. It's military strength that lets the USA hold its position at the top of the world order. The three biggest tech players, Stark, Hammer, OS Corp, are all deeply tied to military contracts. The strength of certain units and certain individuals is what's kept some countries from collapsing entirely into chaos. And it's personal strength that lets people like Spider-Woman or the Devil of Hell's Kitchen operate at all. In what sense? Peter looked genuinely puzzled. Heroism isn't illegal. We have freedom, right? Freedom is a convenient word until we're talking about someone who can demolish a city block with their bare hands or single-handedly outmatch an elite Spec Ops unit in full gear, I said with a bitter smile. People like that are too valuable a resource. Certain parties can't afford to just leave them alone. But because of what those individuals can do, the recruitment process tends to be subtle. Quiet. They're permitted to operate as long as they don't cross the wrong line. Everything that happens in this world, especially in a city like New York, happens with someone's invisible permission. I trailed off, sensing that I'd made the point in a somewhat roundabout way. But Peter was sharper than most, and he picked up the thread despite the loose ends. He frowned, working through the idea carefully. So, he said slowly, as though testing a new and unsettling thought, we, having no personal power and no connections to people who do, are essentially easy prey for anyone with the muscle to reach us. And right now, almost everyone is stronger than us. Exactly right, I confirmed, keeping my voice level. We can't afford to put Proteus on display yet. The billions are real, I'm not dismissing that, but right now, that kind of money would cause us far more harm than good. We talked it through a bit longer and landed in the same place. If we patented anything for commercial gain, it had to be something less militarized. And definitely nothing this far ahead of its time. All right, produce is settled for now. Today we make the first samples and go test them tonight. I've already booked a closed range for the evening, I said, shifting gears decisively. But first, tell me about Phantasmin. Where are you with that? Peter immediately winced as if he'd bitten into something sour. Same problem as the muscle stimulator, I have no idea how it actually works, he muttered. Phantasmin's molecular structure breaks several fundamental laws of chemistry. It shouldn't exist. It's unstable, and yet somehow it holds form inside the body. Replicating that is impossible. But. I leaned forward. We can try approaching it from a different angle. Several different angles, actually. I've sketched out 3 hypotheses. I can't test any of them without the elixir, but purely on paper, they hold up. Peter moved to a small whiteboard mounted on the garage wall and started drawing formulas quickly. Hypothesis 1, direct approach. Neurocatalyst synthesis. We can't recreate Phantasmin itself, but I might be able to isolate its active functional groups, the molecular hooks it uses to interact with neurons. Theoretically, under the elixir, I could design a completely new, stable alkaloid that mimics those groups. If it works, this would be pure chemistry we could produce right here in this garage. He paused and looked at me. Sounds clean, right? But there's a catch: the size of a warehouse. Even with the elixir, this would be extraordinarily complex. Without understanding the impossible component that stabilizes the original, my synthetic analog could turn out to be outright toxic, a weak dummy that does nothing, or simply non-functional. The elixir will help find the path, but walking it could take years. This isn't a sprint, John. It's a marathon. Stark's quantum computers would struggle with something like this. After walking through that idea further, Peter moved to the second hypothesis, and it made me mentally whistle. The idea of solving the problem not through chemistry but through physics fit perfectly with my future technological modernization skill. A device that used an external field to tune the brain to its peak operating frequency. Pure, elegant science fiction, no alchemy, full control, absolute safety. I could almost feel the future skill resonating with the idea, my hands already itching to start building something. But as Peter launched into the details, the need for subatomic focusing precision, the complexity of the field gradient calculations, my enthusiasm cooled. I understood that technological modernization was a brilliant craftsman's tool, but it wouldn't make me a brilliant theorist. Without a blueprint, without the fundamental scientific foundation that only Peter could supply, my skill would most likely hit a wall. We'd figure that out as things developed. The third hypothesis made me sit forward and give it my full attention, as if my life depended on understanding every word. A symbiotic stabilizer agent. Not an attempt to copy the miracle, just to extend its life. Create a kind of molecular bodyguard for Phantasmin's unstable structure. Stretch the effect from a few measly hours to dozens of hours, maybe even days. Of all 3 approaches, this one looked the most immediately achievable. But it came with its own pitfalls, another fiendishly complex substance to design, and unpredictable side effects lurking around every corner. I looked at Parker and felt something like genuine shock. A single day had passed, and he hadn't just analyzed an impossible compound, he'd mapped out 3 completely different approaches to reproducing it. He wasn't just talking. He had a notebook full of formulas and diagrams that meant nothing to me beyond the raw impression of their density and complexity, and the awe that came with it. In that moment, Peter Parker grew by several orders of magnitude in my estimation. Betting on him was the best investment I had made in my new life. Now the main thing was keeping him close. An unpleasant image of Norman Osborn flashed through my mind, predatory smile, impossibly generous contract offer, the kind that brilliant young men found impossible to refuse. I'd need to get ahead of that. Though in fairness, Peter wasn't that kind of person. In our short time together, I'd understood one fundamental thing: money was just a tool to him, a means of solving problems, the way it had been with his uncle. His real addiction was the work itself. The learning, the building, the satisfaction of cracking something that wasn't supposed to be solvable. Chemistry, physics, materials science, he didn't care which. What he wanted was to throw his brilliant mind at the hardest available problem. And the best bait for a mind like that wasn't a stack of cash. It was an endless frontier of new, genuinely challenging questions and unlimited resources to pursue them. That, I could give him. Peter, do you realize what you've just done? I interrupted his technical explanation, and I didn't have to fake the enthusiasm in my voice. You came up with all three of these without the elixir. Now imagine what happens when you get to analyze each one under it. Find the flaws, see the shortcuts, refine them, make them real. We're talking about a revolution. Peter thought for a moment, then scratched the back of his head with his usual slightly awkward smile. Well, to be honest, under the elixir I'll probably just come up with a fourth idea that's even more unhinged than any of these, he said. That's also entirely possible, I agreed, smiling back. Either way, I hear you. After Proteus, we dig into this properly. But projects like this aren't a school club. Full immersion required. What about your classes and your work? How flexible are you actually? That part's easy, he waved a hand. I know most of my courses better than the professors already, so they don't notice the occasional absence. Dr. Connors cares about results, not hours logged. And the Daily Bugle, I have zero obligations they're worth mentioning. Perfect. I clapped my hands together, and the sound rang through the garage like a starting gun. We looked at each other, a young, already somewhat world-weary strategist with too much meta-knowledge and a brilliant, idealism-fueled scientist. The partnership was sealed. Then let's not waste another minute. Time to get to work. Chapter 29. Where does the creation of a material a decade ahead of its time begin? Not with bold declarations. With quiet, focused work in a garage full of humming equipment. We were starting the preparatory phase, creating the heart of Proteus, the non-Newtonian fluid. On a spotless steel table stood two main components, a container of snow-white, nearly weightless silicon dioxide nanopowder that looked like it might drift away from a single breath, and a canister of polyethylene glycol, viscous and transparent as syrup. All the calculations lived in my head and Peter's. On the tablet he held the way a conductor holds a score. Starting with a test batch, he said, and barely contained excitement ran under every word. Concentration, 45% nanoparticles by volume. That's the sweet spot I worked out. Any higher and we get viscous sludge. Any lower and the fabric won't hold on impact. Ready. Who was I to argue with his genius? I nodded in silence. I had consciously taken ownership of the entire physical process. I needed to build the first version of Proteus with my own hands, start to finish, to absorb every scrap of experience and maximize OP. Subsequent batches we could run as production. I carefully measured the required amount of PEG into a large borosilicate glass vessel under the homogenizer. Then, under Peter's watchful eye, the real precision work began. Channeling the master clockmaker, I started introducing the nanopowder into the liquid slowly, gram by gram. The mixer hummed quietly at low speed, pulling a lazy whirlpool through the liquid. The work was meditative and demanded absolute concentration. After 5.5 minutes, the last portion of powder had dissolved into the viscous liquid. And now, Peter said, leaning in, the real magic of science begins. Following his instructions, I smoothly ramped up the homogenizer's speed. The low hum climbed into a piercing, nearly ultrasonic shriek that vibrated up through the soles of my boots. The mixer attachment became a blur, generating cavitation bubbles. As Peter explained afterward, those bubbles, collapsing with microscopic fury, shattered any remaining nanoparticle clusters and produced a perfect suspension. He pressed his face close to the container wall and lit it with a flashlight, peering into the heart of the emerging technology as though it might try to hide something from him. Look, he shouted directly into my ear over the noise. The suspension is going homogeneous, opalescent. See that milky shimmer? No sediment. Perfect. After an hour of exhausting, ear-splitting work, several liters of milky white, faintly shimmering liquid sat before us. It looked like thick jelly to the eye. But inside that modest substance was contained the entire premise of what we were building. Time for the fabric's baptism. I picked up a roll of aramid 3D mesh. The material was resilient and light to the touch, porous, a high-tech sponge essentially. I cut it into several large pieces, carefully rolled each one, and placed them in the vacuum chamber. I positioned the container of fluid alongside. The chamber door sealed with a dull, hermetic click, and I started the pump. A steady hum filled the garage as the manometer needle crept slowly downward. We're pulling out every last trace of air, Peter said, not taking his eyes off the gauge. Every microscopic cavity in the fabric has to become a vacuum trap. One air bubble left behind, and that spot becomes a weak point, a potential breach in the protection. When the chamber reached deep vacuum, I pressed the next button. A simple mechanical arm smoothly tipped the container. The fluid, meeting no air resistance, rushed silently and hungrily onto the fabric. The vacuum drove the suspension in immediately, filling every pore, every cell of the three-dimensional structure. The fabric soaked in that bath for another hour. Then I slowly equalized the pressure and extracted the impregnated material. The light, airy sponge had become something heavy and glossy, as though it had been dipped in liquid rubber. The final step for the fabric itself, heat treatment and lamination. We loaded the impregnated material into the industrial oven that occupied a solid sixth of the garage. I set the precise temperature and started the polymerization cycle. As Peter explained, this would permanently bond the nanoparticles to the aramid fibers, locking the fabric's properties in place. While the first batch ran, the two of us, already working as a coordinated unit, prepared several more batches of non-Newtonian impregnation. After a few hours, once the first batch had cooled, I extracted the finished material from the oven. I laid the thinnest PTFE membrane across the top and fed the whole sandwich into the thermal press. The hot plates compressed the layers with a sharp hiss, and the polyurethane adhesive under pressure fused the membrane permanently to the base. What came out the other end was finished produce. It was pliable to the touch, like dense athletic fabric, but with a strange internal tension to it. The outer surface was matte, slightly textured, and completely waterproof. I placed a scrap on the workbench and pressed a finger gently into it. The fabric bent. Then I jabbed it hard with a screwdriver tip. A dry crack rang through the garage, as though I had struck ceramic. My hand absorbed a solid, rigid recoil. The surface was unmarked. Fabric that outpaced most comparable materials by a decade had just been created in a Brooklyn garage. The system did not make me wait. Unique fabric material, produce created, uncommon. Technology previously non-existent in this world, now unlocked. Received plus 500 OP. Produce, uncommon high-tech composite material consisting of an aramid 3D matrix impregnated with a non-Newtonian fluid based on silicon dioxide nanoparticles. In its normal state, flexible and elastic, 1.5 kilograms per square meter. Upon sharp kinetic impact, strike, shot, cut, instantly transitions to a solid phase state, distributing energy across the entire surface area. Flexible as silk, hard as steel. A fabric that thinks and reacts. The 500 OP reward was gratifying. But the specific phrasing, technology previously non-existent in this world, was what actually snagged my attention. A question surfaced instantly, carrying a faint sting of offense: what exactly is wrong with the Absolute Predator serum? That had also been a genuinely unique development, born from Peter's genius and built by my hands. Why had the system not issued a comparable bonus for it? I stood there looking at the fading notification, my mind running through the possibilities. First, and most probable, the serum was not actually unique. Somewhere in a classified SHIELD, Hydra, or Red Room facility, a functional analog already existed. Different formulation, identical effect. Second, our serum was, by the system's logic, a refinement of an already existing product, the Beast Potion. And in the system's framework, improvement was not the same as creation from scratch. That tracked. Third, the least probable option, this bonus for unique creations had simply not been available until after I spent 500 OP on the gacha for the first time. But if that were true, the system would presumably have communicated it as an additional incentive. Probably. John. Everything all right? Peter's voice pulled me back. What? Yes. Just, need to verify it holds up against something more serious. I redirected quickly, gesturing at the fabric. I picked up a hammer. The first strike was light, same as the finger test, the fabric gave softly. The second was sharp and short, with my full strength behind it. A deafening metallic crack tore through the garage, as though I had driven a hammer into an anvil with everything I had. The vibration ran straight up my arm. The fabric was unmarked. It worked, Peter breathed, reverently. I said nothing and only nodded, feeling something like a flame ignite quietly inside. Range, I said, glancing at my watch. It was 4 in the afternoon. We would arrive right at 5, exactly when I had rented out the facility. We need full testing. Agreed, Peter said, straightening his glasses. We need a complete ballistic resistance profile. We packed up quickly. I left my own weapons at home, deciding to use the range's equipment. The facility had come recommended by Frank, with a guarantee of complete discretion, no cameras, no staff hanging around, no complications. Ideal conditions. When we arrived, we fixed a piece of produce to the test stand with a ballistic gel block mounted directly behind it. "So, Professor," I said to Peter while loading the pistol, "what's your prognosis for handgun calibers?" "Extremely high degree of protection. Close to absolute, I'd say," Peter answered without hesitation, arms folded across his chest. "That sounds overconfident. Let's find out." I raised an arsenal pistol chambered in the standard 9x19mm. The roar of 5 shots in the enclosed space merged into a single rolling thunderclap. We walked up to the target. Right. I looked at the result with genuine surprise. The bullets, flattened into shapeless lumps of lead, lay on the floor. They had simply bounced off without leaving a mark on the fabric. "Of course," Peter confirmed, his enthusiasm taking over. "A pistol round's velocity is low enough that the non-Newtonian fluid can react fully. The impact energy spreads across a wide surface area. For the person wearing it, that translates to something like taking a powerful sledgehammer blow through a thick book. Painful, a bruise is guaranteed, possibly a cracked rib, but no penetrating injury." "Good. Better than good," I muttered, feeling the excitement build. "What about rifle rounds?" I picked up the AR-15. The weapon carried an entirely different weight and presence. "Careful, John. Rifle rounds are a completely different conversation." Peter's voice went level. "They travel 2 to 3 times faster and are engineered specifically for penetration. In theory the material should hold, the fluid should have time to react. But the energy involved is enormous." I did not wait for the end of the sentence. 3 short, sharp shots hit hard. This time the bullets bounced off as well, but they held their shape instead of deforming. No penetration. I allowed myself a small, satisfied smile. "Don't celebrate yet." Parker cut it off sharply. He walked up to the stand and pointed to the deep depression in the ballistic gel behind the fabric. "See this? Backface deformation. The fabric was driven inward several centimeters with tremendous force. That translates to guaranteed shattered ribs, ruptured internal organs, and severe traumatic injury. Yes, someone wearing this suit might survive. Emphasis on might. But they would be immediately incapacitated and would need urgent medical attention. We did not even run a sniper rifle test. It was already obvious that a high-powered cartridge at that velocity would punch straight through. After an hour of varied testing, Peter summarized, and I had no disagreement with a word of it. Proteus is ideal protection against handguns, shotguns, and fragmentation. In urban close-quarters situations it is invaluable. It offers a real chance of surviving assault rifle fire, but the cost of that survival is severe physical injury. Against high-powered sniper rifles, it offers no meaningful protection. We made it home as evening settled in. The air carried the smell of cooled asphalt and the first hint of night chill. It should have been time to rest. For us, work was only beginning. The fatigue from the range evaporated and was replaced by anticipation. We ran the full cycle in sequence: impregnation, vacuum, heat treatment, batch after batch of fabric. The process became mechanical, and while my hands ran on autopilot, my brain returned to the system. Beyond the initial uniqueness bonus, no additional OP was being awarded for producing more fabric. On one level that was strange. On another, it was completely logical. Fabric was a material, a raw component. A finished suit with defined functionality was a different category of creation entirely. That line of thinking led me somewhere interesting. Take Tony Stark's arc reactor, for instance. Would the system treat its creation as a complete achievement in its own right, or classify it as a component, something that needed to power a finished product before it earned recognition? Simple logic on the surface, but it raised genuinely uncomfortable questions about the rules of this particular game. "Peter, when did you learn to sew?" I asked, when we finally shifted to design work and pattern making. He was clearly in his element, sketching layouts with ease and thinking through cuts without hesitation. Peter looked up from the notebook for a moment, and a mildly embarrassed expression crossed his face. That. I think I mentioned my aunt works at a charitable foundation. They help people experiencing homelessness. A lot of clothing gets donated, and plenty of it comes in rough condition, torn, damaged, unusable as is. I've been helping Aunt May with it since I was pretty young. Hemming things, or taking apart the worst pieces for usable patches. Making something from what was left. We didn't really have money back then. He scratched the back of his head with mild awkwardness. "That's genuinely worth respecting," I answered, and I meant it. In that moment something clicked into place about where this person's core had come from, and where his impulse to build and to help had its roots. We talked through the design as we worked. No form-fitting spandex. Pure practicality and tactical minimalism, a jacket with an anatomical cut and integrated hood, cargo pants with reinforced knees, gloves. Ergonomics above everything else. And then the hardest part started. I picked up the special scissors with their carbide coating, ordinary steel would simply slide across aramid, and began cutting fabric to Peter's patterns with a loud, dry crunch. The master clockmaker's skill earned its place here, every movement calculated to the millimeter, not a single unnecessary cut. I threaded aramid fiber through the industrial machine and installed a titanium needle, then pressed the pedal. The first few stitches went smoothly. The moment I slightly increased speed, crack. A sound like a gunshot made us both flinch. The needle shattered. I warned you, Peter exhaled, gesturing at the fabric. You can't push speed. The needle strikes the material, the fluid hardens locally in that instant, and the needle hits resistance as though it's trying to punch through a steel plate. The solution was obvious and agonizing. So at the lowest possible speed. And our 9-hour odyssey began. I sank into a complete flow state, guiding the fabric under the presser foot with absolute focus. The machine produced a slow, meditative rhythm, thud, pause. Thud, pause. A single seam took tens of minutes. Peter worked alongside me, feeding and directing the heavy, unwieldy material. We worked in near-complete silence, broken only by that rhythm and the occasional quiet word when a turn was needed. My hands, the master clockmaker's hands, were steady and entirely without impatience. I was not sewing. I was assembling the suit the same way I would assemble a Swiss watch movement. After nearly 9 hours of precise, exhausting work, with dawn already showing faintly at the window, the main sewing was done. One final step remained. Using a small hand thermal press, I sealed every seam from the inside with special seam tape, the last push at the edge of what my body had left. When the final centimeter of tape was welded down, I leaned back in the chair. Done. On the mannequin in the center of the garage stood what we had made. Matte black, utilitarian, it managed to look simultaneously plain and deeply threatening. In that moment of quiet triumph, a notification surfaced before my eyes. Semi-combat suit, Proteus created. Complexity, normal. Received plus 300 OP. Suit, Proteus, uncommon tactical set constructed from Proteus fabric. Provides maximum protection against bladed weapons and handgun calibers while maintaining full flexibility and comfort. Reduces damage from intermediate rifle calibers but does not negate back-face trauma. Waterproof, heat-resistant, and does not restrict movement. 300 OP. I wanted to stand up and shout. I had no energy left to do either. It was 6 in the morning and Peter and I were barely upright. I'll celebrate when I wake up, I decided. I got Peter settled on the living room couch and made it to the bed, where I dropped into a heavy, dreamless sleep. Real rest did not happen. Around 10 in the morning, an unfamiliar voice pulled me back out of it. Opening my eyes, I placed it, Peter, pacing the living room, talking fast and anxiously into his phone. No, MJ, he is definitely not someone who makes a decision like this without thinking it through carefully. So much for a proper morning. Problems had apparently decided not to wait for us to recover. Chapter 30. Norman added you to a blacklist. But you're Harry's girlfriend. Wait, MJ, don't cry. The names Norman and Harry hit me like a jolt of current, wiping out the last of the sleep fog instantly. I sat up and listened. It sounded like Harry Osborn had made some significant decision, and his all-powerful father was now tidying up around it. The question was, what decision? Anything orbiting the Osborn family had the potential to erupt at any moment into an unpredictable cocktail of experimental serums, glider units, and unhinged genius. Better to know now. No, however closed this boarding college is, internet access and communication with the outside world are fundamental rights. Especially in Europe. Peter's voice carried sharp frustration through the wall. Europe. No contact with Harry. The picture was assembling itself. Yes, of course I'll dig into it. You keep trying to get through to Norman on your end. The whole thing is way too strange and rushed, Harry just getting on a plane to another country. Or is it even another country? Flashed through my mind. Peter wrapped up the call and turned around, finally registering that I was standing in the bedroom doorway. His face ran through an entire sequence of emotions in quick succession, confusion, worry, and a low-level anger. Something happened? I asked in the most neutral tone I could put together, playing someone who had just woken up. Something happened, he said, dropping onto the couch. MJ's boyfriend Harry called her this morning and told her he's flying to Switzerland. Some closed boarding college called Eldbach-Sturlich Institute. 3 years, John. No internet, no cell service, not even mail. A complete communications blackout in the 21st century. Can you even picture that? And Harry's Norman Osborn's son. I crossed paths with him once, I said, catching Peter's slightly surprised look. Who can really explain the logic of people like that? I shrugged, playing the deliberately uninterested skeptic, leaving room for him to fill in more. Wouldn't surprise me if boarding schools like that are just a standard fixture in their world. Building the right connections, away from the rest of us. That's just it, this is completely out of character for Harry. Peter was on his feet again. He went to regular schools his whole life. He hated every single business event his father dragged him to, constantly complained about being forced to perform for other people's expectations. Well, maybe this is the moment he finally decided to meet them. Norman probably saw it the same way, I continued, holding the line. Harry would have told her ahead of time. He would absolutely have warned MJ. Peter was close to shouting now. They have a real relationship. They've been together since high school, he completely adores her. And instead, just a cold call. A statement of fact. No argument, no explanation. He just accepted it and cut off his closest person because his father said so. It didn't sound like him. If everything you're saying holds up, that is strange, I said, letting a deliberate pause suggest I was turning it over. Maybe it actually wasn't Harry on the call at all. What do you mean? A voice actor. Or a program. And the real Harry was already in the air under escort before the call even went out. Norman handled the call himself so nobody would start asking questions or looking for his son. Peter went still, sitting with that. I did not fully believe the theory myself, but it had just the right flavor of comic book plausible to land convincingly. He frowned. That's completely insane, but it does fit Norman's pattern. He's genuinely unpredictable sometimes. Once he personally showed up at school to pick up Harry and even gave me a ride home. And he came to my birthday once. A note of old, unresolved memory came through alongside the surprise. Aunt May was absolutely stunned. A billionaire sitting in our kitchen eating her apple pie, when every hour of his time is worth more than her annual salary. My point is, his actions don't always follow ordinary logic. Well then, at least you have a starting point, I said with a measured smile, satisfied with what I had gathered. I had no intention of getting involved in Osborne business, but I had no reason to talk Peter out of digging either. Norman had almost certainly prepared a cover story, which meant the college probably did exist. Yeah, John. Peter muttered, standing up with a guilty expression. I should probably get going. My smile went away. What? Right now? What about the work on the elixir? A cool edge entered my voice without my forcing it. We had an agreement. Today was supposed to count for something real. It's MJ, she's really not doing well right now, she doesn't understand any of it. His voice dropped under my steady look. I'll come back, I genuinely will. Tonight. He was backing toward the door, visibly pulled in two directions at once, caught between what he felt he owed his friend and what he owed the work we had agreed to. I said nothing, letting the silence carry the full weight of my disapproval. And there it was. Real life asserting itself. All the friendships, the relationships, the entanglements, dead weight dragging genius down toward ordinary routine. Still, damn it all. I cursed inwardly, watching him. How had I managed to forget that behind the extraordinary intellect was still a socially awkward kid who was completely gone over a girl? And now that he had a chance to be her anchor, her shoulder to lean on, of course he was going to take it. All of our work, all the plans, every one of them was going to sit waiting while teenage feelings called the shot. Fine. I was past letting that show. The elixir would wait. I made myself exhale and consciously strip the cold mask of irritation off my face. Control. That was what mattered. Control first, always. All right, I said, keeping my voice deliberately even. Just unexpected. But I understand. When should I expect you back? After lunch, I'm thinking, he said, the relief audible. MJ just needs to talk through it, and she tends to talk a lot when she's upset. Understood. Just make sure you don't do too much talking yourself, I said, holding his gaze directly. Of course, John. Peter nodded immediately, catching the meaning without any further signal. Personal stays personal, and what's secret stays secret. I know how to keep things quiet. Don't worry. He called a cab, packed his tablet and notebook into his backpack in under a minute, then paused, reconsidered, and left the backpack with me. A quiet pledge of his return. He was already at the door when his phone rang again. He looked at the screen. Dr. Connors, he said, quietly puzzled. A cold prickle moved through me. Bad feeling. Speaker, please, I said. Peter gave me a slightly confused look but pressed the button. Hello, Peter. I wanted to ask about your schedule over the next couple of weeks. A tired, strained male voice came through the speaker. Peter glanced at me. Aside from a couple of personal projects today and tomorrow, the rest of the week is fairly open. Why? Excellent. Would you be able to start Thursday, filling in for Gwen during her lab hours? We would of course adjust your pay accordingly. Something's happened with Gwen. What's going on with her? Peter voiced the question I was sitting with. A heavy pause settled over the line. When Connors spoke again, his voice was lower, carrying something genuine and difficult in it. Her father passed away. Captain George Stacy. She's in no condition to be in the lab or in class right now. I understand completely. There it was. The key event. Harsh and precise and completely on schedule. However cynical it would sound to say out loud, this was probably how it had to be. In a significant portion of the multiverse variations I could recall from fragmented meta-knowledge, attempts to prevent events like this, Uncle Ben's death, Captain Stacy's, had not produced better outcomes. They had produced catastrophes. The kind of global unraveling that made the Chitauri invasion look like a local disturbance. We were talking about the collapse of entire realities. So no. I would not be touching this under any circumstances, however brutal it was for Gwen. Yes, of course, Dr. Connors, Peter answered, his voice unsteady. Please pass along my condolences to her. I'll cover Gwen's hours, no question. The call ended. Peter lowered the phone and stood motionless, staring at nothing in particular. A heavy silence settled over the living room. Did you know? His voice was quiet and unexpectedly measured, and though the question seemed strange on its surface, it was perfectly logical given that I had asked him to put the call on speaker. How would I? I met his eyes without shifting. I heard Gwen's name for the first time from you a couple of days ago, let alone anything about her father. It was just the second unexpected call in one morning. Something told me to pay attention. And it was true. September 22nd, Tuesday. The Fantastic Four launch into space. Harry Osborn disappearing to Europe. Gwen Stacy, currently Spider-Woman and not yet operating against threats more serious than street crime, losing her father, the event that would set her on a different and harder path. 3 extraordinary events in a single morning. 2 of them had landed directly on Peter, who in so many versions across the multiverse tended to function as either a connecting thread or an accelerant for the larger machinery of events. Maybe that was paranoia. Or maybe the master clockmaker part of me was doing what it did, registering details, assembling them into a mechanism. And right now it was telling me clearly that something larger had been set in motion. The gears had shifted. Something big had started. Yeah, sorry, Peter said, shaking his head to clear it. Just 2 pieces of bad news before noon. I'll get going. Stay in touch. He left. I stayed behind in the quiet of the empty house and asked myself what to do next. The answer was obvious. I had been putting this off long enough. I opened the system interface. Technologies tab. My hand hovered without hesitation over the entry I wanted. Technological modernization. I pressed confirm. The OP balance shifted from 1,100 to 400. In the same instant, my world detonated. This was not simply a headache. This was a complete structural event. The sensation of my skull splitting open to admit molten knowledge. Blueprints, schematics, physical laws, chemical formulas, materials science principles and quantum engineering concepts tore through my mind at the speed of light. Millions of gigabytes of data poured directly into my brain. I managed a single step toward the couch before my legs gave out entirely, and darkness closed over everything. The knowledge that had just been loaded turned out to be only the visible tip of something far larger. Because after the darkness came the dreams. I was definitely dreaming. Something dense and strange that pushed through even the residual pain in my skull. A red, dust-covered planet beneath an alien sun. Giant, chitinous humanoid insects, their churring resonating in my bones. And me, one of hundreds of colonist scientists, surviving in that environment. The memory of high-tech laboratories on a distant, blue Earth carried a physical ache. Here on Mars, everything had to be built from salvage. From a centrifuge, a 3D printer, and a handful of optical components, I had assembled a directed energy weapon. Electronic grenades with effects that defied clean categorization. An exoskeleton for the left arm, which I remembered driving clean through one of those creatures. Ideas had never been the limiting factor. Equipment was the shackle, 21st century tools in a situation that demanded more. But I had not stopped. Not until one of the creatures proved faster than I had calculated. Its limb, sharp as volcanic glass, punched through my armor and threw me in the same motion. And then I woke up. Hell! I sat up sharply on the couch, hands pressing immediately against my stomach. Nothing. No wound. What was that? Why was it so real? The memories had not dissolved with the dream. The experience had not faded. The lived knowledge of survival on a hostile world, the experience of a brilliant engineer forced to create under conditions of near-total material scarcity, all of it had stayed. It was now part of me, a fully integrated archive loaded directly into memory. And this is only an uncommon skill, I said to the empty garage. I was about to head straight to the workspace to find out how this new upgrade functioned in practice when my phone vibrated. Blade. I thought back to my running mental note about September 22nd. This was not a coincidence. Yo, greetings, rookie. The indecently cheerful, bass voice of the city's most dangerous vampire hunter came through the line. Hey. Why so pleased with yourself? Ho ho. That obvious? Fine, I won't pretend. I finally got a slippery, clever piece of work I've been after. Pure-blooded, first generation. Made sure he had a thorough introduction to silver. I ran through what I knew of the vampire hierarchy. Pureblood first generation, third in the power structure, directly below the progenitor and his descendants. Serious prey. Your miracle elixir gets the credit, Blade continued, and real gratitude moved under the usual bravado. I swear, in nearly 200 years I have never felt my mind work that cleanly. Every lead, every rumor, everything my sources had given me, living and otherwise, it all just locked into one complete picture. I suddenly knew exactly where this creature had been hiding. San Francisco, if you can believe it. Sitting in casinos and burning through money while I spent years on the trail. I paid him a visit. Gave him the most memorable night of his very long existence. Glad it helped. Now you understand why that elixir is worth what it is to me. You said it. But here's the actual point of the call. I wasn't hunting him just for the satisfaction. He was Vao's progeny. You follow? Not really, I admitted, searching through what I had. Right, I only gave you the broad strokes before. Short version, Vao is one of 5 surviving descendants. And he is the kind of creature that makes the others look like children with attitude problems by comparison. I have been hunting him for 10 years. And now I have a real opening, he may come out himself to avenge what I just did to his boy. The other descendants, I said. What can you tell me about them? Of the 5, only 2 are anything close to reasonable. Dracula, who you've heard of, he's been consolidating vampire civilians under his wing, yes that's actually a demographic that exists, and Marek, a calculating researcher type, founder of the Mystial clan. I check in on him periodically to confirm he hasn't started using people as test subjects. Holding so far. A brief pause. That leaves 2. The kind of creatures whose reputations have leaked out to human awareness. Nosferatu and Lamia. Exactly what those names conjure, a pale, skeletal ghoul and a woman who is not entirely human in her construction. Unlike Vao, whose Krieger clan is the most overtly militaristic, these 2 are essentially cowards. They've spent centuries in the deepest places on Earth hoping the world forgets them. Don't worry, Uncle Blade will get around to them eventually. Let them keep hoping. Hope is a fragile thing. So Vao first, and then the progenitor, you mentioned. I started. Vao first. As for their father, Varney. Blade let out a low, dry laugh. I remember what I said. Impossibly powerful. He'd dismantle me without effort. But he doesn't involve himself in this world's affairs. He's myth at this point, possibly not even located in our reality anymore. His children's conflicts are his children's problem. I'd wager everything I have that he won't move regardless of how many of them I take off the board. Understood. Good luck with the hunt. Was bragging the only reason you called? Hell, no. Nearly forgot entirely. Can I swing by tomorrow evening? Just getting back from the City of Sin. I ran the timeline. Peter and I had work today and tomorrow. Thursday he picked up his new lab shift at the university. No problem. What for? Remember I mentioned something worth trading for your mind-expanding elixir? I remember. Tomorrow we talk. Be there. He hung up. I leaned back against the couch and let the day's events settle over me like an avalanche. Reed Richards moving into orbit. Harry Osborn gone to Europe. Gwen Stacy's world cracking open. Blade's personal campaign against the upper levels of the vampire hierarchy. September 22nd had been generous with consequences. What I urgently needed now was to understand what I had actually acquired. What technological modernization meant in practice rather than in the abstract. I got up and walked with purpose toward the garage. The outside world's chaos would still be there. Right now it was time to build. Time to find out what the engineer from Mars, now living inside this body, was actually capable of. Chapter 31. To the world, he was William Baker. But William Baker, the man who had spent the last 5 years trying to become better, died today in a sterile room before 3 indifferent faces. He died when they denied his parole for the 3rd time. He sat there clutching a stack of letters from his ex-wife in sweaty palms. The words on the thin paper blurred, but he knew every line by heart. Keely's gotten worse again. The doctors say we need more money. She keeps asking about you. His daughter. His little Keely. She had cancer. And the only thing William wanted was to be there. To hold her hand. To earn, steal, beg, to do absolutely anything to pay for her treatment and make up for at least some of what he had broken. He had been honest with them. For the first time in his life, completely honest with the suits. He had laid everything out, shown them the letters. Their verdict was merciless as prison steel. Denied. 3 more years. Here. At Rikers Island, this concrete wasteland of an island, where he would keep rotting. Though his rot was only metaphorical. His daughter was dying for real. The moment the commissioner's gavel struck the table, William Baker ceased to exist. Inside him, Flint Marco came back to life. Pragmatic, reckless, a desperate thief for whom the end always justified the means. He would never become the good family man now. He would most likely have to rejoin the crew, go back underground. He would not be able to spend much time with Keely. But he could get the money. His stashes were still sitting where he had left them, and maybe the cash would have already started going toward his daughter's treatment if the mail was not being screened and visitation had not been revoked. Decided, Marco thought. Plan B. Today. While the administration was busy fawning over the important commission, they had no bandwidth for one more loser. This was his window. The sewers, crude, reeking, but the most effective route to freedom, a layout he had accidentally memorized from a careless maintenance worker. Every extra second of deliberation was another second of Keely's suffering. He moved. And naturally, everything went sideways almost immediately. A guard, young and overzealous, decided to run an unscheduled round. An empty cell belonging to the so-called legendary thief Marco. A tense radio query to maintenance. Negative response. And the wail of an alarm tearing through the night silence. The escape was discovered just 3 minutes after Flint was already standing on the East River shoreline, breathing in the putrid but intoxicating air of freedom. Sensing pursuit at his back, he ran blind, away from the prison. The docks. Rust-stained containers, leaning warehouses, the smell of fish and diesel fuel. Best option available. Weaving between structures, he stumbled across it, a massive industrial cistern with a nearly worn-off Hammer Industries label. The stairway leading up had been welded shut. That felt like a sign. Sand, Flint exhaled, climbing up and peering into the open hatch. Golden grains glittered in the moonlight. Perfect. He dropped inside. They would never find him in here. Lazy cops would not bother climbing up, and even if they did, he could bury himself under the surface for a few minutes. The hard part was behind him. All that was left was to wait. Just one day. After 5 years of hell, what was one day? The only thing that could ruin it was rain. Evening wrapped itself around the city. The exhaustion of everything was catching up to him. Trusting the hair-trigger sleep he had developed in prison, Flint closed his eyes and settled deeper into the cool sand. Maybe he would not even have to wait a full day. At night, under cover of dark, he would climb out and start making his way to Keeley. Did William know this was not just a cistern but a large-scale industrial homogenizer? Did he know its purpose was not storage but the mixing of sand with radioactive particles for one of dozens of classified Hammer Industries research projects? Did he know that this very night, a tired, indifferent worker sent to initiate the next cycle would not bother climbing the stairs in his bulky hazmat suit to verify the chamber contents? Did he know the cycle, once started, would end in critical failure and a catastrophic explosion? No. This street thug knew none of it. He could not have imagined that anyone would be reckless enough to handle radioactive materials within city limits. And he could not have imagined that this night would not kill him. That it would change him instead. Completely and permanently. Reed Richards. That name was acid in Otto Octavius's soul. The genius who had made it. The idol of millions, smiling from every screen, lecturing about the stars, while he, Otto, a true titan of intellect, languished in this miserable laboratory on the goodwill of Norman Osborn. On the humiliating charity of a man whose mind belonged to a merchant, not a creator. Never mind, Otto hissed, looking at his reflection in the polished housing of one of the manipulator arms. You will all learn my name. Every last one of you. His gaze moved to his life's work, resting on the stand like 4 sleeping serpents. His manipulators. Not merely machines. These were perfection itself, born from his own mind. Titanium alloy reinforced with carbon fiber, as strong as mythical adamantium and as light as if made of air. They could sustain a load of 5 tons while possessing the flexibility and precision of a surgeon's hands. Telescopic, fully resistant to heat and radiation. A masterpiece in every sense of the word. Their presentation, just 3 weeks out, was supposed to change everything. He pictured the faces of those investors, those dim men of money. They had to understand. The applications of his technology were genuinely limitless. Managing nuclear reactors without radiation exposure. Handling toxic substances remotely. Precision repairs of satellites in orbit. Surgical operations beyond the reach of human hands. His manipulators were meant to become science's hands and eyes, to accelerate progress by decades. Otto threw an irritated glance at the experimental gamma reactor. Its assembly would have taken half the time if he had trusted his own creation more from the start. And the manipulators themselves were only the beginning. The neural interface, revolutionary technology that allowed mental control, as natural as moving one's own limbs. He had created it. Alone. Without corporate support or a single government grant. So why? Why was he still trapped in this cramped, improvised space? Why was his name, the name of a world-class scientist, always dragged out in humiliating comparison to Richards, to wallet-carrying Norman, to that pampered, trust fund Stark? No. He was a genius. And Richards, returning from his cosmic adventure, would bring back fame, new breakthroughs, and tens of billions in investment. And what would be left for him? Otto Octavius, the man with the tentacles. A footnote. A forgotten eccentric. The thought was intolerable. It had a physical quality to it, like genuine pain. No. This will not happen. Looking at his creations, Otto suddenly understood. The true potential of his technology could only be demonstrated by its creator. In person. He needed to move up the presentation. Conduct it before Richards's triumphant return. But how? How to make those people come running at a moment's notice? The answer was obvious. He himself would become the living demonstration. He would show them not just a machine but a new kind of human being. A creator human. Without another moment's hesitation, he picked up the miniature neural interface chip. Cold metal pressed against his neck as he attached it to his spine. Thousands of tests and simulations. The process had been refined to near perfection. He secured the torso mounting harness, and 4 titanium limbs came alive, rising smoothly behind his back. He ran through several test movements. One arm handed him a glass of water with complete fluidity, another opened and closed the laptop lid. He felt them as his own. It was a divine sensation. All that remained was filming a short demonstration video and sending it to investors with an ultimatum. Come tomorrow, or miss your chance to touch the future. Yes. September 23rd would become the day of his triumph. Pointing the camera at himself, he moved toward the bedroom to change into something more presentable. That meant crossing the entire lab. The entire lab, which was cluttered floor to ceiling with equipment, cable bundles, and toolboxes. His new physical dimensions, in the grip of revelation, his genius had simply not accounted for something as mundane as doorway width. Crack. That was the last coherent thought he managed. One of the arms moved instinctively to catch his balance and clipped a heavy equipment stand. Chain reaction. The crash of falling metal. And the experimental gamma reactor he had so carelessly bumped swayed, tipped, and fell directly onto the sharp claw of another arm that had reflexively shot out to catch it. A sickening screech of pierced casing rang through the lab. For one moment, silence. Then the room flooded with unbearable emerald radiance, and Otto Octavius's world came apart. Francis Freeman had always hated delegating important work. Subordinates were tools, reliable enough, but blunt. However, sometimes seemingly simple jobs required a personal touch. Required a scalpel, not a hammer. Like right now. He sat at the bar with the ironic name, Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Girls, and had been waiting for 30 minutes. The air was thick with cheap beer, old sweat, and something that could only be called ambient despair. Francis scanned the worn-down room with quiet distaste. He was a foreign object here, an expensive suit dropped into a pile of dirty laundry. But his objective was worth tolerating the environment temporarily. Wade Wilson. Former Special Forces, though in their line of work there was no such thing as former. Iraq, Afghanistan. Sniper, demolitions expert, elite-level hand-to-hand combatant. Post-military, one of the most effective mercenaries available, with a track record that would make civilians lose sleep. Extraordinarily valuable personnel. The ideal candidate for the program. Francis's thoughts drifted back to his project. Weapon X. A classified program that had started in Canada in the distant 80s, the creation of super soldiers with regenerative capability. 30 years on, the echoes of this program still moved in the minds of powerful people. Truly successful subjects had been rare, and he, Francis, was one of them. So they had revised the approach, coming at the problem from a different and more unconventional angle. Cancer cells. Francis was not a scientist. He did not particularly care where the regenerative biomass came from. The researchers assured him the concept was sound. That was enough. All that remained was finding the right subject. After a string of failed candidates had been reduced to weeping masses of tissue, the selection criteria had become extremely strict. First, cancer, advanced and terminal. Second, unbreakable will. The conversion process was hell, and only someone already hardened could endure it. Third, and most critical, internal consent. Not words. The candidate had to want to live with a visceral, desperate intensity. The survival drive had to be running at its absolute limit. The bar door creaked. Wade came in. He moved with the comfortable instability of someone for whom the state was entirely normal. Mr. Wilson. Francis's voice was flat and even. Wade ignored him completely, dropping onto the stool next to him. Hey Jackie, who's the blonde in the daddy suit just sitting here? Wade addressed the bartender loudly, tilting his head toward Francis without looking at him. The bartender, a weathered man with a scar running the full length of his cheek, only shrugged and poured the whiskey. No idea. Looks like he was waiting for you. Probably wants to offer you work. Tell him I don't take jobs from unvetted walk-ins. Especially without a referral. Wade drained the glass in one swallow and set it down firmly. Again. He's not. Jack started, looking at Francis. Francis cut him off without turning his head. His voice had a quality that moved through the noise like a blade. I heard you. Wade Wilson. Terminally ill, cancer through the liver, lungs, and judging by the humor, the brain as well. Simple question, do you want to live? Or are you prepared to check out in a month, leaving behind nothing but a warm spot on that stool and a stack of debts? He knew how to speak to men like Wade. He had been one of them, once. The silence that settled over that end of the bar said more than any answer. Wade turned his head slowly. The fish had taken the hook. Jackie, am I hearing things? Wade made a show of clearing his ear with one finger, but his eyes had gone sharp and focused. It's Tuesday, not Thursday. The crazies are supposed to be lighter on Tuesdays. Well, some crazies flew into space today, Jack observed philosophically, wiping down a glass. Others are out here offering cures for the incurable. Perfectly in the spirit of a Tuesday. Thursdays just run a higher degree of absurdity. Wade's mouth curved, but his gaze never left Francis. All the performance had dropped away from him, leaving a hard, measuring mask underneath. So what comes next? He finally addressed Francis directly. Say I want to live. As Gagarin said, let's go. Reed Richards's voice, full of the open, reckless excitement of a brilliant man who had never quite grown up, rang out across the entire world at once. And the ship rose. First came the roar, which to the crowd below was simply noise. To Marcus Milton, it was a symphony. He heard not thunder but the mighty, rhythmic heart of the engine. He saw not flame but controlled fury, a miniature sun tearing itself free from Earth's gravity. The metal shuttle, aimed at infinity, carried 5 brave fools to conquer space. Space that, contrary to their boldest dreams, was far from empty. It was inhabited, it was alive, and it was merciless. A figure separated itself from the crowd of journalists. A well-built, lean blonde in glasses and an understated suit. The press badge read, Marcus Milton, journalist, New York City News. A mask. The perfect mask he had worn for nearly 2 decades. To any outside observer, the focused expression on Marcus's face would have read as ordinary professionalism, the same as any of the hundreds of people around him with their faces turned toward the sky. Humanity was stepping into a new era. Everyone around him was inspired. Only he knew the full weight of what that meant. There were far greater threats in space than anything on Earth. The ship climbing upward briefly blocked the sun, and the shadow that passed over Marcus pulled a memory to the surface. Another sky, crimson, torn apart by the silent scream of a dying planet. Eterna. His home. Destroyed by one such threat. Galactus. A name that still resonated through him like something cold and absolute. An entity of incomprehensible power, whose hunger had no ceiling. His people, technologically ahead of humanity by millennia, had not been able to withstand it. They had burned trying. His parents, the last of the last, had poured their own life energy into an experimental portal. He still remembered the warmth of their hands on his shoulders, the desperate love in their eyes, and the last word that came not as sound but as direct thought, live. And the 7-year-old boy had been thrown into this world, into Earth. He had been found and raised by a kind farming family in Kansas. He had lived as an ordinary human, which he had never been and could never be. He was an eternal. The last son of Eterna. Under this yellow sun, his cells sang with power. He was thousands of times stronger than any human, hundreds of times faster. He could fly. His skin was practically invulnerable. His vision passed through walls, his hearing caught whispers from miles away. People in this world had a simple word for beings like him, meta. And their fate, from what he had observed, was rarely a happy one. Noble individuals who tried to become heroes disappeared quickly and quietly. Those who gave themselves over to the power burned even faster. Being different in this world was a curse. And until today, Marcus had kept his head down. But he had watched with admiration. He had followed Spider-Woman's courage above the night streets. He had read accounts of the old British and Soviet super-operatives with genuine interest. Heroism was in his blood, the inheritance of a species bred to protect. And now it was time. This launch was not just a scientific milestone. It was the starting shot. Humanity taking its first, childishly trusting step into the space age. And very soon it would discover it was not alone out there. If it was lucky, the first contact would be with the Kree or the Corbinites. Most likely, what waited ahead was a sequence of catastrophes born from exactly this step. And this world, more than it had ever needed anything before, would need a symbol. A symbol that said, even in the face of something cosmic and terrifying, there is hope. A symbol that said, even in chaos, unity is possible. A symbol of indestructible strength standing in defense of everything fragile. Marcus Milton let the notepad fall from his hand to the ground, forgotten. The mask no longer mattered. His eyes, no longer a journalist's but a guardian's, were fixed on the sky where the ship's point of fire had vanished. It was time. Time for Hyperion to step out of the shadows. Chapter 32. Standing in the garage, I looked at what I had built around myself. The gleaming homogenizer, the massive thermal press, the vacuum chamber. I looked at them not as tools but as the foundation of something larger. Mine and Peter's R&D operation, the beginning of something real. The thought of pulling a $2,000 homogenizer apart for its motor for some quick experiment felt like a form of vandalism. This was equipment for creation, for real science. What I had in mind required a different approach entirely. A survivalist's approach. The philosophy of someone who builds from whatever is available. I scratched my head, made a decision, and went to the radio market, or as it was more accurately called in the American context, an electronics salvage market. A small open-air pavilion in Brooklyn where the air was thick with dust, the smell of aging plastic, and the quiet resignation of vendors who had long since made peace with the things they could not sell. Mountains of dead technology piled across every table, waiting for either disposal or a scavenger with the right kind of vision. I walked the rows without haggling. But now I looked at the junk through different eyes. The newly integrated engineering knowledge looked straight through the casings. In an old laptop I saw not a broken screen but a working voltage converter and viable lithium-ion cells. In a food processor I saw a high-torque electric motor with an integrated gearbox. Whether any of it still ran was irrelevant. I needed the internal organs, not the patient. Back home, I dumped everything onto the living room floor, creating a genuine graveyard of abandoned technology. And for the second time that day I stood there scratching my head. Before me lay a mountain of possibility, but no single clear path through it. Something was missing, a unifying philosophy that would pull all these components into a coherent whole. I opened the system, and there it was. Sitting in the Technologies tab, unpurchased, disassembly risk. A skill enabling the creation of modular, deliberately breakable devices that retained a realistic chance of being reassembled after failure. This was exactly it. The foundational mindset of a survivalist engineer, one for whom any device was first and foremost a library of recoverable parts. Without hesitation I committed 100 OP. Unlike the skull-splitting cascade of technological modernization, this was like flipping a switch somewhere in the back of the mind. A quiet realignment that generated no new knowledge but organized everything already present, building it into a new and flexible framework. That left 300 OP in the account, with 200 already mentally reserved for Uncle Ben's treatment. Now equipped with both layers of knowledge, the colonist scientist's accumulated experience and the philosophy of modular construction, I looked at the salvage on the floor and found it had transformed. Chaos had become a component library. My brain lit up with ideas. A rough analog of Stark's arc reactor. The concept assembled itself almost immediately, an electrochemical plasma accumulator. It would not generate energy from nothing, but it would release ionic energy from available chemical compounds with extraordinary efficiency, sustaining a self-reinforcing plasma reaction. Larger than Stark's version, less refined, lower output efficiency, but a portable energy source that would be decades ahead of current terrestrial technology. And I could build it here, in this garage, from salvage. Beyond that, the Martian engineer's knowledge kept producing concepts that had no business existing yet. A quantum loop reactor. A technology rooted in quantum mechanics that exceeded this world's understanding by an order of magnitude, one that would literally draw energy from quantum vacuum fluctuations. A clean, inexhaustible source requiring no fuel at all. But it demanded a completely different tier of materials and equipment that I did not have. Stop floating in theoretical physics. I pulled myself back deliberately. I needed to focus on what was immediately useful. I ran a quick mental audit of my actual needs. Weapons, covered, requiring some refinement but more than adequate for the current objective of staying home and not drawing attention. Mobility, tempting, but without superhuman reflexes, raw speed was primarily a way to injure yourself faster. Flight, genuinely interesting, possibly viable sooner than later. Defense, and there it was. That was the real gap. Defense was the one area where more was always better. The memory of the protective field generator surfaced with a sting of annoyance. Useless recipe built around mythical materials I could not come close to processing yet. Following it was not an option. But what if I attacked the same problem through completely different means? Build my own energy shield, one that could be integrated into Proteus. That was not just interesting. That was close to the ideal first project. I scanned the salvage on the floor again. My gaze caught on an old hair dryer and a kitchen hand mixer. For a moment I did not understand why. Then the colonist engineer in my head laid out the logic with quiet efficiency, and something clicked. Problem: create an energy shield. Required: a plasma source and a containment system. Component analysis: hair dryer, high-speed fan plus heating element equals a directed emitter of superheated ionized gas. A protoplasma emitter. Mixer: high RPM motor plus several neodymium magnets from salvaged hard drives equals a rotating magnetic field generator. A containment system. Emitter plus containment equals plasma shield. The concept was born. Crude, energy-hungry, inherently unstable, but workable. For an ordinary person, building this in a garage would be unthinkable. But not for someone who had, however dreamlike the memory felt, assembled an anti-gravity device from a pair of robot vacuum cleaners on a hostile planet. That engineer, whose memory and experience had now become mine, possessed something beyond technical knowledge. It was a fundamental fluency with the underlying fabric of reality, a working relationship with physical constants at a level that most people in this world had not yet reached. And it functioned as an absolute advantage. I now knew a small secret, a practical shortcut, that made the otherwise impossible achievable. The secret was resonant frequency. There was no need to build a cumbersome magnetic trap. The system simply needed to resonate at the correct frequency. Thanks to the inherited knowledge, I could feel, not merely calculate, that a rotation frequency of 47.3 Hz, arrived at intuitively through the intersection of thermodynamics and hydrodynamics, would produce a plasma cascade, a quantum tunneling event in the heated air column that would convert ordinary thermal flow into a self-sustaining plasma shell. Not magic. Physics this world had simply not caught up to yet. I'm not just hacking the technology, I whispered into the empty garage as my brain drafted the build sequence at speed. I found the language to speak to the physics of this world, and it actually answers. The excitement was close to euphoria. The garage became an operating table for forgotten machines. Screwdriver, soldering iron, multimeter, electrical tape. A surgeon's tools for a soul transplant into dead hardware. First on the bench, the hair dryer. Disassembled with surgical precision, its heart extracted, a nichrome coil capable of heating air to 800 degrees Celsius, more than sufficient for primary ionization. The fan motor went alongside it. Next, the mixer. Its steel whisk blades, crude and utilitarian, would become the vortex generator, spinning ionized air into a turbulent protective shell. Its motor, higher RPM and more powerful, would provide the necessary rotational speed. The power source for this entire assembly would be a lithium-ion battery pack extracted from an old cordless drill. I opened its housing, accessed the cells directly, and soldered in a simple voltage stabilization circuit built from capacitors I had desoldered off a salvaged laptop motherboard to prevent current spikes from killing everything downstream. Then came calibration, the most delicate part. Connecting the multimeter to the heating element, I began adjusting its resistance in tiny increments, adding fractions of millimeter copper wire scraps one at a time. My hands, guided by the precision of the master clockmaker and the practical knowledge of the Martian engineer, moved without error. I knew that at exactly 12.7 ohms, the heater would achieve perfect resonance with the blade rotation frequency. The resulting effect, comparable to the plasma window phenomenon in laboratory conditions, would amplify ionization by a factor of 10, allowing the plasma to stabilize without any external magnetic containment. With the components finished, I began assembly under the disassembly risk philosophy. No monolithic construction. Modules only. Heating module, the nichrome coil in its own plastic housing with threaded connectors. Vortex module, the mixer motor and blades in a separate block, housed in a salvaged wireless router casing that fit almost perfectly. Power module, the battery pack, small enough to drop in a pocket. Wiring ran between modules through quick disconnect connectors. One component fails, swap it out without dismantling the rest. Need an upgrade, build a new module and plug it in. Pure modular logic, the engineering equivalent of building with interlocking blocks. I pulled the Proteus suit from the rack and began integrating the assembly. The Vortex module went onto the belt with heavy-duty clips, a buckle fitting for some kind of operational loadout. Being right-handed, I mounted the heating module on the outer surface of my left forearm. The design intent was for the superheated air to exit forward and upward from the forearm unit and be captured by the vortex rising from the belt module. The battery pack went in an inner jacket pocket. I routed the intermodule wiring carefully along the suit's interior with quick disconnect points at each junction, and added a removable rheostat in a side pocket for power output control. Crude. Primitive. This was a prototype, a proof of concept. It was supposed to work. But before the final test, I picked up the Vortex module alone and held it. This was not just a motor and blade assembly. It was the resonator. The keystone of the entire system. I closed my eyes and ran it. As the hum built, I guided the calibration by ear, by feel, by the inherited precision of 2 layers of engineering experience working in concert. It was like tuning an instrument where the notes were physical constants. I was searching for the one singular frequency at which the physics would give way. 47.3 Hz. I felt the character of the hum shift, deepen, acquire a vibration that resonated in bone rather than air. There it was. Correct calibration, producing Rayleigh-Taylor instability. Cascade discharge. Self-sustaining plasma without a single magnet. Ready. I stood in the middle of the garage, drew a slow breath, and flipped the switch on the vortex module. A building, turbine-like hum filled the space. I smoothly turned the rheostat. The nichrome coil on my forearm went red-hot almost instantly. Then it happened. The air hummed and distorted, shimmering like heat haze over summer asphalt, then bloomed into a barely visible, faintly luminous blue-white shimmer. The turbulent flow from the vortex module captured the ionized air in a cocoon, forming a roughly spherical barrier approximately 1.5 meters out from my body. Nearly invisible to the eye, but unmistakable to the body, a faint, persistent static charge across the skin and a thin, high-frequency vibration in the air. Plasma, born from a hairdryer and a kitchen mixer, had wrapped itself around me in a protective field. I stood at the center of my own pocket-scale miracle. By rough calculation, the battery would sustain the barrier for under a minute at this draw. But for that minute, it would deflect pistol rounds outright and bleed enough velocity from rifle rounds that produce would absorb the remainder without catastrophic backface deformation. Electromechanical construct, thermal plasma barrier generator, created. Complexity, normal. Received +200 OP. Protective device generating a containment barrier from a dynamic plasma gradient produced through thermal air ionization and resonant vortex cycling. The description was dry as usual, but the 200 OP was a satisfying result. The absence of a world-first bonus was not surprising. Plasma shock absorption almost certainly existed somewhere in a patent archive, and there were civilizations in this universe for whom working with plasma was genuinely elementary. I powered the shield down and stood there thinking. The technology functioned. The barrier formed at a safe standoff distance, creating an outer layer of ionized air without making direct contact with the wearer. The interior remained relatively comfortable, touching it from inside produced only mild warmth and a faint static sensation. A principle not entirely unlike what Stark's more sophisticated shields relied on, from what I carried in meta-knowledge. But the construction itself, I had gotten too carried away with modular distribution. Something on the forearm, something in a pocket, something on the belt. Inconvenient, bulky, with too many potential failure points under stress. Ideally, the entire assembly would consolidate into a single compact belt unit, itself modular, but all in one place. Which raised the question of power supply. "Hey, John, I'm back." Peter pushed through the door with the energy of someone who had just had an objectively good afternoon. He was visibly lit up from the inside in a way that had no connection to his state when he left that morning. Whoa. What happened in here? He surveyed the tools, salvage, and disassembled electronics spread across the living room floor. "Tell me why you're so happy first," I said, setting the prototype down. "That obvious? Damn. I really do need to work on my poker face," he muttered the last part to himself, though I caught it easily. "Well, briefly. MJ and I decided to give it a go." I finished for him. Something cold settled in quietly behind my ribs. A girl whose boyfriend had disappeared this morning and who was, by the same afternoon, moving on to his friend. The optics were not flattering. It was not hard to see why her character tended to generate friction in the source material. "Yes." Peter exhaled, clearly unaware of my expression. "She said that since Harry chose to end things like that, she wasn't going to punish herself over it. And that she's had feelings for me for a while. And, well, I feel the same way. But we talked this morning about the possibility that things are not as simple as they appear," I pressed, wanting to see how solid his footing was on this. "That it might be deliberately staged." "No, I looked into it," he said, waving it off with the ease of someone who had already moved on. "The boarding college is real. Website, registered address in Switzerland, everything official. And Harry was actually enrolled back in early September. He apparently kept putting off leaving. Norman got impatient and pushed it to this extreme. But that's family business. It's not really our place." I watched the visible relief move through him. Everything had resolved itself into something simple and clear. No conspiracy. The path to MJ was clean and open. I felt in my gut that something about this was still wrong. Norman Osborn, with a billionaire's resources and a manipulator's precision, would not produce a legend with a single visible crack in it. But arguing with Peter while he was running on this particular emotional combination was like trying to explain orbital mechanics to someone who was currently falling. Anything I said against MJ he would register as an attack on something personal. Got it, I said, allowing myself a mild approximation of a smile. Well. Congratulations, I suppose. Love and all that, happiness to both of you. Thanks, John. He was visibly glowing. As for the engineering situation, I redirected, gesturing at the floor, I'll explain briefly. Something I put together while you were out. I walked him through it. Almost all of it. I described the wave of motivation after he left, the hands reaching for work impulse, the desire to solve the rifle caliber gap that Produce still had. I laid out the plasma barrier concept in real detail. The system, the skills, the Martian engineer's memory, I kept all of that behind the curtain. But the physics, the components, the reasoning, that I gave him fully. His reaction was what I had been curious about, the honest response of a real genius encountering something that should not technically exist. Peter listened in silence. He walked around the prototype, circled it completely, examined the connections carefully, touched the cold vortex module housing. Then he looked at me, and in his expression was a layered mixture of shock, genuine admiration, and total bewilderment. Holy. He said it slowly, separating each syllable as though tasting it. You induced Rayleigh-Taylor instability. With a mixer and a hair dryer. John, that effect cannot be stably reproduced in proper lab conditions with equipment that costs millions. And the absolute funniest part, he laughed, and it came out slightly nervous, is that it works. It obeys every physical law I know. This isn't a black box like the muscle stimulator. So how is this actually possible? How do you know about resonant frequency and quantum tunneling? You told me yourself you have no background in hard science. Fair question. I had been preparing a version of this answer for a while. Peter. There's Tony Stark. There's Reed Richards. There's you, for that matter. Dozens, possibly hundreds of people whose intellect is simply built to generate things like this. I chose my words carefully, building from the edge toward the center. I've been thinking it might be a kind of power in itself. Not strength or speed, but something more like what the literature would call technopathy. Intuitive comprehension of how systems work, at a level that bypasses the usual prerequisite knowledge. And you think that's what you have? Peter arched an eyebrow in measured skepticism, but he was still listening. I think something like it activated in me, I said, speaking as though I were working it out in real time. It started a few weeks ago. I needed to make things with my hands. First the potato cannon and the crossbow, then recipes started surfacing in my head. The intellect potion, the muscle stimulator, I did not fully understand the mechanisms, I just followed the internal logic. But today, after a fairly significant headache, something more substantial opened up. Not just a single recipe. A whole layer of engineering and applied physics knowledge, and it runs decades ahead of what this world has publicly worked out. And using that layer, you built a plasma barrier, Peter said, looking at the prototype. Exactly. I don't fully understand the shape of this ability myself. I surveyed the salvage on the floor. But I look at this pile and I see finished devices. And right now that is an extraordinary feeling. I bet, Peter muttered, and the envy in his voice was entirely genuine. I'd take that over years of textbooks any day. He doesn't see it, I thought. He's the actual genius. I'm just using every unfair advantage I can get my hands on. Speaking of intellect, he said, snapping back to attention. Are we starting on the elixir work today? Yes. Just not here. The Institute lab is occupied until evening, he said, spreading his hands slightly. I have personal project access, but bringing you in right now would raise questions. Evening works then, I said with a shrug. And in the meantime, I looked at the component library spread across the floor again. Several old microwave ovens. Their magnetrons. A pair of vacuum cleaners. High RPM turbines. Yes. The picture was forming. We could build something else. I have momentum and I'd rather not waste it. Oh. Peter's eyes lit up with that particular brightness that only appeared when a genuinely interesting technical problem was on the table. What are you thinking? Since defense is temporarily addressed, let's look at mobility. I scanned the salvage again. What do you think about gravity boots? Peter practically came off his feet. You're saying you can actually build that from this? I looked at the pile of components that had already, in my head, stopped being junk and started being a resource list. I thought briefly of a very specific animated scene featuring a scientist in an extraordinary predicament and a skeleton's worth of available materials. You have no idea what else this pile can become, I said quietly, and the certainty in my voice was not performed. Honestly, I'm still finding out myself. I'm updating my release schedule to provide more consistent content, effective January 27, 2026. New release schedule for Patreon. HP, Beyond Good and Evil, 1 chapter/day, Monday through Friday, at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, 2 chapters/day, Sat and Sun. HP, Satan. Not Just My Family Crest, 1 chapter/day, Monday through Friday, at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, 2 chapters/day, Sat and Sun. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity, 7 chapters per week at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Chapters progress on Patreon, currently at 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, Just My Family Crest equals chapter 100. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter 45. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter 74. If you're impatient, I don't blame you. Support on Patreon for instant access to the advanced chapters, patreon.com/redofic. Creator's thoughts. Larson 051. I tagged this book, come and support me with a thumbs up. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 35, Chapter 33. Chapter 33. What is the essence of gravity boots? Peter asked with genuine curiosity, watching as I reached for one of the old microwaves. Well, this is not exactly Stark-level technology, but it is definitely an interesting toy, I answered, beginning to open the casing. To put it briefly, these boots will allow controlled jumps and short flights at heights of up to 10 meters. They will be able to completely absorb the impact from falling from a great height and, most amusingly, create compressed air cushions that you can push off from. You can literally walk on air, like on an invisible staircase. The technology was not the most impressive in my arsenal of ideas, but for a starting point it was ideal. I was already calculating the problems in my head. The boots themselves would weigh around 6 kilograms, plus a backpack with batteries for another 6. I needed to solve the power source issue on a broader scale. But that was for later. Right now I was firmly set on assembling these gravity boots. Listen, are you really? Peter began awkwardly, watching with what confidence I gutted the microwave. Can you walk me through the process? I want to understand. No problem, I nodded. It was actually pleasant to play mentor to a genius. The core idea is simple. We will be creating a high-frequency electromagnetic field under the boot soles. It ionizes the air, temporarily and sharply increasing its density right beneath us. This creates what I call compressed air pockets, essentially temporary solid platforms that the boots push off from. Aha, the effect is similar to magnetic levitation, but working with air through ionization. Peter immediately found an analogy. It somewhat resembles early ANSA ion engine patents. But, I will repeat my question, how are you going to assemble something like this from all of this? He swept his hand over the mountain of junk. Magnetrons. And transformers from microwaves. I announced what was, to me, an obvious solution. From Peter's skeptical expression I could tell I had not convinced him. Their coils will induce eddy currents. And fans from vacuum cleaners will add propulsion thrust for directed flight. I just need to use an adapted lens formula to calculate the induction force. Wait, Peter frowned. If the air is ionized, it becomes plasma. The classical lens formula does not quite apply there. Inductance will behave differently. Exactly. That is why it is adapted for an ionized medium. I grinned. Textbooks are a starting point, Peter, not a Bible. My approach combines an electromagnetic field for levitation and propulsion for thrust. It sounds surprisingly logical. But. No buts. Just watch. I interrupted him. So, we get 4 microwaves. We need their transformers to create a field of approximately 0.4 Tesla. Next, motors and blades from vacuum cleaners and a hair dryer. 6 lithium-ion batteries from my favorite power drills, I narrated while extracting the necessary components with surgical precision. I also need a processor from an old laptop and a couple of accelerometers from broken smartphones. That is the brain for smart auto-balancing. And a handful of capacitors from camera flashes for fine-tuning the coils. Once I had everything I needed, I moved to the most delicate part of the process. Working on instinct, guided by the knowledge of a colonist engineer, I began tuning the coils and soldering in capacitors. I was not calculating so much as feeling my way toward the right configuration, the one that would make the field pulses create air ionization with a density equivalent to 1 to 2 kilograms per cubic meter. That was precisely what would allow pushing off from air as though it were solid ground. Parker watched my movements, mesmerized. And I was in shock at myself. I was not just assembling by feel. I understood every step I was taking. This celestial forge, this symbiosis of my new skills, was changing me at a fundamental level. And I did not know whether to welcome it or fear it. Next is the modular frame, I continued, beginning the actual assembly. Each boot consists of 3 independent modules with quick-release clips. The electromagnetic module houses the coils in the sole, encased in epoxy inside a plastic housing. The propulsion module has motors with blades on the sides, housed in PVC pipe sections. And the energy module holds the batteries in the boot tops. On a hard impact or fall, the modules will simply detach rather than fly apart into pieces. I secured the coils around iron cores, insulated them with tape, and checked resistance with a multimeter, reading around 8 ohms. Then I mounted the motors on the outer sides of the boots, directing the air ducts downward. I wired the batteries into a single circuit housed in a backpack, and soldered the processor and accelerometers directly into the housing of one boot, writing a simple piece of code on my laptop to increase thrust when a sharp fall was detected. I attached the whole construction to a pair of old sneakers with heavy-duty Velcro. The result was an ugly but functional Frankenstein's monster born from garage-level high technology. I switched the boots on. A quiet, low-frequency hum sounded, and I felt the sneaker soles lift slightly off the concrete floor. 5 to 10 centimeters. The coils were working. A light flick of the toggle, and the fans on the sides added thrust with a quiet whistle, stabilizing the sneakers in the air. The basic function was working. Now came the real work. Calibration. It took a solid 3 hours. 3 hours of absolute, meditative concentration. To Peter, it must have looked like shamanism. I sat on the floor surrounded by wires, holding a multimeter in one hand while slowly turning trimming resistors with the other. I was not just comparing numbers against the formula F_induction equals I superscript 2 mu A slash 2D superscript 2. I was listening to the hum of the coils, feeling the slightest changes in vibration, searching for that ideal resonance. I tuned the accelerometers by repeatedly dropping the boots from different heights and tracking how quickly they responded. This was not the work of a scientist. It was the work of a craftsman tuning an instrument unlike any other. The result was a genuine feat of garage engineering. Bulky, ugly sneakers bristling with add-ons that could fly for 15 to 30 seconds at heights of up to 10 meters. Detect free fall and activate the propulsors, reducing impact speed by 90%. A fall from 10 meters would feel like a jump from 1. Generate pulsed platforms from ionized air, allowing up to 5 steps through open air. I added a pair of mini fans from an old laptop to cool the batteries in the backpack and, nudged by the risk of disassembly skill, went over every connection one more time to check for strength and modularity. Everything was ready. The system did not keep me waiting. Created electromechanical construction, diamagnetic propulsors. Complexity, normal. Received plus 200 OP. Modular device for short-term flight, fall softening, and the creation of air cushions, using dynamic induction of eddy currents in ionized air. Again, no bonus for uniqueness. Not surprising. Somewhere in a shield hangar or tucked in a corner of Stark's workshop, there were almost certainly far more elegant prototypes gathering dust. In any case, 200 OP was 200 OP. The balance sitting at 700 points was a satisfying sight. Time for a test run, I said, pulling on the boots and shouldering the battery pack. We headed out to the backyard. The area was not completely private, but a quick look around confirmed no onlookers. Without overthinking it, I climbed onto the low garage roof. "Do you trust your work?" Peter called up from below with a nervous grin. "I trust my calculations," I answered, and stepped off into the air. For a fraction of a second there was free fall, a cold lurch in my stomach. Then the accelerometers triggered. The fans roared, and the descent snapped from a drop to a drift. I landed on my feet with the softness of a cat. Well. Soft landing is right, I said, ignoring the internal voice grumbling about the danger. The sensation is like your legs are sinking into something dense. Like jelly. Next came several steps through the air. Barely visible rings of ionized air flared and died beneath my feet, forming solid support where there was none. And then, on the remaining charge, a short 15-second flight above the yard. Success. The prototype had earned the right to exist. That is incredible. Peter's eyes lit up with excitement. It is like maglev for legs. Though in actual combat it would be pretty hard to use. Agreed, I nodded, unfastening the bulky rig. These are gravity boots Mark I. Crude, raw, and power-hungry. I need to shrink the size, find a proper power source, improve the materials, and all of that work is for you. The version of you under the potion of intellect. I have a number of ideas for upgrades too. We will refine them together. But naturally, after we finish the main potion project. Then, should we go? The lab should be empty by now, Peter asked impatiently as we came back inside. Yes, I tossed him the Honda keys. Go ahead and get in. I will change into something cleaner and we will head out. I quickly swapped my work clothes for clean jeans and a t-shirt, then tossed a box of assorted electronic scrap into the car trunk. It made a convincing cover story in case I needed to produce something rare from my inventory unexpectedly. The whole drive to the institute, Peter could not sit still. He was firing off ideas, sketching in his notebook, his brain already tuning itself to the enormous task ahead. By 6:30 in the evening we pulled up to the impressive University Science Building. The evening light painted it in golden tones. I looked at Peter, then at the building. The hours ahead would determine everything, or close to it. In this world there were gods, monsters, and aliens. But the one true force capable of changing reality always started with the same thing. Intellect. Brains. Genius. That was the foundation. That was the base. And tonight we were going to crack its code. Fool. 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 This was officially the worst day of her life. The funeral, organized by her father's colleagues, left a taste of bile in her mouth. She stood under a drizzling rain, staring at the lacquered coffin lid, and saw nothing around her but hyenas in expensive suits. Faces full of false sympathy. Handshakes slick from bribes. She knew the investigation into Captain George Stacy's death would be slowed down. Closed as an accident in the line of duty. And knowing that made the bitterness of her grief almost unbearable. Now she was alone. Completely alone. And all because of last night. Because of her secret. On another patrol she had to reveal herself to him. He had looked at her, at his daughter in a ridiculous costume, and his eyes held neither fear nor condemnation. Only infinite fatherly worry. We will talk at home, Gwen, he had said. But he never made it home. She wanted to cry. So she did, mixing her tears with the cold drops of rain. To hell with the idea that heroes had to be strong. She was not a hero. Her father was the hero. A real, honest cop who refused dirty money and was killed for it. Kingpin. The name echoed in her head like a funeral bell. The monster who fancied himself king of New York. She did not know his identity, but it did not matter. What mattered was that his empire, built on bones, drugs, and slavery, had taken from her the last person she had left. Now his thugs, his lackeys, and his degenerates were her number one target. She understood now. She understood everything. Patriot, Angel, Blazer, Demolisher. Dozens of heroes who had flashed across New York's skyline and vanished just as suddenly as they had appeared. Some of them were strong, very strong. And even if Kingpin was not directly responsible for each disappearance, the pattern spoke for itself. In London, 3 hero teams operated. In New York, only one lone meta. Her. This city was a graveyard for anyone who wore a mask. But when the mind is drowned in the thirst for revenge, the body runs on autopilot. As soon as twilight settled over the streets, she pulled on her costume. The mask hid her tear-swollen eyes but could not hide her rage. She flew into the city not to patrol. She flew to hunt. Every dark alley. Every shady gathering. She swept through the criminal underworld like a hurricane. She was looking for a lead, beating information out of every thug who wore gang colors. This time she did not hold back. She heard bones crunch beneath her fists and felt nothing but a dull satisfaction. She needed answers. And she got them. Just not the ones she expected. "Why can you not just stay home, bug?" The mocking, arrogant voice made her flinch. A man in a bulky orange costume stepped out of the alley's shadow, futuristic gloves on both hands. "You absolutely have to go looking for trouble with that cute little backside of yours." The words landed with a ridiculous effect thanks to his thick German accent. This was definitely a meta. He moved with speed and strength that far exceeded anything human. And those gloves. On any other day she would have traded barbs with him. Laughed at his accent, his stupid outfit, his absurd supervillain name. He probably called himself something like Vibrator. But not tonight. Tonight she felt as bad as she ever had. One shot from his gloves, an invisible wave of compressed air, slammed into the wall right next to her. The impact sent her stumbling, disoriented. And worst of all, her spider sense, her greatest advantage, screamed in agony, stunned and overwhelmed. One of his minions took advantage of the gap. Several shots. One of them found its mark. Sharp, burning pain tore through her left side. Stunned and bleeding, she made an undignified retreat, pulling herself onto the roof of a low building. The meta bastard prowled the alley below, pouring mockery on her, trying to goad her into revealing her position. She knew she needed to run. But the hunger for information, the need to know more, turned out to be stronger than her survival instinct. That turned out to be her next mistake of this damned evening. "Kingpin's errand boy is lecturing me," she shouted, her voice trembling with pain and fury. "Vibrator, are you out of your mind?" The word came a beat too late. The bastard, drawn out by her bravado, grinned. He crouched, and his gloves struck the asphalt. A deafening crack split the air. The shockwave converted into raw thrust. One moment he was on the ground. The next he stood on the roof, several meters away, looming over her wounded body. He was almost certainly smirking under that mask. "I am Shocker," his voice landed like a death sentence. Corpses do not need that information. This time she had a rough idea of what to expect. Fighting through the burning pain in her side, she threw herself sideways at the exact moment Shocker hammered the roof. The vibration wave passed centimeters from her, spiderwebbing the concrete beneath her feet. Without giving him time to recover, she launched 2 web streams, coating his gloves in a thick layer. That bought her only a few seconds. A low-frequency hum built, and the web, vibrating at a frantic frequency, simply crumbled to dust. Shocker pressed forward, firing short, whipping pulses now, trying to predict her movements and herd her like an animal. The wound made her dodges clumsy and slow. After half a minute of those deadly exchanges, one pulse clipped her at an angle. The world turned to jelly. Her legs buckled. A deafening ring filled her ears. The nauseating disorientation was back. Pulling together every scrap of wool she had left, she pushed off the edge and leaped onto the roof of the neighboring building. Shocker followed without any urgency. She knew she could not win this fight. Not in the shape she was in. She could not beat answers out of him, and she would not last another minute against him. She needed to run. To retreat. To survive and come back another time. She shot a web upward and swung. Higher. Even higher. Manhattan was a forest of skyscrapers. The bastard, thankfully, fell back, unwilling to follow her that far up. But pursuit gave way to a different, more terrifying problem. Consciousness was starting to slip. Blood loss. The daytime grief of her father's funeral. The evening brawls with street criminals. All of it had mixed into one poisonous cocktail that even her enhanced body could not absorb. Dark spots swam across her vision. She needed shelter. She needed to heal. A couple of hours and she would be fine. But she would not make it back to Brooklyn. She would black out mid-flight and smear across the pavement. A hospital. No, even worse. Since her powers had come in, hospitals had become a forbidden zone. The risk of exposure was too great. A taxi. The subway. A bleeding girl in costume would get noticed the moment she stepped foot near a doctor or cop. Her father's former colleagues would start asking questions. Not an option. Only one place was left. Her last safe haven. The Institute lab. There was a first aid kit there that she had shamelessly restocked after every raid. At this hour it would be empty. And there was her personal window with the filed latch she knew by touch. On top of that, it was only 1 block away. She could make it. Drawing on what was left of her strength, she drove herself toward the institute. The buildings around her blurred into streaks. The science building window, her destination, pulsed in her consciousness as the single fixed point of salvation. And then she was at it. But something was wrong. The light was on inside. Her spider sense fired at the same moment. Not a danger signal. A witness alert. A moment later she spotted the familiar, lanky figure of Peter Parker standing at the lab whiteboard, enthusiastically filling it with formulas. Her colleague. The smart, quiet guy who she had long suspected knew her secret. Her sense always behaved strangely around him. It never screamed danger, it just quietly hummed. But he had kept quiet. Had not told anyone. She could deal with him. And she had no choice left anyway. Staying on the rooftops in her condition was a death sentence. She pried the latch open clumsily, without a trace of her usual grace, and tumbled inside. Her legs had nothing left to give. The last thing she saw before the world went dark was Peter's shocked face spinning toward the noise. And then, the merciful dark. Literally 10 seconds later, John walked back into the lab. He swept his gaze across the frozen scene. On the floor, lying in a spreading pool of her own blood, was the unconscious black and white figure of the city's resident heroine. Standing over her, marker still in hand, face locked in absolute stupor, was Peter Parker. The potion of intellect had apparently malfunctioned when confronted with this particular violation of probability. John let out a tired chuckle and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Right. I step away for 2 minutes, and September 22nd decides to remind me it exists. Chapter 34. So. What do we have? One unconscious city heroine bleeding out on the laboratory floor. One genius under the potion of intellect, frozen in total stupor. And one me, who is beginning to seriously suspect I have become some kind of magnet for universe-scale trouble. Coincidences are not coincidental, as the old turtle said. Looking at this scene, I was inclined to agree. I walked over to the open window she had fallen through. A quick look at the frame revealed a small, precise file mark on the latch, allowing it to be opened easily from outside. Her personal entrance. All right, I said quietly into the ringing silence, more to break the trance than to make a statement. What is all right? Peter cried out, voice cracking. I turned slowly and met his eyes. Peter. You are under the potion of intellect. No need to play dumb. You understood everything the moment it happened. The only question is what we do about it. He understood that I understood. Whether he had known her identity before or figured it out just now did not matter. Without any agreement, both of us chose to avoid names, respecting her secret. Help her. We help her, obviously. Peter exclaimed. The stupor broke, replaced by emergency response mode. His enhanced brain processed the situation instantly and produced an action plan. He crossed to one of the cabinets and pulled out a first aid kit stocked far beyond standard regulations. Yet another piece of evidence that this lab was not being used strictly for its intended purpose. Good. On this I trust you, I said, stepping back. If you need help, I am right here. Bullet wounds were completely outside my area of competence, and this was not the moment to learn on the job. I would have to ask Frank later whether he ran any field medicine courses. For now, the best I could do was trust Peter. His broad knowledge, amplified by the potion to peak efficiency, made him the most capable person within several kilometers. Yes, I have what I need. His voice went calm, cold, and unsettlingly focused. The first wave of shock had passed, and his mind had fully engaged. First thing, I need to clear the wound of costume fibers. They are jammed inside and blocking her regeneration. He took out a sterile scalpel and dropped to his knees. His movements became incredibly precise and economical. Millimeter by millimeter, he worked the tiny, blood-soaked threads free. Then, after assessing the costume material, some kind of durable elastic polymer rather than ordinary spandex, he made one calibrated cross-shaped incision around the bullet hole. Folding back the 4 petals of fabric, he opened full access to the wound. It was not a clean sight. A ragged tear, blood flowing steadily. The edges had already begun closing as her regeneration fought to work, but the bullet lodged inside was acting like an anchor, blocking everything. Peter took a bottle of chlorhexidine and flooded the wound with it. Gwen let out a quiet groan, her body jerking, though she did not wake. "John, light here," he commanded, not looking up from the wound. I pulled up my phone's flashlight and aimed the beam directly at the site. Peter then began carefully probing the tissue with 2 fingers. I watched his eyebrows move slightly as he mentally constructed a 3-dimensional model of the damage. After a few seconds, he gave a small nod to himself. "Found it. Lodged under the latissimus dorsi muscle, roughly 3 centimeters from the entry point." He swore under his breath. "Her regeneration has already started wrapping it in fibrous tissue. Ripping it out straight would tear everything to shreds." He looked up at me, his eyes sharp and cold. "John. There is going to be more blood in a moment. Be ready to press here the second I say so." He pointed to a spot just above the wound. "There is an artery there." "Understood," I answered, picking up several thick sterile gauze pads with my free hand. Peter took a slow breath. His hand stilled over the wound, completely steady. Then he carefully guided the forceps tips into the wound channel. I watched him not push but rather let the instrument find its own path, moving around nerves and vessels by feel. His hand stopped. A barely audible metallic scrape sounded. "Get ready," he murmured. With one smooth but firm pull, he extracted the foreign object. A quiet wet sound followed, and dark blood welled up hard. "Press." I bore down on the wound with my full weight, feeling the hot liquid soak through the gauze pads. Peter set the bloodied, slightly deformed bullet into a metal tray and turned his attention back to the bleeding. We held pressure for several minutes. Her accelerated metabolism was working fast. The blood clotted visibly. When the bleeding had nearly stopped, Peter gave me a nod. I lifted the soak pads. He flushed the wound one more time and looked satisfied. "The channel is clean. Her body will handle the rest," he said. A trace of human fatigue had crept back into his voice. "No stitches needed. Her regeneration will close this better than any surgeon. The main thing now is to keep it clean." I watched Peter finish his work. He packed the wound channel with several sterile dressings, explaining that this was to prevent cavities and abscesses from forming. On top went a large absorbent bandage, held firmly in place with several wraps of elastic bandage around her midsection, right over the costume. "Done," Peter exhaled, stepping back and wiping sweat from his forehead. His voice carried the professional fatigue of a surgeon after a long operation. Now her body can put everything into healing without fighting a foreign object or an infection. Gwen was still unconscious, but her breathing had evened out and deepened. The worst was past. I was not entirely certain the worst had ever truly threatened someone with her regeneration, but either way, I was glad we had been able to help. "I wonder who worked her over like that," I muttered, looking at her still form. "From what little eyewitness footage exists, she can dodge a hail of bullets. Her spider sense is supposed to be her ultimate trump card." "It does not matter who," Parker answered, sinking tiredly into a chair and covering his face with his hands. "What matters is what we do next. She had no idea anyone besides me was here. And now you know. Do not worry," I walked over and placed a firm but reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Same as you, I know how to keep a secret. How she reacts to my being here, we will find out when she wakes up. She will not sleep forever. For her, that was not even a concern. But for us." I felt the invisible flywheel of fate spinning faster, and Peter and I were standing right at its center. "But still, John, her identity." "No buts," I cut him off. "You are worrying about the wrong thing. Right now we should be the concerned ones, not her. Think about it, what if she was followed? What if whoever shot her is tracking her trail right now? Professional mercenaries? Other metas? She brought danger straight to the door of our lab. So let us stop chewing over the question of trust and get back to our project. Back to what will give us the strength to handle exactly these kinds of surprises." Yes, you are right," Peter muttered, taking a slow breath. The potion might have been muting his emotions, but it had not switched them off, and now, with the surgical tension released, his brain was returning to its work. "As for the potion, the call is yours. There are 2 realistic paths right now." And with this, things had gotten a bit more complex. Peter, in his peak intellectual state, had laid out 2 immediate options and 2 long-term ones that were currently out of reach. I ran through his calculations mentally. Option 1, catalytic anchor. Extension of effect. Peter proposed engineering a complex polymer molecule that would act as a bodyguard. It would seek out phantasmine in the bloodstream and coat it, making it invisible to the enzymes that broke it down. The result? The effect of the original, full-strength potion would be extended from a measly couple of hours to 10 to 12 hours. An entire workday in genius mode. The key drawback was that Phantom Orchid would still be required. I immediately decided I would create this version from the 4 remaining flowers I had. This would be my personal divine mode. Option 2, Phantasmine Simulacrum. Synthetic analog. Here Peter had truly outdone himself. He had managed to decode and recreate the portion of the phantasmine molecule responsible for all of its biochemistry, receptor binding, ion channel activation. This synthetic analog, simulacrum, could be produced from accessible precursor chemicals. But the magic, the quantum vibration of the original molecule, remained beyond reach. The result was a potion that worked, but at a 20 to 30% reduction in effectiveness. Not the same total acceleration, not the same instant memory access. Yet the central advantage outweighed everything else: no more Phantom Orchid. This would be a fully laboratory synthesized product, scalable to any quantity. Our NZT-48. Even accounting for a stronger and longer headache as a side effect, this was a legitimate commercial product. Something capable of changing the world. I glanced at Peter, then at the motionless Gwen. The choice was clear. As the saying goes, there are 2 chairs, and I intended to sit in both. I needed the exclusive, maximum strength version for myself and my key allies, and the mass-produced, slightly weaker version as the foundation of my future enterprise. As for the long-term options Peter had sketched out on the board, those were not just ideas. They were roadmaps to the future. The first path involved building a quantum resonator. A device capable of copying the quantum signature of phantasmine itself and imprinting it onto a stable nanostructure. This was the path to complete control. To creating the ideal, full-strength, completely safe version of the potion. There was one critical obstacle: it required equipment that did not yet exist. A kind of quantum spectrometer. The moment I had heard that detail, a ghost of a schematic had surfaced in my mind, courtesy of technological modernization. Vague and incomplete, but present. I could build something in that direction eventually. Not now, not with the resources I had. But eventually. This became my long-term scientific horizon. The second option was even more audacious. A bio-integrated symbiont resonator. A harmless protein, taken once, that would permanently integrate into your neurons and wait for activation. A trigger word, a flash of light, even a dose of vitamin C, and you would turn into a genius for hours at a time. This was not just technology. This was a full-fledged tool for creating superhumans. But the risks were enormous. A single error in the protein sequence and anaphylactic shock. One miscalculation in the integration and permanent psychosis. This was the path of gods, and gods, as is well known, have a habit of falling from Olympus. So here is where we stand. I broke the silence, summarizing for Peter. Either we go for duration, making the original potion several times more effective in terms of how long it lasts, while staying dependent on Phantom Orchid. Or we go for independence, giving ourselves an unlimited source of a slightly weaker but scalable version. I paused and smiled. And I choose both. Peter leaned back in his chair, and for the first time in a while a genuinely relaxed smile crossed his face. As I expected. That is the only logically correct decision. One option is exclusive, for personal use and critical applications. The second is scalable, a strategic asset. Exactly. I need updated formulas for both. And we can start on the first batch of synthetic potion today. By the way, I gave him a sideways look. Is it possible to produce this in tablet or capsule form? Peter tapped his finger on the table thoughtfully. Yes. Lyophilization of the active compound and compression with a neutral filler. It is possible. The synthesis process becomes more complicated and time-consuming. I do not care. We make tablets, I said flatly. Liquid in an ampoule is medicine. A tablet is something else entirely. A tablet is a symbol, in the spirit of NZT-48, and yes, Limitless existed in this world. While Peter, armed with his genius, set to work calculating the simulacrum molecule, I decided I had a small window to use. By the way, when it comes to testing, we will not need to look for mice, I said casually. What do you mean? Peter asked without glancing up from his calculations. Skipping animal testing is dangerous, John. Not for me. My metabolism neutralizes any negative side effects from things like this. I would be the ideal test subject. Fast and effective. I saw him freeze for just a moment, but he did not push back. He simply nodded. He had already grasped that I was not quite ordinary, and had accepted it as a given. Meanwhile, I mentally opened the system. It was time to do something about Uncle Ben. Arcanum recipes. Therapeutics discipline. I immediately passed over something listed as wonder drug, understanding that a real panacea would probably require a star's heart and a griffin's tear as ingredients. Fortunately, there were plenty of other options, and each now carried a short, almost poetic description. Breath of mind, for those whose memories have faded or whose spirit is bound by infirmity. Restores lost paths of thought and heals wounds invisible to the eye. Alzheimer's. Nerve damage. And wounds invisible to the eye sounds like psychosomatic conditions. Too vague. No guarantee this would touch kidney failure. Moving on. After scrolling through the list several times, I settled on 4 finalists, each promising a miracle of its own kind. Essence of primordial being, returns to origins, correcting errors laid at birth. Rewrites the distorted blueprint of soul and body, returning it to primordial harmony. Tear of divine guardian, finds corruption that nests in the very essence of flesh. Separates healthy from sick, granting purity through ruthless eradication. Living blood, a substance that teaches flesh to forget wounds. Heals even the deepest cuts and burns, granting life force in place of what was lost. Elixir of ash and dawn, reverses the flow of time inside the vessel. What has withered will be reborn, and what has failed will know its dawn. I went back through the 4 recipes that burned in my mind. 4 paths. 4 miracles. The choice had to be made now. Essence of primordial being. Returns to origins, rewrites DNA. That sounded like playing God, and despite all my cynicism, I was not ready to cross that line. Too many unknowns, too much risk of reducing a patient to formless protoplasm, even with the system's supposedly vetted recipe. Rejected. Living blood. Perfect for a battlefield. Seal a wound, restore strength. I would give a lot for a couple of doses for myself or for Blade. But for Uncle Ben, whose condition was not a wound but a slow withering, this was useless. Rejected. 2 finalists. Tear of divine guardian, a high-precision weapon against corruption, theoretically ideal for cancer. And elixir of ash and dawn, total renewal, promising to revive what had withered and failed. After brief deliberation the choice became obvious. The tear was a scalpel. The elixir was a full rebuild. Why treat one disease when you could overhaul the entire system? Come what may. Elixir of ash and dawn. Unlock. 200 OP was deducted from my balance. This time the knowledge did not arrive as a fiery stream but as a thin, icy needle of pain. 1 second of it, and then there it was. Knowledge. Incredible, beautiful in its brutal elegance, knowledge. I had made exactly the right call. This was not medicine. This was a biological full reboot protocol. A single-phase, self-regulating elixir that over 24 hours performed a complete audit and restoration of the organism. Its full workings unfolded in my mind. Targeted apoptosis, the purification phase. Upon entering the body, the elixir identifies and marks all aberrant cells. Cancerous. Mutated. Infected. Senescent. Then it triggers in each of them a program of clean, controlled self-destruction. No inflammation, no collateral damage to healthy tissue. Perfect removal. Stimulated regeneration, the rebirth phase. Simultaneously, the elixir activates dormant stem cells, driving them to replace the cleared tissue with new, ideal copies at an accelerated rate. The entire process took exactly 24 hours. In the first hours, a gentle warmth and tingling sensation. Then came the phase that gave the potion its name. Ash, the heaviest stage, lasting 10 to 12 hours. Intensive restructuring. Profound weakness, fever, body aches resembling severe flu. That was the price. The price of total renewal that any sane person would pay without hesitation. Dawn, the final 5 to 6 hours. The fever subsides. The body completes its regeneration. The weakness lifts and is replaced by a surge of energy and a sensation of incredible lightness and clarity. Old scars fade. Chronic pain disappears. The patient wakes up feeling, quite literally, newly born. I scanned the lab around me. Bioreactor, sonicator, centrifuge, chromatograph, cryochamber. Yes, all the necessary equipment was here. Peter could manage this. Especially given that the recipe, while complex, did not demand anything extreme, except for one component that the system labeled as meteorite iron with high content of rare earth isotopes. I would have to hope that Lucas had access to suppliers of cosmic debris as well. A wild thought flickered through my mind. How much would a dying billionaire pay for a potion like this? It did not just heal. It granted renewed youth. It could not regrow lost limbs, but rolling back biological age by 10 or 20 years. Entirely plausible. I was thinking about the wrong things. I needed to brief Peter. He might find ways to refine the process. At that moment, Gwen's body, lying motionless on the lab table, jerked. A quiet, strangled moan broke the silence. I went still. Even Peter, buried in his calculations, pulled away from the equipment and appeared at her side in an instant. Chapter 35. What is happening? Gwen's voice was hoarse and raw. Where am I? Who are you? She lurched, trying to sit up, and doubled over immediately as the pain in her side tore through her. A strangled hiss escaped her. A thought clicked in my mind as I watched from the side. Her instincts were working. Her memory too. She had decided to play a card of partial amnesia to buy time and gather information. Smart move. I approved. Easy, take it easy, I said, keeping my voice even and calm. I took a slow step forward with my hands in plain sight. You are safe. My name is John Thompson. And this is my friend, Peter Parker. I nodded toward Pete, who stood a few feet back, watching her with obvious concern. He had the marker still clutched in his hands, looking more like a frightened grad student than the person who had just saved a superheroine's life. He is a lab assistant here, I added. We removed the bullet and dressed the wound. Your mask is still on. We did not touch it. I had put that last part in deliberately, watching for a reaction. It came. The lines of her shoulders, locked rigid, eased just barely. Under the mask, I was certain, she exhaled. Control over the situation was slowly returning to her. Thank you. She managed, still breathing in short pulls. Do not mention it, I said with a mild smile, and then pushed forward. Not the time to accept a quiet thank you and step back. Time to turn a few screws. And now, maybe you can satisfy our curiosity. Out of every window in New York, you came through this specific one. There must be a reason. Peter shot me a disapproving glance. Clearly telling me to let her breathe for a moment. I ignored it. Her identity was the tip of the iceberg. I needed to understand the full picture. My sense brought me here, she answered with a practiced, neutral phrase. There was a note of genuine sincerity in it, though, and it was aimed past me. Her gaze through the white mask lenses was fixed on Peter. And it was right. Thank you, both of you. She flew straight to him, I noted. Which meant some degree of trust in him already existed. But the unspoken question remained. To be clear, when you came through that window and passed out, only Peter was here, I said, giving her that small piece to work with. I had just stepped out for a moment. So your first thank you goes to him. Peter coughed awkwardly. But that raises another question, I continued, dropping my voice slightly. Who did this to you? Your sense should stop something as basic as a bullet, should it not? None of your business, she snapped, and the steel in her voice was real. I understood it. To her, we were two civilians who had accidentally stumbled into her war. A war she had already been losing tonight, before she even made it here, having lost her father before that. Of course it was not our business. Except that when people in masks fell through the windows of an institute lab to be patched up, it had a way of becoming everyone's business. Especially mine. Fair enough, I agreed without resistance, moving to lean against the edge of the neighboring table. But consider it this way. Think of it as repayment of a debt. We saved your life while keeping your secret. In return, you answer a few questions for our, let us call it, scientific curiosity. It is not every day you see a super-agile city vigilante get shot out of the sky like a duck during hunting season. She was quiet, breathing through the pain. The white lenses of her mask seemed to bore straight into me. I could see from the slight shift in her costume that her fist was clenched. She was weighing her options. Leave now, wounded and weak, or give something and settle the debt. Finally, she let out a long, tired breath. His name was Shocker. Before she could add anything further, I decided to get ahead of it. Let me guess, I said, rubbing my jaw thoughtfully. Ridiculous quilted costume in yellow-brown. Vibro gloves that make bones resonate like tuning forks when they connect. And possibly a noticeable German accent. The room went still. The only sound was the hum of equipment. How do you know that? Hermann Schultz. One of Kingpin's top enforcers. The chain assembled itself instantly, Captain Stacy's death, a daughter made reckless by grief, and Fisk unleashing one of his elite assets to reign in the presumptuous new heroine. Accustomed to street-level criminals, she had been completely unprepared for a professional. Now the key question, had I just shown my hand for nothing? No. I needed leverage. I needed to build something here. You were lucky it was only one of Kingpin's mercenaries who found you, I muttered, watching her reaction closely. So that bastard really does work for Kingpin, she exhaled with pure fury. The hatred in her voice was almost physical. She slammed her fist on the lab table and immediately grabbed her wounded side with a wince. But how do you know all of this? Yes, John. How? Now Peter was looking at me too. His usual openness had been replaced by a sharp, suspicious squint. I stood up and paced slowly around the lab. Let us think it through logically, I began, keeping things as general as I could, bearing in mind that her sense could theoretically catch a lie. Who in this city has enough money, influence, and nerve to hire a meta to eliminate another meta? And beyond that? I paused, choosing my words carefully, looking from her to Peter and back. At some point, you have to understand who the major players are. Sooner or later everyone steps out of the shadows. And if you want to survive, you need to know the board before that happens. I am sorry, but I cannot say more than that. We do not know each other well enough yet. I shifted my gaze to Peter. And Pete, I trust you understood what I am getting at. Peter nodded, slowly but genuinely. He was always perceptive. He had already connected the dots between our recent work and the broader picture, and the nod confirmed it. Now, back to our mutual friend in yellow-brown tights, I said, looking at her again. The pressure was working. My knowledge had cornered her. What can you tell me about him? What are his capabilities beyond the obvious? Why did he resort to a regular pistol instead of his gloves? And how did you end up in contact with one of Kingpin's elite assets in the first place? She was quiet for a moment, pulling her thoughts together. Her breathing was still uneven, but when she spoke, there was hard, angry focus in her voice. He is strong. Very. Not just in terms of raw muscle, but beyond that. And fast. She paused, as if stepping back through the fight in her mind. But that is not really the point. His gloves are not just weapons. He generates shock waves. Focused ones, like a hammer blow, or expanding rings that flatten everything within a radius of several meters. He can also use them to launch himself into the air, like pushing off a trampoline. But the worst part? She touched her temple through the mask. The hum. The vibrations. They drive my sense absolutely insane. It does not go quiet. It screams. From every direction at once. 1,000 threat signals flooding in simultaneously, and I cannot isolate where the real danger is coming from. He effectively jammed my greatest advantage. And then one of his guys just shot at me. I never even felt him before the bullet hit. A clear picture was forming as she spoke. This version of Shocker was something entirely different from the caricature robber in the comics. This was a soldier equipped with purpose-built hardware, specifically designed for hunting people like her. And soldiers like that served a general. In this city, there was only one general, and Gwen had been unlucky enough to cross his path. Wilson Fisk. The name surfaced in my mind like a leviathan breaking water. Founder and principal of Fisk Capital, a hedge fund with $58 billion in capitalization. City council speaker with his eye on the mayor's chair, and possibly beyond that. Philanthropist in public. Predator in the shadows. This was not simply a crime boss. This was an entire ecosystem. A megalodon with a circle of remora sharks in its wake. And Shocker, by every indication, was among the sharpest of them. But far from the only one. Pointing Gwen directly at Fisk right now would be like pushing a kitten into a cage with a tiger. She would not even understand what had swallowed her. Wilson Fisk's name was off the table. For her. For everyone. Yeah. I said slowly, genuinely impressed. You walked into a very serious opponent. No wonder that you I did not lose, she cut me off with sudden fury, the white lenses flashing. I just underestimated him. That does not happen twice. A heavy silence settled over the lab. Peter shifted his gaze anxiously between the two of us. Gwen was working to suppress the trembling that was equal parts pain and rage. And I was running an equation. Recruit or not recruit? On one hand, an ally like her was a genuine prize. Strength, speed, abilities that were uniquely her own. On the other hand, she was an unstable asset right now. The fresh wound of her father's death made her predictable in her unpredictability. She was being driven by revenge, and revenge was a terrible compass. Peter was a scalpel. A genius who could solve the unsolvable, a precise and irreplaceable instrument. Gwen right now was a sledgehammer. Powerful, destructive, and capable at any moment of slipping loose and destroying everything around her, including us. Walking up to her and saying, "Join us," would spook her and make me look like an idiot. Too fast, too suspicious, too poorly timed. No. This required a soft recruitment. Slow, gradual. Establish myself as a useful resource. Weaponsmith. Informant. Show her that Peter and I could offer her what she currently lacked, support and intelligence. Once the dependency on those resources was established, the conversation would happen naturally. "Herman Schultz," I said, breaking the silence. She flinched. Her head turned sharply toward me. "What?" "The person you are looking for. His name is most likely Herman Schultz. German accent, engineering background, criminal history. It all lines up." Shocker. She caught it immediately. I nodded. "Listen to me carefully," I leaned forward, keeping my voice as direct as I could. "If that name checks out, you will find him. I am sure you have your channels. But I am asking you not to go any further than that. The thing that keeps him on a leash will swallow you whole without effort. Before you do anything else, contact me first. Promise me that." She looked at me for a long moment, studying. The expression behind the mask blended gratitude, surprise, and lingering suspicion. I understood. "Thank you." She finally nodded and began carefully sliding off the table. "This information, you learned it by studying the key players." The look from beneath the mask was trying to see straight through me. "We do not dig into your secrets," my tone went cool and firm. "We are not asking who you are under that mask. So please extend the same courtesy in return." I let the pause settle, then softened slightly. "Or be prepared to trade in kind. Because tonight I did considerably more for you than anyone was obligated to." "Yes, you are right, and thank you. For everything." The aggression was completely gone from her voice. What remained was exhaustion and honest gratitude. "How do I reach you?" I gave her my number. She listened, committing it to memory. Without another word, Gwen crossed to a different window, pushed it open with ease, and slipped like a shadow into the dark New York night. Peter and I stood in silence for a moment. I was watching the empty window. He was watching me. I could feel his gaze on the back of my head. Heavy, loaded with questions. "And so it begins. John," his voice was quiet, but there was a steel underneath it that I had not heard from him before. "How do you know all of this? And do not come back to the key player's explanation. You gave us his name. You described his equipment like someone who had fought him personally. What is actually going on?" I turned slowly and met his direct, demanding stare. "I already explained it, Pete. Knowing everything about the pieces on New York's chessboard is the only viable survival strategy. Not reacting to threats, anticipating them. Do you think we are building produce just to wear it on Halloween? You want to be a hero. Like her." The incomprehension in his voice was edged with alarm. I could not suppress a short, dry laugh. "A hero? No. I just want to stay alive. And I want you to stay alive. Look, if I walk past an alley where 3 people are cornering someone and I have the means to do something, I will do something. But making it my life's mission. Dedicating myself to putting out local fires while the world is burning at every edge. That is inefficient. You and I have the opportunity to help humanity at a global, foundational level. What do you mean by that? Is it not obvious?" I spread my hands, sweeping my gaze around the lab, our workspace, our sanctuary. With the level of intelligence we can give ourselves, no problem is beyond our reach. Why pull one person from a burning building if you can invent a material that does not burn in the first place? Why chase street dealers if you can create a cure for cancer and save millions? Speaking of which, how is our NZT-48 coming? Is the first batch ready? Peter blinked at the sudden shift in direction. Then, as if on autopilot, he nodded. Yes. He walked to the synthesizer, opened the calibration chamber, and extracted a small titanium plate holding perfectly uniform rows of tiny, unremarkable white tablets. He carefully lifted out a few and held them out on his palm. The formula is stable according to the calculations. No side effects in theory. But John, are you certain? We do not fully understand the long-term picture here. Completely certain, I answered without hesitation, plucking one tablet from his hand and tossing it into my mouth, washing it down with the last of my cooled coffee. As you like. Peter murmured. The way he said it managed to contain both admiration and dread simultaneously. But about solving global problems, you said it yourself, this kind of thing attracts attention. If you develop a cure for cancer, every major pharmaceutical company will put a target on your back. Create a new energy source and the oil industry, maybe entire governments, will want you gone. Are you prepared for it to not just be street criminals after us, but the CIA? Problems for future us, I said calmly, already feeling that familiar fire beginning to ignite. And we will be smarter about it. Careful. Gradual. The tablet was taking effect. The world around me seemed to sharpen into a higher resolution entirely. I could see every dust particle drifting through the beam of light, hear the faint buzz of the aging monitor's power supply, feel the subtle shifts in air pressure from our movements. My thoughts did not simply accelerate, they organized themselves into clean, multidimensional structures. The effect was comparable to the potion but perhaps 10% lighter. And most importantly, no risk. No crash. Thanks to the Master Gourmand trait, my body received the compound as though it were native to it. This was ideal. Especially since we were no longer dependent on the orchids. I crossed to the large whiteboard that covered most of one wall and picked up a black marker. So. My hand moved. Proteus Mark II, outstanding tasks. Power, current power sources are insufficient. Need a miniature, self-contained reactor. Stealth, audiovisual concealment. Must also mask thermal and electronic signatures. Active metamaterials. Illusion projectors. Mental shielding, psychic threats are real. Need a defense for the mind. Electromagnetic field. Psi blockers based on, what? Physical enhancement, the suit does not make the operator stronger. Need augmentation. Microservos. Neural interface removing muscle limiters. Injectors. Op farming, this one I left in my head only. The list grew. I filled the board with formulas, diagrams, and rough sketches. I could see solution paths for each problem, could see how one technology fed into the next, creating a cascade of possibilities. Some of it I could build myself using technological modernization. The most complex and breakthrough elements would need Peter. His mind under the NZT, combined with mine. It was unfortunate that he would be tied up here in the lab during the days for the next 2 weeks. On the other hand, that freed my schedule for more practical matters. I needed to farm OP. A lot of it. Maybe the system would surface something that addressed the physical enhancement problem. Building Extremis from scratch in a garage, even with Peter's help, was still a fantasy. What I actually needed was a proper research institute. I put a final exclamation mark after the last item on the list, set the marker down, and turned to face the stunned Peter. I knew my eyes were burning with the cold clarity of pure intellect right now. Time to work. The air in the cheap motel room was stale and close, thick with the smell of ground-in tobacco smoke, cleaning chemicals, and low-grade misery. Through the window the motel's neon sign blinked steadily in red, flooding the dim room with pulsing, agitated light. On the edge of the rumpled bed sat a somewhat heavy-set man of around 35. His neat bowl-cut and practical green coveralls looked wildly out of place in the room, like an orchid sitting on a garbage heap. Expensive sunglasses covered his eyes, though they did nothing to hide the hard tension at the corners of his mouth. A casual observer would have taken him for an eccentric guest. Until they noticed what was behind him. From his back, moving in rhythm with his heavy breathing, extended 4 metal tentacles. Flexible, powerful, each ending in a predatory 3-fingered claw, they moved with a life entirely their own. One tapped lazily on the filthy carpet, beating out an impatient rhythm. Another, the uppermost, curved with fluid grace and adjusted the glasses sliding down his nose with a delicacy no human hand could match. They were the kind of thing that triggered something old and primal in anyone who saw them. Dr. Otto Octavius, the genius whose name until recently had been spoken in scientific circles with something close to reverence, had died on this cursed evening of September 22nd. What remained in his place was simply octopus. After the gamma reactor explosion, the blinding green flash, and the devastation of his laboratory, he had run. He had abandoned everything. His investors. The handful of colleagues who, despite his difficult personality, had respected his mind. He had fled the ruins of his project, his past, and himself, driven by panicked fear of failure, by an unwillingness to acknowledge his mistakes, by an ego as inflated as it was brittle, one that had cracked along with the reactor's protective casing. In the first hours he had simply walked the city, hunched under a wide coat to hide what he had become. And then, in one of the city's dirty alleys, something had clarified. Realization struck him like a bolt. He was free. Yes, he no longer had a lab, a reputation, or money. But by the same token, he had everything. He had them. His manipulators. His greatest creation, which had become his own flesh, an extension of his nervous system. With them he could take whatever he wanted. But what did he want? To change the world for the better. Too modest. Too ordinary. No. He wanted to create. To build. Without limitations, without ethics committees, without the petty interference of morality. He needed a new workspace. A new laboratory. A day of wandering, overheard conversations, and several brief but highly effective interrogations in dark alleys had led him to a single name, spoken everywhere with a mixture of fear and reverence. Kingpin. The Shadow King of New York. And now Otto sat in front of an old laptop, looking at a black video call screen. His interlocutor had no visible face. Only a deep voice filtered through a modulator seemed to emanate from the speakers themselves, filling the room. And what exactly are you offering me, Doctor? The voice radiated authoritative calm. Why should I allocate laboratory space, resources, and personnel to you? Yes, he was prepared to make a deal with the devil. All in the name of pure, unlimited scientific pursuit. Because I am the future, Otto's voice was steady, stripped of any doubt. I can give you what your current stable of pseudo-geniuses could not produce in 100 years. I can multiply your power many times over. He leaned back slightly, allowing the laptop camera to take in his full silhouette. The tentacles behind him rose and fanned out slowly, like a cobra spreading its hood. What you are seeing is a prototype, Otto continued. One tentacle reached down, plucked a coin from the floor, and began passing it between the claws at blinding speed. I can do considerably more than this. Your street soldiers are expendable. I will give them lightweight combat exoskeletons that allow a single man to punch through a brick wall. Your communication channels are exposed. I will build you a quantum-entangled network, instantaneous, completely secure, untraceable. Your people crack safes with drills. How quaint. I will give them devices that generate harmonic resonance to turn steel into powder and electronics into dead weight. The tentacle closed around the coin and crushed it into a shapeless lump of metal. Now picture a fleet of combat drones built in my image. Silent. Lethal. Controlled by a single operator. Loyal. Effective. And that is only one of many things I can create for you. All I ask in return is a place to work. Otto was certain. An asset and a mind like his was not something Kingpin could turn away. And he was right. Several seconds of silence sat in the speakers. Then the voice said. That sounds interesting. An address will be sent. I will be expecting you. The call ended. Otto Octavius closed the laptop. For a moment he sat perfectly still, staring into the dark. Then a slow, triumphant smile touched his lips. He closed his fist. The tentacles behind his back tensed in unison, their tips scraping lightly against the floor. The old world had rejected him. Very well. He would build a new one on its bones. And his genius would finally rise above this insignificant city. The soft click of the closing laptop lid was the only sound to disturb the weighted silence of the penthouse. Wilson Fisk rose from his massive, throne-like chair and moved to the panoramic window. His movements were smooth and measured, the unhurried, predatory ease of an enormous creature that had no reason to doubt its own strength. His colossal figure, draped in an impeccable custom suit, was reflected in the glass, a dark monolith suspended above the scatter of city lights. Below him lay New York. Not a city. His kingdom. A carpet of captured stars and dark arterial streets. Looking down at this living, breathing creation, Fisk could not suppress the trace of a smile. Who could have imagined it? The fat, bullied orphan from the streets, the boy his peers had mocked and tormented, now looked down at the world from a height none of them could have dreamed of reaching. He liked these moments. Moments of absolute control and absolute quiet, when he could let his mind travel back to the dirt and humiliation of his past. Not out of masochism. Every memory, every scar, was a brick in the foundation of his empire. What had not killed him had become his arsenal. He was grateful to his past for forging who he was, and because of that he held the present with fierce, possessive love. And he had no tolerance for anyone who dared threaten what was his. A discreet ringtone cut through the silence, pulling him out of his thoughts. The display showed the name of one of his few truly trusted people, one of those he allowed to handle routine matters so he could concern himself with strategy only. "Speak, Jeffrey." Mr. Fisk, the voice was flat and professional, but Fisk caught a faint note of tension beneath it. "There is a complication with the neutralization operation. Spider-Woman managed to evade Shocker. We lost her trail." Fisk's expression tightened slightly. Spider-Woman. A minor irritant in black and white tights who had not warranted serious attention until recently. But she had crossed a line. Fisk despised heroes. Every one of these self-righteous masked figures forever pushing their noses into matters that did not concern them. He had dealt with them methodically and without mercy, removing them from his city one by one, and there had never been a misfire. There would not be one with this particular pest either. "Find her," Fisk said. His voice was quiet, and because of that, heavier. "She will make a mistake somewhere. Identify her. I want her name. I want the names of her family, her friends, everyone she cares about. Then make an example of her and all of them, one that people will still be talking about for years to come. Understood. One more matter. Frank Castle has again declined your offer." Here Fisk's expression darkened further. Frank Castle. Former Marine, the finest tactical and weapons specialist he had ever encountered. An extraordinarily valuable asset. Fisk had offered him the position of head of security. Exceptional compensation, unlimited resources, real authority. The man had chosen to stay in his gun shop in Queens, playing the role of the righteous civilian. His continued existence was a living reminder that Wilson Fisk was not all-powerful. That there were things he could not buy and could not frighten into compliance. That there were people he could not control. This was irritating. And when Fisk was irritated, he arranged things so that others became profoundly uncomfortable. He was silent for several seconds, studying his own reflection in the dark glass. "Deal with him," he said finally, and the words landed like a verdict. "But first, break him. Psychologically. Physically. I want him to understand, clearly, before the end, that refusing me was the worst decision he ever made." He paused briefly, remembering the complication just mentioned. "Send Shocker and a team. Let him work off his earlier failure." "Understood, Mr. Fisk." "I am assembling the team now," Jeffrey answered, and the call ended. Silence returned to the penthouse. Blood would be spilled tonight. And Fisk had no feeling about it whatsoever. In this world there was one law: the strong consumed the weak. And kings had no right to appear weak. Not ever. Chapter 36. The morning of September 23rd greeted me with a deceptive kind of calm. A sunbeam danced shamelessly across the pillow, and my head was unusually clear, almost sterile in its cleanliness, a pleasant residual effect from yesterday's upgrade. The insane day that had swept through like a hurricane was finally over. In some sense, it could be called a starting point. The mechanisms of the universe had come into motion, gears turning with new force, and who knew where any of it would lead. But I still couldn't influence that. Which meant I needed to do what I could. And that started with breakfast. After texting Peter to spend the day in the lab making more batches of Absolute Predator Serum, Muscle Stimulator, and NZT-48, I threw together fried eggs and bacon and brewed a strong black coffee, as was fitting for any self-respecting garage tinkerer and transmigrator on a workday morning. I opened my laptop, placed an order with Lucas for healing potions to arrive tomorrow morning, and started scrolling the news to get a sense of things. The very first headline made me choke and nearly spit hot coffee on the screen. He called himself Hyperion, God among US or new threat. Below it, the feed blazed with a kaleidoscope of screaming follow-up headlines. New hero in the sky over New York. Everything known about the mysterious Hyperion. Captain America is no match for him. Analysts shocked by newcomer's power level. From heaven to earth, eyewitnesses describe superhuman's appearance in the heart of Manhattan. The gist of every article came down to one thing. Today, about an hour ago, a man had descended from the sky in the center of New York. Where else? This city was the local branch of Universal Drama. I clicked on the most popular video, shot on someone's phone. The quality was terrible. The camera shook, the sound was drowned out by wind and the excited shouting of the crowd. But the figure in the center was unmistakable. A tall blonde man in a form-fitting yellow and blue costume. On his chest, 3 connected circles, a logo resembling an atomic diagram. On his belt, a buckle stamped with a radiation symbol. He hovered a couple of meters off the ground with inhuman calm while onlookers swarmed around him, dozens of phones aimed in his direction. Once he was sure he had everyone's attention, he spoke. And his voice, even through the terrible phone speaker, sounded like a thunderclap. Inhabitants of this world. For many years you have gazed upon the stars in solitude. His speech was solemn and precise, as if he were addressing a Senate chamber rather than a crowd on a city street. But from this day forward, that changes. I have come to be your shield against the threats that lurk in the darkness of space, and your sword against the injustice that poisons your earth. Among you, those like me are called heroes. But I consider myself a defender. My name is Hyperion. From this day forward, know that you are not alone. With that, he was gone. He didn't linger, didn't wave, just shot into the sky. No fire, no visible effort. He simply vanished, leaving behind a sharp crack of displaced air that made the camera shake. The video ended. Damn, I exhaled, leaning back in my chair. Who the hell is this now? I feverishly combed through the archives of my meta-knowledge. Hyperion. Familiar name. A memory surfaced from an old mobile gacha game I'd spent a couple of weeks on back in my time. A supposedly canonical Marvel character. Flies, shoots lasers from his eyes, super strong, practically indestructible. And that was it. That was the full extent of what I knew. No real identity, no origin story, no weak points. A clean slate. But I was almost certain he was a classic good guy, not a psychotic schizophrenic like Sentry, who could snap at any moment and unravel reality. That was something, at least. I opened the comments section and sank into the familiar chaos of opinions. User, anti-muty_patriot88, another mutant decided he's above the rest of us and thinks he's a god. Watch him start demanding virgins as tribute. I'm waiting for the government to wake up and swat this flying threat like all the other freaks. User, well actually guy, anti-muty_patriot88, first, mutants are a genetic anomaly whose existence hasn't even been confirmed yet, and this individual, based on all available evidence, belongs to the metahuman classification. Learn the material before posting conspiratorial nonsense. Second, did anyone actually pay attention to his phrasing? Inhabitants of this world. Your Earth. He's talking about us in the third person. That leads to some pretty obvious conclusions. User, just asking, good point actually. And has anyone run his face through any databases? He wasn't wearing a mask. What if this is just some actor pulling a stunt before a movie release? User, info_broker, just asking, already done. Everyone with the tools to check, from the FBI to every major news outlet, ran it. Result, 0. His face doesn't appear in any database on the planet. No passport, no driver's license, not even a parking ticket. Officially, this person does not exist. User, FFF_rank_fan_forever, well actually guy, and alien. Finally. Reed Richards and his team will be back from their expedition soon, then we'll get the truth. If he picked up any intel out there in space, he's already building theories. User, Spidey_fan_Hornet Queen, I don't know, guys. All that pompous speech, that costume like a circus performer. Sure, he's powerful, but our Spider-Woman feels a lot closer to home, you know. She's here, on the streets, with us. This guy is broadcasting from the heavens like some kind of messiah. She's ours. He's an outsider. User, powerlevel_9000, Spidey_fan_Hornet Queen, LOL, another spider-worshipping basement dweller, log off. You're comparing a street-level hero to this guy. He'd wipe your spider girl out with a flick of his wrist. You saw how he launched himself into the sky. Breaking the sound barrier from a standing start takes unreal strength. Pray it never crosses his mind to start a genocide. Hyperion is the new god of this planet. All hail Hyperion. User, skeptic_dent, power level _9000, spiders are arachnids, not insects, you ignoramus. And dial back the fan fervor. There's no such thing as an omnipotent being. They found a way to handle Captain America, and he seemed invincible too. This is just a flying, steroid-enhanced version of Cap. There'll be his own kryptonite, or whatever the equivalent is for superpowered aliens. I slammed the laptop lid shut. Enough. That comment section could swallow hours. What did Hyperion's arrival actually mean for me, right here, right now? A major new figure on the board at Queen level, sure, that was interesting. But I had my own list of tasks, clearly defined. It was time to start working through them. I got up, rinsed my dishes, and walked to the garage with a steady step. The world could go as crazy as it wanted. My work wasn't going to wait. First things first. The foundation. The thing without which all my grand plans were nothing but incoherent scribbles on a whiteboard. A power source. As much as I appreciated lithium-ion batteries, they weren't going to take me far. I needed something orders of magnitude more powerful. Compact, stable, and capable of producing energy in the hundreds of thousands, or better yet, millions of watts. The first thing that came to mind was, of course, Tony Stark's crown achievement, built in a cave. An arc reactor on a palladium base. The engineer in me chuckled warmly and confirmed that yes, in my garage, this was more than realistic. Especially given that I already had the ore. There were a couple of nuances around handling radioactive palladium, but those were solvable. The end result would be a miniature star running on beta decay of isotopes, producing gigawatts of energy with almost no heat and no waste. The downside was that this would eat the entire day and push everything else back. But was that really a downside? To be the first person in this world to create such a technology? The craft points alone should pour down like rain. I mentally ran through the other options just to be sure I was making the right call. A microfusion fuser generating a plasma ball for deuterium fusion. Elegant and beautiful, but unstable, and the output was only a couple of million watts. A nanographene hypercapacitor built from old CDs and batteries. Clever, and very much in the spirit of a garage engineer, but that was more of a sprint battery delivering powerful pulses, not a marathon runner that could feed a system continuously. Yeah, they all lose to the grim genius of a desperate Stark, I muttered into the empty garage. The choice was made. Today I would repeat Tony's feat, albeit shamelessly cheating with the help of system-granted knowledge, and tomorrow, maybe my first suit wasn't as far off as it seemed. Some of the components I pulled from old electronics, but the rest required a trip to the city. A short shopping list, hydrochloric and nitric acid, a vacuum pump, a small jewelry furnace, a cylinder of deuterium, and of course reinforced protective gloves and filters. About $600 and an hour later, I was back in my sanctuary. On to stage 1, extracting the pure metal. I pulled the piece of palladium ore from my inventory and broke it down with a hammer into small chunks. About 50 grams went into an old but powerful blender. The motor roared, metal shrieked, and within a minute I had a fine, dusty powder. Pulling on a mask, I carefully poured it into a flask and filled it with aqua regia, the brutal cocktail of hydrochloric and nitric acid, which I heated to 80 degrees Celsius. A chemical solution capable of dissolving even gold. Under the full blast of my jury-rigged exhaust hood, I stirred the hellish brew. The solution hissed and belched caustic orange vapors. After half an hour it finally turned a deep, saturated yellow, the palladium converted into chloride. I filtered it through ordinary paper, then added strips of zinc foil to the flask. Simple chemistry, zinc is more reactive, so it physically displaces the palladium from the solution, taking its place. After 15 minutes, an unremarkable gray powder had settled on the bottom of the flask. Purest palladium. I dried it with a hairdryer, poured the powder into a crucible, and sent it into the jewelry furnace. At 1,000 degrees it melted and solidified in the shape of a clean rod weighing about 8 grams. Now for stage 2, enrichment. This was where the magic began, magic that this world had no access to. Natural palladium was like a bag of mixed nuts. Everything was in there together, but for this specific application I needed only one sort, a rare isotope called PD-107. In the ore it made up only about 1%. It was an energy source, but it decayed agonizingly slowly. For the reactor to produce gigawatts the way Stark's did, I needed to do two things: increase the concentration of the right palladium and make it decay faster. Using simple electrolysis, passing current through a solution containing the palladium rod, I made the target isotope PD-107 settle out on the cathode. It was like using a magnet to pull specific iron filings out of a pile of mixed metal. Then came the most interesting part. I pumped deuterium, heavy hydrogen, into the porous structure of the enriched palladium. Essentially, I was feeding the palladium catalyst. The deuterium absorbed into the metal and, at the atomic level, started jostling the lazy isotope, forcing it to decay thousands of times more actively. Without this step, the reactor would produce about as much energy as a candle. With it, I was waking up a sleeping giant. Stage 3, and the final one, shielding. Now I needed to lock all that power and radiation inside. Once again, improvised materials came into play. I grabbed a stack of old CDs and used ordinary tape to peel off the thinnest metallized graphite layer from each disc. I ground it in the blender with vinegar and salt to produce graphite oxide. After filtering and calcining it in the furnace, I reduced it down to pure, sparkling graphene. I mixed the powder with pharmacy-grade alcohol into a paste and applied it with jewelry precision in 3 perfectly even layers over the palladium rod, using an ordinary brush. To make the coating as dense as possible at the nano level, I used ultrasound from a simple speaker, turning it into a makeshift high-tech compactor. Done. That thin film would now absorb 99% of the beta radiation. Safe on the outside, and on the inside, a son being born. Just to be safe, I poked the rod with multimeter probes. Resistance, almost zero. Everything was in order. The reactor core was ready. That said, it was only the first stage, albeit the most important one. A quiet monster sleeping in its graphene cradle. The hard part still lay ahead, building the engine that would turn its radioactive whisper into a roar of lightning. I needed a beta-voltaic cell. Essentially, it was like a solar panel, except instead of light photons it would catch beta particles flying out of the palladium. A particle hits a semiconductor, knocks out an electron, and there it is, electric current. Simple and elegant. But to hit power levels in the gigawatt range, even in a pulse, that elegance alone wasn't enough. I needed doping. Plasma. The idea was something I'd partially glimpsed from DIY physicist bloggers who built nuclear fusers in their garages out of junk. First, a vacuum chamber. I took a durable titanium cylinder about the size of an AA battery as the base. Carefully securing the palladium rod inside, I connected the vacuum pump. After 10 minutes of humming, my homemade manometer read 0.1 atmospheres. Ideal. The beta particles could now fly freely without slamming into air molecules. Next, the heart of the converter, the PN layer. I laid out a handful of diodes and transistors I'd desoldered from an old motherboard. After clipping away everything unnecessary, I selected several clean crystals of silicon and germanium. My semiconductors. With jewelry precision I soldered them into a thin, flexible tape, 1 layer p-type, with a deficit of electrons, and 1 n-type, with an excess. When a beta particle flies into that sandwich, it creates an electron-hole pair and forces current to flow. I carefully wrapped the tape around the vacuum chamber. I still needed to run wires inside to connect to the core. I drilled a microscopic hole, threaded the thinnest wires through it, then sealed the joint with a small drop of 2-component heat-resistant epoxy resin, cured under a directed UV lamp beam. It came out hard as glass, hermetic and reliable. For the trim, I wanted the particles to hit the target precisely rather than scatter randomly, so I wound copper coils stripped from an old microwave transformer around the chamber. The magnetic field would act like a lens, focusing the energy flow. For charge accumulation, I soldered 4 large capacitors from the same microwave in parallel. They'd work like a dam, storing up energy for 1 powerful, crushing pulse. On the side of the housing I mounted a small fan from a hairdryer since even microscopic plasma generates heat, and cooling never hurts. And then the final boss, the plasma itself. I connected the magnetron from the microwave to the chamber. Inside was inert gas, and the magnetron would now ionize it, turning it into a glowing, super-hot clot of matter. This was the most dangerous moment. Too much power and the chamber would explode, splashing radioactive palladium across the garage. Too little and nothing would happen. Relying on the precision of my system-granted knowledge, I slowly turned the power regulator. Inside the chamber, a tiny point of lilac light flashed into being, like a distant star. It pulsed, filling the vacuum with a ghostly radiance. Plasma. It would catch the beta particles and accelerate them to incredible speeds, boosting output power by orders of magnitude. All that was left was to pack everything into a case. I took an empty shell from an old smartphone and built the construction in modules. The first module, core, held the vacuum chamber with the palladium rod and plasma. The second, converter, held the PN layer and coils. The third, output, held the capacitors and a USB connector I'd desoldered from a charging cable. I connected the modules with quick-release clips, completing the circuit. Palladium emits particles, plasma accelerates them, the magnetic field focuses them, they strike the PN layer, current flows to the capacitors, and from there to the output. Soldering took half an hour. My hands didn't shake. Every contact was perfect. I closed the case. In my hands was a plain plastic box, unremarkable to the extreme. Final calibration. I tuned the coils until the focusing was ideal, then drew a syringe of deuterium and, through a special microvalve, injected a single drop into the chamber. The palladium rod absorbed it like a sponge. The decay rate would accelerate by more than 1,000 times. Using a resistor, I set the output limiter, a constant baseline of 1 megawatt, with peaks of up to 1 gigawatt when the capacitors discharged. The palladium non-arc reactor was finished. I held it in my hands, feeling the faint vibration. Before I could even think about testing it, a blue system notification flashed in my vision. Created unique power source, palladium reactor, uncommon. Technology previously non-existent in this world, unlocked. Received plus 800 OP. Compact beta voltaic generator using deuterium catalyzed decay of enriched isotope PD-107. Generates a stable energy field with plasma particle acceleration for ultra-high power energy pulse emissions. Fundamental technology for next-generation energy systems. Yes. I'd done it. Earlier than Tony Stark. In my garage. Practically out of trash. I had no words for it. Only the feeling. The thing in my hands wasn't just a power source. It was a key. A key to everything that came next. The solemnity of the moment was ruthlessly shattered by the sharp trill of my phone. Peter. John, did you see? Are you even watching the news? His voice was agitated, almost cracking. Okay, calm down, Pete. If you're talking about our flying Boy Scout Hyperion, then... Hyperion. He cut me off impatiently. Who cares about him? The whole world already knows about him. I'm talking about what's happening right now. Open the news feed. I went back to the living room, set the reactor on the table like a priceless artifact, and refreshed the page. The feed was packed. My eyes caught the first screaming headline, a robbery at several jewelry stores downtown. On blurry surveillance camera stills, a figure seemed to be crumbling into a whirlwind of sand. Flint Marko. Another metavillain. This world had clearly decided not to give Gwen a moment's peace. I see it. Sandy metahuman, I played dumb. Interesting, but I don't know anything about him, if that's what you're asking. Sandy? No, not him. Although that's also insane, obviously. Go lower. Scroll down, John. Why the suspense? And the fear in his voice. I scrolled. And my heart dropped somewhere around my heels. Damn, I breathed. A photo of a destroyed laboratory. The headline read. Tragedy in the scientific world, Dr. Otto Octavius missing after experimental installation explosion. He was supposed to have his conference on October 14th, I said aloud, more to myself than Peter. A key date in my mental timeline had just been ripped out by the root. Yes. Exactly. Peter's voice was shaking. No body, no trace of him. John, Octavius is a genius. He gave lectures at our university sometimes. I even spoke with him a couple of times. He had such ideas. I'm worried something terrible happened to him. I'm afraid, Peter, the most terrible thing already happened, flashed through my mind. That brilliant scientist who shared his knowledge with the next generation had most likely burned in that explosion. What had crawled out of the wreckage in his place? Peter was better off not knowing. Not yet. I'll try to find out something through my contacts, I promised, doing my best to keep my voice steady. We said our goodbyes. I put the phone down and stared at nothing. What in the name of everything holy had happened on that damned September 22nd? Richards. Hyperion. Gwen. Shocker, Blade, Harry. And now Sandman, and the birth of Dr. Octopus. The universe had hit the fast-forward button. None of this was acceptable. I needed to get stronger, and I needed to get stronger now. My balance sat at 1,300 OP, enough for 2 spins in the system. 2 chances to pull something that would give me an edge. But first things first. The roar of a powerful engine came from the street, slowing smoothly near my house. Headlights swept across the living room windows for a moment. First, I needed to talk to the man who'd just pulled up. He'd supposedly promised me a surprise. I genuinely hoped whatever Blade had brought turned out to be good news. After a day like this one, I was desperate for some. Chapter 37. Why the long face, was the first thing Blade asked, closing the door of his matte black Charger with a quiet click. I raised an eyebrow. Is it that obvious? I was genuinely surprised. I'd thought my self-control was better than Peter's. Blade chuckled and pulled a cigarette from the pack. Nah, you hold the mask well. But I'm something of an empath, remember? I can feel when someone's radiating like the whole rotten world just crashed down on their shoulders and they're trying to hold it up alone without letting anyone see them strain. He paused. I thought you only sensed lies. It's all sides of the same coin, kid. He flicked the lighter, and the cigarette tip briefly lit up his face in the fading dusk. The smell of lies, fear, despair. I've been hunting it my whole life. So what happened? Uncle Blade can fix a small problem. For the right price, of course. He grinned, flashing perfectly white fangs. All 32 of them, or however many he had. Nothing to fix exactly, I said, feeling the forced calm start to slip. Just too much going wrong in the world, and I'm not even talking about my own situation. Honestly, the massive ball of chaos and catastrophe labeled eventfulness had started its slow, unstoppable roll down the mountain. It was picking up everything in its path, coincidences, patterns, things I knew, things I couldn't have imagined. With every meter it grew larger, and at some point the weight of it might be more than this world could hold. I didn't want that. I actually lived here. Which meant sooner or later, I'd have to step in. You mean Hyperion? Blade exhaled smoke. Yeah. Interesting specimen. That guy is clearly not from this world. Him too, I nodded. We had walked into the garage during the conversation. Since Blade's last visit, it had grown to look even more like a mad engineer's lair, heaps of tools, disassembled equipment, and several things I hadn't gotten around to naming yet. Strangely enough, I'm almost glad about him. He can at least clean some of the filth off the streets. Only the filth will just multiply in response to that, mark my words. Facts, Blade said, looking around with interest. The world has needed a reboot for a long time. All those orders and directives, power plays and redistributions. Nonsense the people who call themselves the elite love to dream about. Oh, and here's something new. His gaze settled on the mannequin in the corner, where the Proteus suit was stretched out. I'd removed all the electronics from it temporarily. Proteus, I explained under his curious stare. High-tech protective fabric. Practically no equivalent exists anywhere. Go ahead and hit it. Full force. Blade smirked, cracked his neck, and without any hesitation stepped forward. What he threw wasn't just a punch but a calibrated, years-honed movement. His knuckles slammed into the mannequin's sternum. The deafening crack of shattering plastic rang out, and the mannequin flew into the wall. The fabric itself was completely undamaged. Handles pistol rounds no problem, I continued calmly while he examined his knuckles. Rifle rounds are harder because the kinetic energy is too much and the behind armor effect is a real issue. But it's light and it breathes. How much? Blade's voice was flat, but I could see he'd taken the bait. Depends what you're offering in return. You supposedly brought a surprise. Right, yeah. 1 second. He walked out and came back a minute later carrying a small silver case. My heart picked up speed in anticipation. Ultra-rare material. A spell book. An artifact. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't money. Take a look, Blade set the case on the workbench. I clicked the latches and opened it. What exactly am I looking at? I asked with genuine curiosity. Inside, resting in neat nests of black velvet, sat 6 vials of liquid in different colors, ranging from a dark brown that was almost black to a frighteningly bright scarlet. The consistency looked like blood. Blood, Blade confirmed my guess. Noticing my confusion, he continued, pointing at each vial in turn. 6 different types, as a reminder of your options. Revenant is a raised corpse. Turned is ordinary street trash. Purebloods of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st generations, those are the aristocracy. And the real prize. He tapped the scarlet vial. The blood of a descendant. Something began taking shape in my head. Ideas, fragments of theory. Peter was a genetics genius. Vampires operated through a virus, didn't they? But why would I need their blood? Blade obviously picked up on my confusion. You're supposedly smart, he said. Study this stuff. Maybe work it into some recipes. Or maybe find a way to enhance yourself. Either way, it's valuable. Especially the descendant blood. They have fewer weaknesses and unique abilities. Such as. That was starting to sound genuinely interesting. Well, specifically, this is the blood of my late father, Hogg. The freak was a master of brainwashing. He rummaged through other people's minds like they were his own pockets. He raised me to be the perfect vessel for his rebirth. Didn't quite work out for dear old Dad. Oh, I said slowly. So to summarize, this is the blood of a powerful telepath, and it might hold the key to his abilities. Hell if I know how it works for you eggheads, Blade shrugged. But yeah, vampirism is a virus. Means it can be dissected. Fair warning though, the British already tried to reproduce the effect without the side effects. Didn't work. Because the secret is probably in your blood, I muttered, studying him. Speaking of which. Why is there no damper blood in the deal? Blade grinned again, this time with that cunning, businesslike edge. Well, duh. I need to keep my price inflated. It's obvious you'd have to start with something when studying these samples and trying to eliminate the side effects. My blood is the best baseline to compare everything against. So, go ahead. I'm open to offers. Before we go any further, I want to understand what I'm actually working with. I crossed my arms and shifted into analyst mode. What are you actually capable of? Give me your specs. Strength, speed, regeneration. Concrete numbers, not just I'm good. Blade appreciated the approach. The corner of his mouth twitched. Now that's a different kind of conversation. Alright, egghead, listen up. Speed, I'm no Flash. By the standards of some pureblood bloodsuckers I'm actually on the slower side. I can push under 50 miles per hour on a sprint, but my real edge is endurance. I don't get tired. Period. Strength, roughly half a ton on a bench press. If I get genuinely angry, I can flip a car. Accelerated regeneration, denser muscle structure. Pistol rounds rarely go deeper than a centimeter. Painful and unpleasant but not lethal. I also have some of Dad's psychic garbage, but it's defective and I barely use it. Not bad, I nodded, processing the information. This was a level well beyond peak human. And that's your ceiling. No stimulants, no enhancements. Nah, Blade grinned. That's my base. Walking around mode. Now that's interesting, I leaned forward. Where there's a base, there's got to be. Advanced mode, yeah. Boss phase 2, he smirked. Enhanced with chi, a specific mystical energy, and I become dozens of times more dangerous. And if I bring out my beauty. Blade ran his fingers along the katana handle at his hip with something close to tenderness. Chi right. In this universe, alongside science and magic, there was a third force. Shang-Chi, Iron Fist. Characters who reached cosmic levels through sheer willpower and internal energy. I wanted that. Teach me, I said before I could stop myself. Chi mastery. It'd be way more useful than poking around in blood samples. Blade laughed. Loudly, genuinely, from the gut. Nope. I'd love to, Cap, but here's the thing, it doesn't work like that. Mastering chi takes years. Meditation, concentration, finding harmony with life energy, all that esoteric stuff. And here's the kicker, your genius brain isn't an advantage. It's actually a hindrance. You can't speed up the process. Unless you're a ridiculously talented kid from some lost monastery. And you, trust me, have zero talent for this. You're all wires, chemistry, and calculations. Chi is about spirit. We run on completely different operating systems. Damn, I muttered, frustrated. Closing off such an obvious path to power was annoying. What about the sword? How does it enhance you? My Morning Star is one of a kind. The perfect weapon against vampires and other undead. It bypasses their regeneration, absorbs their essence, and powers me up for a short time afterward. It was built to tear through crowds of those things. It wouldn't suit you. Too willful. You'd need resonance with a weapon like that. Resonance. Yeah. You'd have to be on the same wavelength, get it? Like, you know Captain Britain, right? Yes, I nodded, recalling what I'd read about the leader of the British team Excalibur. Well, the name isn't just a brand. Excalibur is a real, existing sword. An artifact that gives its bearer flight, super strength, invulnerability, the whole superhero package. Captain Britain became who he is specifically because of that sword. But there's a catch. There's obviously a catch. Yeah. That resonance again. A powerful artifact like Excalibur won't just choose anyone. The criteria are enormous. Roughly speaking, you need to be a descendant of King Arthur, righteous, kind, just, but also ambitious and capable of leading people. That specific combination is rare. Captain Britain happened to match the sword perfectly. But to know whether you'd match an artifact, you'd have to find it first. Is there any way to? Hold up, Blade cut me off. There are very few objects like that, and each one is on the radar of the powers that be. You could spend your entire life chasing them and find out in the end that none of them will have you. It's worse than a lottery. And the risks are higher too. Some artifacts can simply drive you insane. Yeah, that's not ideal, I rubbed the bridge of my nose. So the only real path forward is researching the vampire blood. And yours, naturally. Naturally, Blade agreed with a satisfied nod. Easy paths tend to lead somewhere you don't want to go. So, have you decided what you can offer for my precious blood? Yeah, I pulled a small white tablet from my pocket and held it out to him. The intellect potion has officially become NZT-48. Fully reproducible in a lab, no rare orchids required. The effect is about 25 to 30% weaker than the original and comes with minor side effects like headaches and withdrawal, but your physiology should handle that fine. And most importantly, it can be mass-produced. Interesting enough. Blade's eyes lit up with a predatory gleam. He understood the potential immediately. Yeah, this is absolutely crazy interesting, he said. 50 of those tablets, a suit made from your fabric, and the full blood set including mine goes into your genius hands. 10 tablets, 10 predator serums, 10 muscle stimulators, and the suit. I started the negotiation. 40 tablets, the suit, and 20 of each stimulator. 15 tablets, 10 serums, 10 stimulators, and the suit. Come on, kid, at least 30 tablets. Everything else, fine. Deal. I agreed, privately delighted. NZT tablets were the easiest component to produce. I'll take your measurements for the suit now and sketch out an approximate design. Everything will be ready in a couple of days, you can pick it up on the weekend. But I'd like to receive the blood samples today. Yeah, no problem, Blade agreed easily. A deal's a deal. The next couple of minutes were all business. I took the big man's measurements quickly, and he turned out to be surprisingly patient about it. On the design question he was brief: make it practical, functional, and not embarrassing to wear on the street, not just through vampire guts. Noted. After drawing several dozen milliliters of his anomalous blood into a sterile syringe, Blade handed it over. The deal was done. By the way, he said, already standing by the car. His hand paused on the door handle. Have you heard from Frank lately? Yeah, I nodded. Excellent specialist. A true pro. Something's off. I've been calling him all day and getting nothing but silence. I'm probably going to swing by and check on him now. Something lurched unpleasantly in my chest. A bad feeling began rolling in like an icy wave. Had I been too late? Had Fisk already moved? Haven't heard anything, I answered, trying to keep my voice steady. But I've got a bad feeling about it. Mind if I come with you? Blade gave me a long look and nodded without a word. Get in. I threw on a light windbreaker and climbed into the passenger seat. The Charger's engine roared, and we shot off into the night toward something I was already dreading. I hope Frank's just training some rookie and left his phone across the room, flashed through my head, but I didn't believe it even as I thought it. All right. Calm down. 20 minutes of travel time. Time to spin the gotcha. I closed my eyes and concentrated. I opened the system window and tapped Forge of Creation. 550 OP was deducted from my balance. A description appeared before my eyes. Received information package, common, technology of non-mages, primary principles. Unlocking this information package costs 400 OP. This package provides access not merely to knowledge, but to a fundamental understanding of the physical laws of the universe up to a graduate level. This is the complete source code of reality, from basic Newtonian mechanics to the elegant complexity of string theory, from the simplest chemical reactions to the secrets of genetic engineering and materials science. The package's value lies not in passive data storage, but in the active synergy between those fields. While working on a project, your mind will begin building conceptual bridges between seemingly unrelated areas. The principle of quantum entanglement may suggest a solution for building a secured communications network. Knowledge of biochemical catalyst processes will push you toward a more efficient regeneration potion. The creative process becomes intuitive. You begin not just assembling but composing technologies, finding elegant and non-obvious solutions rooted in the deepest laws of nature. Worthy. More than worthy. This wasn't just new knowledge, it was a new way of thinking. A foundation that would make everything I built an order of magnitude more refined. If I hadn't been dead set on 2 spins, I'd have unlocked it without hesitation. But the excitement had taken over. The skill could wait. Second attempt. Received information package, common, individual armament, XCOM philosophy. Unlocking this information package costs 200 OP. This package instills in you the philosophy of absolute efficiency through personalization. Its core principle, not a gram too much, not a second wasted, not one redundant component. This is the art of building things that are not just tools but extensions of the user's will and body. You will intuitively grasp the laws of ergonomics, creating weapons and gadgets that fit the hand perfectly without causing fatigue. You think in terms of minimalism, stripping away everything that adds weight, reduces reliability, or complicates use. Whether it's armor, a weapon, or a scientific device, every curve, every material, every component will serve one purpose: maximum efficiency at minimum cost. Your creations will be compact, deadly, and intuitively natural to use, like a scalpel in a surgeon's hands. Also extremely useful, especially given the suit I'd need to build for Blade. But again, 2 common items. Disappointment flickered, but I crushed it immediately. Nothing to it. The darkest point of the night comes just before dawn. I was like that miner from the meme who turned back 1 centimeter from a diamond vein. The main thing was not to quit. "Something's off here," Blade muttered as we rolled to a stop in front of Frank's gun shop. His words pulled me out of my thoughts. I looked around. The street was unnaturally quiet. No cars, no pedestrians. The streetlight seemed dim and sickly. No smell of blood, Blade continued, stepping out of the car. But there's something foul in the air. Professional work. Frank's shop should have been closed, but the heavy front door was slightly ajar. Inside, not a soul. Everything in perfect order. And emptiness. The counters, the display cases, the walls where even the replica weapons used to hang, all of it was stripped bare, clean as a hospital room. We moved to the warehouse. Same picture. Empty shelves. Not a single shell casing on the floor, no trace of a struggle. As if Frank and his entire arsenal had simply evaporated. Someone robbed Frank. Blade's voice rang with restrained fury and disbelief. I absolutely do not believe this. Robbing Frank is like stealing a tank from a military base single-handedly. The bad feeling hardened into cold certainty. Something total and irreversible had just happened. All right, he's not going to like this, Blade growled, turning around. But let's go to his house. Right now. Frank's place in Queens, a 2-story family townhouse a couple of miles from his shop, was no longer a home. It was a blackened corpse of a building, cordoned off with fluttering yellow tape. Nobody around except a couple of patrol officers lazily walking the perimeter, and the air was thick with the smell of coal ash. The sight was devastating. It looked as though the house had first been blown apart from the inside, and then whatever remained had been crushed by some enormous force. This wasn't a random fire or a gas leak. This was deliberate. Angry, methodical, and designed to send a message. The work of a metahuman. Judging by the nature of the destruction, I was nearly certain it was Shocker's signature. And the complete absence of rubberneckers and journalists told me it had all happened long ago. 10 to 12 hours ago. During the night of September 22nd to 23rd. That cursed number again. Excuse me, officers. Blade lowered his window, and his voice came out deceptively warm, almost silky. Be kind enough to satisfy the curiosity of a concerned citizen. What happened here? The sound of that voice sent a chill across my skin. There was no threat in it, but there was something else. A strange, insinuating resonance that seemed to bypass the ears entirely and go straight into the brain. The face of one of the officers smoothed over. His gaze went empty. Brutal murder of the Castle family, he said in a flat, monotone voice, as if reciting a report. Followed by demolition of the residence to conceal evidence. A murder. They were all. I watched Blade grip the steering wheel so hard that his knuckles went white. Yes, sir, the second officer joined in, his eyes glazed over the same way. Wife, son, daughter, all deceased. In addition to burns, the bodies showed multiple signs of torture. The father, Frank Castle, was transported to the hospital. His condition is critical. The doctors are offering no prognosis. Blade said nothing. The silence inside the car became heavy as lead. Thank you, gentlemen, his voice dropped even lower, even more insistent. Would you be so kind as to tell me where I can obtain all the details of this case? The suggestion in his voice was almost tangible by now. I could feel the chill running down the back of my neck, and this was what he called defective garbage. While Blade extracted information from the officers, I sank into a swamp of self-recrimination. Where had I gone wrong? Everywhere, apparently. Gwen's father was dead. Check. Otto Octavius had become Dr. Octopus. Check. Frank Castle's family had been brutally tortured and killed by Kingpin's people, and Frank himself, having somehow survived, was now on a guaranteed path to becoming the Punisher. Check. The inexplicable Osborn situation. Check. And these were only the fires I'd planned to put out once I was stronger. I hadn't been strong enough. I'd put it off. I'd found more important things to work on, more interesting projects, rather than setting up some drones for round-the-clock surveillance of Frank's house. At this rate, all I had left to do was let something happen to Uncle Ben. Then Peter would finally lose his mind, mix himself some nuclear cocktail from Connor's serum and my stimulators, wash it down with OZ serum synthesized from a napkin of Gwen's blood he'd never thrown away, and turn into something monstrous. No. Enough of that. Tomorrow, Lucas's package would arrive. I'd go to Peter, we'd cook the elixir of Ash and Dawn, and I'd inject it into Uncle Ben immediately. Just as a precaution. And maybe set some aside for Frank. But then how would he recover from his injuries on his own terms and find his own path? Maybe it had taken him months, or even years, and curing him now would only accelerate the Punisher's arrival. The thoughts were cold, calculating, and disgusting. At the 82nd Street Precinct, ask for Officer Shelby, he's the one running the case, the officer's flat voice reached me. I appreciate your time, Blade said. Consider this conversation forgotten. What conversation, sir? The cop blinked, watching us go with empty eyes. We drove away. The only sound in the car was the engine. So what's it going to be, kid? Blade said, his voice rough with barely restrained fury. Are you with me or not? Or not? I desperately didn't want to get tangled up in this. But I was already tangled up in it. By my inaction. By my cowardice. The least I could do for the sake of basic decency was participate. In what? Vengeance. Should I tell him about Fisk? About Kingpin? Cut through all the intermediaries and point him straight at the top of the food chain? But then how would I explain how I knew? And did Blade even have what it would take to survive a direct confrontation with a Leviathan? This was complicated. I turned to him. Instead of answering his question, I looked him straight in the eye and said quietly but clearly. Shocker was probably the one who did this. And we should stop by my place first. Screw it. Come what may. I popped an NZT tablet and started building something resembling an action plan for the night ahead. Fortunately, Blade was already turning toward Brooklyn, but the questions in his eyes. Oh, there were plenty of those. Chapter 38. Shocker. Who the hell is that? Blade growled, his voice low and dangerous. One of Kingpin's meta-mercenaries, I explained calmly, watching his reaction carefully. It came immediately. Damn. He slammed his palm on the steering wheel. The car swerved slightly. What the hell did Kingpin want with Frank? Frank is straight as a rail. He never got involved in business at that level. You know about Kingpin? I asked carefully. I needed to understand how much he already knew before deciding how to play the conversation. How could I not know the biggest shark in this New York ocean? Blade chuckled bitterly. This isn't my bloodsuckers who hide in holes and fear the light. This is a higher tier entirely. A monster who sits at the top of the food chain. Yeah, I confirmed grimly. All right, kid. Let's be straight. He sharply reduced his speed and turned his head toward me. In the semi-darkness of the cabin, his gaze was heavy as stone. What's the deal with this shocker? And where are you getting your information? I can see you're not just blowing smoke. But someone attacked my friend. So if you want to stay in the category of useful acquaintance rather than potential problem, start talking. There it was. The moment of truth. Information that would determine how this night ended, and possibly how our lives did. Shocker I could talk about freely, no need to lie there. But Kingpin's identity was a different matter. Do you know who Kingpin is? I decided to give him the chance to resolve my dilemma on his own. How would I? Blade snorted. I bash bandit skulls occasionally, sure, but my main specialty is the mystical. I don't get into the political games of the big criminal outfits. The dilemma wasn't resolved. Which meant I could only hope Blade had enough sense not to throw himself on the grenade. Or enough strength to survive going up against whoever Fisk threw at him, whether that was Rhino, Scorpion, or anyone else covering Shocker. Wilson Fisk, I said, not drawing it out, pronouncing the name evenly and clearly. You are serious right now. He put a space between each word. The car lurched again as he turned to stare at me in shock. Completely. Holy shit, Blade exhaled, turning back to the road. The shadow bastard who hides under the brightest light. The billionaire philanthropist. Man of the Year according to Time magazine. I saw him on TV. He was writing a check for pediatric cancer treatment with that fake, fatherly smile on his face. What a creature. As for Shocker, I continued, giving him a moment to absorb the Fisk revelation, I found out about him yesterday. I was helping a certain spider heroine patch up her wounds. She told me who had worked her over like that. A mid-tier super with extremely unpleasant vibro gauntlets that hit by area. Name's Herman Schultz. She promised to dig up more information on him. Now we've got something to work with. Steel entered Blade's voice. Call her. Right now. Find out everything on this Schultz. Maybe we won't have to go knocking on alley heads to fish out a bigger catch. And here the problem arose. A small one, but unpleasant. I had Gwen's number, the one Peter had given me. But as far as she was concerned, I shouldn't have known who Spider-Woman was. She was supposed to have contacted me herself from some other, Spider number. Brilliant. Making too many mistakes for someone on NZT. The feeling of my own stupidity was thoroughly unpleasant. But there was no other way. I dialed. Hello. A cautious girl's voice came through. Hi. Did you find anything on Schultz? I went straight to the point. She already knew who I was. Let her figure out how to feel about me calling Gwen Stacy's personal phone. What Schultz? Who is this? How did you get this number? The filing on the lab window frame, I said. I don't have your hero contact, and information on Shocker is needed urgently, not tomorrow, not in an hour. So let's skip the misunderstanding act. Herman Schultz. What do you have on him? A heavy silence hung in the receiver for a few seconds. The important thing was that she didn't hang up. Okay, she breathed out, somewhere between angry and resigned. Herman Schultz, 32 years old. Former engineer from Hammer Industries. Fired for corporate espionage, but who he was working for is unknown. Officially unemployed, but judging by the fact that he's living in Manhattan, his finances are in perfect order. Kingpin pays his elite dogs well. Manhattan, then. Where specifically? Alarm crept into her voice. Please tell me you're not driving to him right now. I can hear your engine. Of course. She'd put it together in an instant and was already thinking about joining us. Even without NZT, that was obvious. Just give me the address for now, I said calmly. 2nd Avenue, Building 25, Apartment 230, she blurted out. Thanks. And you don't have to be there. I'll decide that myself. Gwen cut me off. Fair enough, I shrugged, even though she couldn't see it. That's beyond my power to stop. Talk soon. I hung up and noticed we'd already pulled up to my garage. Good timing. We needed to seriously improve our odds of surviving whatever came next. And I had no doubts that something was coming. The only question was the scale. You heard all of that? I asked Blade as soon as the heavy garage door shut behind us and cut us off from the city night. Yeah, he cracked his neck. Plan's simple. We walk into this gauntlet freak's place. We make him very uncomfortable until he tells us where the boss is. We find the boss. We make him even more uncomfortable. Frank gets his justice. Questions. I wish I had your optimism, I said, actually chuckling this time. I walked to the cracked mannequin in the corner where Proteus hung. Its time had come. I delayed this moment as long as I could, trying to stay out of Marvel affairs. I delayed too long. Vampires were child's play compared to what was coming. I lifted the elastic fabric from the plastic torso and began the final assembly. I carefully fixed the plasma barrier generator to the belt and connected it directly to the palladium reactor. With an eternal battery, there were no time limits on the barrier. Without another thought, I put the suit on. It fit perfectly, like a second skin, with a little room for future muscle growth. There really was no substitute for sewing your own measurements. Eric, try not to be too surprised by what comes next, I warned Blade, then began quickly dumping supplies into several open boxes, stimulators, weapons, first aid kits. I touched one of the boxes and it simply vanished. Dissolved into thin air. You a mutant or something? Blade held his poker face, but the raised eyebrow gave him away. No idea, I answered honestly, spreading my hands and making the second box disappear. Spatial inventory, as I call it. It's just part of what I am. I genuinely don't know how it works. Maybe I am a mutant. I did a quick mental inventory check of the contents. Stimulators, weapons, protection, even anti-vampire flashbang grenades designed to produce a flash and a toxic cloud that would also inconvenience ordinary people. Seemed like I hadn't forgotten anything critical. Time to move. And what are its limits? Blade stepped closer, curiosity plainly written on his face. Do you have to touch something? Could you shove me in there? No, only inanimate objects with clearly defined boundaries. Revenant vampires technically fit that definition, but awakened ones probably don't. I think it comes down to whether or not something has a soul, I answered, heading back toward the charger. Still not bad. Can you pull equipment off me? Try my armor. I walked over and touched his tactical vest. A light mental effort, and the heavy plates vanished, leaving the vampire hunter standing in just a form-fitting black turtleneck with Kevlar inserts. Another touch and the armor reappeared with a dull click, fitting back under his body perfectly. The inventory was considerably smarter and more adaptive than I'd given it credit for. Overpowered, Blade delivered his verdict, and there was genuine respect in his voice. I agreed. For all my knowledge, skills, and crafted gear, the inventory remained my most decisive trump card. What's the plan? I asked as we settled into the car again. We go to Shocker. Meet Spider-Woman there. Figure it out on the ground. And we went. My brain, sharpened by NZT, ran at its limit, calculating hundreds of possible scenarios. Multi-layered contingencies, retreat routes, analysis of potential allies and threats. No. All of that was excessive. All of that would only complicate and slow things down. For this specific situation, the right approach was Blade's approach. Direct. Brutal. Decisive. Bloody, if it came to that. Shocker gives up Kingpin's location. We find Kingpin. We take him off the board. And then we watch New York plunge into anarchy, because too much of the city was held together by Fisk's hand. His disappearance wouldn't simply remove a piece from the board. It would flip the whole board over. The city is going to be ugly afterward, I muttered, watching the night lights rush past the window. When hasn't it been? Blade snorted. The agencies will deal with it. That's what they're paid for. If a new gang war spills over onto civilians, it'll be peripheral. What matters is that Frank gets justice. By the way, He hesitated for a moment. Do you happen to have any healing potions for him? I'll pay whatever you want. I have the recipe, I nodded, still turning his words over in my mind. His dismissal of global consequences had its own brutal logic. But I only have the recipe right now. Lucas is bringing the components tomorrow, and I'll make the first batches then. I'll set some aside for Frank. No charge. Blade gave a single grateful nod. We drove the rest of the way in silence. Finally, the Charger rolled smoothly to a stop near an unremarkable apartment building on 2nd Avenue. Schultz was inside. And if he wasn't, he'd come home eventually. Right into the trap. The electronic lock on the front door beeped and clicked open without resistance. Blade did it in 3 seconds, sliding something resembling a stylus into the speaker grid. My inner engineer helpfully noted that it probably wasn't a simple toothpick. Most likely, the tip held a piezoelectric crystal. A sharp press generates a short, high-voltage pulse that burns or, more likely, simply blinds the lock's microcontroller, forcing it into emergency mode and popping the door. Simple, dirty, and effective. The sleepy concierge in the spacious, marble-finished lobby wasn't a problem either. Blade threw him a single glance, and the middle-aged man sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and dropped his head onto his chest, drifting off to sleep. We walked calmly toward the stairs. The elevator was too risky, and unnecessary anyway since we only needed the 2nd floor. I noted the camera positions as we moved. Panasonic's, wide angle, good coverage. I was glad that my simple respirator mask and the deep hood of Proteus at least hid my face. But Blade. Hey, I said quietly on the stairwell landing. Are you invisible to cameras, or do you just not care? I'm invisible to the system, kid, Blade shrugged without slowing. Whatever footage surfaces, the people upstairs will wipe it immediately and chalk it up to solar flares. And I've got nothing to hide. I'm a law-abiding citizen in the service of Her Majesty. We were already on the 2nd floor. A long, quiet corridor with carpet thick enough to muffle our steps. By some law of irony, the unit numbering started from the beginning, putting our target at the very far end. Moving behind a superhuman while wearing a suit designed to take bullets, I felt relatively safe. We passed Unit 24. Then I spotted her. Tucked into the dark corner at the end of the corridor, almost directly across from Unit 230, a female figure crouched on the ceiling, knees pulled to her chest like a gargoyle out of a monochrome nightmare, drilling us with her gaze through white mask lenses. Gwen. Already here. Judging by the fact that Blade hadn't slowed even slightly, he'd clocked her long before I had. With a completely silent, graceful drop she returned to the floor and moved toward us. Specifically toward me. I braced myself for anything, accusations, anger, another flash of temper. But either Gwen was more mature than I'd given her credit for, or the sight of a grim Blade in my full kit had adjusted her priorities. She gave me a quick, assessing look, her eyes lingering on the belt with its unassuming plasma shield generator box, and she understood that I hadn't come empty-handed. So what's the plan, was the first thing she asked, barely above a whisper. John, Blade said in my direction when the 3 of us stopped in front of door number 2-30. I nodded. Under what I was sure was Gwen's stunned stare, I placed my palm flat against the steel door. An instant later it was gone, dissolved into thin air, leaving a perfect rectangular opening into the apartment. Yes, Blade knew how to use every card in the deck. And as for Gwen, well. Let her consider this a mutual exchange of secrets. Blade didn't wait. He was off from a standing start so fast the air hissed. He flew into the apartment like a shadow. Gwen and I heard only a short cry, the sound of breaking glass, and the dull impact of a body hitting the floor. By the time we stepped inside, it was already over. A blond man, Schultz, lay on the floor in the middle of the living room. Blade had one knee planted precisely on his neck. No matter how Schultz strained, his body barely twitched. The strength disparity was total. Chi was probably involved, given how fluid and controlled Blade's movements had been, far too smooth and forceful for simple adrenaline. I stepped back to the opening and pulled the door out of my inventory. It settled into place with a dull thud, the fitting slightly loosened, but that was a small price for the advantage. Let's have a little chat about superiority, Blade muttered darkly, angling Schultz's head so the men had no choice but to look up into his eyes. I tuned out the beginning of the mental interrogation and began scanning the apartment. My target was the vibrogauntlets. They couldn't stay here. They'd need to be appropriated for the benefit of my garage and the engineering instincts I'd never quite managed to suppress. An absurd thought flickered through my mind. A black man with a grudge, a Nazi mercenary, a capitalist heroine, and an engineer with communist tendencies regarding other people's property had gathered in one apartment. That sounded like the setup to an excellent joke. "Why did you kill Frank Castle's family?" Blade opened with, his voice quiet and level, which somehow made it more frightening. While he ran the interrogation, I used the moment to study the apartment carefully. My perception, sharpened by NZT, absorbed every detail. A typical bachelor's den, the ingrained smell of sweat, stale food, and something faint and metallic underneath. One toothbrush in the bathroom, a mountain of dirty dishes in the sink, a cardboard pizza box on the coffee table. No trace of a woman's presence. Against the backdrop of this kingdom of entropy, one object looked completely out of place. An unremarkable closet in the corner. The carpet in front of it was more worn than anywhere else in the apartment, which was strange for a place that should have been used primarily for storing junk, especially when Schultz's everyday clothes were draped carelessly over chairs elsewhere. Or orders. "I'm just an executor," Shocker wheezed, nearly choking, his terrified gaze locked on Blade's face. I moved to the closet. From the corner of my eye I noticed Gwen was watching me more than the interrogation. She understood I was looking for something specific. Orders from Kingpin. What was the purpose of the killing? Why did Frank survive? Blade fired the questions rapidly, giving him no room to breathe. I opened the closet doors. Simple clothes on hangers inside, t-shirts, a couple of sweatshirts, jeans. But something was wrong. Everything was too clean. In an apartment where dust was a permanent resident, the interior surfaces of the closet were sterile. And the clothes hung with near-military precision, perfectly ironed. Out of character for someone who lived like this. The final detail was Schultz himself, who, even pinned under Blade's pressure, had let his panicked gaze flick in my direction for just a fraction of a second. Bingo. For elite operatives who could be called out at a moment's notice, equipment needed to be within arm's reach. Yes. Purpose on kilohertz zone. He refused the boss several times. He wasn't supposed to survive. The last part came out with genuine bewilderment. That cleared one thing up: Frank Castle had somehow beaten the odds. I began tapping on the interior back wall of the closet. I could have simply removed it to my inventory, but if the mechanism was built into the furniture itself, that wouldn't help. Finally, near the very base of the wall, my fingers found a small cavity. There it was. Where is Kingpin now? Blade got to the main question. I straightened and delivered a short, precise kick to the spot, then another and another, searching for the right frequency. After 6 attempts, I found it. The mechanism responded not to force but to the resonant vibration of the strike, activating only when someone hit the right point at exactly the right angle. Like something out of a spy film, the back wall of the closet slid smoothly to the side. Inside, mounted on quick-release brackets, hung a quilted yellow-brown suit, but my eyes went straight past it. The vibro gauntlets. Steel, simultaneously massive and elegant, they looked like artifacts from a future that hadn't arrived yet. I don't know who. Schultz howled. Then who does? Blade growled. Gwen materialized silently beside me. And what exactly are you planning to do with those? She asked quietly, nodding at the gauntlets. Without a word, I touched them and they vanished. I didn't need the damn suit. I'd study the gauntlets later. If I put them on now and made one careless movement, there'd be nothing left of this apartment. My handler. JFZ Jeffrey Weichel. He's one of Kingpin's deputies. Jeffrey Weichel. Where is he right now? Address. Base. Anything. The base. On 6th Avenue. An underground complex under Building 4KH13. Good, Blade glanced at both of us. Anyone else need anything from this guy? I reached into my inventory for one of the gauntlets, but Gwen was faster. Her voice trembled with barely contained grief. Police Captain George Stacy. Who gave the order for his death? First I've heard of it, Shocker answered without hesitation. His face made it clear he wasn't lying. Gwen knew it too. Intellectually she understood the order had come from Kingpin or someone near the top, but she needed a name, an executor, somewhere to start. All right, my turn. I stepped forward, holding up one of the gauntlets. How do you operate these? Compression force, Schultz wheezed. Internal lining, piezo sensor matrix. Squeeze your fist sharply and you get a short, focused pulse, like a shock wave from the fist. Squeeze and hold and charge builds in the capacitors, and when you release it you get a wide, constant vibration. Change the frequency with finger pressure. Low frequency crushes concrete, high frequency turns glass to dust. Drawbacks. Trackers. Recoil, he wheezed. The stronger the impulse, the worse it is. The suit absorbs the vibration and distributes the load across the entire surface. No trackers. This is my technology. Only a suicidal person attacks Kingpin's people. Good. That meant the suit was actually important after all. I'd need to take it too. Sorry, buddy, Blade's voice turned ice cold. But the suicidal person here is you. From the moment you decided to put your hands on my friend. Goodbye. Wait. No. You're going to kill him. Gwen cried out, stepping forward. But it was already too late. What followed wasn't a loud crack but a quiet, wet, sickening sound of tearing ligaments and shifting vertebrae. Herman Schultz's body went limp. Blade straightened without sparing the heroine a glance. Dirty work completed with absolute efficiency. He turned to me. Let's go, kid. Self-righteous heroines are not on our path. I didn't think she'd hang back, but I hoped she'd taken something away from it. The man had murdered an entire family, and those weren't his first kills by a long stretch. Leaving him alive would have been a mistake. The kind of mistake a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man would make, but not a death machine like Blade or the Punisher, and on that I agreed with them. Although the cold pragmatism that NZT had amplified in me might have been doing some of the talking. Either way it didn't matter. What mattered was that we were now heading to Fisk's base, where we were unlikely to be welcomed with open arms. Chapter 39. You don't think Kingpin will decide to disappear? I asked Blade as the Charger's engine ate up the miles of asphalt. The moment he learns someone like you has declared war on him, any sane person would go underground. Nah, Blade shrugged, eyes on the road. He's an apex predator. Those don't run and hide. Their power is in the aura of invincibility. The moment they show weakness, their own jackals will go for the throat to take the throne. He can't afford to look weak. Not now. I had a different read on it. Everything I knew screamed that this man was a slippery, cunning creature capable of wriggling out of any situation. But I didn't push back. Either way, this raid had already paid for itself, Shocker's vibro gauntlets in my inventory, stronger ties with Blade, and, strangely enough, progress with Gwen. Was it normal that I'd been cataloging the trophies before worrying about those two? While I was mulling it over, we pulled up to an unremarkable 5-story building on 6th Avenue. After circling for a couple of minutes, Blade found a narrow, dark alleyway and killed the engine. We got out, and the moment we did, a familiar black and white figure dropped silently from the shadow of the fire escape above. Naturally. She'd tailed us the whole way. You killed him, she said the moment she landed in front of us, gloved finger pointed at Blade. Why? You can't just take lives like that. And why the hell not, exactly? Blade spread his hands, genuinely failing to see the problem. He stepped around her like she was an inconvenient piece of furniture and began examining the walls for a way in. I followed. It's wrong. John, tell him. She turned what was presumably a desperate look on me. Actually, I said slowly, feeling her pleading stare on the side of my face, I agree. With Blade. But. Gwen, the world didn't lose a person. It lost a serial killer with children's blood up to his elbows. He was a tool in a monster's hands. I don't consider that much of a loss, I said evenly, silently asking myself, could I have done it? Would I have had the nerve? Under NZT, probably yes. Blade had already found what he was looking for, an inconspicuous steel emergency exit in the dead end of the alley. We're not judges. And we're certainly not executioners. Gwen pushed, falling into step behind us. Then who are the judges and executioners, Gwen? I stopped and turned to face her. Corrupt officials in robes who decided they were worthy of the title. If we'd handed Shocker to the police, Kingpin's lawyers would have had him out the next morning. And he would have kept killing. Are those your precious judges? You speak truth, kid, came Blade's approving grunt from the doorway. But if we kill them, how are we any better? Her voice cracked slightly. The argument clearly felt personal. At everything, I cut back, feeling the circular reasoning start to wear on me. At the bare minimum, we saved the lives of every innocent person that bastards like Shocker would have killed next. When the choice is between solving a problem and slapping a bandage on it, I will always choose to solve it. I moved to the door, touched it, and it was gone. A short corridor sloping downward stretched ahead, empty. I let Blade go first, then followed with Gwen behind me, and returned the door to its frame once we were through. "Please," Gwen said, much quieter now, almost pleading. She was addressing Blade. "At least in here. Try not to kill anyone." "I'm not making any promises," he snorted, not turning around. "And frankly, that question's more for your buddy. He's the rookie. He might not know his own strength." We came to a second door, massive, armored, with a pair of cameras mounted under the ceiling. They already knew we were here. "Strength?" Gwen asked with genuine curiosity, shifting her gaze between Blade and me. Instead of answering, I reached into my inventory and brought out 2 auto-injectors. The first held muscle stimulator. I hissed as I drove it into my neck. The second held the absolute predator serum. The effect came after a few seconds, and it was like slotting a quantum processor into an old computer. Chemical fire flooded my veins, my muscles swelled and filled with force beneath the suit, and my gait became fluid, almost feline. The whole world narrowed down, cutting away the noise. Only threat vectors, movement trajectories, and attack angles remained. Combined with the mental clarity of NZT, it was an intoxicating sense of absolute control. Through her mask lenses, I could see Gwen's eyes widen as she noticed the change. "I'll try not to get in over my head," I told her. I stepped to the second armored door, touched it, and it disappeared. In the same instant I stepped back behind Blade and activated the plasma shield. Just as I'd expected, they were waiting for us. The long corridor ahead erupted with gunfire. 6 of Kingpin's mercenaries in full tactical armor opened up in a torrent of fire. The air filled with the crack and whistle of rounds. Several of them hissed as they slammed into my translucent barrier, then into the suit, arriving with nearly all their momentum spent. I shielded my face with one hand and moved forward, holding the rear. Blade and Gwen were ahead. What unfolded in front of them wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. Blade became a blur. He didn't even run so much as flow between the bullet tracers, closing distance with inhuman ease. The first mercenary didn't get a chance to shout before Blade ripped the rifle out of his hands and broke his jaw with the butt. The second got a kick to the knee that bent it backward with a sound I'd rather not think about. Gwen complimented him perfectly. She launched herself to the ceiling and from there rained down a sticky curtain of webbing. Rifles were torn from hands, legs tangled, and one mercenary was cocooned entirely and stuck fast to the wall. 15 seconds. That's all it took for the 2 of them to neutralize all 6. Judging by the groans, everyone was still breathing. Good. We pushed deeper into the base, moving further and further underground. Blade led from the front, using his psychic ability, defective as he called it, to sense ambushes before we walked into them. He was a super fast, super strong, super tough battering ram. Gwen moved around him like a lethal butterfly, disarming and immobilizing with her webbing. Despite what Gwen had asked, a couple of the unlucky ones didn't make it. Blade, built for fighting vampires at full capacity, misjudged the fragility of humans, and some necks simply crunched under blows that would have only rattled a bloodsucker. Mercenaries, for all their gear, were too breakable compared to undead. One other detail I noticed, Blade hadn't drawn his katana. He was working entirely with his hands and feet, wrapped in that barely perceptible aura of chi that the stimulants let me sense clearly. Then we stepped into a large, hangar-like space. Beyond a line of barricades, a dozen heavily armed fighters were waiting. And standing in the center, towering over them, was a 3-meter figure in massive, futuristic gray armor topped with a huge horn on the helmet. Rhino. Oh, Blade's fangs caught the dim light. Now that's something worth the trip. Deal with the small fry, I said, my voice lower and more confident under the stimulants. The big one is mine. I stepped forward, already calculating. The technology inside that armor alone, the rare alloys and electronics, represented millions of dollars in materials, and all I needed was a single touch. Blade and Gwen understood without words. They split in opposite directions and began a methodical dismantling of the cannon fodder. Rhino, honoring his name and apparently outraged by my arrogance, charged straight at me. The floor shook under his footfalls. For something his size, he moved terrifyingly fast. I didn't move. My mind, wound to the limit, processed everything in slow motion. I watched the servos in his legs tension, watched his center of gravity shift, watched his single eye visor lock onto me. 1 second before impact I dropped the plasma shield. The absolute predator serum gave me the reaction time. I didn't just sidestep, I made a smooth, calibrated step to the side, letting the multi-ton bulk blow past me. The moment his side was level with my arm, I reached out and lightly touched the armor. It disappeared. A 2-meter wall of muscle in a plain black jumpsuit, stripped of his shell, kept going on momentum alone. He hit the steel doorframe headfirst at full speed. A wet, sickening crunch echoed through the hangar. His body collapsed limply to the floor. I was fairly sure I'd heard his neck break. I could only hope I was wrong. I reactivated the shield, pleased with the haul, and turned around. Blade and Gwen were already finishing the cleanup. Ahead, the door to Jeffrey Weichel's office was visible. How perfectly ironic, this deep underground complex, which had only one direction to go, had become a mousetrap for the people who built it. Nice work, Blade threw me a glance, wiping blood from his knuckles. We'd have been picking at that tin can for a while. Had to contribute something, I said with a half-smile. Can't let you two animals take all the credit. Yeah, Gwen muttered, finishing with the last mercenary's restraints. Rich coming from the guy talking about monstrosity. Jeffrey Weichel was a short man in an expensive suit whose expressive jaw was currently twisted in a grimace of pure hatred. He clearly understood the round was lost, but he clung to the illusion of control with both hands. The building surrounded by Kingpin's people. You're dead, he shrieked, jabbing a trembling finger at us. Fire. 20 seconds later it was over. For his people, obviously. They were swept under by a whirlwind of black leather and black and white spandex. When the dust settled, Blade was standing over Weichel, whose face had completed its journey from defiant to a mask of absolute terror. The hunter hadn't even touched him. He'd simply looked into his eyes, and every last trace of corporate arrogance fell away from Fisk's deputy like a shed skin. Weichel stared up at Blade, mesmerized and utterly ready to give up everything. The boss spends most of his time in his penthouse in the Empire State Building, he began in a flat, lifeless voice. But he also uses a number of heavily secured private bases and a country estate. Hold on. The Empire State Building. Gwen cut in. Her voice had the trembling edge of someone who'd just connected a terrible pair of dots. Fisk Capital has the entire upper floors on long-term lease. Are you serious right now? Yeah, I moved closer to her, understanding that keeping it from her any longer was pointless. Kingpin is Wilson Fisk. You knew. You knew this whole time and didn't tell me. She turned on me sharply, voice ringing with hurt and betrayal. Then what was the point of all this? Why not go straight to Fisk? He's a public figure. The opportunities are there. That is exactly why we didn't tell you, Blade answered, still watching Weichel without blinking. Don't be stupid, girl. Think it through. You're suggesting we walk into a fortress that's guarded by hundreds of personnel and dozens of metas, through the front entrance, just because we know the owner's name. We came down here for the blueprint of that fortress. For information on his forces, his weak points, his schedule. So that when we go into the flame, we're carrying a fire extinguisher instead of bare hands. And this base served as a useful stress test of our individual capabilities and how well we work together, I added. Yeah, the kid's right, Blade nodded. He might have hit less than anyone tonight, but the how of it was elegant. Now stop interrupting. But Gwen wasn't done. She stepped up to Weichel. Police Captain George Stacy. His death. What do you know? Eliminated, Weichel reported in the same flat tone, as if noting a clerical correction. By a low-level street asset, for refusing to cooperate. He was the only genuinely non-corrupt precinct captain in Brooklyn. He disrupted the statistics. An inefficient element. I watched Gwen's knuckles go white. Her shoulders shook. I stepped up beside her and put a hand on her shoulder, squeezing once. She flinched but, thankfully, didn't snap. Blade continued the interrogation, pulling everything out of Weichel, details of the Castle case, names of other deputies, a full roster of Kingpin's active metas, connections, contacts, delivery schedules. The entire process took no more than 7 minutes. When the information dried up, Blade, without a word, turned Weichel's head at an unnatural angle. A quiet crack. Notably, this time Gwen said nothing. She only turned away, jaw clenched. We moved upward toward the exit. There are a lot of people on the other side of that door, Blade said grimly as we approached the last exit leading to the alley. I nodded and pulled out the injectors again, taking another dose of each. The sensation of being Bane adjacent was strange but effective. The plasma shield wrapped around me in its translucent bubble. It was deeply satisfying to have a power source I didn't need to worry about. And here they are. The stars of our turbulent evening. The alley exploded into motion the moment we stepped out. The click of safeties being released rippled outward like a wave until it became one continuous sound. We were in a crosshair. The mercenaries surrounding us were a clear step above everything we'd faced inside: expensive armor, modified weapons. And slightly behind the line stood three figures. The first was a man in a sleek black suit with a white target pattern across his mask. He lazily juggled a pair of combat knives as he delivered his welcoming remarks. Bullseye. My NZT-sharpened memory helpfully supplied the dossier. Never misses. Not once. The second was a 2-meter wall of a man with an almost square face and stone-gray, ash-colored skin. He wore an immaculately fitted black 3-piece suit. Tombstone. Classic, near-invulnerable meta-tank. The third was a man in a lightweight futuristic exoskeleton with mechanical wings folded against his back and energy blasters where his gloves should have been. Vulture. 3 serious metas, several dozen elite fighters. The party had reached full capacity. Only Blade looked completely unconcerned, standing relaxed with a faint smirk. That calm was contagious. Then Bullseye, having taken a closer look at our faces, stopped juggling. His gaze landed on Blade. The expression beneath his mask shifted into something frightened and recognition sharp. Blade. What the hell is he doing here? Bullseye's bravado evaporated in an instant, replaced by visible panic. Nobody told me anything about this. Fire, Tombstone ordered simply, as though issuing a command to a voice assistant. His massive gray hand settled on Bullseye's shoulder before the men could bolt. All hell broke loose. I immediately pulled back into the corridor opening, leaving the mass scale work to more experienced hands. My instincts were screaming, "Stay back, you're the weakest link here." But I was naive to think they'd overlook me. A sharp zing and a blue flash half a meter from my face made me jerk back. A thrown knife had ricocheted off the wall and buried itself in my plasma barrier before clattering to the ground. I was Bullseye's personal problem now. Fine. If I couldn't hold my own against someone like Bullseye, what was the point of preparing for anything more serious? Under the deafening thunder of gunfire behind me, I moved deeper into the base. Through the gap, I caught a glimpse of a black-suited figure following me in. Being used as bait was a miserable role. But it was the most sensible tactical move available. A dry crack sounded behind me, distinct from the ongoing automatic fire. A round from a modified rifle punched through the air and slammed into my side with a dull impact. The plasma barrier flickered, absorbing the bulk of the energy, and Proteus distributed the rest, but a sharp, burning pain still lanced through my body. That was going to leave a bruise. Thankfully, I'd already cleared the short corridor. I quickly positioned myself in the doorway where the door used to be, deactivated the barrier, and pulled a UV grenade and a garlic grenade from my inventory. I dropped them both on the corridor floor, directly in Bullseye's path. 1 second. The corridor strobed with a flash comparable to a welding torch, then filled with a thick, acrid cloud of garlic dust. That moment of disorientation was all I needed. I pulled the armored door back out of my inventory and placed it into the frame, except not quite flush. Slightly further in than the frame, tilted at an angle, so that a light push would send it toppling forward directly onto the spot where a blinded and disoriented Bullseye would step out. No, I considered simply shooting him, but the non-trivial chance that he'd react to the sound and throw a knife blindly at my head, or fire a round from memory, wasn't a gamble I was willing to take. The door as a weapon. It weighed at least 300 kilograms. He didn't die, naturally. It's never that straightforward. But when most of your body is pinned under a steel behemoth, effective resistance becomes somewhat limited. What mattered was that his head was sticking out past the edge of the door. I walked over calmly, stepped onto the sheet of steel, and materialized the Glock in my hand. Resisting the stupid urge to say something dramatic, I simply fired. Straight into the center of the white target on his mask. The hunter became the prey. My head was clear. No regret, no emotion. Just clarity. This was, technically, my first kill, given that Rhino probably hadn't died. It didn't feel the way I might have expected it to. I walked back out. The gunfire in the alley had gone quiet. The scene that greeted me was a grim one. Dozens of Fisk's men lay scattered throughout the alley, crippled or unconscious. Vulture was slumped in one corner, his limbs bent at angles that suggested they'd need surgery. Next to him was Tombstone's body, minus the upper portion of his skull, removed in one precise strike. Blade had drawn his katana after all. A little further over, Gwen was bent double, losing her dinner. I walked quietly to Vulture and touched him, pulling his exoskeleton, wings, and blasters into my inventory. Tonight was without question the most profitable night of my life. The decision to befriend Blade was paying dividends. "Good work," Blade said as I approached, cleaning his katana blade on one of the mercenaries' vests. "Didn't doubt you for a second. Had to hold your spider girl back from rushing in to save you, though. If I died at the hands of someone like that, I'd come back just to die of embarrassment," I said. "Ha, yeah. Bullseye's a real piece of work," Blade nodded. "Crossed paths with him once before. He survived as long as he did purely by preying on people weaker than him. Works right up until it doesn't. Which is more or less what happened tonight," I shrugged. "What's next?" "First we get out of here," Blade started, and Gwen, drawn by the sound of conversation, came over, having pulled herself together. "And then, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Storming the Empire State Building head-on is the worst possible option. In the public eye we'd become terrorists overnight. Come on, let's hear some ideas before the night's over." "We could smoke Fisk out of his penthouse," I murmured, working through the approach. "With our heroine's help, that's not particularly difficult to arrange." "Now that sounds like the beginning of an actual plan," Blade grinned. "I'm all ears." "Same," Gwen said, grimly. In the span of a few hours she'd seen more blood and chaos than in all her months of patrolling combined. "Let's get to the car first," I nodded, filling in the details as they formed. "I'll walk you through it on the way. On paper it's more than doable. And the best part is it's relatively clean." Chapter 40. "So, what do you propose?" Blade asked as soon as we pulled onto the avenue. His voice was even and emotionless, but I saw how intently he peered at the rushing cityscape. I glanced at the rearview mirror, making sure Gwen, pressed into the back seat, was also fully alert. Her fingers nervously fidgeted with the edge of the mask lying on her knees. Here and now, there was no point in hiding. The plan has 2 stages, but the short version is this: we smoke Fisk out of his hole, and you take him